Chapter 1. Here comes the picture. Little white, don't run away. In a room suffused with the sweet ambience of pink, there lay a soft, plush bed. Through the nearly transparent curtains, one could discern a girl with long, gradient-colored white hair, deeply engrossed in slumber while cradling something in her arms, occasionally murmuring incoherent words in her dreams. As the gaze draws closer, a delicate and charming visage comes into view, adorned with a pair of petite crimson horns atop her head, adding a touch of playfulness and vivacity. Shifting the focus downward reveals the true nature of the object. She holds a fluffy white tail nestled against her. Yet upon closer inspection, one would notice that, beyond this solitary white tail, there are 8 additional equally soft and pristine tails lazily sprawled around her, gently enveloping her form and crafting a cozy cocoon for her peaceful slumber. The girl's voice seemed to awaken the owner of the tails, as the 9 fluffy appendages stirred slightly, betraying a restless heart. With a gentle tug, a boy clad in a loose white kimono extricated the tail from the girl's embrace and gradually sat up, languidly stifling yawn. A pair of triangular fox ears atop his head flickered intermittently, and his tousled white hair lent him an air of nonchalance. His drowsy expression, though slightly muddled, could not conceal his exquisite and somewhat handsome features, while his mismatched eyes, one blue and one red, added an enigmatic allure to his countenance. Indeed, he is the new protagonist of the pirate world, Kaido's adopted son, the unprecedented member of the 9-tailed fox fur tribe, endowed with an irresistible charm and a monstrous physique, the possessor of the childlike fruit. Hancock, casting aside the inexplicable narration swirling in his mind, Hancock delicately rose from the warmth of the bed, tucking a pillow into the girl's arms and meticulously arranging the covers, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Reflecting on his awakening in this pirate world, he recalled that he had appeared around the age of 7 or 8. Although the details of his past remained shrouded in mystery, his first sight upon regaining consciousness was the formidable figures of Kaido and Jean emerging from a raging inferno, future embodiments of supreme strength and the last remnants of the Lunaria clan. Now, a decade later, he had reached adulthood, and his strength had evolved significantly. However, one could only imagine the sheer terror that gripped him upon encountering these 2 ruthless individuals, fearing that a single misstep could lead to his untimely demise. Truly, a case of setting forth on a journey only to perish before it began. Fortunately, by the time Kaido had acquired his daughter Yamato, he had softened considerably, and since Yamato was not the son he had anticipated, he readily adopted Hancock as his own. It is worth mentioning that Hancock Bay's peculiar form played a significant role in this decision. After all, the legendary 9-tailed fox is a creature that can only be associated with mythical beasts. Yet, Hancock belonged to a fur tribe inspired by the 9-tailed fox. This undoubtedly piqued Kaido's curiosity and anticipation. He wished to witness the potential and value that this extraordinary child could manifest. Could he truly believe himself to be similar to that wretched old hag, with children of varying degrees of worth? Even in adopting a son, he sought the one with the greatest potential. After all, how else could the legacy be passed on? Fortunately, Hancock possessed a body of exceptional talent, with physical capabilities rivaling those of the giant race, and he effortlessly mastered the fur tribe's moon lion form, complemented by the accompanying childlike fruit. In a short time, he had secured his position as a favored adopted son in Kaido's eyes. However, unlike other users of the childlike fruit, I seem to have the ability to control my transformations. Hancock pondered silently. As a transmigrator, he naturally possessed a golden finger, his unique 9-tailed fox form. Beyond his monstrous physical prowess, he could distinctly sense that within his 9 tails dwelled a mysterious power, albeit seemingly sealed for reasons unknown. Despite his diligent contemplation during his training with Jean, he had yet to decipher how to unlock this hidden ability. Nevertheless, there was no rush. He had ample room for growth, and with his physique and abilities, he was at the very least on par with a prominent figure. Moreover, he had numerous intriguing developments in mind concerning the childlike fruit. With this thought, Hancock glanced at the adorable sleeping face of the girl beside him, a hint of exasperation and affection gracing his features. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate era, Kaido had been preoccupied with recruiting and expanding his influence. Leaving little time for companionship with Yamato, their brief reunions often revolved around training assessments. In the original narrative, Yamato was infatuated with becoming Odin, aspiring to establish a nation for Wano, displaying unwavering loyalty. This was largely due to the magnetic charisma of Kazuki Odin, but her rebellious spirit could not be overlooked as a contributing factor. However, with Hakken Bey's presence in this fragile father-daughter relationship, the situation had markedly improved. Over the years, thanks to his outstanding performance, Kaido had relaxed his expectations of Yamato, and with Hakken Bey acting as a bridge, their relationship had transformed from the rigidity depicted in the original story into a more normal parent-child dynamic. Upon closer integration into their lives, it became apparent that Kaido was merely a standard father who often spoke without sincerity. Unlike the neighboring Big Mom, who resembled a child-rearing machine, he naturally harbored familial affection for his only daughter. Yet, for Kaido, who believed that violence was the essence of this world, the expression of that familial bond likely bore his unique characteristics. That said, Hakken Bey was genuinely pleased to be able to ameliorate the relationship between Yamato and her father, to help instill in her the right values. Yet, as he matured, another troublesome issue became increasingly prominent. This was the inherent allure of the nine-tailed fox. Could it be that he was, in essence, a somewhat fantastical fox? Hakken Bey often questioned himself, for he could not fathom why he so effortlessly garnered the affection of numerous maidens within the Beast Pirates, particularly the one closest to him, whose attachment bordered on obsessive, unwilling to part from his side, even for a moment. Though he relished this intense devotion and possessiveness, he could not help but worry that it might become a hindrance. In a world brimming with flowers, how could one linger on a single bloom? This was the promise Hakken Bey made to himself upon his arrival in this new realm. Well, it's still essential to guide and educate gradually. Contemplating this, Hakken Bey observed the tuft of fur on his tail, gently shaking his head before calling out towards the door, "Maria, I wish to take a bath." All characters in this chapter are of legal age. Here comes the picture. With Hakken Bey's call, a graceful and enchanting beauty stepped through the door. She was a naturally alluring woman, standing at an impressive height of nearly 3 meters, with silky golden hair elegantly arranged in a beautiful top knot. Her emerald green eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, while her fair skin appeared even more luminous and refined against the backdrop of her black kimono. Dressed in a low-cut kimono adorned with floral patterns, a pair of crimson horns atop her forehead revealed her Oni lineage unlike Yamato. Her horns were evidently longer, exuding an aura of mischief and authority. A languid, magnetic voice floated through the air as she spoke. "Oh dear, yearning to see me so early in the morning, Master Hakken?" Maria approached Hakken Bey, her tone gentle and warm. In response, the accustomed Hakken Bey walked forward, gazing into her bright eyes, and teased, "All right, hurry and prepare the bathwater. We have important matters to attend to today." "Of course, I shall follow your instructions," she replied with a smile, her mood evidently buoyant from their intimate morning exchange. As she gracefully turned to enter the bathing chamber, Hakken Bey shook his head lightly, his fluffy fox ears playfully twitching, while his tail swayed gently behind him. As a descendant of the Oni saved by Kaido, Maria could be considered both a maid and companion to him and Yamato. Moreover, her presence provided him with a playmate, alleviating the solitude that often accompanied his existence. However, under the influence of his burgeoning allure, it was clear that this enchanting lady had begun to view him as an emotional sanctuary, as evidenced by the frequent temptations he had encountered. "Goodness, she doesn't even worry about me becoming malnourished." Muttering to himself, Hakken Bey estimated that the time was about right and donned a bath towel before stepping into the misty confines of the bathing room. Maria, are you still there? I'm about to bathe." He called softly several times, but only the sound of splashing water met his ears. Realizing there was no response, Hakken Bey decided to leap into the warm bath without further ado. Ah, how delightful. Indeed, the plans of the day are best laid in the morning. If one feels so relaxed so early on, it surely bodes well for an incredibly joyful day ahead. Ah, but wait, there is still the execution of Kazuki Oden to consider. He has squandered a splendid hand of cards, now relying on the fruit powers of a woman to pin his hopes on the future of the fallen Nine Shadows. Do you not lament the dazzling dawn that has been wasted? How curious it is that Kazuki Oden caught the eye of Kazuki Momonosuke. If only I had been born a few years earlier. The fluffy nine tails unexpectedly generated buoyancy, and Hakanai squinted slightly, gently drifting upon the water surface. The warm and comforting sensation coursed through his tails, enveloping his entire being in a delightful state of tingling relaxation, as if he were on the verge of slipping into a deep slumber. Splish! A soft splash echoed, and a shadow gradually spread beneath Hakanai, enlarging until it entirely concealed his floating form. Splish splash! The tranquil water's surface suddenly shattered, and the nine-tailed fox emerged, buoyed by the currents. The air was perfumed with the essence of roses, as damp golden locks cascaded across the water, occasionally brushing against the boy's cheek, imparting a teasing tickle. Really now, young master, even though you possess the remarkable ability to be immune to the side effects of the devil fruit, one cannot linger in the water for so long. Young Master Yamato has awakened, and if you remain any longer, well, the languid voice roused Hakanai from his drowsy reverie. Upon gazing at the exquisite visage so near, the boy could not help but awaken further, softly replying, "Ah, it's Maria. My apologies for soaking for too long. Could you kindly carry me to bed? I must attend the execution shortly." An hour later, after much effort in dressing appropriately, Hakanai and Yamato, accompanied by Maria, arrived at the execution site. Upon the platform, adorned in loose-fitting white traditional attire, a finely crafted golden pistol at his waist, and with 9 fox tails elegantly swaying behind him, Hakanai approached with a languorous and nonchalant smile upon his face. Behind him stood Maria, exuding an air of aloofness, yet revealing a hint of tenderness only when glancing at Hakanai, her posture regal and proud. As for Yamato, he tightly grasped Hakanai's left hand, occasionally pouting in discontent as he glared at Maria, then curiously eyeing Kazuki Oden and others positioned before 2 oil cauldrons. Young Master Hakanai, young Master Yamato. Upon seeing the 2 offspring of Kaido approach, the previously arrogant Kurizumi Orochi hurriedly leapt from his seat and scurried to Hakanai's side, addressing him in a hushed tone while bowing respectfully, gesturing in a manner that suggested please. He was acutely aware that his current status was entirely dependent on Kaido. Without him, he was nothing. Thus, even in the presence of these 2 youngsters, Orochi maintained his obsequious demeanor. As long as I flatter sufficiently well, I can secure my current position and become the shogun of Wano. Ambitions burned fiercely within him, yet a raucous exterior remained composed, adorned with a sycophantic smile. Is this fellow truly Kurizumi Orochi? It is a sheer waste of the Yamada, no Orochi fruit for him to wield. Had it been bestowed upon someone with true potential, it would have been a formidable asset instead. This fool has reduced it to mere resurrection coins? Ah, but for now I lack the means to extract the devil fruit. I shall have to set that aside for the time being. Observing the sycophantic Orochi, Hakanai felt disdain. Yet he understood that this man was aptly Namida, venomous snake lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at the slightest misstep, though he often misjudged the disparity in their strengths. Very well, Orochi, we have merely come to observe. Continue with your affairs, and do not mind us. As he spoke, Hakanai pulled Yamato to sit beside him, appearing to be merely a spectator at the theater. Upon witnessing this, Orochi could not help but exhale in relief. He genuinely feared that the other party would leverage Kaido's influence to disrupt this execution. After all, children are often playful and curious. If the other party were to forcibly intervene, it would be quite difficult for him to refuse. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly, observing the current situation where the general of Wano was at his mercy. Orochi felt a twisted sense of satisfaction surge within him. Well, this is delightful. Kazuki, this is all retribution. The pain you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in kind. This is merely the beginning from now on. Anyone who dares to resist me shall meet their demise. I am the general of Wano. This country belongs to me. Everything shall serve my needs. I, Kurizumi Orochi, shall reign over Wano." Unable to contain himself, Orochi let out a cacophonous laugh, his expression contorted as he bellowed, "Execute!" In Wano, in the flower capital, beneath the high platform in the center of the square, two enormous cauldrons, each with a radius of 2 meters, were firmly positioned in front of the throngs of spectators. The oil within the cauldrons was boiling, bubbling vigorously, with thick smoke rising accompanied by the acrid scent of frying oil. Beneath those 2 cauldrons, heaps of firewood crackled fiercely, flames roaring higher as pirates beside them continuously fed dry wood into the fire, as if it would never be enough, providing a relentless source of astonishing heat for the cauldrons. Steaming vapors rose incessantly. Even Hancock and Yamato, perched upon the platform, could feel the searing heat. Were these fools really so daft? Why would they submit themselves to that grotesque creature's whims? With Kazuki Oden's strength, he should be capable of standing against the likes of my father, right? Wasn't that wound on my father's chest inflicted by this very individual? Yamato nestled obediently beside Hancock, her large eyes brimming with confusion as she watched Kazuki Oden slowly approach the boiling oil. Yamato, you must understand. The world is rife with foolish and naive individuals. Yet, not everyone possesses the fortune to repeatedly escape peril. Once a swordsman lays down their sword, they lose their sinew, their courage. This man has already forsaken his country and people. And now he has lost the soul of a swordsman, possessing strength yet willingly awaiting slaughter. Such an individual cannot survive in this world at all. I still don't quite understand. Yamato tilted her head, her gaze shining with clarity. Clearly, it was too early for a child to grasp the essence of a person. Well, Yamato, in any case, you must absolutely not emulate this fellow. Now, let us enjoy a splendid performance. Trust me, this will undoubtedly be a spectacle unlike any you have ever witnessed. Meanwhile, in a loft beside the execution ground, a burly man, adorned with dragon-scale tattoos and clad in black leather, sat cross-legged on the ground, with one hand resting on an enormous spiked club and the other propping up his head. He watched the execution below with keen interest. Oden, although you possess tremendous strength and a resolute will, I must say, you are the biggest fool in Wano. If one possesses power, yet remains bound by external constraints, it will be better to simply perish. This world is filled with violence. Ha ha ha. The future man heralded as the strongest creature laughed heartily, taking a swig from a gourd of wine, his laughter echoing with glee. Once Kazuki Oden is dead, I shall seamlessly take control of Wano at that time. With the abundant resources of Wano, I can swiftly amass power and join the increasingly fierce competition upon the seas. Kaido, it seems that Haken and Yamato have also arrived at the execution site, and there are still some remnants of the Kazuki clan around to prevent any potential assassinations. I should Jin, clad in black and with a pair of large wings unfurled behind him, suggested from his side, and no need for such trouble. Jin, as my son, it would be utterly ridiculous to trouble the calamities over a mere assassination attempt. Just watch. It remains to be seen who the true target is. Meanwhile, at the execution ground, just like in the original story, Kazuki Oden held the so-called red scabbard aloft, enduring the scalding oil pot heated to over 100 degrees as the hour drew near. The 9 individuals on the platform continued to wail for Oden-sama, yet showed no signs of action as time passed. The air was filled only with the sounds of crackling flames and Orochi's intermittent laughter. What should have been a scene of utmost brutality had grown somewhat tedious. It was said that it would all be over in an instant. How boring, someone in the crowd complained. Indeed, I have pressing matters to attend to. I can't afford to waste time playing with this fool. The fool prince, cloaked and concealed within the crowd, widened his eyes in fury at the remark, his hand instinctively reaching for his blade. No, merely punishing this fool with empty words would accomplish nothing. To rescue Oden-sama, I must thoroughly disrupt the execution. He gritted his teeth, scanning the surroundings while rapidly devising a plan. Hold on, those 2 individuals over there seem rather distinguished. I just saw Orochi treating them with utmost deference. Given Orochi's nature, they must be quite important. A sense of reluctance arose within him. Using two young people as hostages felt somewhat beneath him. Wouldn't this be no different from Orochi's actions? However, if I don't act swiftly, Odin-sama won't last much longer. A's brow furrowed deeply, caught in a web of conflict, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. His hands tightening into fists. A hesitated. Orochi, amidst the crowd's astonishment at Odin's remarkable constitution, suddenly shouted, "Hey, what are you standing around for? Add more fire. Make that oil boil even hotter. Damn you, Orochi." Upon hearing this, it could no longer contain the fury within him. He immediately charged toward Hakenbai and Yamato on the platform. "I apologize. I will control my strength. After this event concludes, I promise to return you both unharmed." Silently offering his apologies, I swiftly approached the two, momentarily dazed by Hakenbai's flawless visage. After regaining his senses, it gritted his teeth and lunged toward them. I merely wish to enjoy a quiet performance. Yet here I am being treated like a soft persimmon. Observing A's rapid approach, Hakenbai remained surprisingly calm, even taking the time to quip, "Well, you do indeed look like a novice," rising from his seat. Hakenbai found A's seemingly swift attack to be almost sluggish, allowing him to perceive the changes in expression on A's face with clarity. "I hope you don't mess up my tail feathers." They're quite a chore to maintain. With a resigned smile, just as A was about to make contact, Hakenbai slightly turned his body, his hand shimmering with an eerie aura as it swiftly ascended to A's abdomen. Engaging with someone possessing the powers of the Toy fruit up close is hardly a wise choice, is it, Miss Ninja? It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet also merely a fleeting moment. A, having just charged forth, suddenly found his vision blurring, his body below the head losing all sensation. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. The sudden turn of events jolted him back to reality, and he quickly glanced down, only to be horrified to discover that apart from his head, his body had transformed into a toy-like material. Meanwhile, the young man he had aimed to take hostage wore a harmless smile. Squatting before him, his hand shimmering with an uncanny glow. Sometimes, the true hunter often appears in the guise of their prey. Wouldn't you agree, Miss Ninja? Hakenbai chuckled lightly, his fingers gesturing gently, instigating a terrifying scene. A's body stood upright like a marionette, his dagger trembling as it was raised above his head, pointing ominously toward Kazuki Odin in the boiling oil. Amidst A's sheer terror and the furious gazes of the 9 scabbards, Hakenbai stretched lazily and declared, "Since you all find this performance lacking in excitement, I must take the stage and add a bit of fire. I hope everyone can put in some effort. After all, my playful spirit is quite strong." In the city of Huadu, at the execution grounds, an unexpected turn of events caused the crowd below the high platform to erupt in gasps of astonishment. They never anticipated that an assassination would occur at this very moment. Nor could they believe that the seemingly harmless and exceptionally adorable youth had so effortlessly subdued the assailant. Who could that boy be? I have never seen him before, with 9 tails behind him. He is a fox spirit, the legendary 9-tailed fox that brings calamity to nations. Yet he is so charming. How could he control others like a marionette? This must surely be sorcery, but he is undeniably beautiful. Hey, can you say something else? What of his looks? Can beauty provide sustenance? I cannot ascertain whether beauty can be turned into food, but if he were to come to my home, I would gladly support him. You? Below the high platform, the people murmured in a frenzy. Some were awestruck by Haku's prowess, while others recoiled in fear at his 9-tailed form. Yet, it was the enchanting visage of the youth, though youthful, that captivated most. Anin, the members of the Wano country gang, led by Habinguru, were consumed with anxiety. That's the big sister. Eiko could scarcely restrain her urge to leap up and rescue Anin. Calm down. Eiko, have you forgotten Lord Odin's instructions? Lord Odin willingly endures such torment to exchange for the smallest price for the peace of Wano. If a direct conflict erupts, it would surely ignite another war. Who knows how many lives would be lost then? Habinguru furrowed his brow, forcing himself to remain composed despite the turmoil within. But let us observe the situation for now. If it comes to a desperate point, we can initiate battle then. For now, let us see what that boy intends to do. my instincts suggest that he may utter something earth-shattering. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Hakuyu swiftly subdue Anin, Jean could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is Master Haku. Such strength at such a young age. Perhaps I shall soon be able to relinquish my role as a teacher." Humph. Merely a minor character. Still far from it. Just now, it was only due to physical prowess and the power of his fruit. The true might is the kind that transcends all. Had I been standing there, this little brat would never have been able to turn me into a puppet, no matter how he tried. "Jean, your task is far from over," Kaido snorted derisively, then continued, "Now let us see what tricks this little brat will conjure." The scene shifted back to the execution grounds, where Anin, under Hakuyu's control, stirred tremendous anger among the 9 scabbards. The leader, with an odious expression, shouted, "Hey, 9-tailed brat, release Anin at once." 9-tailed brat. What an unpleasant title. I am not some lowly creature and will not tolerate such insolence. Hakuyu let out a cold snort, proceeding to manipulate Anin step by step towards the cauldron of oil, where the boiling liquid occasionally bubbled up and the searing heat could be felt even from a distance. That, do you not just stand there and talk without pain? Warriors, are you not the famed red scabbards? What? Do you wish to remain atop as a burden to Lord Odin? If you do not act quickly, this dear ninja lady may very well be skinned alive. With that, Anin's steps faltered once again, teetering dangerously close to the scalding oil below. What a cruel boy, to threaten a weak woman in such a manner. Kinnaman widened his eyes in disbelief, barking like a wild dog. "You scoundrel, release Anin at once." The diminutive Reizo brandished a shuriken, poised to spring into action to rescue her. Meanwhile, in the cauldron, Lord Odin's expression darkened as he gasped for breath. "This is beyond the terms of our wager. Boy, according to our agreement, as long as we 10 remain in the oil for 1 hour without falling." Before Odin could finish, Hakuyu interjected, "Indeed, this ninja is not part of the wager, but you must understand that it was she who made the first move. Attempting to strike my Yamato, I was merely acting in self-defense." "What? Is the chivalry of you warriors so shallow? Completely disregarding the facts and blindly defending your own, is that not somewhat tyrannical? If Lord Odin were to commit a crime, would you instead sing his praises? You are that 9-tailed fox who was abandoned." Akainu and Hebe exchanged hesitant glances upon seeing Hakuyu's demeanor. Oh, surprised, Hakuyu cast a glance at Inagami, not expecting to gain such unexpected insight. "It appears there is a convoluted tale before I was picked up by Kaido." Hakuyu squinted, his blue and red-slit pupils revealing an enigmatic glint. However, this also provided another reason to head to Zou. "Yet first, I must ensure this farce is well rehearsed." Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Hakuyu ignored the uncertain gazes of Akainu and Hebe, instead stating, "Well, she is indeed a weak woman. After all, even I, a frail young master, would not be her match. Had I not practiced in secret, she would have surely succeeded in her scheme but of course, one must always choose the softest fruit to squeeze." Hakuyu feigned a sigh. Indeed, how despicable are Lord Odin's retainers to stoop so low as to harm such a delightful child. Humph. Is that not the case? Look at those retainers. They clamored for Odin to abandon them. Yet not a single one took action. In my view, they're not only despicable, but also particularly hypocritical. Hearing the unfiltered murmurs of the crowd below, Anin gritted her teeth. "No, I cannot allow this scoundrel to maintain the upper hand. If this continues, the people will only grow more disillusioned with Lord Odin. My demise matters not, but I must at least reveal the truth." The scorching heat caused Anin to sweat profusely, beads of perspiration rolling down her forehead and dampening her hair, her eyes growing heavy with strain. Yet, she bore the discomfort and summoned her strength to shout, "No matter what you say, it matters not to us, but know that your current stable lives are all thanks to Lord Odin. Were it not for Lord Odin's 5 years of enduring humiliation, dancing naked in the streets, war would have erupted long ago. Kaido and Orochi would have long since crushed Wano into oblivion. For 5 years, Lord Odin has even forsaken his own wife and children. He has maintained a distance from us, the Red Scabbards, acting in the guise of a madman to prevent the outbreak of war. Have you any idea how much Lord Odin has sacrificed for Wano?" Anin gasped for breath. vocally proclaiming what she believed to be the truth, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. If she could win the people's trust, then Lord Odin would still hold hope? Anon, well said. It is imperative they recognize the sacrifices Lord Odin has made, Kinnaman shouted in response. However, contrary to expectations, the crowd below reacted with indifference to Anon's confession. Kaido oppresses us? Impossible. Under Kaido's favorable policies, I have expanded my fields several times over. Indeed, thanks to Kaido's trading fleet, the swords I manufacture have been sold overseas. The IT must be said, the money from outsiders is easy to earn. Exactly. Now we do not have to risk our lives for the country and can still reap profits. Life is far better than before. So what exactly is Lord Odin doing for himself? Witnessing the anticipated scene unfold below, Ukiyu's lips curled into a smirk, and even his tail swayed with pride. I in the face of self-interest, the masses are blind and foolish, while Lord Odin and his allies are busy reclaiming Wano. I have long since advised Kaido on the concept of sustainable development. The method of overfishing, like in the original tale, is too simplistic and brutal, while providing these individuals with appropriate benefits when faced with tangible interests. The Moon family and Lord Odin are but fleeting clouds, for the Moon family is essentially still nobility. The red scabbards are merely stray dogs taken in out of pity by their master. For the people living at the bottom, the Moon family is a distant existence. The notion that everyone in the original tale was a fan of Odin was merely an artistic representation. This is reality, and reality is starkly vivid and cruel. Now, the preparations are complete. It is time to deliver the final blow to Lord Odin. From now on, there shall be no Moon family. What a gratifying scene this is. Wouldn't you agree, Jean? Upon witnessing that the very populace he has devoted himself to protecting not only refrains from supporting him, but instead aligns with the invaders of his homeland, one must ponder the emotional turmoil that must engulf Odin. Can he continue to uphold his so-called chivalry under such circumstances? From his perch in the adjacent loft, Kaido erupted into hearty laughter, having achieved countless victories through sheer brute force. Yet, this triumph of spiritual significance was a novel experience. It must be said, the sensation is inexplicably exhilarating. Thanks to the suggestion of Lord Yagumo, we have judiciously relinquished a portion of our interest to enlist these people to our cause. Otherwise, the proclamations of that female ninja would indeed pose a considerable threat. After all, there's a reason why thieves thrive for 1,000 days, but one cannot maintain vigilance against them for the same duration. Standing nearby, Jean nodded thoughtfully and remarked, however, this debacle is entirely the fault of Odin. The moment he placed his faith in Orochi's lies, he sealed his own fate. Both Odin and Orochi are merely stepping stones for us to dominate this nation. Sooner or later, we shall dispose of Orochi as well. Henceforth, let us proceed as Lord Yagumo suggested. We shall instigate a thorough transformation in Wano. You, how can you speak in such a manner? The unrelenting words of the crowd below sent shivers through Shinobu and the 9 red scabbards. Why? Why do they turn towards Kaido, the invader? Why do they disregard all that Lord Odin has done for them? The same question reverberated in their minds, oblivious to the creaking of the wooden boards beneath them. Enough, Shinobu! Kinnaman. The voice of Kazuki Odin trembled from below, his physical agony eclipsed by a profound sense of betrayal. Yet, gritting his teeth, he declared, regardless of the outcome, if I can avert war and spare my people for bloodshed and sacrifice, that shall suffice. Henceforth, I shall merely be a topic of conversation in taverns and tea houses. But you must promise me, you must survive. In 20 years' time, a true liberator of Wano shall emerge, and you will join him in establishing a new nation. Odin-sama, upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a chorus of lamentation. A sharp applause resonated, as Yagumo could not help but express his admiration for this farcical spectacle. Indeed, it was a prime example of the absurdity of the pirate world. Even he felt an urge to dismantle it. Liberation? Nation-building? Does Wano truly exist under oppression? Is it still as isolated as it once was? If only you would temporarily set aside your indignation and cease fixating solely on the beast pirates. You might notice the changes in Wano. We are not here to destroy. We are here to build. Silence, you 9-tailed wretch, no matter how grand your rhetoric, cannot alter the fact that you are an invader." Kinemon shouted, indignant. "Ha ha, your voice is loud, and you are indeed correct." Yagumo waved dismissively before continuing. "Even if we were truly invaders, what has Kazuki Oden, the former shogun of Wano, accomplished? Don't tell me he submitted to humiliation by performing a naked dance in the streets. How shameful it is for you to utter such words. As a shogun, he is a formidable swordsman, possessing strength that could rival Kaido's. Furthermore, he shares deep ties with the Whitebeard and Roger pirates. Oh, you may not grasp the significance of their influence." Yagumo turned to the crowd below, adding, "To put it simply, either of those factions could easily annihilate Wano, even with our beast pirate station here. It would make no difference. Yet your shogun binds himself, squandering his potential while heeding Orochi's foolish commands, indulging in debauchery, dancing naked, and forsaking the entire nation. And the so-called Red Scabbards, to put mildly, they are vassals of the Kazuki family. To put it bluntly, they are merely the dogs of the Kazuki clan. Trust me, when the time comes to choose between Wano and the Kazuki clan, they will undoubtedly side with the Kazuki. Not the nation. Can singing and dancing drive us, the so-called invaders, away? Fear of casualties? Where is there a war without bloodshed? It is admirable to have dreams, and a touch of innocence is not without merit. But if you lack even this basic awareness, how can you hope to survive? As the symbol of this nation and the hope of its people, the moment he laid down his sword, the Kazuki clan ceased to exist. Yagumo spoke with a calm demeanor, articulating the harsh truths without a flicker of emotion. This farce was merely that Kazuki Oden was destined to pay for his excessive naivety, while the beast pirates awaited their opportunity to seize this nation. Upon concluding Yagumo's words, an eerie silence enveloped the execution ground, whether it was the crowd below, the 9 red scabbards trapped in the boiling oil, or Shinobu, who stood perilously close to the cauldron. All seemed struck by an invisible force, rendered motionless in disbelief. The 9 red scabbards thought, "How can this man speak such nonsense? Is it wrong for Oden-sama to wish to avoid casualties? Does this not exemplify his benevolence? What does it matter if Oden laid down his sword? One day he will lead us to reclaim Wano." As for Shinobu, still not having undergone the complete brainwashing, she bore the struggle upon her face, but to entirely free herself from this poison would require considerable time. The populace contemplated, "Although we are deeply disappointed in Kazuki Oden's past actions, we never anticipated such profound implications. It was not Wano that abandoned Kazuki. It was he who forsook Wano. We entrusted you with our faith and our future, and yet you bear the weight of such expectations. Disregarding the risks to all, in a vain pursuit of your own ideal, you may dance joyfully, but our lives are precariously balanced upon a tightrope." With such thoughts, the crowd began to shout in unison. "Kaido-sama is not an invader. Kaido-sama is the one who brings prosperity to Wano. Down with the Kazuki clan. We do not need such an irresponsible shogun. What we require is a strong, powerful, and assertive leader like Kaido-sama. Long live Kaido. Long live the beast pirates. Long live Lord Yagumo." Yagumo's words seemed to possess an inexplicable charm, stirring the crowd's disdain for the Kazuki clan and their admiration for Kaido. The sharp, piercing invective struck deep into the hearts of the 9 red scabbards, further wounding Kazuki Oden's spirit. The fact that the people loathed him was not terrifying. What truly alarmed Oden was how, with just a few words from Yagumo, the Kazuki clan had been branded as traitors while Kaido had become an object of reverence. How could this be? It should not be so. Would Wano ultimately fall into Kaido's hands? Will there truly be someone to liberate Wano in 20 years? Kinmen, Reizo, Denjiro, Hiyori, Momonosuke. Henceforth, the burden falls upon you, under the relentless barrage of criticism. The final vestige of strength supporting Kazuki Oden dissipated, his gaze dimming as the weight of despair consumed him. His hands, which had upheld the wooden platform, fell weakly, splashing scalding oil around him. Oden-sama, as the towering figure gradually sank into the cauldron. Yagumo waved his hand dismissively, his elongated eyes revealing a profound boredom. If one disregards this man's foolish behavior towards his country and family, one might consider him a noteworthy individual based solely on his strength. Yet his naivety, which he had carried since setting sail with Roger, ultimately led to his demise. There is nothing inherently wrong with innocence. It is merely a manifestation of childlike wonder. However, if one's innocence blinds them to reality, it is an invitation to self-destruction. This applies to him and to the future boy with the straw hat. With these thoughts in mind, Yagumo turned away, his 9 foxtails swaying freely behind him, their shadows illuminated by the glimmering mischief in his eyes. "Fear not, Kazuki Oden. I shall make good use of your legacy." Disregarding the chaos of the execution ground behind him, Yagumo casually transformed the dazed Shinobu into a puppet. Hanging her at his waist, an inexplicable wave of emotion washed over, and the world would soon forget this brave kunoichi who would sever her ties to the past in a tide of solitude and despair, embarking upon a new beginning. Next, it would be time to take complete control of Wano-do, and there were the 2 orphan daughters of the Kazuki clan. Despite being adversaries, to smoothly incorporate them into my ranks would require some finesse. Haha, from this perspective, Kazuki Oden might even owe me a debt of gratitude. After all, he died with grace, seeking to earn a noble reputation, while our unfortunate lady, Toki, perished in the process. Kazuki Hiyori would have to endure, concealing her identity and submitting to that foolish Orochi. Truly, it is not worth it. In the midst of contemplation, Hakiyubi had already returned to his seat, extending his hand to grasp the delicate fingers of the white-haired lowly. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Let us depart. Yamato, we have witnessed the spectacle. There is naught left for us to do but keep an eye on that Tenmatsu. Thus, this band of retainers, these remnants, shall find no escape." One can only blame Kazuki Oden for his weakness, which afforded us this opportunity to grow. As he spoke, Hakiyubi led Yamato outside the execution grounds, while the little lowly gazed up at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her expression filled with admiration. "Hey, little bai, you were amazing just now. With just a few words, you left them speechless. Please, teach me how to be so formidable." With a hint of exasperation, Hakiyubi pinched the other's perfectly delicate cheek and replied, "Yamato, you should focus on mastering your kanabo. This skill may not suit you well. Have you learned the Thunder Bagua that your father taught you? When we next assess your training progress, I shan't assist you." Why is that?" "Whoa, little bai." Yamato deliberately elongated her voice in a playful pout. Observing this interaction, Maria, who stood by, covered her mouth and chuckled softly to her. The Kazuki clan and Wano country were of little consequence. Her only desire was to cherish the one before her, to be satisfied merely by the sight of the little fox who occupied her thoughts day and night. It feels as though my energy has waned a bit more. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to replenish it. Without a full measure of vitality, I feel utterly hollow. Clutching her shoulders tightly, accentuating her voluptuous form, Maria's sultry gaze intensified, her heart racing with anticipation. "Well done, this little rascal, Haku." Kaido had witnessed the farce at the execution ground in its entirety and was quite pleased with Hakiyubi's methods. The legend spoke of the 9-tailed fox's prowess in beguiling hearts, and there were whispers that, once unleashed upon the world, it could overturn an entire nation. In the past, he had scoffed at such tales, but now, witnessing it firsthand, he found himself believing in them to a considerable extent. The legends hold truth, he mused, but without my benevolent act of taking him in years ago, this scene would not be unfolding. Regardless of what kind of 9-tailed fox he may be, he remains my son. Hearing Kaido's words, Jean couldn't help but chuckle, finding his leader's lack of candor amusing, for deep down, he was undeniably proud. Yet his words were devoid of any tenderness. Fortunately, young Master Hakiyu was there to mediate. Otherwise, the heirs might have found themselves at odds with their leader. Casting aside his chaotic thoughts, Jean promptly inquired, "Lord Kaido, what shall we do with the remnants of the Kazuki clan? And what of the local gangs in Wano? Let them surrender and serve me, or be sent to hell to serve Oden instead. Those are their only options. Let them choose. If they cannot be of use to me, then they shall all be obliterated." Understood. Meanwhile, with Oden's demise, chaos ensued, and the red scabbards, though heartbroken, fled in a desperate attempt to protect their lord's wife and daughter, finally making their way back to the Kazuki estate. I could see that moment. The night had unknowingly descended. The radiant full moon gradually obscured by layers of dark clouds, seemingly reluctant to witness the calamity that was about to unfold. Inside the dimly lit room, a graceful and dignified lady knelt, her light green hair casually cascading over her right shoulder. Her flowing, melancholic eyes seemed poised to ripple with emotion at any moment. Beneath her loose pink kimono lay a voluptuous figure, with her long, slender thighs subtly revealed in her kneeling position. Hearing the tumultuous noise outside, Kazuki Toki, no, she should now be called Tenmatsu Toki, furrowed her brow tightly, her hands clenched together as she sighed softly. Judging by the commotion, it seemed Odin had indeed failed, and a wave of bitterness washed over her. Having traversed 800 years to arrive here, she had finally managed to catch her breath, only to be thrust once more onto the path of flight. It felt as though she were a ghost adrift in the currents of time, and what was more tragic was the lack of a way back. She could only press onward, heedless of the potential for self-destruction. Yet, should she traverse time once more, she would be caught in another cycle of 800 years, facing the impending disaster anew. Lost in her troubled thoughts, Tenmatsu Toki was abruptly jolted back to reality by a chorus of urgent calls from outside. "Lady Toki! Lady Toki!" The wooden sliding door was thrust open, and Kinmin, battered and bruised, stumbled into the room, dragging his injured comrades behind him. "Lady Toki, you must flee with the two young lords at once. Lord Odin has already sacrificed himself, but the future of the Kazuki clan must not perish. Kaido's men are already upon us. Please, allow us to carve a path for your escape, as long as Lord Momonosuke remains. We shall return and reclaim Wano one day." In their desperate urgency, Kin'emon shouted, "Indeed, Lady Toki. Rest assured, even if it costs us our lives, we shall protect your safe retreat," the others chimed in. However, contrary to their expectations, Tenmatsu Toki shook her head, summoning the hidden Hiyori and the others, her expression grave. "Now that Odin is dead, do you believe they will spare the bloodline of the Kazuki? Where can we possibly escape to? The vast ocean is equally perilous." Taking a deep breath, as though having made a critical decision, Tenmatsu Toki continued, "In truth, I possess the power of the time fruit, allowing me to traverse to the future. Kin'emon, I will use my ability to send you 20 years ahead. Please ensure that Momonosuke and Hiyori survive. I implore you." With that, Tenmatsu Toki knelt on the ground, beseeching the others that, "My lady, there is no need for such humility. This is our duty. We shall protect the two young lords with our lives, but you, I must, mother." "Kin'emon, what are you doing?" An unexpected flash of a blade sliced through the air, a long sword, stained with remnants of blood, aimed directly at the kneeling Tenmatsu Toki. Fortunately, Kin'emon was in such a weakened state, and Tenmatsu Toki had trained in swordsmanship. Just in the nick of time, Kikunajo managed to intervene. While Tenmatsu Toki, with a tense expression, grasped her tachi, gazing warily at the suddenly aggressive Kin'emon. "I don't know why my body moved on its own." Kin'emon stammered, panic evident in his voice. "Stop! Stop!" His frantic pleas were met with a relentless advance as he charged at Tenmatsu Toki once more. "You fool! Kin'emon, have you lost your mind?" Inuarashi cried out in anger, rushing forward to intervene. "Get back! Inuarashi! Watch out for the shuriken!" Viper suddenly darted in front of Inuarashi, his expression a mixture of fury and disbelief as he glared at Reizo. "No, I didn't do this," Reizo exclaimed, bewildered as he looked down at his own hands, which had inexplicably drawn a shuriken and hurled it at Tenmatsu Toki. In the blink of an eye, the once unified red scabbards descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Kinjiro, acting as an undercover agent, though utterly confused, recognized this as a rare opportunity that it was time to gamble. For Lord Orochi, grinding his teeth in determination, Kanjuro unleashed his full strength, pushing Transcendence away with force while shouting to the frenzied others. "Now's our chance. Kin'emon, Reizo, Sukiyaki, we must not allow them to traverse to the future. Everything is for Lord Orochi." "What?" The loyal protectors of Tenmatsu Toki widened their eyes in shock, quickly turning to hurl accusations. "You traitors, how dare you betray Lord Odin?" "No, I am not. I didn't do anything. Stop pretending. And you, Kanjuro, You've hidden your strength all this time, waiting for this moment. No. Please allow me to explain. Indeed, I was merely a pawn for Lord Orochi. But I never imagined that Tenmatsu Toki could traverse time, that I cannot allow you to succeed. Bang! Stop it! Above them, the moon had gradually re-emerged from behind the clouds, casting its soft light upon the land, revealing 9 tails gently swaying in the breeze. Heh, toys are plentiful, but one must wield them at the opportune moment to extract the utmost enjoyment. Wouldn't you agree, Maria? Under the moonlight, Hakuyu perched upon the eaves, his white hair billowing in the wind, his mismatched red and blue eyes glinting with mischief. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the estate of the Kazuki family was graced by the languid swaying of a 9-tailed fox, its snow-white tails gently swishing. Beside it stood a strikingly beautiful woman of the Oni clan, quietly attentive. The boy reflected in her autumn-like eyes appeared to radiate a soft luminescence. Yakumo Bai, with keen interest, deftly manipulated invisible threads in his grasp. With each subtle twist of his wrist and flick of his fingers, the intensity of the battle within the room escalated. Unlike Doflamingo's parasitic strings, his threads were tangible, susceptible to physical interruption, while Yakumo Bai's were intangible, able to persist as long as his will remained unyielding, rendering them exceedingly elusive and nearly impossible to counter. Kanjiro truly excels as an undercover agent. He possesses a remarkable sense of timing. Yakumo Bai mused, noting how Kanjiro seized the opportunity to attribute a sudden backstab to Orochi. Silently, he gave his counterpart a nod of approval, regardless of whether the betrayal was genuine. The damage had already been inflicted, and the seeds of suspicion had been sown, shattering the trust between Tenyuki and the Akazuya Nine, that all that remained was for another fatal incident to occur, ensuring the oblivious Nine would forever remain silent, allowing our fisherman to cast his net. Am I not correct, Master Yakumo? Maria whispered softly into Yakumo Bai's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. Indeed, as expected of you. Maria, you truly understand my thoughts, Yakumo Bai acknowledged with a nod, then turned to ask, pray, Maria, might you venture a guess as to who this fatal incident will befall? From a perspective of threat, Kazuki Hiyori appears to be the least likely candidate. I would wager that it is equally probable for both Kazuki Momonosuke and Tenyuki to be involved. After all, one can traverse time, while the other is the rightful heir of the Kazuki clan. Ah, Master Yakumo, do refrain from tantalizing me further. You are well aware that I am already ensnared in the fisherman's web. Noticing a hint of disappointment in Yakumo Bai's expression for failing to outwit her, Maria promptly ceased her teasing, embracing him from behind and cooing sweetly. Humph. While it may be 50-50 for you, for me, it is a certainty, Yakumo Bai chuckled, his fox ears twitching with delight, betraying his pleasure. Respond to me, my sea mice. I shall bestow upon Kazuki Momonosuke his fated demise. The sound of taut strings resonated within him as Yakumo Bai called upon the extraordinary powers from another realm. The battle within the room quietly shifting. Viper and Inuyarashi panted heavily, back to back, surveying their surroundings with a sense of despair. In a corner of the room, in a bid to thwart the frenzied assault of Sakazuki, Tanjiro volunteered to confront him as the strongest among the 9. Tanjiro was expected to hold the advantage, and the battle should have been evenly matched. However, what none anticipated was Sakazuki's reckless audacity. Even with multiple wounds and a pierced kidney, he continued to charge forward, and in a moment of oversight, Tanjiro fell victim to a surprise attack, a blade piercing his heart, leading to his swift demise. Meanwhile, Reizo and Kinemon, initially evenly matched against Komatsu and Kiku, found the tide of battle dramatically altered with Sakazuki's bloodthirsty intervention. Both Komatsu and Kiku fell gravely injured and unconscious, their fates uncertain. The once dominant Inuyarashi and his companion found themselves outnumbered 2-4. Although Sakazuki was too grievously wounded to continue fighting, Viper and Inuyarashi were equally disadvantaged against the remaining 3. Lord Tanjiro, we will hold them off. You must use your powers to reach the future. We must preserve hope. We cannot allow these ruffians to succeed. Inuyarashi urged Tenyuki, who stood behind him. No, we cannot predict what awaits us in the future. For safety's sake, I shall remain. Your strengths far surpass mine. I trust you to protect Momonosuke and Hiyori. Temyuki replied resolutely. But, Lord Temyuki, enough. My mind is made up. Inuarashi, Viper, draw near. Provide me with cover while I activate my powers. At this, both Inuarashi and Viper exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring one another's frustration and helplessness. Curse you all! Kinemon, why have you betrayed us? Has Lord Odin not treated you well enough? Viper shouted in anguish at Kinemon and the others across the room. This is not how it should be. I must be dreaming. Kinemon, disheveled and ragged, muttered incoherently, tears and snot mingling as he appeared utterly deranged. Humph, do not waste your breath on them. This lot is not only malevolent, but also possesses astonishing acting skills. After years of camaraderie, I could not discern their true nature. Perhaps this facade is merely to disgust us. Inuarashi seethed through clenched teeth. That I'm so sorry. I do not even know why I cannot control this knife. Just yearning to plunge it into your chests, to splatter your blood. Ha ha ha. You speak the truth. It is indeed to vex you. The outcome is already determined. Viper, Inuarashi, everything is unfolding according to Lord Orochi's grand design. Ha ha ha. You cannot escape. One must concede that Kanjuro was indeed a clever and ruthless infiltrator. Though unaware of Kinemon's circumstances, he recognized their brutality in battle. Yet their tears seemed so genuine. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Kanjuro's performance. With a mere pretense, he could solidify their betrayal, transforming the falsehood into reality. Ah, fortune smiles upon me. With this, I shall earn great merit. I can return to Lord Orochi's side ahead of schedule. Kanjuro thought, excitement coursing through him as he stepped closer to the manipulated Kinemon and the others. Now is the time. Inuarashi, Viper. Suddenly, an urgent voice pierced the air. Temyuki emanated an otherworldly glow as a peculiar, swirling vortex materialized before him, warping the surrounding space. Woof! Meow! In a surge of emotion, Inuarashi seized Momonosuke and Hiyori, attempting to enter the vortex, while Viper charged toward Kanjuro and the others, striving to buy them time. Not on my watch, Kanjuro exclaimed, disregarding Viper's assault, hastily wielding his brush as sharp blades rushed toward Temyuki, seemingly to thwart his ability. However, Temyuki wore a reassuring smile. She understood that the time taken for the blades to pierce her body would suffice for Inuarashi to pass through the door to the future. Let this end here. I have fled for 800 years, and I am weary. With that thought, Temyuki slowly closed her eyes, bracing for the arrival of death. Yet, as is often the case, events took an unexpected turn. Moments later, the anticipated pain did not arrive. Instead, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed her senses. Opening her eyes in confusion, Temyuki was met with a scene of utter disarray. Inuarashi, who should have been fleeing with Momonosuke and Hiyori, had inexplicably positioned himself in front of her. Countless blades were embedded in his body. Even with the resilience of the mink tribe, he could not stem the tide of life spilling from him. His eyes widened in bewilderment and confusion. Why? Why can't my body obey me? Why did I return to block this attack? And then it dawned on him. Kinemon and the others. Inuarashi's pupils constricted to pinpricks as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But his gaze gradually dulled. Momonosuke, Your Highness. Yet, Inuarashi's demise was not the most shocking revelation for Temyuki and Viper. What left them in disbelief was that Inuarashi had, in his final moments, cradled Momonosuke in his arms. Blades pierced his forehead, some lodged in his mouth, others in his abdomen and groin, rendering his limbs nearly unrecognizable. Such carnage could only be described as tragic. Fortunately, young Hiyori had tumbled free during Inuarashi's desperate dash to shield Temyuki. Thus, it was merely a fleeting moment of unconsciousness, with life remaining unscathed. However, regarding this matter, both Tenue and the Viper were evidently too preoccupied to notice. They were both overwhelmed by the sudden demise of Momonosuke. Their minds a blank slate. It seemed as if only an instant had passed, yet it also felt like an eternity. Emerging from the haze of confusion, Tenue let out a mournful cry before succumbing to darkness once more. As for the Viper, he fell victim to a deep stab in his abdomen, inflicted by Koasuno, who seized the opportunity during his moment of distraction, collapsing to the ground, gravely wounded. Did we succeed? Kanjuro murmured in disbelief, still haunted by the harrowing scene that lingered in his mind, that he could hardly fathom that, had it not been for Inu Arashi's sudden and strange actions, Momonosuke might have indeed fled into the future. No, my lord Momonosuke. Kanjuro! A lamenting wail erupted as Kinman glared at Kanjuro with bloodshot eyes. Yet his body moved against his will, crashing directly into the blood-stained blade of Kawasuno while simultaneously driving his own sword deep into Kawasuno's neck. With a sickening squelch, blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the wooden floor beneath them, pooling into a crimson lake. The murky liquid reflected the grotesque faces of the deceased, their eyes wide open in death, resembling hideous demons. What on earth? Kanjuro's legs trembled uncontrollably, paralyzed by the hellish scene before him. In a daze, the once heroic red scabbards lay vanquished, and the noble son of Kazuki Oden, Kazuki Momonosuke, had met a tragic end beneath the blade, leaving only himself and the unconscious Tenue and her daughter. Ultimately, the root cause of all this chaos stemmed from their inexplicable frenzy. Standing amidst the crime scene, Kanjuro shivered, the only possibility that crossed his mind being, could it be the vengeful spirits of the Kurizumi clan seeking retribution against the Kazuki family? The sound of footsteps echoed like a specter in the stillness, jarring Kanjuro into alertness as he turned his gaze towards the door. From the shadow cast upon it, he discerned two figures, a man and a woman, one of whom seemed to possess several tails. With a soft rustle, the wooden sliding door was gently pulled open, and upon seeing the two figures approaching under the moonlight, Kanjuro's eyes widened in astonishment. As an undercover agent, he had received a list from Orochi detailing individuals who were absolutely untouchable, and the boy before him, with 9 tails, was unequivocally among them. Master Igumo. So it was you orchestrating this chaos? Kanjuro exclaimed. I am but an undercover agent planted by Lord Orochi within the Red Scabbards, and I have upheld my mission. Kazuki Momonosuke is dead, if we eliminate Kazuki Nikki as well. The Kazuki lineage will be extinguished, leaving no chance for resurgence. Realizing the arrival of the two was undoubtedly linked to the recent upheaval, Kanjuro bowed deeply, speaking with utmost respect, at the same time. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The boy before him, capable of manipulating the so-called Red Scabbards with such ease, was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Is this truly Kaido's son? Without acknowledging Kanjuro's earnest loyalty, Yagumo strolled over to his side, lightly patting Kanjuro's shoulder before cryptically stating, You have performed admirably, Kanjuro. As an undercover agent, I commend your efforts. However, your knowledge weighs heavily on my mind. Upon hearing this, Kanjuro fervently reassured, Rest assured, Master Yagumo, I am a professionally trained undercover agent. The events that transpired here today will remain buried within me. Here, only the Red Scabbards, having betrayed Kazuki Oden, have turned upon one another. And I, who survived by a stroke of luck, have come to see the truth and wish to present Momonosuke's head as a token of my allegiance. You have no part in this matter. Ha! Well spoken indeed. Today's events bear no relation to me, so let us simply forget them. Upon hearing this, Kanjuro felt a surge of joy and attempted to rise, eager to express his resolve. However, he suddenly found his thoughts frozen, his body rendered inexplicably rigid. You should consider yourself fortunate that the fruit you consumed still holds value. Otherwise, your fate would be far worse than merely becoming a puppet. After all, death and oblivion are the best means of keeping secrets, are they not? Yagumo's flippant words faded into the distance, and Kanjuro found himself unable to respond. His consciousness plunged into darkness, and with a soft thud, a lifelike puppet fell to the ground. Now, it is time to reel in our net. With a cheerful demeanor, Yagumo scooped up the unconscious little girl, then instructed Maria, please ensure they are finished off. And take the Viper and Tenue with you. We are preparing to withdraw. As you command. Before long, the remnants of the battle ignited into flames, consuming the Kazuki estate in a fiery blaze. Under the moonlight, Yagumo walked back with a spring in his step, his 9 tails playfully swaying behind him in the descent of the heavens. Do you know the dazzling dawn? The descent of the 9 tails is just as splendid. Teniwe felt as though she had plunged into a nightmarish abyss, where her husband lay dead, stripped of dignity beneath the scorn of the masses. His subordinates had turned against one another, drenched in blood. Thick, viscous blood pooled around her, threatening to engulf her, drowning her within it. As her consciousness blurred, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Momonosuke falling beneath the blades, blood gushing forth, stirring the lake of crimson into a tempest reminiscent of the deluge that had consumed the world over 800 years ago. Suddenly, like a drowning soul gasping for air, Teniwe jolted awake, desperately inhaling as her chest heaved violently, her heart clenching in agony. Gradually, her awareness returned like the tide, her gaze sharpening as she reached to touch her cheek, only to find it damp and cool. Were those tears? She stared, transfixed, at her tear-soaked hands, a wave of indescribable sorrow and despair flooding her heart. It dawned on her that everything she had just endured was not a mere dream, but a harrowing reality. There was no chance for redemption. How could this be happening? Momonosuke. Her body trembled as Teniwe uncontrollably curled her legs, as if seeking a sliver of solace in that position. She clutched herself tightly, burying her head between her knees, striving to conceal all the pain and sorrow. Yet, the tears that could not be restrained flowed forth like a breached dam, cascading down her cheeks. Nonetheless, having traversed the span of 800 years alone, Teniwe possessed a modicum of resilience and composure. Even amidst her profound grief, she suddenly recalled that when she had lost consciousness, Nikki had seemed unharmed. This thought spurred her to anxiously rise, scanning her surroundings in search of her daughter's well-being. Nikki. To Teniwe's astonishment, Nikki lay peacefully beside her, her small hands adorably clutching the corner of the blanket, appearing to be in a deep slumber. Upon witnessing this, Teniwe felt as if she had grasped a lifeline, her expression transforming with excitement as she gently leaned over Nikki, murmuring repeatedly, thank goodness you are here. It is truly wonderful. A person who has experienced despair will seize hope with fervor once it reappears. For Teniwe, Nikki's presence became the courage and motivation to continue living, a pillar supporting her existence. With hope, one begins to contemplate the future, and once the mind starts to think, it can awaken from the depths of silence and regain its serenity, feeling the tangible warmth of her daughter. Teniwe belatedly realized she was in an elegantly simple room, filled with a refreshing and pleasant scent. The blanket enveloping her exuded a subtle fragrance of milk, though she wondered why it seemed to be speckled with white fur. While Teniwe pondered, the door swung open gently, shifting her gaze to behold a pair of fluffy white tails swaying gently. Upon closer inspection, she saw a handsome face, strikingly beautiful, with one red and one blue eye. Concealing a mystery, Teniwe gazed in astonishment at the dashing young man approaching with a tray, momentarily rendered speechless. What a beautiful man! Surely, he was not a woman disguised as a man. How could someone be so stunning? Were those 9 tails behind him real? A member of the fur tribe? But why did he only possess the characteristics of the fur tribe in his ears and tail? Was this his abode? Had he rescued her? Teniwe's mind swirled with a multitude of questions. However, having just regained her composure, she lacked the heart to inquire further, merely whispering the most essential question. Where is this? Did you save us? Indeed, madam. My name is Shiro. Here lies my residence in the flower capital. Last night, I witnessed the house of the Kujetsu family suddenly engulfed in flames, which stirred my curiosity, prompting me to investigate. To my astonishment, I discover a red-haired man poised to strike you down. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of martial prowess, and thus intervened, dispatching him along with 2 others, and safely escorting you and your daughter back. Noticing the bloodstains upon your garments, I took the liberty of having your clothes changed, and I hope you will not take offense that a gentle smile graced Hakushiro's lips as he recounted the events in a soothing tone. And no, not at all. Rather, I should express my deepest gratitude to you. Were it not for your timely intervention, my daughter and I might have perished in that inferno. Tenketsuchi, having narrowly escaped death, was not preoccupied with the matter of clothing changes. Her expression was earnest as she sincerely thanked Hakushiro. She then, with a complex gaze, inquired, were there no other survivors? I regret to inform you, madam, that upon further inspection, it appears the others have sadly departed. Hakuyushiro replied, his brow furrowing slightly. A look of regret etched upon his features. To his words, Tenkatsushi's expression shifted to one of resigned sorrow, her gaze dimming further. However, now that she was lucid, she recognized that the great serpent would undoubtedly scour the ruins of the Kajitsu residence. Should they discover the absence of their bodies, he would relentlessly pursue them, and a man who had just saved her might become embroiled in the ensuing chaos. Despite having lost everything, Tenkatsushi did not wish to involve an innocent party. And thus she remarked, "The deceased have passed, and I am fully aware of this. However, since you rescued me from the Kagetsu estate, you must be acquainted with my identity and the calamity that befell my family yesterday. If the great serpent fails to find our bodies, he will undoubtedly continue his search. To spare you from any potential repercussions, we shall take our leave post-haste." Tenkatsushi spoke with an anxious demeanor, and upon noticing Hakuyushiro's furrowed brow, she hastily added, "But please, rest assured, I shall repay your kindness. With the Kujetsu family now in the past, the two blades left by Odin have become useless to me. With some modest concealment, they could serve as your weapons. Furthermore, I am the wielder of the time fruit. Should you ever face insurmountable danger, I can escort you to the future. Additionally, if there is anything I can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask. I shall exert myself to the utmost." Tenkatsushi eagerly expressed her worth, only to be silenced by Hakuyushiro's finger pressed gently against her rosy lips. "Madam, you must understand that my intention in saving you was not to send you out to meet your demise. I have heard of Kajitsu Odin's deeds, and to speak frankly, I cannot condone his actions. However, that is of little consequence that I am uninterested in the conflict between the Great Serpent and Kajitsu Odin. What I do know is that whether Odin fell victim to his own folly or the serpent's treachery, women and children are innocent. That is why I saved you. Do you comprehend?" Hakuyushiro's tone was firm, starkly contrasting the gentle demeanor he had previously exhibited, leaving Tenkatsushi momentarily stunned as she watched him assist her back to a lying position, placing a tray laden with steaming food before her. He spoke with an authoritative tone. "Until I grant you permission, you are to remain here. The great serpent lacks the capacity to trace us. And remember to eat. That is all." Having finished his admonition, he rose without awaiting Tenkatsushi's response and left without closing the door, leaving her to lie in bewilderment, lost in contemplation. Has he become angered? Is it concern for my safety? Have I misinterpreted his intentions? Tenkatsushi gazed vacantly at the steaming meal beside her, momentarily at a loss for words. Strangely, despite having just survived a calamity, a flicker of warmth stirred within her heart. Her seasoned intuition revealed that this man seemed to possess an innate gentleness, and his recent display of firmness was merely a facade, a means to ensure her safety. With a resigned sigh, Tenkatsushi turned her gaze toward the peacefully slumbering Hiyori and murmured with a complicated expression, "Could it be that fortune has finally favored us, Hiyori? Have we encountered a benefactor? For now, we must heed his words that I hope, as he claims, the great serpent will not trace us should any unforeseen event arise. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to be ensnared alongside me. And you, Hiyori, I vow to ensure your survival. You know, our benefactor is a charming nine-tailed fox. You have always adored fluffy creatures. Haven to you, though his attempts at being domineering are somewhat clumsy. Achoo." Meanwhile, stepping out of his chamber, Hakuyushiro could not suppress a sneeze. How odd. Who might be speaking ill of me behind my back? Logically, having taken in a pair of orphans, one would expect good fortune in return. Truly, the occult is unreliable. The frosty demeanor he had previously exhibited melted away, and once more, Hakuyushiro donned his languid and playful air. Reaching out to pat Maria, who stood sentinel at the door, casually inquiring, "How goes the cleanup, Maria? How fares the aftermath?" "Yes, Master IT is proceeding much like before, that we have dispatched a substantial number of personnel to various locales in Wano, disseminating information and manipulating public opinion that we are currently linking the downfall of the Kagetsu family entirely to the Great Serpent, while our beast pirates remain, as ever, merely an external force wholly unacquainted with Wano's affairs, focused solely on development. The execution yesterday was attended solely by the Serpent's men. Aside from your spontaneous decision to witness the execution alongside Lord Yamato, our beast pirates were entirely uninvolved. Furthermore, after you transformed that kunoichi into a toy, we discreetly investigated, and it appears the crowd has already forgotten her existence and any related memories. However, due to the multitude of characters involved, their recollections have become muddled, though they distinctly remember Kajitsu Odin as a foolish tyrant who betrayed his people. Conversely, they hold our beast pirates in high esteem. Maria recounted the events in her sultry, languid voice, occasionally stealing glances at Hakushiro, her mind racing with thoughts. The current visage of her master, dressed like a scholar, exuded an aura of warmth and elegance, interspersed with a hint of playful arrogance. Though she could not embrace him as freely as before, perhaps a change of scenery could be refreshing. Maria, hey Maria, Hakushiro called out. Puzzled, jolting Maria from her reverie. Apologetically, she smoothed her hair and said, I apologize, master. I was just lost in thought. May I ask what you were saying? Hakushiro had not noticed Maria's surreptitious glances. After all, he had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. However, he was taken aback by her strong reaction. As a woman who had served him for many years, one would expect her to possess some degree of resilience. In addressing Tenkatsushi, a woman who had suffered the loss of her husband and child, it was crucial to project an image of strength, assertiveness, and a hint of endearing charm, fostering her reliance while enabling her to showcase her own worth, thereby restoring her sense of security without allowing her to feel unworthy or resentful. This delicate interplay would ensnare her deeper into his web until she was irrevocably captured. Contemplating this, Hakushiro took Maria's delicate hand into his own and continued. Now, what else remains to be discussed? Is there anything regarding my origins that requires clarification? Feeling the familiar warmth radiating from his hand, Maria exhaled in relief. The stark contrast between her master's distinct aura and his equally striking countenance left her somewhat flustered. If this continued, she might act impulsively. She was uncertain of the implications of their current conversation. Pushing aside her bold and troubling thoughts, Maria endeavored to regain her composure, inhaling deeply to dispel her turbulent emotions. Finally, she spoke earnestly regarding this matter. Master Haku, you must meet him in person for him to divulge anything. However, if I may suggest, why not simply transform him into a toy? He will undoubtedly reveal all his secrets then. At the thought of the Viper's arrogant demand, Maria's expression turned indignant. Ah, I see, so I must meet him for him to speak. Hakushiro mused, his finger resting on his chin as he contemplated for a moment before declaring. In that case, I shall meet him. I am curious to uncover what secrets he harbors as for transforming him into a toy that shall remain a last resort. After all, even a toy must align with my tastes. Fluffy and adorable creatures must be pampered. However, the Viper is utterly unrelated. Moments later, within a concealed chamber in a certain part of Flower Capital, the Viper awoke, only to find yesterday's memories entangled in confusion, save for the events that transpired at the Kazuki household, which remained remarkably vivid. Despite being engulfed in profound sorrow, he found himself astonished at the unexpected rescue by the beast pirates. Yet he knew he must extricate himself swiftly, prior to his collapse the previous day. Lord Tenjitsu had also succumbed to unconsciousness, and he needed to ascertain his lord's condition as soon as possible. However, upon encountering the nine-tailed fox of the fur tribe before him, the Viper was struck with immense shock. Was this not the harbinger of disaster from earlier? Why was this creature mingling with the beast pirates? To speak candidly, the beast pirates had indeed been flourishing in Wano over the years, from the perspective of ordinary citizens, although it was Orochi who had ushered them into Wano. They appeared singularly focused on their own endeavors, engaging in numerous beneficial acts for the populace. Yet, this did not sway the Viper's ingrained prejudices. In his view, the beast pirates were complicit with Orochi, resulting in the tragic fate of the Kazuki clan. Thus, he could not fathom what had transpired after he fainted yesterday. Why had they chosen to save him? Viper, is it? I regret to hear about the events concerning the Kazuki clan. But at present, I am solely concerned with one matter. The nine-tailed fox regarding my own affairs. How much do you know? Sitting across from the Viper, Hakenbai fixed a piercing gaze upon him. the flicker of his red and blue heterochromatic eyes betraying an intensity. Spare me your feigned politeness, nine-tailed brat of the beast pirates. I know not where you gleaned your information, but if your intent in saving me was to inquire about this, then I must candidly declare, no comment. Detecting the palpable animosity in the other's words, Hakenbai remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "Ah, it seems you truly are one of Kazuki Oden's retainers, displaying the same level of foolishness. Simply because we arrived in Wano through Orochi, you hastily conflate us with that imbecile. Preconceived biases can be fatal. Oden is not alone in this. You too share in this folly that we have dealings with Orochi. But they are merely transactions, as he has offered enough in return, while you have remained obstinate. Do you comprehend the cost Orochi paid to enlist Kaido's assistance?" Hakenbai chuckled lightly, extending a finger, and taunted, "Half the mining rights to Wano's sea stone. I trust you understand what that entails. It is tantamount to controlling half of Wano." At this juncture, Hakenbai sighed with a hint of regret. Alas, our captain initially had no desire to intervene. After all, we came to construct, to reap profits, and wished not to entangle ourselves in local political strife. Yet, Orochi's offerings proved too tempting to resist. Nonsense. The Kazuki clan is the rightful sovereign of Wano, and Oden is the legitimate shogun. If not for your insidious ambitions, why would you seek collaboration with that scoundrel Orochi? Your true aim is to usurp this nation. The Viper exclaimed with indignation. Of course, collaboration with the official authority is far more reliable. Not to mention, Orochi is recognized as a shogun by Kazuki Sukiyaki. Yet when we arrived, where was Kazuki Oden? Oh, I recall now. He had embarked on some maritime adventure. Hadn't he? How splendid. No worries about national affairs, nor the incessant complaints of the populace, pursuing his own dreams on a whim, a spontaneous journey. How delightful. Hakenbai spoke, as if in agreement. However, the Viper discerned the mockery and disdain within his eyes. It was not approval for Oden, but rather a scathing derision. Enough. The Viper slammed his hand on the table, his voice booming. Cease your slander against Lord Oden. If you wish to know the answer to your question, then you must first answer mine. What transpired after the Kazuki household last night? What has become of Lord Tenjetsu? The Viper was certain that this nine-tailed brat would go to great lengths to uncover his origins. But this also served as his bargaining chip. Perhaps he could even turn the tables and leverage the situation to his advantage. Yet, to his astonishment, the other S expression suddenly turned placid, lazily reclining in his chair, regarding him with an air of boredom and impatience. "You are but a prisoner, yet you presume too much. It seems, indeed, I am ill-suited for interrogation with men. Alas, Maria's suggestions are far more effective." With that, Hakenbai swiftly appeared before the Viper, who, being gravely injured, offered no resistance, transforming into a lifeless puppet, grotesquely contorted. "Very well. Now, you will answer my questions. How much do you know about my affairs?" Hakenbai resumed his seat, observing the stiff, lifeless puppet before him, and inquired at a leisurely pace. With the sound of mechanisms whirring, the Viper mechanically replied, "Almost everyone in Zou is aware of this matter." After all, it caused quite a stir. Even catching the attention of the elephant god Point 18 years ago, a nine-tailed fox of the fur tribe was born on Zou Island. And oh, one knows how he came to be. It is said that many extraordinary occurrences took place that day. The daily blessings of the elephant god ceased, and he halted his usual stride. That night, an unprecedented red moon appeared. Just as we were left bewildered and gripped by panic, a child suddenly appeared before us without warning. Upon seeing that infant, we were all taken aback. Although the fur tribes possess animal characteristics, their forms are based on real, existing creatures, with ancient breeds being exceedingly rare. Yet this infant had 9 tails. Just like the legendary nine-tailed fox, such a phenomenon was utterly impossible. Despite being transformed into a puppet, the Viper's tone still conveyed a sense of astonishment. Meanwhile, Hakenbai furrowed his elegantly shaped brows, somewhat taken aback by the peculiarity of his own origins. Goodness, was I the spectacle of a dramatic birth? And is this what the treatment of a transmigrator entails? Such grandiosity. Is this not a common trope in fantasy novels? Born amidst omens, henceforth my fate is my own to command. Hancock silently scoffed, pondering the potential connection to his hidden abilities linked to his 9 tails, yet uncertain how to unlock them. Suppressing the confusion that had lingered, Hancock continued, "And then, how did you handle this 9-tailed child?" Considering the series of bizarre phenomena that day, some elders of the fur tribe proposed casting him into the sea to fend for himself. Fearing that if the elephant god halted his movements, Zou's location might be exposed, jeopardizing its safety. Many concurred with this suggestion. However, just as preparations were underway to send him away, a member of the samurai corps, the distinguished Yeo, unexpectedly expressed a desire to adopt him. Yeo was an unprecedented genius among the fur tribe. While the fox tribe had always been sparsely populated, with few joining the gunner brigade, Yeo was an exception. Not only had he surpassed everyone in physical prowess at a young age, but he was also a swordsmanship prodigy, now a renowned swordsman, on the cusp of becoming a grandmaster. After joining the samurai corps, he easily defeated numerous pirates who happened upon Zou. Thus, despite his reclusive nature, he earned great respect and admiration from the people. Therefore, when Yeo proposed to adopt the child, many in the tribe were puzzled and astonished, unable to comprehend why the typically responsible and formidable Yeo would make such a choice. Yet Yeo explained that the outside world often held disdain or even hostility towards the fur tribe, with many nobles hiring slave-hunting parties to capture fur tribe members as bargaining chips or slaves. It was far too perilous to leave such a young child exposed to that world. Moreover, considering Zou's safety, Yeo even offered to leave with the child until he could fend for himself. Caught between the safety of Zou and the rare talent of a genius warrior, the tribe found itself in a quandary. Fortunately, just as Yeo was about to depart, the elephant god resumed his movements, alleviating the risk of Zou's exposure, and the child was successfully adopted by Yeo. Yeo, the name echoed softly in Hancock's mind, kindling a warmth within him. Though he held no memory of this individual, their kindness was undeniably precious. As a traveler in this alternate world, Yeo was likely the first to extend a helping hand to him. However, since the first face I encountered upon awakening was Kaido's, surely more events unfolded, and my consciousness must have remained in a dormant state for some time. In my recollection, there exists no experience in Zou. The conjecture of a Kyuubi was swiftly confirmed as the Viper continued. Initially, all was well. The child, though somewhat extraordinary, was relatively stable under the guardianship of Lord Yao Yi, albeit occasionally appearing a bit disoriented. However, after receiving treatment from Dr. Goat, the situation gradually stabilized, only for an event to transpire that incited new animosities within the clan regarding this unprecedented 9-tailed child. There was a tremor in the Viper's voice. Clearly haunted by the impending revelation that it was on a night of the full moon, 8 years after Lord Yao Yi took in the child, that the same crimson moon re-emerged. Moreover, it persisted for 9 consecutive nights. What was even more terrifying was that, apart from Lord Yao Yi, those who possessed the moon lion form inexplicably descended into madness, although Lord Yao Yi and the band of heroes made valiant efforts to intervene. Beneath that blood moon, the moon lion's powers seemed to have been extraordinarily amplified, resulting in severe losses for the fur tribe. From that moment on, fear of the child reached its zenith within the clan. Consequently, the elders contemplated convening a meeting to condemn the child to death. However, through Lord Yao Ye's earnest pleas, the resolution was altered to a permanent exile. As for Lord Yao Yi, he was imprisoned for life under charges of harboring a fugitive and treason. The events that transpired in Zou were recounted in the Viper's trembling voice. Despite the passage of a decade, the mere mention of these occurrences still elicited palpable dread. Meanwhile, Kyuubi found himself gripping the armrests of his chair tightly, utterly astonished by the revelation of such matters. 9 consecutive nights of a red moon, the inexplicable madness and significant enhancement of the moon lion. Furrowing his brows, Kyuubi felt no qualms about the expulsion. Indeed, if what the Viper relayed was true, then the punishment meted out to him, the true instigator, was rather lenient. Moreover, with Kaido's backing, he could effortlessly contend with the fur tribe, disregarding their sentiments entirely. Yet the thought of Yao Ye's imprisonment filled him with immense guilt. The kindness she had shown him had led to such dire consequences, deeply troubling Kyuubi. even if I were to manipulate public opinion and play with the hearts of men in broad daylight. Ultimately, my intentions are for the future of Wano. I am, at heart, an upright individual. The transgressions I have committed, even if unwittingly, should not be borne by Yao Yi. She does not deserve such a fate. With fluctuating emotions, Hakkyubai's grip on the armrest alternated between tight and loose at AS for the fur tribe. He could employ a strategy of conciliation, yet he could also resort to more forceful measures. For it was Yao Yi who had raised him, and he held no obligation towards others. However, why was it that only Yao Yi remained unaffected? Why did others not succumb to madness during the first appearance of the Red Moon? Perhaps there were concealed truths behind this. If that were the case, I must uncover them. If not, I shall heed their terms, for I am resolute in my determination to rescue Yao Yi, with a firm resolve. Hakkyubai drew forth his golden pistol from his waist to deal with the now worthless toy before turning on his heel and exiting. Maria, make the arrangements. I am bound for Zou. Observing Hakkyubai sprinting out in a flurry, Maria stood there, perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in her mind. Following the familiar path to Onigashima, Hakkyubai's thoughts gradually settled, given Yaoya's past prowess and accomplishments. Despite her imprisonment, the fur tribe dared not overstep their bounds. With the current strength of the beast pirates and the initial formation of the three calamities, even though the Flying Six were still a distant prospect, Kaido alone was formidable enough to suppress all. Even if the fur tribe possessed hidden strengths, they were likely within his grasp. However, persuading Kaido to mobilize forces or even personally venture to Zou would naturally require considerable value and incentives. After all, he would not mobilize his considerable forces simply based on a whim. The beast pirates were a vast entity in the ascendancy, and in this dynamic world were all aspired for supremacy. Any slight action could trigger a chain reaction. The current era of exploration was still in its infancy, with formidable powers like Whitebeard and Charlotte Linlin still on the stage, and the new forces were a chaotic mix. Not to mention the Marines lurking with watchful eyes. Despite being Kaido's adopted son, and their bond having deepened over the past decade, without sufficient allure, he would not recklessly expose himself to potential risks. Ultimately, beyond being a father, he was also the admiral of the beast pirates, a power broker in the shadows of Wano, a pirate with aspirations to reshape the world. Well, as for how to pique my father's interest, I already have a plan, a brand new army coupled with a historical landmark. This big fish will surely swallow it whole without hesitation. Although it may slightly precede my original timeline, it matters not. Lost in thought, Hakkyubai had already arrived at Onigashima, where, under the guidance of the guards, he successfully met with Kaido, who was engaged in a spar with Jinx. Thunder Bawa, Fire Dragon King. A surge of intense airflow erupted, accompanied by small fragments of rock. Hakkyubai raised his hand to shield his eyes while nimbly dodging the flying debris, silently entering observation mode at the periphery of their battlefield. From Hakkyubai's perspective, Jinx's innate talent was undeniably formidable. The unique abilities of the Lunaria clan endowed him with remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. However, in the original narrative, the Zoan-type dragon fruit, ancient variant, lacked sufficient prowess. Even Lucci had awakened his abilities 2 years post-ingestion, while Jinx relied solely on the capabilities of the Lunaria clan and his formidable swordsmanship to contend with Zoro. The performance of the toothless pterosaur abilities was rather lackluster. He should at least awaken them. Right? Hakkyubai considered that Jinx might be intentionally holding back, akin to how Kaido had provided Luffy with multiple opportunities for sit-ups. Nevertheless, just to be safe, Hakkyubai insisted that Kaido rigorously train Jinx. At the very least, in the future landscape of the Four Emperors, he must assume the role of the strongest vice-emperor. Uncle Jinx, please don't hold this against me. It's all for the future of the Beast Pirates. Watching Jinx being relentlessly pummeled by Kaido on the battlefield, Hakkyubai silently mourned, adding in his mind, yes, it's also so that I can enjoy the fruits of this labor in peace. Yes, he pondered. The battle between Kaido and Jinx quietly reached its conclusion. With a powerful swing of his kanabo, Kaido sent Jinx hurtling through the air, crashing deep into a massive boulder, dust and debris swirling around. Jinx, this is far from enough. To keep pace with me, you must possess equal strength. Upon witnessing this, Kaido hefted the enormous kanabo and strode toward Hakkyubai. Haku, what brings you here? I heard you did quite well last night. You took down Zuki Momonosuke directly and captured Ten Shiki and Zuki Nika. Kaido scrutinized Hakuyu, his gaze infused with a hint of admiration. What do you mean by capturing? I was merely providing shelter. Shelter? Hakuyu corrected him, displeased, as if he were some nefarious bandit. How could someone of my caliber and intellect engage in such crude behavior? Humph. Regardless of whether it was sheltering or kidnapping, ensure those two do not cause any trouble. Saying this, Kaido set down his kanabo, sitting cross-legged on the ground. He casually uncorked a gourd of sake and took a few hearty swigs before inquiring. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with your old man? Kid, you certainly don't visit without a reason. In response, Hakuyu spoke candidly. Father, let's mobilize forces to Zou. Kaido frowned and replied, Kid, do you even realize what you're saying? We just dealt with Zuki Oden. We are still busy taking control of the entire Wano that we simply do not have the manpower to launch an expedition to Zou. Kaido's words resonated with truth. Young Master Hakuyu, not only is it exceedingly difficult to land on Zou, but the combat prowess of the Fur Tribe is not something ordinary pirate crew members can contend with. To conquer Zou will require a substantial expenditure of manpower. Jinx limped over, clutching his arm. Although their sparring was meant to be light, Kaido was unrelenting. The fact that Jinx could still move after taking a blow from Kaido's kanabo indicated his remarkable defensive capabilities. Who says we must deploy our own forces? That scoundrel Orochi, capitalizing on the fall of the Zuki, has amassed a considerable number of samurai. Aren't they readily available forces? With just a bit of coercion and persuasion, Orochi will agree to deploy troops. Furthermore, if my predictions hold true, we need not necessarily engage in conflict. We could seize Zou without shedding blood, Hakuyu suggested with a smile, but that's not feasible. After conquering Zou, what do we truly gain? A phantom elephant? Or perhaps a tribe of fiercely isolationist fur folk? Kaido shook his head, outright rejecting the notion, yet he was unprepared for the astonishing answer that Hakuyu was about to present. The road poneglyph. Upon hearing Hakuyu response, Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, What did you say? The road poneglyph. In Zou. Indeed, it is quite reasonable to extract such information from the kin of the Kozuki clan. Given the capabilities of the Toy fruit, wouldn't you agree? A sly smile curved Hakuyu's lips, his eyes shimmering with a fox-like cunning. Well, Kaido, upon reflection, furrowed his brow in contemplation that he was well aware of the Toy fruit's abilities. Once a person is transformed into a toy, all memories related to that individual are obliterated, and they become utterly subservient to the wielder's commands. Moreover, he recalled that this young lad had mentioned something about a monstrosity plan, which was temporarily shelved due to insufficient conditions. The information gleaned from toys could not be falsified, yet the significance of obtaining the road poneglyph was entirely different. Acquiring a single road poneglyph would place them in a position of considerable advantage. It would enable them to gather additional poneglyphs and pursue the One Piece, or alternatively, it could serve to hinder the progress of rival factions. If Hakuyu spoke truthfully, then a journey to Zou was indeed imperative. With a resolute decision forming in his heart, Kaido turned to Jin and spoke in a low tone. Jin, go inform Orochi. Follow Hakuyu's guidance and borrow some troops from him. Have Queen assemble an elite force, ready to set sail for Zou for you. Accompany them. Among the calamities, you are the one I trust the most. Lord Kaido, are we to deploy 2 calamities to Zou? Jin inquired, astonished. Humph. When it comes to the road poneglyph, being overly cautious is never excessive. Hey, Haku, since you propose this, the operation in Zou will be entrusted to you. Do not let me down. Rest assured, Father, for my own sake and for the Beast Pirates, I shall exert my utmost effort. I will make them realize that in this changing world, one must possess both background and means to thrive. Hakuyu chuckled lightly. Under the moonlight, the shadow of his tail stretched ominously, as if transforming into a beast poised to strike. After finalizing the arrangements for their voyage to Zou with Kaido, Hakuyu lingered on Onigashima for an additional 7 days before embarking on a brisk walk towards his residence in Flower Capital. Over the years, the Beast Pirates had successfully implemented a whitewashing plan in Wano, presenting themselves as a veritable state-owned enterprise. Whether it was the vital sea prism stone mines or agriculture, forestry, fishing, and everyday necessities. The reach of the beast pirates extended into every facet of Wano's society. With ample resources and a solid foundation of public support, once mobilized, the beast pirates operated with the precision of a war machine. Ships, swords, firearms, and troops were continuously dispatched to the borders of Wano, with the external narrative framing it as a response to the Big Mom pirates, who were similarly coveting Wano's fertile lands to protect the populace from harm. Lord Kaido declared that he would repel the enemies at the nation's gates. It was evident that this was a falsehood. Yet under Hakuyu Bai's guidance, a small fleet indeed sailed towards the waters where conflict was anticipated. After all, the intertwining of truth and deception often resonates more profoundly with the public. Furthermore, through such propaganda, the populace of Wano's goodwill towards the beast pirates surged, as they perceived them as benevolent, aiding in commerce while actively defending against external threats. Who could fathom such a conscientious pirate crew? In a short span, many even volunteered to join the beast pirates, with the people knowing only of the beast. Oblivious to Orochi's machinations, AS for the Kazuki clan, they had long been relegated to the shadows, mere fodder for casual conversation over tea. Suppressing his excitement, Hakuyu Bai resolved to visit Yamato and Hiyori before departing. After all, emotions often deepen through trials of separation and reunion. Do they not? Meanwhile, since Hakuyu Bai's departure, Hiyori, left to her own devices for an entire week, felt a profound emptiness, riddled with turmoil and restlessness. 7 days had passed, yet that man had not reappeared. Had he forsaken them? Or was it that her parting words had incited his ire? Or perhaps he had merely saved her out of whim and had since forgotten about the orphan mother and daughter? Any of these possibilities tugged at the heartstrings of the beautiful woman, her brow furrowed in distress, her heart heavy with sorrow. Sigh. Hiyori exhaled deeply, her gaze clouded with worry. Only when she glanced at the nearby Nico, who was whispering with a girl boasting a gradient of white hair, did a faint smile flicker across her face. Children, after all, are children. After awakening from a week-long silence steeped in sorrow, Hiyori had finally begun to revive her spirits, albeit slightly, thanks to the infectious exuberance of that lively girl. Yet, it was merely a fragile reprieve. After such profound upheaval, it would take much longer to forge new bonds and soothe her wounds. What troubles you, Lady Shimatsuki? Are you still preoccupied with the young master's identity? Inquired a tall, graceful woman beside her, adorned with an air of elegance, as the faint scent of roses wafted from the woman. Hiyori gradually calmed her thoughts. There's no need for concern. Miss Maria, I was merely lost in thought. Hiyori shook her head slightly. This woman was a maid assigned to the young master's side. After Hakuyu Bai's departure, she had come to care for their daily needs and brought along the spirited girl. From Maria, Hiyori learned that the man who saved her was none other than Kaido's adopted son. Upon receiving this news, Hiyori felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. To speak candidly, after the fall of the Kazuki clan, she had not envisioned escaping to the future, regardless of what awaited them. How would she and her daughter navigate a world that felt so utterly foreign? For Hiyori, this was manageable. She had traversed through many lifetimes, accustomed to the isolation and helplessness. Her own suffering mattered little. But now, with Hiyori by her side, how could she allow such a young child to endure that kind of existence? As for the revival of the Kazuki clan, setting aside Wano's patriarchal traditions, Hiyori had no claim to inheritance. Even if she did, the people of Wano would undoubtedly oppose her ascension as shogun or daimyo. Moreover, with only this sole daughter remaining, how could Hiyori bear to involve her in the depths of political strife? Thus, in truth, upon realizing that Hakuyu Bai was a young, handsome man of seemingly high standing and considerable strength, Hiyori felt a sense of relief. Hearing him insist on keeping them here only reinforced her sense of fortunate providence. Perhaps, as time passed, she would come to see him as a lasting pillar of support. Yet, now upon learning that this man was Kaido's adopted son, the one who had defeated Odin, Hiyori's heart was thrown into disarray. From an outsider's perspective, despite the Red Scabbards and Kazuki Odin viewing the Beast Pirates and Black Maria as the adversaries they must conquer to reclaim Wano, Hiyori understood that the Beast Pirates were merely a third party. Black Maria was, at best, a transactional figure, a middleman. Over the years, Hiyori had observed the development and construction efforts of the beast pirates in Wano. She had witnessed the nation thrive, the smiles on the faces of the people. Yet, the stubborn samurai refused to heed her words, blind to these changes. After all, the Kazuki clan had long been the undisputed rulers of Wano, yet their lineage was severed with Kazuki Oden's generation. How could this be tolerated? They must reclaim it from Orochi's grasp. Even if Kazuki Oden did not share this sentiment and yearn for the sea, he would undoubtedly be propelled forward by this collective will. However, despite this, the facts remain that after his defeat at Kaido's hands, Oden was imprisoned and subsequently executed by Orochi. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Hiyori sighed once more, contemplating how to face the man who had saved her. Just then, she heard Yamato call out, "Shiro!" In an instant, the girl dashed towards the approaching nine-tailed man, resembling a white ball of fluff. "Yay, Shiro, you're finally back. Without your presence, I find it impossible to slumber at night." Day nestled into Bai Yunyun's embrace, as if he were sniffing the air with his little nose, reassured by the absence of unfamiliar scents before comfortably settling down like a decorative charm. "Young master Bai Yunyun." As the man approached, Tianyue hurriedly rose to her feet, slightly bowing her head and addressing him with respect. Meanwhile, the young Hiyori hid behind her mother, peeking out timidly, her gaze cautiously assessing Bai Yunyun, embodying a blend of timid curiosity and excitement, as if she had stumbled upon something delightful. Bai Yunyun could distinctly feel the weight of their gazes upon him, particularly lingering around his ears and tail. Cradling Day securely, Bai Yunyun gently stroked the girl's petite head as he approached the two, extending his fluffy tail towards Hiyori and inquiring, "Would you like to touch it?" Upon hearing this, Hiyori's eyes sparkled with delight as she cautiously reached out her small hand to brush against the soft fur. So warm and fluffy, it seemed as though Hiyori was being healed, her little face radiating a newfound brilliance. "It appears that Hiyori truly adores the young master," Tianyue murmured, gazing at the scene with a complex expression. "Madam, I apologize for bringing you here without further updates. However, the Big Mom Pirates have recently launched an attack, and I have been preoccupied with these matters until today when I finally had the chance to visit you." "The Big Mom Pirates? Is it perilous?" Tianyue inquired with concern. "No, merely a minor skirmish. In a few days, I will be temporarily departed, madam. You and Hiyori should stay here for a while, if you must leave afterward." "I will not hinder you." His nonchalant words bore a heavy weight for Tianyue, prompting her to ponder. Just a minor skirmish. Surely it cannot be so simple. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been 7 days of silence. Is he respecting my thoughts and choosing to set aside his own resolve to support my will? Young, as she gazed at the exceptionally handsome man before her, his brow marked by hints of melancholy. Tianyue felt a pang in her heart. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Yunyun set Day down and turned to leave, revealing a stark contrast between his words and the prevailing circumstances. Watching his retreating figure, Tianyue furrowed her brow slightly, her right hand dropping weakly while her left hand tenderly brushed her chest. With her eyes gently closed, she murmured something softly. "Hey, Xiaobai, where are you going?" "I want to go too." Suddenly bereft of the familiar embrace, Day exclaimed and hurried after him. Meanwhile, Maria cast a meaningful glance at the silent Tianyue, inwardly lamenting, "Ah, yet another lost soul. Tap, tap, tap. How rare it is to be a young master. Surely one must enjoy a few years of it. After all, there are still 20 years until the true narrative unfolds and the seas are stirred by tumult, granting ample time for preparation." Clad in pristine white robes, Bai Yunyun strode towards the harbor, only to be halted by a chorus of calls from behind. Instantly, a soft, warm body collided with his back like a cannonball. "Xiaobai, where are you going?" "Take me with you, please." Day clung to Bai Yunyun like an octopus, her firm thighs wrapping around his waist, while her small bottom nestled comfortably upon his warm tail, with her delicate face pressed against his back. She repeatedly rubbed against him. "Wow, you have great leg strength." Although young and petite, Day's physique was remarkably striking, her proportions perfect, her long legs tightly encircled by Yunyun's lower waist, creating a sense of restraint that led him to conclude that she would not be an ordinary individual in the future. Bai Yunyun lifted the girl slightly, cradling her soft, rounded backside in his hands, and with a wry smile, he remarked, "Usually it's Sister Maria who carries me. Yet here you are, asking me to carry you. He, Xiaobai, treats me the best." Day giggled innocently, settling comfortably in his grasp and resting her chin on his shoulder. "From now on, it's settled. Wherever you go, you must take me along. Otherwise, I will come looking for you," ignoring her strangely assertive yet fragile words. Bai Yunyan wondered when they had ever made such an agreement. What does he mean? Regardless of the playful banter, he resolved to indulge his little sister, even if it meant enduring her tearful whims. Fortunately, if all went according to plan, this journey to Zhou should not result in any bloody conflicts. Thus, Bai Yunyan carried Day all the way to the designated port. Upon arriving at the bustling harbor, even with preparations made, Bai Yunyan was taken aback by the sight before him. His grip loosened momentarily, causing Day to slide down his back and land with a soft thud, her little bottom making intimate contact with the ground. Unfazed by the sting of her fall, Day stared blankly at the harbor scene before her, her eyes gradually lighting up with excitement. Before her stood a line of imposing ships, their cold, steel hulls exuding an air of formidable danger. Massive cannons silently proclaimed their ironclad authority. Indeed, these vessels bore no sails, no wood, but were entirely ironclad ships, true maritime weapons. The technological disparity in the pirate world was striking. Advanced innovations such as artificial humans, bloodline factors, and laser weaponry had already found their way into the hands of pacifists. Even the most brilliant scientist, Vegapunk, had developed a mother flame akin to that of the sun, while nearly all ships at sea remained sailboats. Why did the Navy's firearms still resemble flintlocks? Behind this phenomenon lay the hidden machinations of the world government, stifling technological progress at sea while simultaneously investing in the development of new weaponry to bolster their grip on global suppression. Why had the Navy not received technological support from the world government? With Vegapunk's capabilities, commanding him to create automatic rifles, airplanes, or electromagnetic weapons would not pose a challenge. The reason was simple: to maintain the balance of power and play the role of a fisherman. If the Navy's strength were to swell, the pirates would undoubtedly weaken. And if the pirates ceased to threaten the allied nations, who would be willing to pay the heavy tribute to the celestial dragons? Wouldn't it be better to use that spare coin to expand military might, develop economic technologies, or indulge in leisure? Over time, the strength of the allied nations would grow, gradually disregarding the world government, perhaps even uniting to challenge the celestial dragons, as fellow nobles. Why should one hold superiority over another? Does the position of the creator not allow for another to occupy it? Similarly, if the Navy's power were to expand, it would eventually drift beyond the world government's control. Regardless of the Navy's purity of justice, every recruit joined for their own sense of righteousness. Why should they serve the celestial dragons, those contemptible creatures? The five elders and the elites of the celestial dragons, seated in their holy land, were undoubtedly aware of these factors. Thus, how could they prevent such a scenario? Naturally, they would stifle technological advancements, ensnaring the Navy, pirates, and kingdoms in an endless cycle of internal strife. When pirates were rampant, they would occasionally reveal advanced weaponry, and when the pirates waned, supplies would be cut off, and no matter how the tides of the sea shifted, the tribute to Mariewa would continue unabated, and the celestial dragons would remain firmly in control. With the world still under the dominion of the five elders, and IMU.IT would be far too long to wait for Luffy's emergence to break this stalemate. Therefore, Bai Yunyan had a sudden inspiration and proposed some minor suggestions to Queen, who once worked alongside Vegapunk, such as slightly modifying the current weaponry. Little did he expect that this would lead to such a grand outcome. As the enthusiastic Dea boarded the ship, the first sight that greeted her was a plump man on the deck, dancing with infectious enthusiasm. Oh, according to his words, it's all muscle. Yet, as Bai Yunyan observed the man wearing sunglasses, sporting a small goatee with a long braid cascading down his back, exuding an inexplicable sense of joy, his lips twitched in bemusement. Perhaps it was mere coincidence, but the man's lively dance and suspenders reminded Bai Yunyan of an old acquaintance, a timeless classic, forever alive in the public eye, bringing laughter to all as an enduring idol. This aspect bears some resemblance to Quinn, Albeit Quinn evidently surpasses expectations in the original narrative, the night of the Fire Festival is truly his moment of glory. With a profound understanding of both dance and technique, if he were on Earth, this individual would undoubtedly reign as the undisputed prince of the nightlife. Noticing the gazes from Hakuyu and Bai, Quinn swiftly approached them with nimble dance steps, looking down from his elevated position as he declared, "Hey, young Haku, Master Yamato, would you care to join Quinn's special funk practice session? Next year's Ghost Island will host the inaugural night of the Fire Festival. To commemorate Lord Kaido's successful conquest of the entire Wano country." Ha, ha. Before Quinn could elaborate on the particulars of his practice session, a fierce kick from Jin sent him flying, as Jin admonished, "Quinn, stop peddling your practice sessions everywhere. Is it not humiliating enough? Can your subordinates still wield their weapons? The Beast Pirates are not a circus. Curse you, Jin. Are you looking for a fight? What business is it of yours regarding my practice sessions?" Quinn retorted, unfazed by being sent flying, now brandishing his modified mechanical arm to threaten Jin. "Humph. I have no time to deal with you now. My mission to Zou is paramount," disregarding Quinn as provocation. Jin turned to the bewildered Hakuyu and reported, "Master Haku, the fleet has assembled, the samurai have all boarded, and the elite forces of the pirate crew are on standby. We can set sail at any moment." Striving to maintain a serious demeanor, Haku solemnly responded, "Very well. In that case, let us prepare to depart. Our destination is Zou." However, before anyone could respond, a sudden commotion erupted in the port, and amid the chaos, two dinosaurs seemed to be rampaging about, albeit appearing somewhat smaller in size. Haku, with a furrowed brow, directed his gaze toward the two figures on the dock, instantly realizing who had disrupted his performance. "Run, Pajuan. Hey, sis, are we really okay doing this? After all, it was Lord Kaido who took us in. Yet we've stolen two of his devil fruits, both ancient types, as they evaded the pursuit of the Beast Pirates' underlings." A boy donned in a black and white mask, with purple hair and currently in the form of Spinosaurus, exclaimed, "Shut up, Xiaopei! Devil fruits are meant to be consumed. If we leave them be, they will eventually spoil. So why not eat them ourselves?" Opposite the Spinosaurus, the girl referred to as Xiaopei was a young girl with a pink mask, large pink eyes, and sky-blue hair, her legs gracefully exposed beneath a light blue skirt. Perhaps her temperament was somewhat volatile. Moreover, "What do you think I'm doing this for? I sent it for our better lives. Only by gaining sufficient strength can we rise higher and not become mere cannon fodder." The girl glared with wide eyes, somewhat dissatisfied with the other's lack of understanding of her intentions. That said, the gentle and introverted Xiaopei seemed rather uncomfortable with their audacious actions, not to mention that as small children, it was impossible for them to evade capture, even if they consumed the devil fruits. Overwhelmed with concern, she was about to persuade her big sister to surrender early, hoping that perhaps they could avoid some physical punishment if caught. Suddenly, Xiaopei widened her eyes in surprise, gazing at a familiar figure ahead of them. That said, "You two really are daring. Runty, Paijuan." Unbeknownst to them, Hakuyu had already positioned himself in front of the two, his red and blue eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Beside him stood Yamato, poised with a kanabo, ready to spring into action. Although he remembered that these two would steal and consume two devil fruits, he anticipated that they would choose this day. The very day he declared their expedition to Zou, to disrupt his splendid performance. "Wah, sis, it's Master Hakuyu and Master Yamato. We must flee." Upon seeing Hakuyu and Bai approach, Paijuan was instantly filled with dread. According to the information he had overheard from that old Quinn, had Team Master Hakuyu already departed for Zou by now. How could he be here? Moreover, if Master Hakuyu was here, then Quinn and Jin must also be. A bad feeling crept up his spine, and Paijuan immediately tried to pull his headstrong sister away to make a hasty exit. However, he was taken aback to see that his previously volatile sister had fallen silent upon their arrival, as if entranced, and was now charging directly toward the nine-tailed fox boy. Yo. Noticing Runty rushing toward him in a daze, Hakuyu felt puzzled, yet upon sensing no hostility from her, he simply sidestepped, allowing his nine tails to gently catch her. He reached out to steady Runty, who had slumped against his tails, and looked at her with curiosity, gently pulling down her pink mask. Indeed, he found her cheeks flushed a rosy hue beneath it. Listening closely, he could perhaps hear her murmuring in a dreamy tone. "So cute, D." Could it be that this girl was enamored by appearances? Feeling a twinge of melancholy as he replaced her mask, Hakuyu sighed in resignation. He had intended to teach these two a lesson, but it seemed he had inadvertently gained an admirer instead. Sighed gently patting the girl's cheek to rouse her. Hakuyu spoke softly. "Runty, are you awake? I'm about to leave." Returning to clarity, Runty suddenly realized the embarrassing situation she had just exposed herself in. Instantly, her face turned crimson as she wriggled free from Hakuyu's embrace, hastily retreating to hide behind Paijuan, while cautiously peeking out with eyes wide open, akin to a startled little beast, watching Hakuyu with vigilance. That moment, Paijuan was astounded. Was that truly his sister, who had just exhibited such bashful behavior? The same Runty who had boldly stolen Lord Kaido's devil fruits? With a mix of bewilderment, Paijuan subtly shifted a couple of steps to the side, once again exposing Runty to Hakuyu's view. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the change, maintaining her cautious posture, not even blinking, as if gazing at some rare creature, her eyes sparkling with fascination. Meanwhile, observing all this, Yamato's mind raced at an unprecedented speed, wisps of white mist rising from the red horns adorning the girl's head. That gaze is unmistakably similar to the one Maria sometimes casts at Shiro. There's no doubt. This feeling indicates an adversary. "Take this, wicked woman, Thunderbagwa!" A sharp cry shattered the tense atmosphere, and in the midst of Hakuyu's stunned expression, Yamato forcefully raised his kanabo, colliding it with Runny's in a resounding clash. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Thunderbagwa. It's more like Thunder for Bagwa." In a moment of crisis, Runny swiftly countered, ready to defend herself while unrelentingly retorting. "Sis," witnessing the sudden clash between Yamato and Runty, Paijuan could no longer hold back, swiftly advancing with determination, opening his mouth filled with sharp teeth to bite at Yamato. Everyone calmed down, with a slight headache. Hakuyu dashed forward, delivering a punch that sent both kanabos flying, while simultaneously pressing his hand against Paijuan's forehead, preventing him from advancing further. Upon feeling the unyielding force before him, Paijuan's eyes widened in shock. He had long heard of Master Hu's unparalleled physique. Now, through first-hand experience, he truly understood the terrifying strength, realizing that even after consuming an ancient-type devil fruit, he was utterly outmatched. "Yamato, how many times must I tell you not to recklessly use Thunderbagwa? At least add some creativity." But Yamato, flustered, pointed at Runny. This girl's gaze toward Shiro is unusual. What's unusual about it? To me, it's merely an appreciative glance. Everyone has the right to admire beauty. Runny is simply taken aback at seeing someone new. "Exactly. My eyes are on me. I can look however I want. I'm just openly admiring. What's the problem?" Upon receiving affirmation from Hancock, Runty's excitement surged, prompting her to boldly assert herself, hands on her hips, and gaze defiantly at the young man before her. If one were to overlook the rosy hue adorning her cheeks and neck, her words might indeed carry a semblance of credibility. "Runty, and you too, Peggy-wan, are capable of utilizing the devil fruit. However, should you resort to thievery, the implications would be entirely different. If your father were to discover this, you would surely find yourselves cast into the sea to feed the fish." Standing with an air of authority among the group, Hancock adeptly compensated for the interruption to his earlier performance, assuming a serious demeanor as he addressed Runty and her companion. Upon hearing these words, the youthful duo turned pale. Mere theft would have been manageable, but now that they had consumed the devil fruit, it might already be nestled within their intestines if they were indeed cast into the ocean. Their demise was all but certain. Observing their expressions, Hancock subtly nodded, then shifted his tone. "Yet, Runty has a point. The devil fruit is inherently meant to be consumed. Therefore, if you wish to avoid being tossed into the sea to appease the fish, you must prove yourselves worthy of the fruit by demonstrating your capabilities." At this juncture, Hancock paused momentarily, then added with a smile, "How about joining me to Zo?" Startled by the proposition, Peggy-wan quickly nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I am willing." She discreetly exchanged glances with her somewhat foolish older sister. If that is the case, I could see him every day. Run-T, still young and naive in her emotions, found herself enchanted by the prospect, her heart swelling with sweetness at the imagined scenario. However, the vigilant gaze from across the way cast a shadow of discomfort over her, leading her to awkwardly assert, "Just to be clear, I am only concerned about that foolish younger brother of mine. Not for the sake of admiring some guy. Even if I happen to glance at him, it was purely accidental." With the sound of footsteps approaching, she continued, "So, if I were to be inadvertently captivated, it would not be my fault. After all, everyone possesses the right to appreciate beauty." She added, "And my intentions are not to compete with Yamato. I merely feel it necessary to prove that I am deserving of this fruit." The footsteps gradually faded into the distance. To be by the way, I did not even utilize the fruit's powers earlier. If I had, she would have stood no chance against me. However, Lady Run-T has a generous heart and will graciously allow her to go free. In the New World, beneath the immense creature known as the giant elephant, the fleet, aided by the life card carried by the Viper, successfully arrived after a week of travel. Wow, it's enormous, restlessly perched at the bow of the ship. Yamato excitedly tugged at Hakenbai, her small hands gesturing animatedly towards the colossal elephant, her large eyes brimming with wonder and joy. This marked the first time the two had ventured beyond Wano country. And in the original tale, Yamato's dream was effortlessly realized, the only cost being the removal of Kazuki Oden's curse. Moreover, the adage "seeing is believing" rang true as Hakenbai struggled to contain his excitement at witnessing the giant elephant firsthand. A creature that had existed for over 1,000 years. If transformed into a toy, it would surely possess countless historical secrets that, or perhaps, during a battle, it could be hurled at an opponent, its astonishing weight likely proving fatal. A whirlwind of fanciful ideas flooded Hakenbai's mind, igniting his enthusiasm, yet ultimately he refrained from taking action. After all, transforming such a colossal creature into a toy would require an immense expenditure of energy. A daunting challenge far beyond his current capabilities. Perhaps awakening the fruit could change that, but by then, he might no longer desire such unwieldy playthings. In Hakenbai's understanding, what constitutes childlike innocence? It embodies naivety, purity, liveliness, and boundless imagination. Through this innocence, children conjure countless whimsical yet delightful tales, envisioning heroes who embody justice and crafting bizarre yet straightforward narratives. When these elements coalesce, they form a fairy tale uniquely belonging to children. The awakening of the childlike fruit breathes life and soul into these stories, heroes, and plots, thereby reviving the fairy tale. This concept served as the foundation for Hakenbai's Envision Monster Girl project. By equipping the toys with robust and durable materials, a solid foundation could be established. Adding a touch of human essence, the devil fruit, would allow Hakenbai's toys to be reborn, existing as both human and toy, becoming an integral part of Hakenbai's fairy tale and spreading this tale across the seas. It bears some resemblance to Big Mom's soul fruit, which also resurrects inanimate objects. However, under the effects of the soul fruit, the homies, shaped by their own souls, possess a significant degree of independence, having their own will and the potential for betrayal. In contrast, under the influence of the childlike fruit, the toys inherently belong to Hakenbai. While they may exhibit independence, they ultimately remain creations of Hakenbai, extensions of his will. They will harbor their own emotions, thoughts, and imaginations, for in fairy tales, oppression is absent. Yet, they will always remember a bottom line: to please their master and adhere to his will, for a fairy tale requires a protagonist to sustain it. After all, the existence of toys is solely to bring joy to their master. Right? Well, perhaps due to my unique status as a traveler, the development of the childlike fruit has been rather effortless, and the awakening is not far off. Could it be that after experiencing life in my homeland, I still retain a trace of childlike wonder? Additionally, I must intensify my training in hockey, as hockey and the fruit are fundamentally opposing yet unified forces. With a self-deprecating smile, Hakenbai swiftly used his tail to wrap around Yamato's slender waist, simultaneously ensnaring Run-T and Peggy Wan. Addressing Jean, "Uncle Jean, Would you kindly take us up first? We wish to scout the situation 8B-ITAS for Uncle Quinn. You may ascend at your leisure. We shall take our leave. Whoosh! Ah, help! Wow, how exhilarating! Jin's speed was nothing short of remarkable. His broad wings sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom akin to an unstoppable fighter jet, propelling the children skyward amidst their varied exclamations of joy and concern as he seized Hancock by and soared towards Zoe. Gazing in awe as the trio ascended rapidly into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight, Quinn found himself momentarily speechless. After a while, he seemed to regain his senses, shouting, "Hey, Jean, don't forget to take me with you." Yet it was clear that his cries would go unheard. With a frustrated exhale, Quinn turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Listen up, everyone. Bring out the secret weapon. I anticipated this situation and came prepared. It's time for you to witness my prowess." Meanwhile, on Zoe Island, in the forest of Wales, a figure resembling a weasel addressed the imposing adult before him. "Your Majesty, those feeble creatures refuse to submit. Even with the heroic squad pressing them, they remain huddled in a corner. Their will is surprisingly resilient. Humph. They refuse to heed the call of civility. I initially intended to peacefully incorporate them, given our shared ancient heritage. However, if they persist, there's no need to spare them any longer. They are but remnants destined to fade from history." A towering figure of a fur tribe, standing at least 3 or 4 meters high, was covered in powerful, sinewy muscles, with large, curved ivory tusks protruding ominously. This was a formidable mammoth fur tribe warrior. Had Hancock been present, he might have mistaken it for one of the calamities of the beast pirates, Drought Jack. Yet upon closer inspection, one would realize that there exists a significant distinction between ancient species and ancient-type devil fruits. Although devil fruits stem from desires, ancient-type devil fruits arose from the aspirations of people in ancient times to wield the powers of these creatures. However, this notion is not merely a wish. It is also a desire, and desires, by their very nature, are boundless and limitless. Setting aside the comprehensive augmentation bestowed upon the wielder by the devil fruit, the mere ability of the fruit to awaken is perhaps something only those prototypes of power who have awakened the moon lion form could hope to rival. Not to mention, the moon lion form possesses a temporal constraint, only able to be unleashed under the full moon. In essence, the fruit provides the foundation for the wielder and the ancient races to engage in a contest of strength. Yet the extent of power that can be harnessed ultimately depends on the wielder themselves. And what of the woman named Yao Yi? She remains as cold as ever, having mercilessly slain those who sought to recruit that fellow. Even Kulun, the leader of the Swordsman Guild, the saber-toothed tiger fur tribe, was no match for her. After 8 years of imprisonment, that woman has only grown stronger. The weasel fur tribe spoke in fear. "TSK, do you know why the fox tribe has always been so few in number? It is because their bloodline also hails from ancient times. That woman named Yao Yi is undoubtedly a miraculous return to ancestral blood, which is why her strength has surged so dramatically." The man referred to as the king spoke solemnly, simultaneously commanding, "Do not concern yourselves with that woman for now. First, eliminate that group of remnants. No matter how powerful they may be, they are merely a handful. Back then, on the night of the Red Moon, I covertly instigated turmoil within the Fluffy Kingdom, subsequently leading the ancient races to seize control of the entire nation with thunderous force. While encompassing everyone would certainly be ideal, should any dare to oppose my will, their existence would be rendered unnecessary. This kingdom shall only echo my voice." Swished at a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and a pair of pristine, adorable rabbit ears poked through, occasionally twitching that a petite and charming pure white rabbit crouched amidst the dense foliage, using the surrounding verdant flora to conceal its snow-white fur, its large red eyes darting about as if on high alert to the sound around it. Gallet felt at this moment as if he were the bravest warrior of the fur tribe. Despite the adults constantly cautioning about the dangers outside, claiming the once-vanished ancient races have returned and have even seized the entire Fluffy Kingdom, the valiant and just Gallet refused to believe such tales. Surely, these were mere stories concocted by the adults to amuse children. After all, he had ventured so far from his tribe, yet nothing untoward had occurred. Surely, That must mean something, just like the terrifying tales of the nine-tailed fox on the night of the red moon. They were unequivocally false, reflecting on his initial embarrassment upon hearing the story of the red moon night. Gallet resolutely ground his rabbit teeth together, huffing, "Just you wait. I, Gallet, shall successfully complete this reconnaissance and earn your admiration." As he prepared to set off to his next destination, his rabbit ears suddenly perked up. Something was amiss. Suppressing his excitement and anxiety, Gallet lowered his body, steadied his breath, and quietly crouched in the grass, attentively eavesdropping on the conversation of strangers. "Ugh, I'm so tired, Little White. Why have we walked so far without encountering any of the fur tribe?" A sweet, naive girl's voice remarked, though tinged with impatience and fatigue, yet still revealing her vibrant personality. "Let us keep walking. Who knows, maybe a rabbit will suddenly hop into our view in the next moment. Where would there be such foolish rabbits?" Gallet and Run T, who walked beside Yagumo Haku, simultaneously scoffed. "Hey, if it really comes to it, I could carry you, or perhaps I could sing a song to lighten the mood." "Really? I do love that. Little White, come here." Day exclaimed excitedly, leaping onto the boy's back and plopping down onto his soft, warm tail. "Ahem, I mean Day, you should also consider Yagumo-sama's feelings. Yagumo can get tired too." Noticing the strange looks directed their way, Run T hastily corrected herself, pointing at Day with discontent. Not at all. Little T, have you forgotten? My stamina is quite abundant." Yagumo Haku replied nonchalantly. "What on earth is Little T, and how would I know about your stamina?" Run T's head drooped, her face flushed as she silently grumbled. "Sister, are you tired? Would you like me to carry you?" Peggy timidly inquired from the side. No need. Little P is your elder sister. I cannot impose on you. Let us each walk our own path." Upon hearing this, Run T promptly lifted her head, resolutely declining, before striding forward with determination. Peggy wore a puzzled expression. "Sister, you have changed, so unfamiliar, so kind, it almost makes me feel like I am dreaming. When you were imposing on me before, did you never think of your responsibilities as an elder sister?" Peggy was astonished and delighted by her sister's transformation. At the same time, she couldn't help but gratefully glance at Yagumo Haku ahead. Although she was unsure of the reason, everything began to change after encountering Yagumo-sama. "Go for it. Yagumo-sama, transform my sister into your ideal form and free me from this torment forever." Watching this scene unfold, Jean, walking behind, felt a bit strange, yet a warmth welled up within him. "Is this what family feels like?" Jean mused, beginning to understand the sentiments of that white-beard fellow, the sole descendant of the Lunaria tribe. Jean had endured the cruel experiments of the world government since childhood, only finding a semblance of belonging after meeting Kaido, and now, witnessing this group of younger generations laughing joyfully before him. Even he felt a flicker of warmth at that moment. Yagumo Haku's voice rang out. "Little rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing tall, loves to eat carrots and vegetables, hopping about. Oh, so cute. Little bunny, be a good one. Open the door. Hurry and open it. I want to come in." The deliberately innocent and crystal-clear childlike voice harmonized perfectly with the nursery rhyme, though it somewhat surprised Jean. He never expected the ruthless Yagumo Haku, who could mercilessly annihilate the Red Scabbards and the Kazuki clan, would also sing such a pure children's song. Fortunately, Yagumo Haku's singing was quite good, and combined with the melodious childlike voice, it alleviated the tedium of the journey. However, while Day and the others listened with glee, the concealed Gallet had turned beet red, his previously alert ears now drooping limply. "What is this? Am I being treated like a pet? And I only love to eat carrots, not vegetables. And what does it mean to open the door? Which door? What do you want to do by opening the door?" Gallet was utterly perplexed, his head swirling, making it difficult for him to grasp the deeper meaning behind it. Thus, his prior vigilance began to wane, and this was precisely what Yagumo Haku desired. "Look, what a gigantic carrot. Carrot, how big? Where? As if triggered by a keyword, Gallet instinctively leaped out, his ears perked up, small fists clenched tightly. Excitedly scanning the surroundings, a rabbit? Seems a bit foolish. Just like that, Gallet suddenly appeared. Day and the others widened their eyes in astonishment, either curious or amazed as they scrutinized the bewildered little rabbit. Ah, ah. Just moments ago, hidden in the grass, he had been oblivious to their identities. Now, having jumped out, Gallet realized with suspicion that these individuals were quite fearsome. Not only were there two suspicious figures wearing masks, but that tall man, clad entirely in black and wrapped tightly, looked exceedingly dangerous. Furthermore, Gallet felt as though he might be dreaming. Was that boy with 9 tails not supposed to exist only in stories? How could he possibly be standing before him? The overwhelming shock rendered Gallet rigid in place, momentarily causing her to forget about fling. It was only when Hakyubai approached her that Gallet let out a mournful cry and dashed away in an attempt to escape. However, Hakyubai would not allow this impulsive little rabbit to evade capture, swiftly reaching out to grasp her fluffy long ears. They were so soft and delightful to touch. Wah! Upon having her sensitive ears unexpectedly seized by Hakyubai, Gallet instantly lost her strength, her cheeks flushing crimson as she emitted a feeble wail. The petite rabbit slumped to the ground in a sitting position, her ruby-like large eyes brimming with tears, which cascaded down like tiny pearls, exuding an air of helplessness and fragility. Wah! Sister Wanda, I'm sorry for not listening to you, sobbing. Now I'm going to be eaten by the 9-tailed fox, sobbing. You must fill my grave with carrots, or I will not rest in peace. Woo woo woo. With a bemused expression, even Hakyubai found himself puzzled by the sudden tears. What had caused this outburst? I wasn't even prepared to do anything yet. One might mistakenly think I was a perverted bully preying on a little girl. Ahem. Feeling the peculiar stares from behind, Hakyubai cleared his throat and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. Little rabbit, please stop crying for now. How about I treat you to spicy rabbit heads? At this, Gallet's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the warm smile of the charming young man before her. Her small heart experiencing a profound shock. Yes, that's right. Now listen to me. Maintain this position, place your right hand between your legs, gently bite your left thumb with your little rabbit teeth, and lean slightly forward. Yes, just like that. Now, let us change poses. All characters in this chapter are of legal age. Crack, crack, sobbing, crack, cracked out in a certain grove on Zhao Island, a petite rabbit fur tribe girl sat obediently against a tree, vengefully stuffing one carrot after another into her mouth, occasionally emitting an adorable sob, while a few tears lingered at the corners of her eyes. Gently rubbing her slightly reddened knees, Gallet turned her large, glistening eyes to discreetly observe the boy before her gaze filled with timidity and curiosity. The mention of spicy rabbit heads was merely a jest. Hakyubai was not so malicious. It was simply rare to encounter such a weak and endearing creature that he couldn't help but indulge in some playful antics. From the outcome, it was indeed quite satisfactory. Satisfied with the sight of Gallet nibbling on her carrots, Hakyubai suddenly contemplated that having such a silly and adorable pet might not be a bad idea after all. Once Gallet solemnly tucked away her last carrot and her emotion stabilized, Hakyubai gently ruffled her fluffy little head and warmly inquired, All right, little rabbit, tell me about the current situation in Zhao. Once again treated as a pet, Gallet's ears perked up momentarily, only to droop again shortly after that. I'm not just a little rabbit. I have a name. Gallet. My name is Gallet. The way Hakyubai addressed her reminded Gallet of a nursery rhyme she had heard before, prompting her to pout and retort. All right, little rabbit. Observing the close interaction between Gallet and Hakyubai, Runny frowned and stepped forward, firmly pulling Hakyubai's mischievous hand away, addressing Gallet in a deliberate manner. Forget about him, Gallet. Speak freely about what you know. Just tell us everything. Gallet held a favorable impression of the girl who had just rescued her from peril. Thus, she made a face at Hakyubai before slowly saying, I heard that the village where everyone originally lived was located directly beneath the whale forest when I was born. However, for some unknown reason, they migrated to this place, which seems to be related to the story of the Red Moon Night that Sister Wanda told me. As she spoke, Gallet cast a furtive glance at Hakyubai, and upon seeing his expression remain unchanged, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Migrated? Is this the butterfly effect since my arrival in this world? Just as Hakyubai was pondering, Gallet continued, Oh, and Sister Wanda also said that everyone is currently battling against some evil foes who are supposedly an ancient race resembling us. but they are incredibly formidable. Everyone has been warning not to stray too far from the village, or we might be devoured by those rascals. You wouldn't be one of them, would you?" As she spoke, Gallet turned her gaze towards Hakyubai, her large eyes filled with curiosity. "How could that be? Of course not. Do I really look like a villain?" "Umph. Even if you are handsome, it doesn't change the fact that you bullied me. Just wait and see." "I will definitely have Sister Wanda and Pedro teach you a lesson," Gallet retorted, her cheeks flushed as she waved her tiny fist defiantly to "Ha-ha. I look forward to it." Hakyubai chuckled, playfully ruffling her little face. While the two were bantering, the silent Yamato had stealthily approached from behind Gallet. Seizing the moment while she was distracted, he swiftly snatched away the hidden carrot she had concealed with a crisp crack. Accompanied by Yamato's muffled mumblings, chewing, crunchy and sweet, not bad, but not as delicious as Odin, chewing. Yamato finished off the carrot in just a few bites, commenting on "it and o." Upon witnessing this, Gallet let out a tragic wail, then closed her eyes and fell straight back into Hyubai's embrace. Yamato stared blankly at the suddenly incapacitated Gallet, a look of confusion in his eyes, holding the remaining small piece of carrot stalk. He hesitated for a moment before apologetically placing it in Gallet's arms, softly saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't expect a reaction to be this intense." Shaking his head in amusement, Hakyubai instinctively cradled Gallet in his arms and addressed the group. "Well, in any case, we have gained some understanding of the situation in Zhao. The ancient race sounds quite intriguing. Come on, let us join in the excitement. I believe the opportunity one need has finally arrived." A smile curved at the corners of Hakyubai's lips, his eyes sparkling with numerous whimsical ideas. "Young Master Haku, since these enemies have driven the fur tribe to such a state, this ancient race should not be underestimated. In my opinion, we should wait for Quinn to bring the troops before taking action." Jean seriously advised that no. "Uncle Jean, the troops we brought are merely a layer of protection and deterrence to persuade the fur tribe to willingly join us. It is best to avoid using force whenever possible. If we need to display our strength, both you and I are here, which should suffice for now, but we'll see how the situation in Zhao unfolds." Hakyubai calmly replied, adding, "Moreover, this is still Yia's homeland. If it can be avoided, I would rather not have a major conflict with the fur tribe. Well, as it stands, my interactions with the fur tribe have been quite pleasant." Weighing the soft little rabbit in his arms, Hakyubai casually passed his golden pistol to Jean that a peculiar glow flickered, transforming the weapon significantly. "Uncle Jean, I've modified this pistol into a signal gun. One signal flare, and the entire Zhao will be alerted if necessary. Please notify the troops. For now, let us meet the hosts and hope they extend some hospitality to us unexpected guests. Pedro, have you found Gallet?" A frantic female canine fur tribe member inquired. "Not yet. We've searched all around the village. This little rascal wouldn't have run deep into the woods. Would she?" A well-built, sharp-eyed male cougar fur tribe youth replied helplessly. "How frustrating. We are currently in a state of conflict with the ancient race. Although I don't know why they suddenly ceased their offensive these past 2 days, it's still dangerous outside. My instincts tell me something significant is about to happen." Sicily, the lion fur tribe member, expressed his growing anxiety. "Those matters are beyond our control at the moment. Sicily, trust in the adults of the heroic guild. For now, finding Gallet is of utmost importance." Giovanni of the zebra fur tribe calmly analyzed the situation. "How infuriating. If Lord Yao Yi were still here, those rascals would never have the audacity to act so recklessly." Constant, a member of the fox fur tribe, slammed his fist against a nearby tree, his gaze filled with indignation. "Ah, Lord Yao Yi. Although we were still bewildered during his time, we learned from our elders just how formidable a warrior he was. Alas, everything changed after that fateful night of the blood moon. However, we are fortunate to still have Lord Panda guarding us. He is a member of the rare iron beast fur tribe, even more uncommon than the ancient races. Despite being of similar size, he can rival that saber-toothed tiger. Moreover, he possesses the powers of a devil fruit." Giovanni could not help but exclaim. "Indeed, if anyone can lead us to reclaim the fluffy duchy, it must be Lord Panda." A heavy silence fell among the group, as the current plight of the fur tribes weighed heavily on the hearts of these spirited youths. They were acutely aware that Although Panda could match the leader of the foe heroic guild, Kirin, the enigmatic king had yet to reveal his power. According to the brutal laws of the ancient races, he would undoubtedly be another formidable foe. Speaking of their ironclad rules, this was precisely why Pedro and his kin were reluctant to align themselves with the ancient races. They adhered to a survival code that had endured through the ages, believing that everything could be seized through sheer strength. Power was the absolute truth that reigned supreme over all. Thus, conflict, bloodshed, and plunder were the unchanging themes of their existence, in addition to their low fertility rates. This was another reason for their dwindling population. Due to their penchant for violence, most of them instinctively resorted to brute force when faced with challenges, rather than engaging in peaceful dialogue. In other words, this group was comprised of reckless brutes, too lazy to think. Yet, the king who sought to seize the fluffy duchy was a rare exception, taking advantage of the chaos during the Blood Moon. While the heroic guild suffered heavy losses, he led the ancient races to capture this land, forcing the fur tribes, who had lived here for generations, into the corners of Zo Island. For years, he had sent his minions to invade and harass, attempting to compel everyone into submission. However, the fur tribes would never be enslaved. Even if it meant fighting until the last man, they would not yield to tyranny. This conviction resided not only in the hearts of the warriors on the front lines, but also within the minds of these young people in their formative years. Hey, you lot, are you still looking for Carrot? I found some clues. It's some carrot leaves. Given Carrot's temperament, she must have left them behind. Hurry, follow me. Wanda's call shattered the silence, prompting the group to exchange glances before Pedro chuckled wryly, suggesting they first locate the spirited girl. What an excessively lively character. Meanwhile, Carrot, the one they were concerned about, had been transformed into a small white rabbit by Yakumo Bai and was peacefully nestled in the arms of a young boy, soundly asleep. With Yakumo Bai's mastery over the childlike fruit, he could easily turn her into a toy while ensuring others did not lose their memories of her in the original work. The use of the childlike fruit by Sat Sugar was rather crude, merely serving as a form of hidden weapon. As their thoughts gradually returned, the group ventured deeper into the forest, where the once raucous sounds of insects and beasts dwindled into an eerie silence. The air thick with an ominous scent of danger, the smirk graced Yakumo Bai's lips as he playfully surveyed the depths of the woods. His early awakening of observation haki had already detected several unfamiliar presences gradually encroaching upon them. He exchanged a glance with Jean, signaling him to hold off on making a move, then turned to Lin T, saying, Little T, your ability is the dragon head form, correct? Is something the matter? Careful, or I might headbutt you. Lin Ti's cheeks flushed as she felt uncomfortable under his direct gaze. Can I show you? I want to see how tough your head is. Why should I just show you because you asked? That would be ridiculous. Without hesitation, Yakumo Bai treated the feisty little girl like a javelin, tossing her forward. Lin T, rising to the occasion, transformed into her beast form, crashing into an assailant who attempted to ambush Peggy Wan from behind, knocking him to the ground. The man's eyes went blank. He would not be regaining consciousness anytime soon. We've been discovered. Attack. Eliminate these intruders trespassing upon His Majesty's lands. A group of werewolf fur tribe members, crackling with electricity, charged towards them. Sis. Initially startled by Yakumo Bai's actions, Peggy Wan quickly comprehended the situation upon seeing the unconscious werewolf behind her. She immediately shifted in her beast form, claws bared and ready to attack the enemy. Wow. Are we about to fight? I'm in. Thunder, no, wait. Just watch out. Yamato shouted, excitedly raising his Wolfong club and rushing towards the battlefield. This really all right. Young Master Yakumo, the strength of the fur tribe is not something ordinary pirates can contend with. Don't worry. They're merely cannon fodder, perfect for some practice. As for the electricity surrounding those fellows, if it were any stronger, it might actually hurt them. But not to mention Lin T and her ancient kin, who possess incredible defensive and recovery abilities. Yamato has inherited his father's talents. Although we don't know who his mother is, handling a mere handful of small wolves is more than enough. Yakumo Bai waved his hand dismissively, his attention shifting deeper into the woods. And besides, if we don't create some commotion, how will we announce our arrival? Do you expect me to knock politely? That is certainly not my style. As he spoke, The werewolves, who were incapable of breaching their defenses, found themselves overwhelmed. Who are these kids? How can they withstand so much punishment? The electricity of the fur tribe is ineffective against them. And can this power truly belong to children? Especially that white-haired girl. She is practically a ferocious beast. Under the relentless assault from Yamato and the others, the werewolves began to falter, quickly losing their will to fight and seeking to flee. However, the three, caught up in their excitement, had no intention of letting them escape and howled, ready to pursue. Yet, to their surprise, before they could take more than a few steps, the woods erupted with cries of distress, followed by the rustling of trees. Several hurriedly retreating fur tribe members appeared before them. I could see this moment. Yakumo perked up, as if expecting this turn of events. He chuckled lightly. It seems our hosts have finally arrived. Pedro and his companions were bewildered. They had merely come to investigate the sounds of battle in the area, wondering if Carrot might be in trouble, only to find themselves confronted by a group of ancient races fleeing in panic from three young boys and girls. To their astonishment, they noticed that the boy with 9 tails was none other than the rumored 9-tailed fox, the very culprit behind the Blood Moon incident, the man clad in all black, whose true face was obscured, emanated a dangerous aura more potent than anyone they had encountered before. Unconsciously swallowing hard, Pedro, as the leader, felt the weight of responsibility and inquired, "Who are you? Did you come from outside Zo? What is your purpose here? Also, have you seen a rabbit-like fur tribe member? She is our companion." Upon hearing this, Yamato and the others turned their gazes toward the sleeping rabbit cradled in Yakumo-bai's arms. "Should we say the only rabbit we've encountered is this silly one?" Luan T muttered softly. "We did encounter one. However, I think you should prepare some carrots, as this little rabbit is absolutely famished." Yakumo-bai gently set the small white rabbit down, and with a flash of light, the curled-up carrot reappeared before them. "Carrot!" Wanda exclaimed in delight, rushing to her side to check on the girl's condition. "Hey, what did you do to Carrot? Why did she end up like that?" Constant of the Fox tribe, who had initially darkened to the sight of Yakumo-bai, immediately demanded answers. "Huh? A member of the Fox Fur tribe?" Yakumo-bai regarded this potential kin with mild surprise, finally understanding the reason behind the other's intense emotions. After all, it was because of him that the once hero of their clan was imprisoned. In truth, it was of little consequence. That was merely the fruit of my abilities, transforming into that form solely for the convenience of keeping her by my side. One must understand, I have diligently gathered carrots to sustain this little rabbit, and I cannot simply disregard her. Yakumo-bai fabricated a tale with an expression of calm indifference, completely unfazed by Constance's furious glare. He made no mention of Yamato having pilfered the carrots. After all, once she awakens, I can simply bring forth another basket, and this little rabbit will forget everything. "Constant, calm yourself. Gallet has merely fallen asleep. There is no grave matter at hand." Wanda, after scrutinizing Yakumo-bai's handsome visage, which seemed to radiate light, spoke with relief. That moment, Gallet coincidentally murmured in her dreams, affirming Yakumo-bai's assertions. Upon hearing this, Pedro and the others collectively sighed in relief. To them, Gallet was akin to a sister, and if anything were to happen to her, they would be filled with regret. Since the matter has been clarified, permit me to interject, esteemed members of the fur tribe. Is this truly how you treat your guests from afar? You neglect the most basic welcoming rituals and allow this ruffian to hurl insults at me. Yakumo-bai remarked playfully, gesturing towards Constant, while Yamato and the others glared menacingly at him, seemingly prepared to rush forward and teach this impudent fellow a lesson. "You!" Upon hearing this, Constant could no longer contain his fury and attempted to confront the disaster, only to be restrained by Pedro. "Constant, steady yourself. Do not let your anger cloud your judgment at this juncture. We cannot afford to create further discord." As he spoke, Pedro turned to Yakumo-bai and said earnestly, "I do not know your reasons for returning to Zo at this time, but I must ask for your understanding. Zo is not currently welcoming of outsiders. Because of the ancient races you speak of, the fur tribe finds itself at the brink of survival." Yakumo-bai replied with a nonchalant smile, continuing, as a fellow member of the fur tribe, "Why not allow me to lend a hand? In exchange, should we emerge victorious in this war, I shall take Yao Yi with me, and you'll be obliged to follow my commands unconditionally." "What nonsense! Do you possess the means to negotiate with us?" Constant retorted disdainfully. "Your assistance? I wonder where your confidence stems from." Giovanni squinted at the figure of Jean behind Yakumo Bai, seemingly suspecting something. "Naturally, it comes from forces beyond Zou. Do you truly believe that Zou can resolve the current conflict from within? I must be frank, as it stands, that is utterly impossible. Despite having only just arrived in Zou and possessing limited knowledge regarding the so-called ancient races. This did not hinder Yakumo Bai from feigning a deep understanding of the situation in Z. As long as they believe he possessed significant leverage, the conversation could continue, and they would ponder his terms carefully. In essence, this was merely a bluff, placing both parties on equal footing. Moreover, his influence was indeed substantial, known as the Kaido of the beasts. Under the watchful gaze of Wanda and the others, Pedro pondered for an extended period, and eventually, as if having made a resolution, he stated, "If what you say holds true, then follow me to meet the clan leader. Matters concerning collaboration with external forces must be decided by Lord Cindy." Soon after, enduring a myriad of looks, ranging from disdain to fear, curiosity to admiration, Yakumo Bai traversed the village inhabited by the Fur tribe and, at a corner, encountered the current leader of the Fur tribe, an elderly yet still imposing lion. Indeed, Kazuki Odin has collaborated with our beast pirates to establish Wano, engaging in extensive construction and development throughout the land, that we have made preliminary connections overseas, and the people's lives are flourishing. Alas, none of us anticipated the nefarious ambitions of Kaido, who, after usurping the position of shogun through unknown means, would launch a series of conspiracies against Kazuki Odin, although we longed to assist our ally. Kazuki Odin declined our help, insisting that matters concerning Wano be resolved by Wano itself. We had hoped for Kazuki Odin to emerge victorious in this conflict. Regrettably, aside from the mother and daughter of Amano Toki whom I secretly saved, the Kazuki clan has been utterly severed. The retainers, Kurizumi and Inuarashi, also perished fighting for their lord in life. I shared a profound bond with Kurizumi and the others. To call them beloved kin would not be an exaggeration. Thus, upon understanding my intentions, they entrusted this life card to me, enabling my arrival in Zou. In a spacious conference room, Yakumo Bai spoke with a melancholic tone, regretfully returning the life card to the Fur tribe leader. Cindy. Meanwhile, Pedro and the others, who had been observing, were left utterly astonished, unable to fathom such a tragedy occurring in the distant land of Wano. I understand your intentions. Regarding Kurizumi and Inuarashi, I lament that the Kazuki clan has granted us favors, and we cannot turn a blind eye. However, Zou, too, is ensnared in a dire predicament. Those ancient races should not be underestimated. You truly possess a means to aid us in resolving this crisis? The Nine Tails from a decade ago, Cindy looked gravely at Yakumo Bai. Regardless of how he was previously deemed a disaster, the pressing issue at hand concerned the survival of the Fur tribe. Thus, any assistance was worth pursuing. Naturally, I have stated that if internal resolution proves futile, we must seek external aid. Our beast pirates are willing to provide such assistance. However, before that, I must rescue Yao Yi. She has sacrificed enough already. Yao Yi. Upon hearing this, Cindy's expression grew complex, reflecting on the former strongest warrior of the Fur tribe with a sense of wistfulness. In the past, she had defied opposition to adopt the Nine-Tails fox and willingly accepted punishment for it. Now, it appeared that the cycle of cause and effect had come full circle, with the once Nine-Tails fox coming to her rescue. With a sigh, Cindy replied, "Yao Yi is located on a small island in the heart of the lake at the northwestern corner of Whale Forest. To call it imprisonment is an exaggeration. It is merely a designated area for her movement. After all, given her past prestige within the tribe, it would be inappropriate to employ excessively harsh measures." Then, the old lion cast a complicated glance at Yakumo Bai, hesitating momentarily before adding, "However, I hope you do not hold our initial decision against us. The repercussions of that incident were far too severe. On the night of the red moon, a warrior awakened in the form of the moon lion and suddenly went berserk, which inevitably led to your involvement, even though you were merely a child at the time. I comprehend this, Whether or not I was the cause of that incident does not alter the fact that it inflicted severe damage upon the fur tribe. The sorrow and anger of the people naturally required an outlet. And transferring that onto me, the child born under the shadow of a disaster, was only to be expected, Yakomo replied with an air of indifference. Overall, the fur tribe owed him nothing, regardless of whether they supported or opposed Yao Ye's decision to adopt him. There was no obligation, merely an emotional response. Were the roles reversed, he might have employed similar means to alleviate the suppressed emotions of the populace. At most, he was an enigmatic child, inconsequential compared to the stability of Zou. However, Leader Cindy, those ancient races only erupted in violence after the Night of the Red Moon, did they not? Quite the fortuitous timing, aligning perfectly with the fur tribe's heavy losses and Yao Ye's subsequent imprisonment. There may well be a deeper story behind this, Yakomo suggested. If he had previously harbored doubts, now, with knowledge of the ancient races, his suspicions had solidified. The lingering question remained, why did the Red Moon on the day of his birth not incite the Moon Lions into a frenzy? And why did Yao Yi remain unaffected? Clearly, the ancient races were orchestrating something sinister, but for now we must first seek out Yao Yi, for the primary purpose of this journey is indeed her. I wonder what kind of person she is, he pondered, as he and Yamato strode confidently from the room, under the serious and contemplative gazes of Pedro and the others. However, just as they were about to depart the village of the fur tribe, they unexpectedly encountered an unforeseen individual. Panda! Panda! A group of youthful furries is gathered in a circle, exuberantly cheering. It seems quite lively over there by Xiaobai. Is there a renowned figure present? Yamato, supporting Yakomo-bai's shoulder, stands on tiptoe, straining to catch a glimpse of its brother Panda. Our most outstanding warrior among the furries, Garrett, with a basket of carrots taller than himself and a beaming smile, has joined them, offering an explanation. Garrett, my apologies. I couldn't resist nibbling your treasured carrots. Upon seeing the little rabbit, the straightforward Yamato immediately apologizes. Did I? I don't recall, but it's quite all right. I have exquisite carrots personally cultivated by Dr. Goat. I'm already satisfied. It appears that Garrett has chosen to selectively forget that painful memory. Hee, what a delightful little rabbit. With this thought in mind, Yakomo steps forward, takes a carrot from the basket, and gently offers it to Garrett, saying, well then, Garrett, could you tell me about this brother Panda? For some reason, it sounds quite endearing. Of course. In fact, every furry feels a fondness for brother Panda. Garrett naturally bites into a piece of carrot, brimming with vitality, and continues, brother Panda is a rare iron eater among our kind, even more so than ancient species. Not only is he incredibly powerful, but he can also control his body temperature at will. Just the other day, I witnessed him freeze every fish we caught into ice blocks. He's coming this way. Following Garrett's pointed finger, a robust figure with black and white fur strides toward them. Clad in simple light armor, with expertly crafted gauntlets covering his bare paws, exuding a sense of valor. However, his bear-like eyes, resting upon such a muscular physique, inexplicably convey a hint of humor. Are you that nine-tailed fox from 10 years ago? The one adopted by Lord Yao Yi, Panda asks in a gruff tone. This fellow's eyes are quite peculiar. I hadn't noticed from afar, but up close I can see how small they are in those heavy dark circles. Before Yakomo could respond, Runmi, standing nearby, bursts into laughter as if struck by comedic revelation, prompting both Yamato and Peiji to join in the mirth. Runmi, this character, Yakomo thinks, his expression darkening. Even if the fellow appears adorably clumsy, one should still be mindful of the occasion, shouldn't they? What kind of behavior is it to mock someone in front of them? A series of light taps on the heads of the three ensues. And seeing Yamato's pitiful expression, Yakomo chooses to ignore it and turns back to Panda, speaking with genuine sincerity. I apologize. My friends here are somewhat ill-read, a bunch of brutes. Panda, taken aback, waves his hand dismissively and replies, no, it's nothing. In fact, my dark circles can bring laughter to everyone, and that would be splendid. Nowadays, the furries are troubled by the ongoing war, and laughter has become scarce. Moreover, I have heard a bit about you. Panda casts an enigmatic glance at Yakomo and continues, though I am unaware of the specifics of the situation back then, I have never been one to believe in strange legends. How could anyone be born under a red moon? And how could that cause the awakened moon lion to suddenly go mad? Panda shakes his head and adds, I believe there are hidden truths behind that story. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why the ancient races, once silent, have suddenly resurfaced. There must be some catalyst. Upon hearing this, Yakomo Bai is somewhat astonished. He had not expected the seemingly clumsy bear to possess such wisdom. So, is that all you came to tell me? Frankly, I don't mind. I will investigate the matters you mentioned. In any case, thank you. Yakomo Bai gestures dismissively. Seeing this, Panda lets out a sigh of relief. An iron-eater furry. He feels a sense of sympathy for this unprecedented nine-tailed fox. Although his own race is exceedingly scarce in number, the other is entirely alone, having been abandoned since childhood, being of the same furry kin. He truly does not wish for any rift to form between them. Fortunately, the other seems to be faring well, surrounded by companions. With this thought in mind, Panda cannot help but voice a long-held desire. I have heard of your intentions. Though it may be a bit presumptuous, as a fellow warrior, I have long wished to spar with Lord Yao Yi. However, I was previously unable to do so due to restrictions. But now that you are here, it provides me the perfect opportunity. Please allow me to join you. As he speaks, Panda gazes earnestly at Yakomo Bai, embodying the fervor of a battle enthusiast indeed, as expected of an iron eater. Yakomo Bai muses inwardly, raising an eyebrow as a thought occurs to him. He then states, of course you can join. However, since she was the one who raised me, if you wish to challenge her, you must first get past me, right? Yakomo Bai chuckles and proposes, how about this? Let us have a match first. If you win, I shall gladly take you to meet Yao. Yet if you lose, you will become my little brother. And as my little brother, I will certainly take you along, all right? Panda, are you certain? Yakomo Bai. Yamato shouts in support from the side. Yakomo Bai, even if you're the unprecedented nine-tailed fox, I have experienced countless battles and trials. You merely appear to be a child. Panda hesitates, astonished by Yakomo Bai's suggestion. Could this fellow truly believe he can overcome him at such a tender age? How can one know without trying? Yakomo Bai smiles mysteriously, reaching for a toy knife secured at his waist. With an inexplicable flash of light, a long blade shimmering with a cold gleam materializes before the onlookers. Clang, the blade is drawn, its floral engravings appearing exceptionally exquisite, the hilt shaped into 3 petals, adorned with intricate designs that impart an air of elegance and solemnity. This blade, known as Chanyu Yuzhan, is reputed to be a legendary sword capable of cleaving the very skies. Originally meant for Momonosuke, it now rests in Yakomo Bai's hands, thanks to the benevolence of Lady Sure, who gifted both of Keizuki Odin's swords to this little fox who plays with hearts as a token of gratitude. Well, it would be a shame to let it fall into the hands of that wasteful Momonosuke, as such a renowned blade deserves to be wielded by one worthy of its value. As for the cursed blade Enma, his current strength is insufficient to master it, and thus it must remain sealed away for now as a mere toy. With a wistful sigh, Yakomo Bai casually performs a flourish with the sword. Standing with it held behind his back, the blade angled toward the ground, presenting himself as a spirited and imposing young swordsman. This can be observed from the adoring gazes of Yamato and others behind him, as well as the furry maiden surrounding them. Is he a swordsman? I'm just curious about his skill level. Panda thinks, surprised and intrigued, as he solemnly raises his fists, assuming a stance, regardless of the opponent's strength. One must give their all in battle. It is a mark of respect to the adversary and a responsibility to oneself. That is Panda's principle. Xiao Bai, go, go, defeat this little bear, Yamato exclaims excitedly, waving his arms. The little girl, flushed with excitement, sparkles with fervor in her eyes, as if she were the one in the midst of the battle, brimming with enthusiasm. Tisuke, this fellow, if he loses and loses face, I won't take responsibility. Runmi scoffs, crossing her arms, but despite her sharp words, her slightly opened eyes subtly watch the battlefield. Clearly, she is as insincere as ever. Why is a fight suddenly about to break out? Garrett's rabbit ears droop dejectedly. He glances between Yakomo Bai and Panda, clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation that exceeds his understanding. And no matter. Let them have their bout. Galote, just as I was curious about this fellow's prowess as well. Attracted by the commotion, Pedluo and the others looked with intrigue at the two in the center. Through the words spoken by Hakabai earlier, their hostility towards him had diminished considerably. However, although the Fur tribe cherished peace, strength remained the most reliable path to earning respect. To gain their acknowledgement, Hakabai needed to demonstrate corresponding power. It seems everyone has been drawn in. What say you, Mr. Bear? If you lose, you'll have to become my little brother. Hakabai said with a light chuckle, his expression exuding composure. I won't shy away from battle. Hakabai, and I am an iron eater, not a bear. As he spoke, Panda's fists gradually turned crimson, a scorching aura enveloping him, causing the air around him to shimmer slightly. I am the temperature bear who has consumed the temperature fruit, capable of freely controlling my body temperature. In this state, my fists are heated to over 100 degrees. So do be cautious. Temperature mode, barbaric charge. A fierce wind from his punch mingled with searing gas, and blinding sparks surged forth, truly embodying the might of the strongest warrior of the Fur tribe. With the amalgamation of high-temperature electrical currents and sheer strength, Panda's assault resembled an unstoppable tsunami. The temperature fruit is indeed a fruit of immense potential, I thought, increasingly satisfied, recalling it as a national treasure for my memories. Even in the world of pirates, its value remains undiminished. With Panda's current strength, he could easily become a pirate with a bounty in the hundreds of millions 2 decades hence. If he would harness the power of dual hockey, he would reach the level of the Flying Six. Why, then, did Hakabai have the audacity to propose this battle? His white hair cascaded down to his waist, pure as snow and gleaming like silver frost, radiating a gentle glow. The red and blue hues of his heterochromatic eyes deepened, the whites fading away, replaced by an intense black that drew one in irresistibly. Behind him, 9 tails, as white as snow and fluffy, swayed gently, each brimming with vitality and spirit. Suddenly, arcs of electricity, slithering like dragons and snakes, erupted forth, dazzling in their brilliance. Under the bright sun, Hakabai transformed directly into his moon lion form. Witnessing this, the surrounding Fur tribe members gasped in astonishment. They had seen the moon lion form before, but it could only be activated during a full moon. What was happening now? The sun was still brilliantly hanging in the sky, yet it had transformed nonetheless. Panda, facing Hakabai, was equally astonished, but soon his expression was replaced with fierce battle intent that a challenger capable of transforming into the moon lion form at will was worth his full effort. Heavenly bird, circular slash. Now in the moon lion form, Hakabai grew increasingly aloof, his long blades slicing through the air, sharp as the cacophony of 100 birds in flight, colliding with Panda's steaming fists. Bang! An invisible wave of force surged forth. Hakabai staggered back a few steps, while Panda was sent hurtling backward for dozens of meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. What? Brother Panda is actually at a disadvantage? Wanda exclaimed, her mouth agape, clearly finding it hard to believe such a result. Little Bai possesses strength comparable to that of the giant tribe. This little bear is no match for him, Yamato declared, her expression one of pride. As if the victory were her own. The giant tribe? Pedluo and the others looked at Hakabai in shock, unable to believe that such astounding power resided within such a small frame. Tise, looking down at the few steps he had retreated. Hakabai sighed. After all, he was still young. Even with his remarkable strength, controlling the output of that power proved somewhat challenging. Although he had just sent his opponent flying, the force had been somewhat dispersed, leaving Panda looking rather disheveled. Yet, given the Fur tribe's constitution, it was merely a few scrapes. What a perfect opportunity to practice my technique. The gap between me and Dad and the others is too vast. I simply lack the energy to focus on mastering my PowerPoint. One moment I'm still recovering, and the next a wolf-tooth club comes flying at me. How frustrating. Hakabai steadied himself, raising the heavenly feather slash in his hand, gazing at Panda, who was re-emerging from the smoke, and smiled. All right, let us commence the second round. Cough, cough. Panda emerged from the smoke, struggling to hide his astonishment as he looked at Hakabai, clearly shaken by the latter's strength. Such unmatched force. Even some strength-oriented members of the fur tribe would fall short, and even that saber-toothed tiger would likely not surpass Hakubai. How astonishing! Suppressing his trembling hands, Panda slowly drew a gleaming double-headed axe from behind him, pointing it towards Hakubai and declaring, "Come, round two." Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, Panda's figure vanished from sight. In that instant, an arc crackling with electricity approached like a specter. Thunder battle axe. Thunder slash! Confronted with Panda's axe, Hakubai's mind surged with intent, and the electric currents surrounding him coalesced into his blade, transforming the heavenly feather slash into a brilliant silver hue. True to its name. The sharp blade, capable of severing thunder, flashed past, colliding with Panda's battle axe with a resounding clang. Well done! Panda's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. Despite the fervor on his face, a mist of chilling air drifted from him, as the ambient temperature plummeted, causing scattered water vapor in the air to crystallize into ice shards, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. Frost mode. Superconducting thunder axe. Feeling the electric currents scattering around them. A potent chill intertwined with a tingling sensation surged from the point of contact between their weapons. Hakubai found it unexpected. Was this bear cultured? Did he understand low-temperature superconductivity, though surprised by the sudden change in Panda's attack style? Hakubai had been trained mercilessly by Jin and Kaido, and thus his focus remained unwavering during battle. With great effort, he forced his stiffened arm from its numb state, swiftly turning to retreat, his tail smashing the ground as he leaped into the air. "Panda, the test is over. Now we shall engage in the real contest. Bring it on!" Bang! Another wave of invisible force swept through, electricity crackled, steam billowed, cold winds surged, and earth and stone shattered as Hakubai and Panda clashed fiercely, leaving the onlooking crowd utterly dumbfounded. The gathered members of the fur tribe, though aware of Panda being the strongest warrior of the present day, had never had the chance to witness it firsthand. Now, seeing him brandish his battle axe amidst the electric and cold currents, he truly resembled a war god. However, the greater shock was reserved for Hakubai. For this rumored nine-tailed fox, most of the fur tribe held more trepidation than curiosity. They had hoped Panda would teach him a lesson, yet they never anticipated that Hakubai could contend with Panda to such a degree. This fellow is truly extraordinary, not to mention his ability to transform into the moon lion at will. His combat awareness surpasses that of most individuals, not to mention his exceptional swordsmanship. No wonder Yao Yi was so intent on preserving him. The old lion, Cindy, mused to himself, his thoughts drifting. "But Chief, how likely do you think the claims of that youth are? Is it possible that the ancient races were behind the events of that year?" A vigilante group guard asked gravely, following closely behind. "Such things are certainly plausible, but we cannot take everything that youth says at face value. Even if he claims that the Beast Pirates and the Kazuki clan are in league, it remains a matter of inviting external forces into our midst that we must exercise utmost caution, as it is not out of the question that this could be a deliberate provocation." Cindy replied solemnly, "Nonetheless, Chief, if what this youth has said is true, then we owe a great debt to Lady Yao Yi. Not only did we send out the child she raised, but we also confined her to a corner of whale forest. Even Lady Yao Yi, who is typically reserved, would surely feel disheartened by such treatment," the guard remarked. Upon hearing this, Cindy's expression turned somewhat helpless. Many matters unfold in such a way. What seems like a satisfactory resolution may reveal flaws over time, or even collapse entirely. Now, with new interpretations of the events of the night of the Red Moon, the initial handling appears extremely crude and lacking in compassion. It remains to be seen just how formidable the Beast Pirates truly are. If it truly has the potential to assist us in resolving this turmoil, then many matters would be effortlessly settled, be it the truth of those bygone days or our attitudes towards Yakumo, Bai, and Yao Yi. Not to mention the 100-beast pirate crew. Cindy gazed at the battle drawing to a close, murmuring softly. Boom! The flickering electric sparks scattered in every direction as Yakumo Bai forced Panda back with a single strike, simultaneously extending a delicate, boneless hand to grasp the opponent's battle axe. Bang! Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated. Panda's weapon had transformed into a mere toy model, lying abandoned on the ground, while Yakomo seized the moment to send the Tianyu Yuzhan soaring into the air. A flash of light illuminating the scene as the blade suddenly grew to an enormous size. This, clad in somewhat tattered light armor, with numerous charred wounds adorning his body, Panda, despite his spirited resolve, looked bewilderedly at the diminutive axe at his feet, then lifted his gaze to the towering blade, momentarily speechless. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Panda, let's conclude this battle swiftly. The adversary proved to be more formidable than anticipated. The dual nature of the temperature fruit was being controlled with impeccable precision, coupled with the unique electric attacks of the fur tribe. Yakomo, relying solely on his physical prowess and swordsmanship, found it quite challenging to subdue him. After the recent skirmish, Yakomo had also ascertained that the opponent was merely a step away from mastering the dual-colored haki, which he had yet to fully grasp. Considering that the opponent was of similar age to Pedro and had achieved such a level was indeed commendable. In light of this, allow me to lend you a hand. It is also an opportunity to hasten the resolution of this deadlock. Raising both blades above his head, Nine Tails arched gracefully. A dense mass of electric currents converged at their tips, then erupted violently in the sky, transforming into a vast web of lightning. Attempt to awaken the will that lies dormant within you. Give it a try. One sword style. 10,000 serpents. Yelp, like a prison of thunder, a powerful strike, entwined with serpentine currents, descended fiercely upon Panda. In an instant, the spectators perceived nothing but a blinding whiteness. Obscuring the situation within it is over. With arms crossed, Jean calmly served as both guardian and attendant, shutting his eyes, having already foreseen this scene. Young Master Yakomo's toy fruit was undoubtedly formidable, and its usage was both simple and brutally effective. Once it came into contact with an adversary, unless they possessed formidable haki, they would be rendered a mere plaything. However, this ease of use could lead to a lack of personal cultivation for the user. According to intelligence reports, past users had perished from close combat, with some even falling victim to ambushes by ordinary individuals. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about young Master Yakomo in this regard. As Lord Kaido taught, only haki is the power that transcends all. Young Master Yakomo clearly understood this principle. Nodding gently, Jean turned to await the departure of the others, only to be taken aback when, with a startling roar, Panda burst forth from Yakomo's attack range, enveloped in a black substance, vanishing in an instant as he awakened his armament haki in a moment of crisis. He is indeed quite a talent. Jean observed Panda with intrigue, a notion of recruitment budding in his mind. However, the ensuing scene solidified his thoughts. Panda approached Yakomo with a serious demeanor, stopping a few paces away, and solemnly declared, "Fur tribe, Panda, pays respects to the boss. That fellow truly defeated Brother Panda. No, it should merely be a tie, yet it seems Brother Panda has made some breakthrough. Regardless, that guy seems to have bent the rules a bit. Doesn't he? Who could have imagined that at such a young age, he could match Brother Panda? One wonders what heights his strength will reach in a decade or so." The surrounding members of the fur tribe began to murmur, their gazes towards Yakomo shifting from initial rejection and curiosity to reverence. In the world of pirates, power is the absolute factor that commands respect. "Oh, Panda, you should still have the strength for another round, right? If you employ your newly awakened armament haki, I might not last long." Yakomo inquired with a smile. "No, I can still take a loss. Although I've awakened my armament haki, you haven't really utilized your fruit powers thus far. Have you? If you were to use that ability against me, I might not be able to withstand it." Panda scratched his head, his demeanor shifting from battle mode to unexpectedly earnest, shedding the earlier fervor. Since you have recognized Xiao Bai as your boss, that makes me the big sister from now on." "Xiao Xiong," Yamato declared proudly, striking a pose. However, as a straightforward Iron Eater beast, Panda showed no deference to the hairless monkey, promptly retorting, "No, I only lost to boss Yakomo, not to you. That if you want me to follow your lead, you must first defeat me." "You!" Yamato exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Panda. "Did I not appear to be the big sister?" Yamato, you still need to practice more. Don't worry, one day I'll have Dad prepare you a mythical Zoan fruit, and you'll soon become the big sister." Yakomo patted Yamato's small horn, offering gentle reassurance. "Indeed, young Master Yakomo. Compared to you, I have ample room for improvement, Peggy-wan expressed excitedly. Thud. Rummy delivered a swift chop to Peggy-wan's neck, exclaiming, Little Pei, don't bolster others' ambitions while extinguishing your own spirit. Humph. We will eventually catch up and even surpass him. Runmi crossed her arms, brimming with determination as she gazed at Yakumo Bai, resembling a defiant little wildcat. Hee, then I shall look forward to it, with a light-hearted response, unexpectedly gaining a promising new ally. Yakumo Bai felt quite content. The thought of soon reuniting with his first family member filled him with anticipation, prompting him to exclaim, Let us depart. It is time to bring Yao Yi back. In the whale forest at the northwestern corner lies a picturesque island at the heart of a shimmering lake. The jade-green waters glisten like jewels, creating a dreamlike ambience, while the island is adorned with lush trees and vibrant blossoms. Deep within the layers of greenery, one can find expansive groves of delicate pink cherry blossoms, standing quietly like a group of bashful maidens, awaiting discovery. From a distance, this cherry blossom forest appears shrouded in a veil of pink mist. Enchanting and ethereal, as a gentle breeze sweeps by, the branches sway lightly, and petals rain down like snow, creating a beautiful floral shower. Like butterflies, they dance gracefully, settling softly upon the shoulders of a stunning woman seated beneath a tree. Slowly, she opened her tightly shut eyes, her violet irises shimmering with grace. Yet in the next moment, they vanished, replaced by an indifferent coldness. Her long, soft pink hair cascaded behind her, adorned with a pair of delicate fox ears that occasionally fluttered. As if attuned to the rhythms of nature, the wide purple kimono could not conceal the elegance of her form. As she rose gracefully, her exquisite curves flowed harmoniously with the movement of her attire. Tap! Casually grasping a long blade beside her, the woman glided forward, making her way toward the island's perimeter. Only then did one notice that, unlike traditional kimonos, the collar of her garment was left loose, parting at the shoulders, while the hem was shortened to just above her thighs. Her steps were graceful, her long legs encased in black stockings, exuding an alluring charm, while a fluffy pink tail swayed enticingly behind her. Thanks to an unknown change in her bloodline, the woman appeared markedly different from the typical fur tribe, with only her signature fox ears and tail betraying her lineage, leading the uninformed to believe she hailed from an otherworldly realm. Clang! With a swift motion, the blade was drawn, and the woman commenced her daily swordsmanship practice. Ever since being imprisoned on this island, the sword in her hand and the years of honed technique had become her sole companion. Aside from that, perhaps a few birds and flowers had briefly captured her attention. Shaking her head, the woman sliced through the fallen petals around her with a single stroke. And no matter how beautiful the external world may be, it is but a fleeting dream destined to dissipate. Only the blade in her grasp would remain steadfast, at least, prior to encountering him. That was my belief. I delicately plucked a perfect cherry blossom before me. I gently caressed its petals, gradually sinking into the ocean of memories. When I first laid eyes upon him, he was merely a small child, perhaps just freshly born, though I could not quite comprehend. However, unlike ordinary children, he descended from the heavens beneath a crimson moon. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, it was said that numerous extraordinary events transpired on the island during those days, and many believed it was due to that child, considering him a harbinger of calamity. But I held a different opinion. That was the first time I beheld a being who could be deemed perfect. His soft gray hair, a porcelain doll-like face, an adorably clumsy little body, and 9 tails akin to my own. Perhaps it was the familiarity of his appearance that stirred a desire in me to have him by my side. Beyond the blade I held, it was the first time I yearned for something. Thanks to my contributions to the Fur clan, the people consented to my request to adopt that little fellow, and I happily gained him, yet he was still a mere child, needing care. Having taken him in, I naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Ironically, at just over a decade old myself, I, who had always regarded swordsmanship as paramount, found myself playing the role of a mother. The woman's cold visage slightly flushed, evidently recalling some embarrassing past. Fortunately, after my arduous efforts, that little one grew up quite well, albeit with a tendency to sleep excessively. Having yet to open his eyes to see me, the woman furrowed her delicate brows, somewhat displeased by this. I had initially thought everything would proceed smoothly. He would gradually grow up and remain by my side until the day I departed for the afterlife. Yet, unforeseen events unfolded. The crimson moon reappeared, but this time it was no mere anomaly. Apart from myself, many others inexplicably succumbed to madness. Out of duty, I unhesitatingly took my stand at the forefront, dispatching those individuals one by one. That upheaval brought considerable loss to the Fur clan, and naturally, that child became the target of their ire. The woman sighed, wishing to avoid such an outcome. After all, the Fur clan was where I was born and raised. Even though I had always been indifferent, this bond was not something easily severed. Regardless, those individuals were dead, and that was that. If it were not to prevent him from feeling guilt upon learning of these events in the future, I would have fled far away already. The life I saved from external enemies was more than sufficient to repay the Fur clan for their nurturing. A decade had passed, and I could endure just one more year. I must leave, unconsciously gripping the hilt of my blade tightly. I steeled my resolve, the fierce aura scattering the surrounding falling petals, transforming the once romantic scene into one overshadowed by my determined edge. A pair of pink fox ears twitched slightly, as if sensing something, and the woman, feeling somewhat impatient, frowned, muttering, "Are those bothersome ancient races at it again?" Claiming they want me to return to the clan, just a bunch of brainless brutes filled with violence. Well, it's fine. My mood isn't great anyway. I could vent my frustrations on these fellows. With that thought, the woman sheathed her blade and turned to stride outward. She traversed through layers of trees, leaving behind the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Her expression dark as she followed the source of the commotion, radiating a chilling intent. The scene before her was somewhat peculiar. A bear from the Fur clan, a tightly wrapped, mysterious man, and 3 young boys and girls? What was happening? Had they altered their strategy? Her contemplation was abruptly interrupted as her body inexplicably trembled slightly, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. That familiar figure. Those 9 pristine tails. Was it him? The violet eyes met the mismatched red and blue ones, and after years of searching, the two finally reunited. Cough, cough, Lord Yamato, and you all, let us take a moment to step aside and give them some space, suggested Jean, the prominent figure who was not merely a force of might. I suppose so, replied the understanding Yamato, considering the feelings of Haku. However, why did her chest feel so heavy? It was as if an ominous premonition loomed. Returning to the scene, on the way, Hakuyu had envisioned numerous scenarios for their reunion, whether embracing each other with tears of joy, sharing heartfelt confessions, or even experiencing an awkward moment. Yet he never anticipated that they would now merely gaze at each other in a daze. Time and space faded away, leaving only the reflections of each other standing firm. For Haku, the first sight of Yaoya filled him with astonishment, followed swiftly by deep admiration. He had prepared himself for the possibility of her resembling a fox like Constant. But it mattered not. If it was Iya, she was beautiful nonetheless. However, he clearly did not expect her to be quite similar to himself, a fox bearing only a pair of fox ears and a tail to signify her identity, otherwise indistinguishable from a human. Her elongated eyes, violet and imbued with a hint of cuteness, complemented her well-toned physique, exuding elegance wrapped in black thigh-high socks. Most importantly, she was a pink-haired fox, suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart. Even as he felt his cheeks flush, quietly reminding himself, he composed his thoughts and slowly approached Yaoya. For Yaoya, this encounter was undoubtedly miraculous, even leading her to question if she was dreaming. My heavens, what am I witnessing? Is it really him? Has he returned to seek me out? He looked so incredibly handsome now, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, a high nose and thin, rosy lips. His complexion, smooth and fair as jade, seemed almost fragile. He possessed a tall and elegant stature, radiating a unique charm with every movement. Oh, and his 9 fluffy tails appeared so soft and well-groomed. Yet, Yaoya frowned, scrutinizing his loose white robes and the 2 girls behind him, her hands unconsciously tightening. Were they his companions? Playmates who had been by his side all these years. Logically, she should feel grateful and wish to repay them. But inexplicably, a sense of discomfort welled within her. It was as if her once exclusive canvas had been painted over with other colors, The traces she had left rapidly obscured, abandoned, and soon to vanish entirely. The usually resolute and indifferent now felt a pang of anxiety. I wonder if he remembers me. What do I mean to him? Is there still a place for me in his heart? With her thoughts swirling in confusion, Yaya found herself ensnared in a complex tangle of emotions. Failing to notice that Hakuyu had already approached her, gazing into Yaya's slightly widened eyes, Hakuyu sincerely declared, "I've come to take you away." The sudden embrace jolted Yaya from her distressing thoughts. The person she had longed for was now tenderly gazing at her, professing he had come to retrieve her. Yaya felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her eyes growing misty. Hakuyu faltered momentarily, gently stroking Yaya's back, hoping to soothe her racing heart. "You." Slowly lifting her head, Yaya stared blankly into Hakuyu's warm gaze, wanting to speak, but finding herself momentarily speechless. "That's my name now," he responded with a beaming smile. "Hakuyu suits your image perfectly." The once cold beauty now radiated an unexpected warmth and charm, her hand tracing the contours of the young man's cheek, attempting to etch his current visage deep into her soul. "Now, Yaya, come with me. You no longer need to remain here. I have found a strong and reliable place to belong, and you should regain your freedom. Is that so?" Yaya murmured, displaying no concern for the matter of freedom. With a slight furrow of her brow, she expressed her discontent, saying, "You mustn't call me by my name directly. After all, I should be considered your elder sister." A blush crept across Yaya's face as she added, "Come now, call me Ija and let me hear it." Seemingly accustomed to their previous interactions, Yaya gently coaxed him, though somewhat unaccustomed to the address. Bai found himself obliged to comply, despite the reluctance in his heart. He playfully raised his voice, like the thawing of snow and the flowing of spring waters. Yaya's demeanor brightened, her brows arching gently, and her ears began to twitch with delight, reflecting her exquisite mood. After Bai called her sister several times, Yaya embraced the young man once more, speaking in a languid tone. "You know, little Bai-yun, I've dreamed of this scene countless times. Such a beautiful moment makes me question whether I'm still in a dream. Look, with feelings so vivid, how could this be mere fantasy? The current me is indeed real." By Ts.hu, it appeared that the bond between the two had not diminished in the slightest over time. Perhaps neither of them noticed how harmoniously they were drawing closer, like a whirlpool destined to bloom anew in the future. In the forest of Wales, northwest, on a small island in the lake, I have long admired you. Lady Yaya, if possible, I humbly request an opportunity to spar with you. Panda clasped his hands in earnest appeal to Yaya. "Come, Panda. I have indeed heard of you from those ancient races, A.S.A. Senior. I must grant you this chance. However, do proceed with caution. I am uncertain of my own strength after all these years. Prepare yourself mentally." Following her reunion with Bai, Yaya's spirits were notably uplifted, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her words flowed more freely. "Since you wish to battle, could you perhaps release little Bai first? Holding hands might hinder the fight, wouldn't it?" Yamato hesitated for a moment before softly reminding her, emphasizing the word sister. As she spoke, she attempted to reach out and rescue Bai from Yaya's grasp. Casting a meaningful glance at Yamato and noticing the conflicted expression on Runny's face, Yaya raised an eyebrow, setting aside her slight reluctance. With a lingering touch, she gently released Bai's hand, speaking with warmth. "Bai, please wait for me a moment. I shall return shortly." Hearing her tender tone, Bai felt a mix of helplessness and nostalgia. After years apart, Yaya's pent-up emotions, once ignited, surged forth like turbulent waves, overwhelming his rationality. Had he not intervened in time, she might have continued in her affectionate manner indefinitely. "All right," Bai nodded obediently, even though he felt some reluctance. Yet, deep within, he realized he somewhat relished and cherished this outpouring of affection. Even amidst the pirate world, despite having gained strength and companions like Yamato, Maria, and Runty, and having the beast pirates as his refuge, Bai felt an unfulfilled void within his spirit that only deepened with the accumulation of emotions. His heart yearned for more. Returning his gaze to Ya, once she released Bai and assumed a combat stance. Her originally gentle and alluring demeanor immediately transformed into one of sharp intensity and brilliance. 8 years prior, at merely a teenager, she had already reached the level of a swordmaster. During these years, she had suppressed her inner emotions, accompanying herself with her blade, day after day, year after year. Now, as those feelings found an outlet, her state of mind expanded accordingly. From this moment forward, her heart would be her blade, and the blade would embody her heart, cleaving through all obstacles. Though this blade was indeed a supreme weapon, its name had been lost to the annals of time. I've always used it as is, never considering bestowing it a name. It had gently caressed the blade with her slender fingers, her gaze filled with nostalgia. But now, I find myself eager to name it, beneath the night sky, with my heart directed towards the day. It shall henceforth be called Bay. With the final syllable of her declaration, a surge of energy enveloped her, reaching its zenith, followed closely by a brilliant slash, radiant and fleeting like a full moon. Faced with Yaoya's strike, Panda's alarm bells rang loudly. With no time to ponder, he concentrated all his armament haki, crossing his arms and exerting every ounce of strength to block the blow. However, this effort proved futile. The impact sent him hurtling backward. Trees fell in succession, and it was only after several dozen meters that Panda managed to halt his retreat. This woman, perhaps, was not far from the level of a great swordsman. Jean observed Yaya with a grave expression, her strength evidently surpassing his expectations. Given the formidable constitution of the fur tribe, coupled with her unique electrical attacks, her current prowess likely matched his own. With the connection to young Master Bayun, the Beast Pirates would soon gain another formidable asset. Meanwhile, Yamato and the others stood in astonishment. Incredible! Is this truly young Master Bayun's sister? Peggy exclaimed, filled with admiration. Taking pride in the association, Yamato and Runty, however, wore determined expressions, their fists clenched, brimming with competitive spirit, silently vowing, "Just wait. One day, I will surpass her." Blood trickled from Panda's lips, his eyes reflecting disbelief. "So strong. She broke through my defenses so effortlessly, and I suspect she hasn't even unleashed her full potential." A fierce battle spirit surged within him as he prepared to utilize his fruit powers and press forward once more when a thunderous sound suddenly interrupted his actions. "What is happening?" The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the noise, witnessing plumes of black smoke rising from the distance, accompanied by distant shouts of battle. Frightened birds and beasts fled in panic from the forest. Such a commotion could it be that the ancient races were launching another offensive? Yet, this degree of disturbance had never been encountered before. After a moment's contemplation, Panda's expression grew solemn as he spoke gravely. "Come to think of it, among those sent to recruit me last time, someone vaguely mentioned that they were about to launch a full-scale assault on the fur tribe." Yaya sheathed her blade, her tone devoid of emotion. "That would indeed be troublesome. Why must it happen at this moment?" "No, I must hurry back." Panda's expression darkened. Urgency etched across his face as he prepared to return at full speed. "Wait, Panda! Since you are my subordinate now, I cannot leave you unassisted. We shall go together. It is imperative, whether for our cooperation with the fur tribe or to settle accounts with them. I intend to confront them." Bai played with a small knife toy, his gaze menacing. "Yes, what concerns Bai is my concern." Yaya grasped Bai's hand with one hand while resting the other on her blade's sheath, her tone earnest. "Elder brother Bayun." Panda's eyes flickered if he had initially recognized the other as an elder brother due to their combat agreement. Now, the fact that the other was willing to face the enemy alongside him in such a dire situation granted him a deeper sense of respect. "Let us hurry," Panda urged. "For the sake of the Bear's homeland, I cannot allow those rascals to succeed." Meanwhile, outside the fur tribe village, a dense assembly of fully armed fur tribe members stood resolutely, confronting one another. The fur tribe's elite were fully mobilized, with even the youths like Pedro armed and ready for battle on the opposing side. The new fluffy kingdom was also poised for action, their expressions fierce as they glared at those encircled to the forefront of the heroic group. The saber-toothed tiger, dire wolf, and short-faced bear, 3 ancient species, exuded an overwhelming aura that cleared a 5-meter radius around them. Behind this array of ancient creatures stood a towering mammoth, who casually regarded the old lion. Cindy, speaking with a cruel tone, "How does it feel, your former majesty? This is the consequence of opposing me. Had you surrendered sooner, none of this would have transpired. You must understand, you are now bearing the lives of the entire fur tribe in your defiance against me." However, in the face of the mammoth's aggressive rhetoric, before Cindy could utter a rebuttal, a chorus of warriors from the heroic faction erupted in anger, declaring, "Stop dreaming. We do not subscribe to your ideology, if we, along with future generations, are to be ruled by violence. Then we might as well strive with all our might for a peaceful future." "Peace?" Mammoth Jello scoffed, and then bellowed, "Haven't you realized yet? This world is governed by the law of the jungle. Right now, I am the strong one, and you are the weaklings. Thus, I shall have my way with you. The world has always been this way. Those destined for elimination, prepare yourselves. The war has begun." The battle between the two sides was extraordinarily fierce. In terms of numbers, the furred clan held a slight advantage. However, in terms of elite combat power, the opposing side had a decisive upper hand. After Panda and Yagomo briefly departed, the situation for the furred clan became perilous. Under the relentless assault of the three ancient races at the forefront, many warriors of the furred clan struggled to halt the advancing enemy, even when exerting their utmost effort, seeing the battlefield tilt overwhelmingly against them. The old Lion King, Cindy, shouted with all his might, "Retreat! Retreat! Conserve your strength! A village can be rebuilt. No need to die defending this spot." As the clan leader, he valiantly blocked the attack from the heroic faction's leader, Kieran, while shouting without turning back, "Humph! Retreat? Old man, so you've decided to concede? It's too late. Look at this battlefield. How much hope do you have left?" Kieran sneered, brandishing his sharp claws, crackling with electricity, striking hard against Cindy's chest. Coughing up blood, Cindy staggered back a considerable distance. Yet the scent of blood seemed to awaken his long-dormant ferocity and fighting spirit. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he laughed defiantly. "Youngster, this is where your short-sightedness lies, conceding. Who said retreating signifies submission? Preserving the spark of life for the future ensures that one day it will blaze anew, and the call to counterattack will return like a fierce inferno. But before that, it is up to us old ones to stand in your way. Boy, if you have a capability, try to step over my corpse. Or are you saying you cannot even defeat this old man? TSK, truly an old fool. When strength fails, one resorts to nonsensical words." Kieran frowned, observing the heroic faction valiantly resisting him and the young ones gritting their teeth to break through the encirclement. His dissatisfaction and fury escalated. And he declared, "If that is the case, then you shall die here. Soon, those little brats will come to seek you." With that, a surge of electricity erupted around Kieran, and his deadly claws charged towards Cindy with the force of a thunderbolt. Facing the onslaught, Cindy took a deep breath, and his muscles suddenly swelled, banishing his frail appearance. In that moment, remnants of his former glory seemed to resurface. Clearly, he was extracting the last vestiges of strength from his body. Attempting to make a desperate stand, to die on the battlefield would indeed honor a warrior of the furred clan. He understood well that stopping the enemy was a formidable challenge, yet even a lion in its twilight still possesses the ferocity of a cornered beast. Stepping over his body would not be an easy feat. With that thought, Cindy braced himself to meet Kieran's attack. Suddenly, a blinding light shot forth from the corner of his vision. Their astonishment. A bear-shaped toy soared between the two, followed by a flash of brilliance, revealing the imposing figure of Panda, who then let out a furious roar. "Get back!" Scorching mode. Scalding iron fist with an unexpected strike. Kieran was sent flying, crashing through numerous ancient warriors before finally sliding to a halt at Jello's feet. "It's Brother Panda. We haven't lost yet," Pedlo and others, who were covering the retreat of women and children, exclaimed joyfully, their previously heavy expressions now brightening with hope. Panda's arrival, an impressive display, undoubtedly invigorated the heroic faction and the warriors, who immediately rallied their spirits and launched a counteroffensive, momentarily stalemating the fight. Kicking aside the disoriented and bloodied Kieran, Jellos glanced at the bear, as if it had descended from the heavens, somewhat astonished. While he had heard of someone who could match Kieran, he hadn't expected anyone could strike him down so decisively. Focusing on Panda's retracted fist, Jello soon realized, armed color. No wonder. It's a pity, though, that such a being is devoted to these soon-to-be-eliminated folk. He is indeed a volatile element. Casting a deep glance at Panda, Jello slowly rose, his towering figure exuding an oppressive presence, his sharp, pointed tusks a source of intimidation. "Hey, kid, don't get too smug. Watch me give you a grand gift." With that, Jello's tusks turned a deep black. His body slightly crouched, his legs stamping heavily on the ground, before launching an unstoppable, brutal charge. The debut of this new king in battle undoubtedly captured everyone's attention. The ground trembled under the full force of Jello's assault. Any furred clan warriors in his path were thrown aside, including those from his own side. The indiscriminate onslaught plunged the battlefield into chaos. Both the furred clan and the ancient races were filled with panic, scattering in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yet, facing this frenzied attack, Panda remained calm. Even if he could withstand the onslaught, he would suffer considerable loss. However, he was not alone. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly appeared on the battlefield in the form of a toy and eliminated Kieran from the fray? With a silent draw of a blade, in the midst of the chaos, Yaya fixed her gaze upon the rampaging Jellos, and in an instant, a massive white slash descended. Bang! Another thunderous sound erupted, and amidst the astonished gazes of many furred clan members, an unseen slash forcefully propelled the mammoth Jellos several dozen meters away, carving two distinct furrows in the ground. Who could unleash such a powerful slash? Has anyone heard of a newly emerged swordsman recently? To be able to push Lord Jello's back, what terrifying strength! The battlefield buzzed with chatter, and the previously chaotic furred clan and ancient races had instinctively retreated to the backline. The wise ones realized that since Panda's appearance, the fate of this war was no longer in the hands of these ordinary warriors, but rather in the hands of those wielding absolute power. Observing the scene, Cindy, with the help of Pedlo and others amidst the chaos, managed to regain some strength and understood. It seemed she had arrived. The nine-tailed youth had truly brought her along. Following the direction of the slash, everyone looked up to see a graceful fox from the furred clan, wielding a sword, accompanied by the nine-tailed fox youth, with Day and his companions and the enigmatic flame Calamity behind them. Who dares to obstruct me? As the smoke cleared, the enraged Jellos scanned the area for his enemy, a glaring wound now visible on his chest. What's this? Big dumb elephant. Haven T, you always wanted to recruit Sister Yaya. Yet now, you can't even withstand a single blow. I sent T that laughable. Yagumo remarked with a smirk, his tone dripping with mockery. Upon seeing Nia standing tall before him, Jello's pupils constricted in surprise. He had never anticipated that this woman would appear here at this moment. In his confusion, Jello's gaze shifted, and he soon noticed the tightly clasped hands of Yaya and Yagumo, along with the conspicuous nine-tailed fox. You are that nine-tailed fox from before? You're still alive? And you've come back on your own? Jello's voice was thick with astonishment. Hearing this, Yagumo's eyes flickered. It seemed this fellow knew quite a bit. You seem quite puzzled by my appearance. And it appears you thought I was dead? Under his increasingly dangerous gaze, Yagumo met Jello's eyes directly, his voice filled with malice as he said, "Before you're torn to pieces by Sister, I advise you to confess quickly. Big dumb elephant. Teaska kid, don't think that just because you brought Yaya, you can turn the tide. This war cannot be decided by her alone in the present day. The battle capabilities of the fur tribe have dwindled to just her and that bear, while I still command an elite force. The advantage lies with me. What do you have to threaten me?" Garo spoke with an air of arrogance, seemingly unwilling to reveal the truth until he faced utter defeat. Who says we are at a disadvantage? Amidst the excited gazes of Yamato and others, Hakyubi casually drew forth his golden toy pistol, pulled the trigger, and pointed it towards the sky. Bang! The specially crafted bullet exploded, and a striking crimson nine-tailed fox insignia instantly materialized in the air, accompanied by a resonant rumble that a single arrow piercing the clouds. 1,000 troops come to meet. Comparing forces? You dare to challenge me? Hakuyu Bai's sudden action caught everyone off guard, except for Yamato and his companions. The rest stood in stunned silence, gazing up at the vivid nine-tailed fox emblem overhead, feeling the faint tremors of the ground, momentarily speechless. Who is that fellow? What kind of commotion is this? An ancient race member, bewildered by the unfolding events, shouted, "ISNT that the same nine-tailed fox used by the boss 8 years ago. How could this be?" The short-faced bear, Bill, asked with uncertainty. "Mind your words, foolish Hank. The boss isn't decided to disclose the truth yet. Are you trying to get yourself killed with your loose tongue?" warned the fearsome wolf. "Wolf, TCH, it's already come to this. That brat must have aligned with some powerful entity. It seems he came prepared. Moreover, if Yaoi doesn't use her secret medicine, we might truly fall here." Bill dismissed Wolf's warning with disdain, his murderous intent flaring as he fixed his gaze on Hakyubai. Little did he know. This very glance drew Yaoye's attention. Her eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing. Anyone daring to threaten Bai must be cut down. In an instant, Yaoi vanished from sight. The sound of an invisible sonic boom erupted. And before the ancient races could comprehend what was happening, she had appeared above the short-faced bear, her supreme blade, enveloped in a dense armed color, descended straight towards Bill's neck. "You bastard! How dare you!" Shouts of shock and anger erupted as they watched Yaoye's long blade poised to sever Bill's head. Wolf, understanding the urgency of the situation, revealed his iron-like teeth, crackling with electricity, and lunged fiercely at Yaoye. Meanwhile, the crafty Garros smartly chose to attack the one who must be saved, swinging his massive ivory toward Hakyubai. The sounds of clashing metal rang out in quick succession, the collision occurring swiftly and ending just as fast. By the time everyone regained their senses, they discovered that the short-faced bear, Bill, had vanished, leaving behind a bloodied arm on the ground, a testament to the ferocity of Yaoye's strike. At that moment, Yaoye executed a powerful slash that forced Wolf back before retreating to Hyubai's side, her icy visage betraying a rare expression of disgust, clearly unwilling to let her blade be tainted by filth. As for Garros, he stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the tall man who had effortlessly blocked his attack, his voice thick with astonishment. "Who are you?" You can ask that question in hell." A roaring inferno erupted from behind. The Fur tribe empowered by electricity, while the Lunaria tribe wielded flames derived from their bloodline. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the ancient races, a colossal great sword, engulfed in raging flames, descended with unstoppable force, sending Garros flying. Following that, another flash of blood sliced through the air. This, in the ruins of the village, the unfolding scene was nothing short of shocking for them. Yaoye was somewhat unfazed, having heard tales of her legend. Thus, even witnessing her overpowering the short-faced bear and fearsome wolf did not come as a great surprise, merely eliciting admiration. However, who was that man, cloaked entirely in black? He had seemingly done nothing but stood there, blocking Garros' attack with his bare body. Was he perhaps a user of a devil fruit? The flame fruit? Otherwise, how could one explain those flames? Regardless, with their presence, the crisis of the Fur tribe should be alleviated. Chief Cindy sighed in relief, her previously rigid expression easing considerably. It's almost laughable that the crisis of the Fur tribe is being resolved by the once-exiled nine-tailed fox and the imprisoned Yaoye. Our initial decision seems like a joke. A member of the nightly group serving as guards bitterly remarked. Little did Chief Cindy know, once all this is over, how should we treat those two and the forces behind Hakyubai? Someone asked anxiously. Naturally, we must treat them sincerely. First, we will revoke the punishments imposed on them, then see if there are any hidden truths behind the initial incident that I asked for the forces backing him, since they are willing to lend their aid. They must have ulterior motives. We will listen to their conditions. According to Hakyubai, they are not allies of the Koiki clan. We should be able to establish contact, and it conveniently allows us to intervene in the affairs of Wano. Chief Cindy lowered her gaze, slowly articulating her thoughts while weighing the potential outcomes. Suddenly, a cry broke through their contemplation. "Chief, look! Those guys look so strange." Returning their attention, they saw Garros, having been repelled by the flames. His expression darkened as he glared intensely at Hakyubai and the others, surveying the battlefield with an increasingly grave demeanor. What kind of people has that nine-tailed brat brought in? How could they possess such strength? Yao Yi alone was already a nuisance, and now this dangerous individual has emerged. Not to mention the reinforcements who are about to arrive. If this continues, failure is merely a matter of time. Garros's mood soured. What had started as a near-certain victory had turned into a series of unforeseen complications. Feeling the approaching tremors, Garros realized he could no longer delay. It would be unfortunate if the newly established principality fell. But I cannot allow my story to end here. At worst, I can start over. However, before that, I must not let you have it easy. Seemingly having made a decisive resolution, Garros shouted furiously, "Tribe members, it is time for them to recognize the terror of the ancient races. Unleash your wildness completely. Tear everything before you into shreds. Let them witness the iron law from antiquity, survival of the fittest." Yes, Lord Garros, upon hearing this, as if they had all made a pact. The ancient races, except for the three knights in the lead, promptly swallowed unknown pills. Soon, a cacophony of savage roars erupted. Those who had ingested the pills twisted in agony, their eyes turning crimson, claws sprouting from their hands and feet, and teeth growing longer and sharper, transforming into deadly weapons. Roar! In an instant, Garros's followers had all morphed into mindless beasts, howling as they scattered in all directions, some even engaging in primitive hand-to-hand combat on the ground, while others charged directly at Hakuyu and the villages of the fur tribe. I have witnessed this before, just like 10 years ago. They are going berserk. What? So the turmoil from 10 years ago was indeed caused by these fiends. Moreover, the pills they swallowed couldn't possibly be the fur tribe's long-lost national treasure. Could it? National treasure? What is that? Does the fur tribe possess such a thing? TCH. There is no time to explain. Hurry! Prepare for battle. We must absolutely stop them. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was once again plunged into chaos, the intelligent fur tribe clashing with the frenzied ancient races. Fortunately, despite the significant enhancement in the strength of these fiends, nearly bringing the fur tribe's defenses to the brink of collapse, they exhibited no rationality. Recognizing this, the fur tribe quickly adjusted their strategy, shifting from frontal resistance to harassment, entanglement, and containment, all the while awaiting the arrival of reinforcements. How infuriating! This group is truly like wild beasts. They not only show no fear of pain, but grow more ferocious with each strike. Whereas Uncle Quinn, Yamato gritted his teeth, smashing a gorilla-like beast aside. His brow furrowed as he shouted, "Xiaopei, watch your back and get away." Bang! The air was filled with delicate laughter, yet Hakuyu remained utterly unperturbed. The reason was simple. All the beasts that approached him had been severed in twain by Yao Yi, rendered incapable of movement. Meanwhile, Jin deliberately controlled the force, summoning one beast after another for the trio of Yamato, which presented a perfect opportunity for their growth. "Well, Yao Yi's sister, it seems I am quite innocent," Hakuyu remarked, observing the four leaders attempting to sneak away. "Indeed," Yao Yi replied, her gaze cast downwards, revealing a mood that was less than pleasant. Her subordinate strikes grew increasingly ferocious, causing even the frenzied beasts to flee in terror. Now it is time for those who have subjected Yao Yi's sister to a decade of hardship to pay the price. Just in time, my troops have arrived. As Hakuyu's words fell, the trees behind him collapsed in droves. And a horde of beast pirates, riding swift raptors, charged forth with a roar. At the forefront was a corpulent man atop a terrifying crocodile, who boisterously proclaimed, "The beast pirates, the illustrious queen is here. Ha ha, comrades, ready your cannons. Charge, tear these dim-witted beasts to shreds," Queen shouted exuberantly, riding his crocodile and swinging his small pigtail. Behind him stood a regiment of soldiers clad in uniform cold gray attire, their heads adorned with steel helmets. Their bodies muscular and expressions grim, that a closer inspection would reveal that their standard hats and military uniforms, aside from the beast pirate skull insignia, bore a vivid red nine-tailed emblem, denoting this unique and formidable Iron Blood Division. Indeed, this was the direct force established by Hakuyu with Queen's assistance, amalgamating his understanding of modern military training with cutting-edge automated weaponry, resulting in a disciplined army that entirely obeyed Hakuyu and exhibited high military prowess. As previously mentioned, The technological disparity in this world is vast. While laser weapons have been developed, the majority still rely on flintlock rifles, a fact that even the world government's navy cannot escape. Let alone local kingdoms and pirates. For top-tier scientists like Vegapunk, Queen, and Caesar, improving commonly used weaponry is no arduous task. However, on one side, there are prideful individuals like Queen who disdain low-end weapons, while on the other, there are peace-concerned individuals like Vegapunk. Moreover, the world government surveillance poses a threat. Anyone daring to tamper with such matters would face the government's wrath and even the deployment of extermination orders. The widespread application of advanced weaponry would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the world government's rule. This is indisputable. Those who gain power will first seek to topple their oppressors, often becoming oppressors themselves in turn. Such is human nature. Nevertheless, possessing a sword yet refraining from use is vastly different from lacking one altogether. Here, in the distant New World, the world government is far removed. Establishing such an army in secrecy is hardly a challenge. So, how did Hakuubai persuade Queen to modify these weapons according to his vision? The answer lies within these concepts. Indeed, Queen possesses the ability to modify weaponry, yet even a scientist requires inspiration and ideas. Otherwise, Vegapunk would not have dedicated one of his clones solely to generating new ideas. The so-called blueprints are often more intricate than they appear. What seems easily achievable may just be a fraction away from realization. Simple in concept, yet pursued by some for a lifetime. Drawing upon the myriad modern weapons from his memory, Hakuubai successfully piqued Queen's interest, particularly with the enigmatic mushroom bomb, which enthralled Queen, a self-proclaimed war maniac, to near obsession. Ultimately, after much persuasion from Hakuubai, Queen reluctantly quelled his dangerous desire to create it at all costs. The mushroom bomb is akin to Pandora's box. Once unleashed, no one knows when it may return to haunt them. Moreover, in a world inundated with seawater, any pollution caused would surely summon Godzilla. According to Hakuubai's thoughts, until the vast ocean is wholly placed under a unified and stable order, the replication of these modern weapons should be moderate. For internal use only, automatic rifles would suffice for low-level engagements, and various large-caliber shells would be ample, perhaps supplemented by electromagnetic weapons, while laser technology would be reserved for high-stakes scenarios. After all, Hakuubai considers himself a decent person, aspiring to transform the beast pirates into a powerful neutral organization. Such weapons should be firmly in his hands to avoid destabilizing factors that could undermine his foresight. Furthermore, if these increasingly perilous weapons were to wipe out humanity, what joy would remain? Who would behold the fairy tale land he had constructed? As for the loyalty of this army, it certainly lies with the infallible toy fruit. Each member of this troop has been branded as a toy by Hakuubai. Obedient solely to his command to bolster the strength of this army, Hakuubai has not only provided basic firearms training, discipline drills, and physical conditioning, but has also prioritized the cultivation of haki. Hakuubai does not worry about these individuals breaking free of control. With his current development of the toy fruit, most cannot escape unless they possess formidable haki. If they cannot use haki to free themselves, they will inevitably become mere toys. This is the advantage of the Paramecia type. While abilities are diverse and peculiar, they pertain to rule-based effects. To break these rules requires a level of haki that far surpasses that needed for Logia or Zoan types. Even the mighty Kazuki Odin could not overcome the abilities of the barrier fruit, and characters like Bellamy and Sugar have turned formidable opponents into toys with ease. Returning to the battlefield. Under the relentless firepower of the Iron Blood Division, the ancient tribes found themselves unable to advance. Even the more agile and stealthy among them could not withstand the incessant barrage of bullets, bursting open like punctured sacks, falling to the ground in silence. Slightly satisfied, Hakuubai was not surprised by this outcome. Most characters in the pirate world possess an absurdly strong physique, and many are sufficiently tough-skinned to endure bullets, let alone this group of ancient tribes. Ultimately, they were merely a standardized, mass-producible army. While adequate for dealing with ordinary pirates, they fell short against the elite ancient tribes. With this in mind, Hakuubai decided to cease any delays. Testing the combat effectiveness of this army had been sufficient, and continued inaction could lead to significant losses. Moreover, these ancient tribes serve as excellent experimental subjects. Uncle Queen, Uncle Jean, and Yao Yi's sister. No need to hold back any longer. Let's finish this swiftly and put an end to this farce. At his words, the taciturn Yao Yi and Jean nodded slightly, unleashing a torrent of blood as they charged toward the terrified mammoths and dire wolves. Meanwhile, Queen laughed heartily, transforming into his brontosaurus form and leaping into the fray, his massive size overwhelming many frenzied beasts. As of now, Queen had yet to transform himself into a mechanical dinosaur, so he relied heavily on his own strength in battle. With a rapid spin, Queen utilized his colossal, elongated form, generating immense wind pressure from his weight and speed, creating a powerful impact akin to a tornado that swept across the battlefield in an instant. Injured short-faced bears and saber-toothed tigers were caught off guard and sent flying, with the sound of bones cracking indicating they would likely be unable to rise again for some time. On the other side, faced with the relentless assault of Yao Yi and Jean, Jiros and Wolf were filled with rage and indignation. In their frustration, they hastily grabbed a handful of secret medicine and poured it into their mouths. If that's the case, then let's fight to the bitter end. If you want to take me down, be prepared for mutual destruction. Roar. A frenzied roar erupted as, bolstered by the secret medicine, Jiro's and Wolf's bodies swelled several times, their muscles rippling and their crimson eyes reflecting utter savagery. Mutual destruction. Jean scoffed disdainfully, flames erupting behind him as a roaring fire dragon surged forth. One sword style. Decapitation. Fire Dragon Emperor. Hakayubai Judgment. At almost the same moment, the assault of the knights swiftly followed, as a brilliant silver strike cleaved through the air, striking the frenzied mammoth and the dire wolf before the flames could reach them. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, only to be evaporated by the searing flames, leaving charred corpses that collapsed helplessly to the ground. Amidst the myriad of astonished gazes, under the relentless bombardment of the Iron Blood Brigade, the ancient race that conspired to usurp the nation faded away like a fleeting firework, quietly drawing to a close, though perhaps they could still shine elsewhere. Observing the unconscious beast sprawled across the battlefield, Yakumo Bai's lips curled into a subtle smile. It appeared there were new toys to command. 2 days later, in the capital of the furry principality, Zhao Wu, creaking and whirring echoed as a large toy, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, gradually unfurled itself in a vast square, releasing mechanical roars from its mouth. Toy settings: beast form, humanoid form, artillery form, and blade form, with the secondary user designated as the leader of the Iron Blood Brigade, Adolf. The transformation into artillery form was complete. As the words fell, another series of gear movements sounded, and the once imposing saber-toothed tiger began to shrink and reshape. Moments later, a stylishly designed heavy rifle adorned with a saber-toothed tiger motif fell to the ground with a thud, its dark muzzle emanating a menacing aura. Adolf? Yes, young Master Yakumo. A young man of average build, but with a wolfish demeanor, stepped forward, standing tall with a resolute expression, a jagged scar slashing across his cheek, adding to his iron-blooded aura, while the cold gray military uniform accentuated his stern presence. Gazing at this quintessential soldier before him, Yakumo Bai nodded in satisfaction. This man was originally the commander of a non-allied nation's army in the New World. Since the dawn of the pirate era, this sea had grown increasingly chaotic and frenzied, with countless ambitious pirates swarming in, many indulging in pillage and slaughter. The kingdom of Nicholas, where he hailed from, had become a victim of this dismal era. Adolf had initially been an art student in his homeland, preparing for a crucial art examination at the Royal Academy, which would grant him the title of court painter and rescue his impoverished family. However, faced with the invasion of pirates, he resolutely enlisted, and with his unexpected military talent, he ascended to the highest command of the nation within a decade, repeatedly repelling pirate incursions. Regrettably, a rising pirate seeking fame targeted the kingdom of Nicholas, wielding the powers of a long-developed snow fruit, ultimately sealing the fate of the entire nation. When the beast pirates fortuitously stumbled upon the snow-buried kingdom, they found only this man collapsed in the snow, cradling his daughter, Lilith, whom he desperately protected. Perhaps out of curiosity, or perhaps sympathy, Yakumo by rescued the pair, in gratitude for his life-saving intervention. Adolf, this straightforward and downtrodden soldier, naturally pledged his allegiance to Yakumo by. Notably, the Iron Blood Brigade was an idea Yakumo by conceived only after learning of Adolf's name and background. What a pity, he would look even more fitting with a little mustache. Yakumo by mused silently as he picked up the tiger-style rifle from the ground and handed it to him. This weapon is entrusted to you. As the leader of the Iron Blood Brigade, you must be the sharpest sword among us. We will undoubtedly encounter stronger adversaries. You cannot falter before that. Thank you for your trust. Young Master Yakumo, the Iron Blood Brigade will surely bring you victory after victory, Adolf replied solemnly and earnestly. No need to be so formal. Uncle Adolf, I have faith in your abilities. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted it to you. Moreover, with this rifle, Lilith will worry less. One Tishi? Yakumo by waved his hand dismissively. Upon hearing mention of his daughter, the steely man couldn't help but display a gentle smile, tinged perhaps with a hint of helplessness. I sincerely apologize regarding Lilith. Young Master Yakumo. She could be rather unruly. I've heard she secretly boarded another ship to engage in a conflict with the Big Mom pirates, Adolf said with some regret. At this, Yakumo by couldn't help but reminisce about the girl, who was so different from her father. Born during Adolf's illustrious years in the military and blessed with artistic talent far surpassing her father's. Lilith was renowned as a prodigy in the kingdom of Nicholas, with her artworks often fetching prices exceeding 1,000,000 berries. With a powerful father and her exceptional talent, she should have been a graceful and noble lady. However, reality often diverges sharply from expectations. Unlike her father, who was reluctantly swept into war, Lilith exhibited an astonishing fervor for battle, determined to rise through the ranks of the beast pirates from the very bottom to the position of the three calamities. Well, given her mythical Zoan devil fruit abilities, it's not entirely impossible that it's perfectly fine. It was merely a minor skirmish. With Lilith's abilities, she should be more than capable of handling it. And although she might be a bit too spirited, isn't she quite adorable? She and Yamato get along splendidly. Yakumo by remarked with a smile, then tapped the rifle in Adolf's hands. What is stopping you? Shoot until you give it a try. Experience the power of this rifle. Only then did Adolf divert his attention to examine the rifle in his hands, and a fervent gleam ignited in his eyes. Ever since becoming a soldier, firearms had increasingly become his passion aside from painting. Caliber, range, these two terms resonated deeply within him, and upon seeing the imposing heavy rifle, he immediately fell in love with it. Such weight, such caliber, it brought him a sense of reassurance. Bang, 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 bang. A series of thunderous blasts echoed as Adolf firmly gripped the rifle, bullets roaring from the barrel and blasting large holes into a nearby hillside, the acrid scent of gunpowder filling the air. After 2 full minutes, Adolf reluctantly lowered the rifle, which was still radiating warmth, and surveyed the hillside, now devoid of any trace. The power is indeed impressive, though the ammunition seems somewhat limited. This must relate to the toy's inherent qualities. After all, the original saber-toothed tiger certainly couldn't fire bullets. After observing Adolf test the beast and blade forms, Yakumo by silently nodded in approval. The concept of endowing toys with multiple forms was a new idea that had emerged after his arrival in Zhao Wu. Inspired by the dual forms of Zoan fruit users, following this recent round of testing, Yakumo by deduced several conclusions. In beast form, the toy retained its original strength, speed, and defense, and due to its unique nature, it was impervious to pain and damage. However, it lacked sentience, and thus, its combat experience was forfeited. Similarly, the Conqueror's haki, born from biological will, remained inaccessible to blade and artillery forms. The toy exhibited corresponding attributes, yet could not be enveloped by haki. Essentially, the toy was still a living entity, its inherent while merely suppressed, not entirely extinguished. Haki, while applicable to oneself and inanimate objects, cannot be transmitted to other living beings. However, if the fruit were to awaken, it could potentially allow the toy's independent will to become Yakumo by S, fully integrating it as the user's possession. If these ancient races can undergo such transformations, then Zoan users should be capable as well. The mythical zoan fruits are uncertain, but ancient and ordinary zoans should be feasible. That I wonder what transformations could occur with Paramecia and Logia users. Yakomo pondered internally. This experiment was also a preliminary preparation for his Monster Girl project. According to his vision, the monster girls resurrected from reality would not only possess these transformative abilities, but would also have human-like emotions and the capacity to cultivate haki, creating a truly unique army that would belong entirely to him. A legion with terrifying growth potential. It would be prudent to methodically prepare all the necessary conditions for the plan. Let me contemplate for a moment. Firstly, we require an ample supply of animal-type devil fruits, which my father has already begun to collect. So there is no need for concern on that front. Secondly, we must develop the technique for enabling toys to consume the devil fruits, a task that Quinn can undoubtedly handle if that proves insufficient. We could always enlist Caesar and Judge.as for the materials for the toys. I remain uncertain whether the fruit from the magnetic drum kingdom has made an appearance yet. Today marks a momentous occasion for all the fur tribe, as it signifies the culmination of a decade-long struggle. With the aid of the beast pirates, they have successfully reclaimed their homeland. To commemorate this victory and express gratitude to the distant guests, including Hakenbai, Cindy, the newly reinstated king of the fur tribe, has organized a grand celebration, which also serves to unveil a long-buried truth. Fellow compatriots, before a towering bonfire, Cindy stood with his back to the flames. Addressing the gathered members of the fur tribe 10 years ago, the ancient races, led by Gelros, conspired to usurp our nation, forcing us to abandon our homes and retreat to the fringes. For 8 long years, our warriors have fought valiantly, making tremendous sacrifices to reclaim our homeland. Today, we stand once more upon the soil of our ancestors. As Cindy surveyed the jubilant faces surrounding him, he took a deep breath and continued. Today, here and now, I, the current king of the fur tribe, express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. Thank you for persevering and fighting alongside us until this moment. At these words, the fur tribe erupted into cheers. With many beginning to dance around bonfire, their spirits lifted. However, I must also extend my apologies to you all that it was my failure to recognize Gelros's treachery in a timely manner that allowed them the opportunity to act. As he spoke, several elder members of the fur tribe emerged from the crowd, joining Cindy in a profound bow towards the assembly. The turmoil of a decade ago had nothing to do with the nine-tailed fox or the night of the red moon. Those events were entirely unrelated to the warriors' collective frenzy. It was all due to our long-lost national treasure. Cindy brandished a pill he had retrieved from the ancient races, holding aloft. This is the national treasure of the fur tribe, also referred to in ancient texts as the X-venom, a poison that grants immense power at the cost of one's sanity. Cindy's expression was one of fervor, clearly detesting such a malevolent substance. It was Gelros who had exploited the night of the red moon to secretly administer this venom to our warriors, creating the illusion that everything stemmed from that night and from Hakenbai. Yet, the truth reveals that Hakenbai and Yao Yi are benefactors of the fur tribe. Cindy's revelations were undoubtedly shocking to the fur tribe, who remained unaware of the truth. They turned their gazes towards Hakenbai and his companions. Their expressions ranging from bewilderment to astonishment and disbelief echoed among them. That truly the case. All of this because of that venomous substance we had never even heard of. It is indeed so. I was present during that battle. I witnessed firsthand how Gelros and his cohorts became mindless and frenzied after consuming the venom. Does this mean that Lord Yao Yi has been unjustly imprisoned all these years? Indeed, we have wronged him greatly. I have made my decision. From this day forth, I shall only heed Lord Yao Yi's commands. Even if it takes my entire life, I shall atone for the transgressions of the fur tribe. Count me in. Me too. And let us not forget Lord Hakenbai. As Lord Yao Yi's brother, the reinforcements brought by Lord Bai are of utmost importance. Indeed, Lord Bai is the greatest in the world. Hooray! Finally, I can say this freely. The celebration became a cacophony of enthusiastic discussions. Meanwhile, the contributions of Hakenbai and his companions only grew more exaggerated with each retelling by the warriors present on the battlefield. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a positive development. It was almost palpable that the once wary and suspicious gazes of the fur tribe had transformed into admiration and gratitude, perhaps even a hint of longing. After concluding his address, Cindy approached Hancock and his companions, kneeling before them in a gesture of deep respect. As per our agreement, you have saved the fur tribe, and now I implore you to state your terms. We shall fulfill them without fail. Ha! Observing Cindy's display, Hancock couldn't help but chuckle. Though sincere in his apologies, it was evident that there was also an underlying wariness of him, fearing he might impose further oppression like the ancient races had. It was clear that employing force to subjugate the fur tribe would be futile. Despite possessing intelligent individuals, their straightforward nature remained unaltered. Thus, a more subtle approach will be far more effective than direct coercion. Moreover, Cindy's preemptive offer of cooperation was indeed a clever tactic. Well, I have no intention of cornering them, so I shall simply make a few reasonable requests as he suggested. With that thought in mind, Hancock exchanged reassuring glances with Gallet and Panda before speaking. It is quite simple, really. Agree to 3 requests of mine, and allow me to take 3 individuals with me. Please go ahead. Hearing this, Cindy exhaled in relief. It was manageable and not excessively demanding. Although the Beast Pirates had collaborated with the Kazuki clan, the current dynamics with the fur tribe remained somewhat unfamiliar. Thus, minimizing any potential instability was paramount. Next, I will first state the 3 individuals I wish to take. Naturally, I need not elaborate on my desire to take Sister Yao Yi with me. Hancock tightened his clasped hands and turned to Panda. What say you? Now that the crisis facing the fur tribe has been averted, will you join me in leaving to explore the vast ocean? There are countless strong individuals out there. At this, Panda's face lit up with excitement, clearly swayed by Hancock's enticing proposal. Of course, since it is the boss's request, I shall follow. Pleased, Hancock then turned to the innocent little rabbit, speaking mysteriously, Gallet, while the carrots outside may not be as delectable as those from Zoe, there exists a legendary carrot you surely have yet to taste. What do you say? Would you care to join me in search of it? Huh. A legendary carrot? Gallet's eyes sparkled at the mention. Yet, being still quite young, she leaned more on her elders for guidance, and thus turned to Cindy with eager anticipation. May I, Chief? Can I accompany him to see? Since this is Lord Hancock's request, it is certainly permissible, though I do hope you will take good care of Gallet. Though surprised that Hancock wished to take Gallet along, Cindy nodded in agreement, while earnestly requesting Hancock to ensure her well-being. Of course, I shall nourish this little rabbit until she is plump and healthy. As he gently patted Gallet's fluffy long ears, the little girl was entirely content with Hancock's words, already envisioning her future happiness. Carrots, carrots, Cindy, amused by Gallet's innocence, turned to Hancock with curiosity. May I inquire what your 3 requests entail? With a smirk gracing his lips, Hancock, sensing Cindy's growing unease, slowly replied. Firstly, I wish to obtain the historical text of the road poneglyph. The historical text of the road poneglyph. Hearing this, Cindy gasped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Where did you acquire such information? Ha! Did I not mention it before? The Beast Pirates have not only collaborated with Kazuki Oden, but on a personal level, I share a close relationship with them. Otherwise, I would not have taken the risk to rescue Ten Moon and her daughter. Indeed, the intelligence regarding the historical text was obtained from Kazuki. Behold, this sword serves as a fine testament to that. As he spoke, Hancock gestured towards the sword at his waist, the tin you use on to this revelation. Cindy slapped his forehead in realization. Of course. If the information came from Odin, then it is indeed credible. The historical text serves as a secret passed down through generations of our mink tribe, and I fear it can only be entrusted to you in the form of a rubbing. The original text remains as it is. After all, I had no intention of lugging a cumbersome stone back with me. Not only would it be inconvenient to transport, but could also attract unwanted attention. A rubbing will suffice. Yakumo waved his hand dismissively and continued. As for the second point, it is more of a suggestion than a demand. As you can see, Zoe hangs precariously over the sea. Should any internal strife arise, or if external foes invade, it would be challenging to garner support and assistance from the outside world. However, with the aid of our beast pirates, Wano has gradually begun to open its gates. It will not be long before we prepare to eliminate the malignant tumor that is Kaido, allowing Wano to experience true liberation. Therefore, for the sake of self-preservation and development, it is imperative for Zou to establish connections with the outside world. And our beast pirates would be more than happy to serve as the bridge. What do you think, Chief Cindy? After listening to Yakomobai's words, Cindy subtly nodded. Following the recent events, she understood that what Yakomobai had said held merit. Having lost the alliance of the Kazuki clan, the Ming tribe indeed needed to seek new support overseas. With Yakomobai and Yao Ye's connections, the beast pirates appear to be the most suitable choice. Simultaneously, it was essential to forge closer ties than ever before. Had Zou and the Kazuki clan collaborated during their internal turmoil, perhaps they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. With her thoughts racing, Cindy gradually spoke. Thank you for your suggestion, young Master Yakomo. We are certainly willing to establish cooperation with the beast pirates, but we would like to see action. How about including us in the mission to eliminate Kaido? We will dispatch a small team to accompany you back to Wano, assisting you in taking down Kaido and avenging the Kazuki clan, while also allowing us to assess Wano's current development. This would also facilitate the advancement of our cooperation. Upon hearing this, Yakomobai nodded. Out of caution, such an action was entirely reasonable, and he readily agreed. Lastly, I hope the mink tribe can hand over the X-drug to me. X-drug? Cindy inquired, puzzled, unsure of what young Master Yakomo intended to do with such dangerous substances. To be frank, this Uncle Quinn is an exceptional scientist whose lifelong aspiration is to develop a panacea capable of curing all ailments. Thus, he harbors a keen interest in this X-drug, hoping it might inspire his research, if you understand. Even poisons, much like any other medication, require extensive knowledge for their development. Yakomobai patted Quinn's solid abs while smilingly explaining, casting a knowing glance at Quinn. Oh, right. In my quest to create the universal medicine, I have been collecting a variety of drugs to analyze their mechanisms, thereby enriching my own knowledge base, since this X-drug has become a national treasure of the mink tribe. It must possess remarkable technology. Fortunately, Quinn was no fool. In fact, he was equally adept at acting. He seamlessly adapted to the script that Yakomobai had suddenly assigned him. Yes, that's so. Cindy nodded in understanding upon hearing their explanations. If it were for such a noble cause, then they could certainly have the X-drug. Keeping such a thing in Zou would only pose additional risks. Hearing this, a smile crept across Yakomobai's face. The Mink tribe and the Fishman tribe, two ancient races coincidentally possessing similar national treasures, could hardly help but evoke certain associations. Considering their ties to Joy Boy and the ancient kingdom, perhaps this was a product of that kingdom's technology? Subsequently, acquiring the EX drug from the Dragon Palace Kingdom and conducting comparative research might yield intriguing discoveries. A day later, off the coast of Zou Island. Following the previous day's festivities and Cindy's recounting of the truth alongside the testimonies of various involved parties, Yakomobai and his companions successfully garnered the friendship of the Mink tribe. Especially for Yakomobai, he had unknowingly become an idol in the hearts of the Mink girls, nearly drowning in a sea of karuchu from the Mink maidens. It was only when Yao Yi could no longer tolerate the scene that she forcibly pulled Yakomobai away. Nonetheless, many maidens still felt a pang of sorrow for not being able to share karucha with him. This was a devil fruit that the Mink tribe had inadvertently discovered, long abandoned in the whale forest. They offered it as a seemingly trivial token of gratitude, hoping for a pleasant collaboration in the future. Cindy handed Yakomobai a black, elongated fruit adorned with peculiar patterns, speaking earnestly to observing the uniquely shaped fruit with great curiosity. Yakomobai had not anticipated such a fortuitous find before his departure. Fortunately, Quinn likely possessed a guide to devil fruits, allowing for a quick inquiry at, devil fruits were akin to opening a blind box. May it be a powerful one. After carefully storing the devil fruit and thanking Cindy, Yakomobai took Yao Ye's hand, turned to the expectant Garrot and others, and declared, "All right, our journey to Zou has concluded splendidly. Everyone prepare to head home." Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, bang, 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 bang. The resounding gunfire echoed as a rugged band of pirates clashed with a horde of chess piece soldiers. This is untenable. Sister Lilith, the number of these chess piece soldiers is seemingly endless. If this continues, We may have to retreat. A figure who appeared to be a leader shouted to the dark-haired girl ahead, whose face bore a grim expression. Retreat? I dare anyone to. The girl turned back. Fury etched on her face, her scythe glinting ominously. Like a blooming poppy, she emanated a captivating yet perilous aura. Her exquisite visage, sculpted to perfection, boasted skin as smooth as mutton-fat jade, radiating a gentle sheen. Her violet eyes were deep and enigmatic, flickering with a faint crimson light that captivated all who beheld her. Her long, fiery red hair danced like flames, swaying gently in a breeze, embodying a wild and untamed allure. Each strand was silky and smooth, shimmering with unique brilliance. Yet, in the presence of such a mesmerizing beauty, those before her could not help but tremble and kneel in fear. Only through first-hand experience could one comprehend the misfortune of sharing a battlefield with this girl. That beautiful yet dangerous demeanor was enough to haunt anyone's nightmares. Damn it! How could smuggy that woman appear here? The girl clenched her silver teeth, her previously graceful and gentle demeanor now marred by resentment. Despite her reluctance to admit it, having recently consumed the fruit, she was not yet a match for that woman. Coupled with the seemingly endless chess piece soldiers, this island might truly fall into the hands of the Big Mom pirates. This was something the girl could not abide. Humph. If I can't defeat you, I have others who can teach you a lesson. With a cold snort, as if struck by sudden thought, her icy expression softened. She produced a small transponder snail and dialed a familiar number, sweetly saying, "Lullaby, someone is bullying me." This was indeed. On the returning fleet of the beast pirates, Yakumo marveled at the black fruit adorned with peculiar patterns in his hand. His eyes filled with astonishment. What a stroke of luck for us! Little Bai, the chief of the Ming tribe, could never have anticipated that this fruit is the rarest of mythical zoan types. The Tori Tori no Mi model. New! Yamato exclaimed with barely contained excitement. The Ming tribe already possesses exceptional physical prowess, and coupled with our unique electric attacks, they were never particularly interested in consuming devil fruits. Moreover, I heard this fruit has been preserved by the Ming tribe for 200 years. As for me, I merely consumed this temperature fruit in a moment of hunger-induced folly. Panda also reflected on the serendipitous find. Expressing no objections to Yakumo Bai's stroke of luck.as, he stated, the Ming tribe did not place great value on devil fruits. Besides, having joined Yakumo Bai on this journey, their interests naturally aligned with his. So, Yakumo, have you decided who will consume this fruit? Yamato or Jean? Runmi inquired curiously. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yakumo Bai tossed the fruit to Jean. Yamato still had the grand god of the sea-form fruit awaiting her, which was clearly more suitable for her than this new-formed fruit. Besides, the young girl might not be able to accept the appearance of the new either, right? After all, based on my understanding, the appearance of new can hardly be deemed particularly attractive as for its application in the Monster Girl project. Well, at least the current conditions are not yet sufficient. During this preparatory phase, it is imperative to make the most of this fruit. Clearly, at this moment, the best course of action is to entrust this fruit to Jean, as it can maximize its value. With the innate talents of the Linaria clan, close to the prowess of a great swordsman, combined with this mythical beast fruit, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Provided that it is developed appropriately and diligently trained, there is a possibility that the title of the strongest vice-emperor may soon shift from Beckman to him. Alas, I wonder if a certain three-sword-style swordsman can still wield his sword effectively. Well, to aspire to become the world's greatest great swordsman, one must encounter some obstacles, right? Suppressing a somewhat mischievous thought. Yakumo Bai turned to the astonished Jean and said, "Uncle Jean, I entrust this fruit to you. Please make sure to use it wisely." At that moment, Jean clearly did not anticipate that such a precious fruit would fall into the hands of someone who was merely a bystander. However, Jean was evidently not a person to hesitate or dawdle. Thus, after silently resolving to devote himself to assisting Lord Kaido and Yakumo Bai, he gritted his teeth and took a bite of the fruit in his hand. TSK, that guy Jean is truly fortunate. Why did I have to consume a devil fruit so early? Quinn looked at Jean, who was quietly savoring his newfound abilities, with a face full of envy and jealousy. Even the sunglasses could not obscure the green-eyed gaze. "How is it, Jean? How does it feel? Moments later, under the expectant and curious gazes of those around, Jean slowly opened his eyes. Huff, as Jean silently unleashed his abilities. The flames that had been burning behind him instantaneously transformed into black flames, gradually spreading across his entire body. Simultaneously, his physique began to swell, bursting through the clothing on his limbs, revealing a stark white skeletal frame entwined in black flames. The hissing sound of a forked tongue echoed, and unbeknownst to him, a sinister deep red venomous serpent had silently coiled in midair. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the tail of Nu. How ugly! How cool! Unlike the girls who looked on in disbelief, Peggy's eyes sparkled upon witnessing Jin's new form, exclaiming, with those hellish black flames, the ominous white bones symbolizing death, and that lethal serpent, Mr. Jean, you look absolutely incredible. Looking at her younger brother, who was circling around Jean, with a face of disdain, Runme frowned. Although little Peggy usually maintained a composed demeanor, she occasionally uttered peculiar phrases. This time, she found nothing cool about it. It was quite eerie, in fact, and what was this inexplicable sense of shame? Ignoring Runme's silent complaints and Peggy's excitement, Jean felt an unprecedented sense of well-being. Especially the flames he originally possessed, which now exhibited inexplicable changes. And his control over them had significantly intensified. It was as if they were an extension of his own limbs, reaching a level of mastery akin to that of a natural instinct. Suppressing his rare excitement, Jean solemnly responded to the earlier inquiry. Indeed, young Master Yakumo, this fruit is undeniably powerful. In my current beastman form, everything except for my skeleton has been replaced by black flames. Not only has the potency of the flames greatly increased, but they also exhibit a form of elemental transformation. Furthermore, this serpent tail behind me not only contains venom, but can assist in combat and absorb the life force of opponents to restore or enhance myself. Consequently, my endurance in battle will be greatly augmented. As he spoke, a mass of black smoke rose in Jin's hand. Moreover, I can manipulate this black mist, achieving effects similar to Lord Kaido's flame clouds, while also concealing my appearance to confuse enemies. Following this, the black mist dissipated, replaced by a trembling wisp of ghostly purple flames that quietly flickered into existence. Jin's expression grew serious, his palm trembling slightly. Despite being such a diminutive flame, it was evidently challenging to coalesce. The most critical and perilous aspect was this divine fire of judgment, transformed from the black flames. Anyone ensnared by this flame would be compelled to reflect upon their sins and viscerally experience the anguish of their victims. These sins and suffering would fuel the divine fire of judgment, relentlessly incinerating the opponent's soul until they succumbed to insanity and their spirit dissipated. However, despite the formidable nature of the divine fire, its usage would drain an immense amount of my stamina, making it inadvisable to employ casually. Additionally, if the opponent possesses an exceptionally strong will, formidable haki, or has committed no sins, the divine fire would hold little efficacy. Jin's explanation concluded, yet the surrounding crowd remained utterly silent. The potency of mythical beast fruits was undeniable, as evidenced by Kaido, but to hear an ability user elucidate their powers so intimately was a first, leaving a profound impact. And oh wonder, it is a mythical beast fruit. After a long pause, Runme finally spoke with a dry voice. Indeed, with such abilities, one could be considered invincible even in the New World. Aside from individuals like Big Boss Kaido, Peggy remarked with admiration, I too wish for you to keep your promise. Little Bai, prepare a mythical beast fruit for me as well. Yamato gazed at Yakumo Bai with pleading eyes, as if ready to cry if he did not acquiesce. Of course, with your charm, the mythical beast fruit might even come willingly. Gently stroking Yamato's little head, Yakumo Bai softly reassured her, while internally rejoicing at Jin's fruit abilities. It seemed that their beast pirates would soon welcome a formidable ally, one who could rival the strength of their father. Young Master Yakumo, I still have a long way to go compared to Lord Kaido. But I sincerely thank you for bestowing me this fruit. Upon hearing this, Yakumo Bai nonchalantly shook his head. After all, the beast pirates were his own faction, and seeing Jin, who had grown up alongside him, was akin to family. A mere fruit was nothing to cherish excessively. Yet Yakumo found himself perplexed by another matter. Ever since he acquired this fruit, he felt an inexplicable sense of yearning emanating from his own body. Initially hesitant, his resolve solidified after witnessing Jean consume the new fruit. Considering my immunity to the side effects of the devil fruit, could it be that I am capable of consuming multiple fruits? Astonished by his own speculation, Yakumo intended to seek an opportunity to verify this. If he could place a devil fruit before himself and observe whether a similar yearning arose, and if it truly existed, that would be intriguing. What could be the reason for his ability to consume multiple fruits simultaneously? Was it the soul from another world? Or something akin to Blackbeard's anomaly? What if it were an anomaly? Yakumo glanced back at his 9 tails, pondering with a semblance of intuition. Regardless, this discovery was a fortuitous revelation. It signified that there remained astonishing potential for his growth. In due time, even if Nika were to exist, she might not stand a chance against him. Suppressing his restless emotions, Yakumo felt an unprecedented surge of motivation. Upon returning, he would advance this matter alongside the Monster Girl project. He could hardly wait to test the outcomes, while Yakumo was fervently contemplating his plans. He suddenly felt a blurb sound emanating from one of his tails. Curiosity piqued, he retrieved a familiar Dindin Mushai that the call connected. A plaintive voice echoed from the other end. Little Bai. Someone is bullying me. Come quickly. This, and that is happening. Little Bai, you must hurry, or else sister will be bullied to death. Oh, waiting for you, the delicate and sweet voice lingered in his ears. And before Yakumo could fully comprehend the situation, the Dindin Mushi had already Gagea and hung up. Did Lilith really encounter trouble? Why does it feel more like she's on vacation? Yamado remarked. Somewhat puzzled, I think that woman is just trying to lure Yakumo over. Otherwise, why would she sound so flirtatious? Runmi crossed her arms, her brow furrowed tightly, her bright eyes seemingly uncovering the truth. Yakumo was at a loss for words. It appeared that the battle-loving, eccentric genius girl had gotten herself into a predicament. Smuggy, Big Mom's 14th daughter, a wielder of the superhuman abilities granted by the squeeze fruit, possesses the remarkable capability to extract moisture from any object she encounters, producing juice in the process. She can also utilize her sword to strike opponents and drain their water content, which bears a striking resemblance to Lilith's fruit powers. The only distinction lies in the fact that while Lilith extracts blood, Smuggy siphons off moisture. Remarkably, she is also a master swordswoman. Despite being merely a teenager, the juice giants formed from the moisture she extracts should be capable of exhibiting strength that surpasses the ordinary. It is no wonder that Lilith is encountering difficulties. After all, having recently consumed that fruit, even if she can manipulate blood, she is at a disadvantage against a woman abundant with water. Furthermore, Big Mom's pawn soldiers lack any blood whatsoever. As Yakumo contemplated the capabilities of both parties, he had gained a general understanding of the impending conflict. Given Lilith's abilities, she should not be easily defeated by Smuggy. Rather, it is likely that her frustration stems from a prolonged stalemate, prompting her to seek his assistance. Amused by this thought, Yakumo suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left hand, as if it were being gripped by an iron claw, following the delicate trail of a slender hand. He noticed Yao Yi gazing expressionlessly at the sea, seemingly absorbed in the scenery, as if nothing had transpired. If it were not for the fleeting glances she cast his way and the way her chest heaved with each breath, he might have mistaken the pain in his palm for an illusion. Could it be? Yet, it was merely Lilith's self-proclamation. Surely it could not be so. Despite these musings, Yakumo discreetly extended his fingers to tickle the soft palm of the woman. As she relaxed in response to the tickling, he seized her delicate hand firmly, then feigned seriousness as he addressed the onlookers, stating, Lilith is in trouble. We must naturally come to her aid. However, given the tumultuous winds of the New World, a slight delay is unavoidable. Consider it a lesson for Lilith. What do you think, Adolphe? Upon hearing this, Adolphe, though somewhat concerned, understood his daughter well, from the flirtatious tone Lilith had directed at Yakumo moments earlier. He deduced that her situation was likely still optimistic. Otherwise, given her level of care for young Master Bai, she would not allow him to witness her in a state of disarray. With this in mind, Adolphe promptly replied, As you wish, young master Bai. Sensing the small creature in his grasp had regained its composure, Yakumo Bai let out a silent sigh of relief in terms of both demeanor and physique. Yao Yi appeared quite mature. Yet before him, she always seemed like a child, her thoughts surprisingly easy to decipher. The bittersweet pang of a cherished possession being taken away, coupled with her awkward demeanor, was unmistakable. If he were unable to discern this, it would be a waste of his form. Since his arrival in this world, Yakumo Bai had resolved to emulate the illustrious figure of Daji, aspiring to propagate the name of the nine-tailed fox throughout the pirate realm. Conquering Wano was merely the beginning. The ambitions of the little fox extended to the stars and the sea. Naturally, if he were to inadvertently reveal his fox-like nature along the way, it could only be attributed to instinct. After all, life thrives on movement, and the desire for beauty is universal. The aspirations of a minister must not be stifled, and the heart of a warrior must remain resolute. Having toiled to seize control of the world, who could deny themselves a moment of enjoyment? Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the plans laid out for her, Lilith joyfully set down her den mushi and, with glee, brandished her scythe as she charged toward the enemy camp. Little Bai will arrive soon, and then that long-legged woman shall know what it means to taste defeat. Taking advantage of the moment, she resolved to continually harass her opponent, exactly what she needed to relieve her pent-up frustration. Fortunately, Adolphe remained oblivious to Lilith's mischievous intentions. Had he known that his usually elegant and demure daughter, who occasionally exhibited a touch of violence, intended to orchestrate a defeat scene for Smuggy, he wondered if his ironclad heart might shatter on the spot. However, such considerations were clearly beyond Lilith's purview. That moment, brimming with battle fervor, she unfurled her black wings and swiftly ascended above Smuggy's encampment. A charming little Fong peeked out as she wore a triumphant grin. As Lilith activated her abilities, the sound of trickling water resonated around the battlefield, where the blood spilled forth began to flow as if imbued with life, gradually coalescing in her hands to form a deep crimson orb. The metallic scent of blood wafting through the air. Smuggy, are you not employing a human wave tactic? Pawn soldiers. Lacking blood? Ha! Our fearless beast pirates will not stand idly by, even if their bodies are damaged and weapons broken. Their resolve to fight for Lady Lilith shall never wane. Go forth, my blood servants. Bring me victory. With a deafening roar, the blood-soaked monstrosities summoned forth from the orb charged toward the opposing lines. Unleashing chaos. Simultaneously, an ear-piercing alarm sounded in response. TSK, that mad woman. Is she launching another assault? Even though I have her number, she keeps sending those repulsive monsters to their doom that I simply cannot fathom her thought process. In the heart of the battlefield, a brown-skinned girl, surrounded by a throng of pawn soldiers, quietly lamented. Though still young, her stature was remarkably towering, standing over 2 meters tall amidst the pawns. Particularly striking were her shapely legs, which accounted for nearly 2/3 of her entire form. The alluring rose tattoo on her right leg exuded an irresistible charm. Looking upwards, one would note that the girl was clad in a snug pink striped bodysuit, reminiscent of a bikini, which clung closely to her curves, flawlessly accentuating her graceful figure. Her serpentine waist flowed with elegance, raising questions about whether it could support her ample bosom. Cascading silver waves of hair draped casually over her shoulders, while her blue eyes radiated evident impatience. With a swift motion, Smuggy drew the long blade from her back. Enveloped in an ethereal pink glowed, a shimmering arc of light flashed, and several blood servants, roaring as they tore through the pawn soldiers, were swiftly drained of their moisture, collapsing into heaps of remnants on the ground. However, to Smuggy's astonishment, this time her attack did not yield complete success. A number of blood servants, albeit slightly sluggish, were still able to move freely, pressing the front line closer. The same trick will not work on Lady Lilith twice, Lilith declared proudly, hands on her hips, a triumphant smile gracing her features. Young Bai's strategy proved sound. By concentrating a blood core within the blood servants, they could resist Smuggy's powers to some extent, though the effect was limited. Any trouble caused to her adversary was a welcome outcome. After all, she could replenish her strength from the blood, and as long as she willed it, this battle could continue indefinitely. until young Bai arrived. She intended to keep them entangled in her abilities. Perhaps she could even engage in a direct confrontation for a moment. Lost in contemplation, Lilith hardly noticed as her scythe became ensconced in a layer of bloodlight. 2 days later, bang, on a battlefield resembling a meat grinder, the remnants of pawn soldiers lay strewn across the ground. Thanks to the blood servant's natural abilities, the impacts of gunfire and blades were rendered inconsequential. Consequently, they rampaged through the enemy lines, swiftly tearing open numerous gaps. The affiliated pirates of Big Mom, positioned in the rear, suffered greatly. Their chests were torn open, and their heads snapped backward as blood flowed ceaselessly into the orb in Lilith's grasp, which metamorphosed into new blood servants joining the fray. Yet, despite such advantages, the blood servants faltered at the end of the line as Smuggy utilized her squeeze fruit powers to momentarily stifle their advance. What a troublesome woman! When did the beast pirates acquire such a formidable opponent? Once more, Smuggy swung her sword, reducing the blood servant before her to nothing more than a puddle. Her expression darkened. When did mythical beast-type abilities become so commonplace? If she was not mistaken, that woman was undoubtedly a user of the bat fruit's vampire form. Those expansive black wings and her mastery over blood served as irrefutable evidence. Had she not come to aid, had her fruit not fortuitously countered the enemy's abilities, this island might have already succumbed to the beast pirates. TSK. Enough already. Seething with frustration, Smuggy executed a sweeping strike with her spiral sword, cleaving through the throng of panicking pirates. The moisture extracted from her foes surged into her body, causing her form to swell visibly, rapidly approaching 10 meters in height. Juice Giant. Water Sword. The colossal pink longsword swept through the air, rendering even the ferocious blood servants powerless in their rage. The moisture from their blood continuously drained away, ultimately causing them to collapse to the ground with a roar, while even the elites possessing blood cores stood rigid in place. Witnessing the display of overwhelming power that annihilated her blood servants, Lilith's eyes widened in astonishment and fury. Just as she contemplated her next move, she heard Smuggy's voice bellow, "Hey, Bat Lady, know when to stop." A resounding explosion echoed through the air, and in his gigantic form, Smuggy's figure appeared in an instant, closely followed by the spiraling longsword radiating pink light. "Himph, come and try to strike me, Juicer Princess." Unfazed by Smuggy's fierce attack, Lilith enveloped herself in a shroud of black mist, transforming into a swarm of bats that scattered into the air, only to swiftly regroup behind Smuggy, with her scythe pulsating with blood energy. She unleashed a blinding arc of crimson light aimed at him. However, the battle-hardened Smuggy would not allow Lilith to succeed so easily. Though his gigantic form made evasion somewhat cumbersome, he commanded the moisture he had absorbed to flow into his spiraling longsword, redirecting it and swinging the massive blade to clash against Lilith's scythe. Clang. The sound of steel meeting steel reverberated, and after failing to land a hit, both fighters retreated and prepared to charge at each other once more. Clang. After so many days of stalemate, don't you find it tiresome, Juicer Princess? Why not relinquish this island to me and return to enjoying your juice? Lilith, with her scythe braced against Smuggy's longsword, responded with a persuasive tone. "Umph, Bat Lady, it would be wise for you to withdraw, considering the living souls on this battlefield are dwindling. Just how much blood is left for you to command? If we continue this deadlock, victory will ultimately be mine." Smuggy dismissed Lilith's counsel, bluntly pointing out the current situation. "Teach, that's not necessarily true. To speak frankly, my dear brother Bai has already set off to join me, accompanied by the calamity of our beast pirates. In Zaijin, the longer we delay, the more assured my victory becomes." Although it was slightly later than anticipated, Lilith firmly believed that Yakumo Bai would arrive promptly. That would be the moment for her complete turnaround. Upon hearing this, Smuggy paused, clearly taken aback that Lilith had found reinforcements. However, he took solace in the fact that his own brother was also on his way. The outcome of the battle was still uncertain. In response to Lilith's triumphant expression, the meticulous Smuggy refrained from showing any emotion. Instead, he feigned astonishment, his expression darkening. There was no doubt that discrepancies in information could profoundly influence the course of battle. The future three admirals understood this well. But now that both sides were on the verge of reinforcements entering the fray, he could not afford to lose face in front of his brother Katakuri. After all, that was their mother's most cherished and successful creation. With this thought, Smuggy once again channeled the absorbed moisture to his arm, exerting tremendous strength, and suddenly unleashed a burst that forced Lilith back. Immediately followed by a torrent of pink sword light. So, this fellow finally grew anxious after hearing my words. Humph! Escaping this battle won't be so simple. At this moment, Lilith remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. In her spirited state, she swung her scythe with increasing ferocity, infused with dense blood energy, as she engaged Smuggy in yet another bout. Blood attack, flying thunder, slash. The blood-reed scythe tore through the fabric of Smuggy's clothing, and crimson blood began to flow forth. Under the influence of the blood energy, it seemed more and more blood would be drawn out. Yet, the moisture that began to flow was swiftly sealed at the wound, preventing any further blood from escaping. TCH, such a troublesome ability, clearly a paramecia type, yet just as difficult as a Logia. Lilith clicked her tongue, then swung her scythe again in pursuit of her advantage. However, Smuggy wore a triumphant smile, as the spiraling longsword in his hand seemed to come alive, darting forward like a venomous snake, shrouded in deadly pink light. Juice! Water snake! Thud! The water snake-like long sword pierced through Lilith's arm. And under Smuggy's power, the moisture rapidly evaporated, threatening to wither like a flower. Yet, that arm suddenly transformed into several bats, plummeting to the ground, shriveled and lifeless. You dare say my ability is troublesome? Truly, this is the power of a mythical Zoan. Seeing her attack fail, Smuggy was not surprised. Both were still young, with a considerable distance to go before awakening their haki. Their battles relied heavily on their devil fruit powers and physical prowess. While he was a unique paramecia, and she was a rare, mythical Zoan, had either awakened haki, they would not have remained in this deadlock for so long. As Smuggy prepared to raise his longsword for another strike, he was astonished to see that Lilith was not disheartened by her temporary injury. Instead, she gazed behind her with a look of joyful anticipation and affection that even he could clearly perceive. Could it be? Remembering the reinforcements she had mentioned, Smuggy's heart raced as he turned to look, discovering a remarkably beautiful and charming boy extending his pristine hand toward him. For some reason, despite the lack of any discernible aura, Smuggy felt an intense wave of danger, as if contact with that hand would spell his doom. Get back, Smuggy! In that critical moment, a voice that nearly brought Smuggy to tears rang out from behind. A tall man, shrouded in dark metallic attire, rushed towards them, his expression grave as he swung a trident aimed directly at the suddenly appearing Yakumo Bai. Oh dear, is that the famed Kakuri, facing the powerful strike aimed at him? Yakumo Bai showed no fear, for a man enveloped in black flames had already stepped in front of him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the trident flying aside. What? Grasping the returning Earth Dragon, Katakuri stared wide-eyed in shock, not expecting his attack to be so effortlessly deflected. Yet this astonishment was fleeting, for the strange nine-tailed boy had placed his hand against his sister's cheek. Miraculously, despite the seemingly casual touch, Smuggy felt as though she had been ensnared by a paralysis spell, standing dazed and rigid, as if any movement would trigger a terrifying consequence. You bastard! Let Smuggy go! At this moment, Katakuri had yet to attain the strength and composure he would possess in 20 years. But his love for family remained unwavering. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, he shouted in alarm, the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Yakumo Bai murmured softly, a smile creeping onto his lips. Katakuri, you wouldn't want to forget your sister forever. Would you forget? Katakuri's expression turned grave as he repeated the word, hesitant to make any rash moves. The devil fruits of the sea were notoriously strange, and this boy before him might very well be a memory-altering ability user. The thought of forgetting his family was simply intolerable, even more so than direct harm. Damn it, little brat. Faced with a predicament concerning his sister, Katakuri found himself in a tight spot. Even he, who was usually invincible, could only grit his teeth and suppress his fury, speaking in a low voice. Beast pirates, what are your terms to release my sister? Hearing this, Yakumo Bai silently nodded, Katakuri was evidently a person who valued family above all else, a quality quite rare in the chaotic new world. Even some of his own siblings lacked such principles. Yet, Katakuri's perspective was surprisingly normal, even commendable. This was evident when he had fought against Luffy, intentionally injuring himself while relinquishing his advantage. While the Big Mom Pirates were indeed a force birthed by Charlotte Linlin alone, terrifying as it was, Yakumo Bai believed that if Katakuri were to lead the crew, they would endure far longer. Regrettably, even if the opposing party were to develop the extraordinary Machi fruit to the point of awakening in the future, wielding formidable conqueror's haki and even attaining the ability to foresee the future through observation haki, they would ultimately be unable to surpass the towering presence of Big Mom. Should one aspire to unite with, or even absorb, the Charlotte family's influence in the future, the rational, composed, and family-oriented Katakuri undoubtedly stands as a far more suitable collaborator or agent than Big Mom, who is driven solely by her love for sweets and acts impulsively. Strength begets confidence, and free will is equally rooted in power. If Katakuri were to reach the level of an Emperor of the Sea or manage to displace Big Mom from her lofty position, the situation would indeed become considerably simpler. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, Yakumo Bai playfully pinched Smoothie's smooth face, watching her spirited demeanor turn crimson with embarrassment under his teasing, before gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist and nudging her away. Little sister, upon witnessing this, Katakuri, though taken aback, hurriedly caught Smoothie, ensuring with a sigh of relief that her only injuries were the minor ones sustained during the previous battle. For Katakuri, this sister is akin to someone he has watched grow up. If anything were to happen to Smoothie, he would never forgive himself. He would also vow to annihilate the beast pirates. With this thought, Katakuri protectively shielded the still-flushed Smoothie behind him, then turned to Yakumo Bai. His expression perplexed, and inquired about his intentions. In response, Yakumo Bai merely smiled, gently patting Lilith, who had unknowingly clung to him from behind, and said earnestly, "I am merely looking out for my own family." At these words, Lilith could not help but emit a sound of delight, before burying her face in Yakumo Bai's neck, desperately seeking that familiar spot to kiss, while mumbling incoherently, "This is wonderful. Bai, you finally acknowledge me as your family." Lilith's declaration seemed to strike a sensitive chord, and the three who had been unable to contain their irritation immediately surged forward, intent on prying Lilith away from Yakumo Bai. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't separate me from my brother. Stop it." "Lilith, I was here first." Yamato's cheeks flushed with indignation. Instead of pursuing a career as a painter, she insisted on dressing so provocatively, all to sway my little Bai. As if I am unaware of Bai's preferences, would I ever divulge that Bai would rather nestle in Maria's embrace? With an inexplicable sense of grievance, Yamato pushed against Lilith with greater force, seemingly seeking to settle a personal score. Ugh. It appeared that Lilith had been touched in a sensitive area, causing her grip to loosen slightly, which provided Runty with an opportunity. "Now's my chance. Get down." Not a chance. Fortunately, Lilith's determination was not easily swayed. Despite being firmly restrained by her hands, her long legs remained tightly wrapped around Yakumo Bai's waist, unwilling to relent. "Runty, why are you stirring up trouble again?" Seeing her companions resolutely attempting to separate her from Yakumo Bai, Lilith shifted tactics, seeking to persuade them to abandon their efforts. "I'm just worried you might tire out Yakumo, considering how much excess weight you have." Runty stammered for a while, as though finally identifying a target for her jibe. "You." At this, Lilith was instantly incensed. "Excess weight? You dare call this excess weight? Humph. You are just a little girl. How could you possibly understand the advantages of a mature woman?" Finding herself unable to dissuade Runty, Yamato remained unwavering. Lilith then turned her gaze toward another unfamiliar woman, whose demeanor was cool and slightly ominous, and curiously asked, "By the way, who are you?" "I am Bai's elder sister." "Sister." Only then did Lilith suddenly realize that the woman had a pair of fox ears atop her head. With an ominous premonition, she glanced downward, only to discover a long pink tail. "Oh no. Am I behaving scandalously in front of Bai's sister?" As if drenched in cold water, Lilith instantly deflated, and due to the inertia of the situation, she and her companions fell to the ground with a thud. Fortunately, with her excess weight serving as a cushion, she should be largely unharmed. Hey, Galat strikes gold. Galat reaps the benefits. Upon witnessing this, Galat, who had been anxiously searching for an opportunity to intervene, joyfully leaped into the fray. As if plucking a radish, seizing Yakumo Bai's head and laughing triumphantly. Observing this farcical scene, Katakuri wore a look of exasperation. Even in showcasing familial warmth, one must be mindful of the occasion. Just a moment ago, the atmosphere was charged with tension. I should know, I have never received such affection from my own siblings. Unconsciously glancing back at Smoothie, he found her, tall and poised, staring blankly at the entangled group, her gaze seemingly sparkling with a hint of envy. Sighing, Katakuri reflected on how he had perhaps not devoted enough time to his family's affection and companionship, leading him to now envy their bond. He resolved that upon returning, he would ask his mother for an extended leave. The expansion of the country could wait. His pursuit of strength was solely to fulfill his mother's dreams. Yet, the lack of emotional connection was irreplaceable. Ignoring familial bonds and the relentless quest for territory would be a grave mistake. With this thought, Katakuri's gaze toward Yakumo Bai softened slightly, while the latter's earlier threat towards Smoothie was indeed excessive. Understanding that it was for the sake of family allowed him some measure of comprehension. Moreover, it made him realize that the time spent with his family had evidently diminished compared to the past. However, even if the other party acted out of familial concern, using his sister's leverage was utterly unforgivable. At the very least, he must impart a lesson. Hey you, tell me your name. Katakuri, brandishing his trident, pointed it menacingly at Yakumo Bai, enunciating each word. Brother, no. Before Yakumo Bai could respond, Smoothie anxiously interjected, and no need for further words. Sister, today I must teach that fellow a lesson. Rest assured, I am still mindful of the bigger picture, with Jin accompanying me. It stands to reason that the Nine-Tails brat holds a significant position within the Beast Pirates that I will restrain my strength as much as possible. Having somewhat comforted Smoothie, Katakuri brandished his trident and charged fiercely at Yakumo Bai. Oh, it seems a confrontation is unavoidable. Finally extricating himself from the delicate grasp of the maidens, Yakumo Bai faced Katakuri's onslaught with an air of calm. He pointed forward and proclaimed loudly, "It has been decided. Go forth, Inferno Calamity, Jin." Clang, the resounding clash of metal echoed as the trident collided violently with Jin's massive sword. Here, the second in command of the Beast Pirates clashed head-on with that of Big Mom's crew. Two future Emperor forces locked in intense conflict. I've heard much about Inferno Calamity. Are you truly going to obstruct me? Katakuri's tone was grave as he fixed his piercing gaze upon the man clad in black. Does the Katakuri of Big Mom's crew intend to pick a fight with a mere child? Jin retorted mockingly. Humph, I care not for his age. If he dares to offend my family, he must face the consequences. However, seeing that Smoothie has not sustained significant harm, I shall temper my approach. Realizing that he could not bypass Jin's blockade, Katakuri resolved to go all out in a surprise attack. Machi Spike. His right arm transformed into a mass of Machi, enveloping his trident, Earth Dragon. Under Katakuri's command, the trident began to spin at an astonishing speed, unleashing a powerful force and penetrating impact that caused Jin's grip on his sword to tremble slightly. The Machi fruit is akin to rice cake, isn't it? Recognizing the ability being wielded by Katakuri, Jin nodded in understanding. Immediately, the black flames behind him surged dramatically. Under the intense heat, Katakuri's spinning arm began to slow, with droplets of Machi falling to the ground. Flames, you say? Then how about this? Having already discerned the weakness of the Machi fruit, Katakuri was not one to neglect his defenses. The most effective counter to the flames that could restrain him was to master powerful armament haki. Decapitation, slicing rice cake, nine-headed Machi. The black armament color entwined around the trident, simultaneously transforming into the back of a rice cake, which then differentiated into several gooey, glutinous clumps, writhing and morphing into tightly clenched fists. Under the oppressive aura, they surged forth like a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Jin. Anticipating Katakuri's use of armament, Jin had never intended to rely solely on flames to subdue his opponent. Moreover, This was the perfect opportunity for him to experiment with the newly acquired powers of his fruit. Flames gradually enveloped his entire body. Beneath the black garb, his original flesh had vanished, replaced by a terrifyingly skeletal form shrouded in fire. Only his eyes, exposed to the outside world, were shrouded in shadow. Dispersing Fire Dragon Emperor, a dense barrage, entwined with black flames, formed a tight barrier that completely blocked Katakuri's fierce assault. In the brief moment of their mutual cancellation, a pitch-black serpent, glistening with lethal fangs, lunged at Katakuri's face with lightning speed. Simultaneously, a chilling torrent of venom shot forth like a rain of arrows, carrying a pungent stench as it aimed directly at Katakuri. Venomous Bow, Serpent Emperor. Facing Jin's sudden strike, Katakuri remained unfazed, his exceptional observation Haki faintly perceiving the trajectory of his opponent's attack. Thus, just as Jin's assault was about to connect, he transformed into a glutinous clump with a hole at its center, evading the incoming serpent while simultaneously allowing another portion of the clump to tightly encase the venomous spray. The sound of corrosive hissing filled the air, and within moments, the clump was penetrated, the noxious liquid cascading down and corroding the ground into a deep pit. Such astonishing abilities, Katakuri, Jin remarked, unable to hide his admiration as he gazed at Katakuri, who was gradually regaining his form. It is said that the second son of the Charlotte family possesses extraordinary observation Haki talent, and it appears to be true. Humph, you are no less impressive. Jin, is it any wonder they call you the Calamity? I've never heard of this form of yours before, Katakuri replied, his gaze fixed intently on Jin, the outside world. Jin's existence and strength had always been a mystery that on one hand, he presented himself in such an enigmatic manner. On the other, anyone who opposed him seldom survived more than a few exchanges. Consequently, few were privy to the true extent of Jin's abilities. From what Jin had displayed thus far, it was evident that he had yet to reach his limits, marking him as a rare and formidable adversary. This form of mine is relatively new. Master Yakumo entrusted this mythical beast to me with such confidence that I cannot disappoint him. Master, catching this key term, Katakuri glanced back at Yakumo Bai, suddenly enlightened. The only individual Jin could refer to as master must be Kaido's son. He anticipated this guy held such a status. Taking a deep breath, Katakuri raised, pointing it menacingly at Jin. Let the second round commence. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Smoothie wore an anxious expression. What has suddenly sparked this conflict? Smoothie nervously rubbed her elongated legs, alternating her gaze between the fierce battle and the onlookers, including Yakumo Bai, her mood growing increasingly heavy. The battle had persisted for some time, drawing the attention of numerous spectators. If news of a clash between the Beast Pirates and our second-in-command were to leak, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Fortunately, the higher-ups understood that initiating a large-scale conflict would yield no benefits. However, the subordinates lacked such wisdom. Should they inadvertently ignite the flames of discord, it would spell disaster. Moreover, it was due to her own inadequacies that this stalemate had arisen. She couldn't allow her brother Katakuri to bear the brunt of her mistakes. Additionally, Smoothie seemed to recall something embarrassing, instinctively touching her cheek, as if still feeling the warmth left behind by another. Though reluctant to admit it, she found it exceedingly difficult to harbor hostility towards Yakumo Bai. In fact, she felt a desire to possess and claim him. The reason was simple. It was akin to seeing a precious collectible that one could not help but cherish and safeguard. Smoothie felt no resistance towards Yakumo Bai, despite having numerous brothers in her family. He was on an entirely different level. Even upon first seeing him, she had been momentarily frozen, an aspect contributing to her previous paralysis. Damn it, that Batgirl is so lucky. Why can't I have such an adorable brother? Having been at odds for several days, Smoothie held no fondness for Lilith. That woman was willful and relentless, even going so far as to bestow upon her the moniker Juice Princess, although she was unaware of its meaning. It certainly was not a compliment. As if that weren't enough, that woman had even outdone her in this regard. Smoothie could already envision the smug expression on Lilith's face when confronting her. Well, if it isn't the Juice Princess, what's the matter? Feeling envious? Haha, your fists are getting hard. No, I must stop them at once. This battle should never have occurred. Resolutely deciding that she must intervene, Smoothie gritted her teeth and dashed towards the battlefield. Calling out amidst Katakuri's astonished gaze, "You must cease this fighting, Smoothie. What are you doing here? Step back." Smoothie's sudden intrusion forced Katakuri to halt his skirmish, swiftly moving to her side, worry etched upon his features. "Brother, please stop. This battle is utterly meaningless. You need not go to such lengths. You must have realized by now that the advantage no longer lies with us." Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression darkened. Indeed, through his recent exchanges with Jin, he had gauged their relative strengths, haki and martial prowess, evenly matched, while the development of their fruits leaned in his favor due to years of experience. However, the capabilities displayed by Jin were clearly those of a mythical beast. With the formidable regenerative powers and that peculiar black flame, a prolonged battle would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. In the short term, they might be evenly matched, but as time progressed, he would inevitably begin to falter. Damn it, where did the beast pirates acquire so many mythical beasts? The average person might go an entire lifetime without encountering a mythical fruit user. Yet here, on this small island, two have already appeared. Not to mention that woman, who exudes a palpable sense of danger, and that nine-tailed boy who seems capable of manipulating memories. Am I really to retreat, to relinquish this island, to disregard the injustices my sister has faced? Katakuri felt a mix of frustration. Ever since he had begun to make a name for himself in the new world, he had never encountered such a perplexing dilemma. If he insisted on continuing the fight, mutual destruction would be a preferable outcome. But if he were to withdraw, he could not swallow that bitter pill. As his thoughts swirled, he remained warily focused on Yakumo, Bai, and the others, contemplating a solution to break the deadlock. Wait. Mother sent Smoothie to seize this island to increase the production of chocolate for the upcoming tea party in 2 years. If the desserts were insufficient, and angered Mother. At the same time, Smoothie, also struggling to find a resolution to the conflict, suddenly recalled the purpose of their mission. She lifted her head and exchanged a knowing glance with Katakuri, who had come to a realization as well. Indeed, we are siblings, possessing a unique understanding, a painful lesson. Seemingly unrelated information regarding the current situation sparked new ideas for both of them. Perhaps they could leverage this. Brother, leave it to me. The conflict arose due to my inadequacies, and it is my responsibility to resolve it. With this thought in mind, Smoothie felt invigorated. She nodded firmly to Katakuri and then turned to Yakumo Bai, declaring, "Hey, Yakumo Bai, we concede this round. You may have the island. However, for the tea party in 2 years, we must prepare a vast quantity of desserts for Mother. If she learns that you delayed the dessert making, you surely comprehend the consequences. An enraged mother is something even Kaido would prefer to avoid. Right?" Upon hearing this, Yakumo Bai, who had been watching Lilith flatter Yao Yi with a bemused expression, suddenly froze, his previously relaxed tail drooping at a tea party. So this island was originally a production site for Big Mom's desserts? He had not anticipated that what he thought was merely a minor conflict would not only involve Smoothie, but would also be tied to the tea party, with Big Mom's insatiable obsession with desserts. If she were to go on a rampage, it would pose a significant problem. Although Kaido appears to be in control of the situation, there remains uncertainty regarding whether that reckless old man will choose to extricate himself. After all, from his perspective, this could very well serve as a form of training. The prospect of having Big Mom act as his enforcer to teach him a lesson would certainly be something he would relish. However, since Smuggy has broached the subject, it seems negotiations are about to commence. It is evident to any astute observer that only she and Katakuri can provide any real combat power, while our side boasts an abundance of talent. The outcome appears to be predetermined, as anticipated. Smuggy continued, stating that we could withdraw, but in exchange for relinquishing control of the island, we must provide the necessary materials for the tea party. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial, allowing us to avoid incurring the wrath of Mama. Surely, a mere trifling amount of materials should not pose a significant burden for the beast pirates, should it? After speaking, Smuggy nervously glanced at Hancock and Bai. Although such conditions seem paltry when weighed against the entire island, the power dynamics currently rest with the opposing side. It remains to be seen whether this young man will acquiesce. What do you say? Jean, such terms are indeed exceedingly generous. Hakenbai turned to the contemplative Jean, recognizing that since this matter concerns the two great pirate crews, it would be wise to consider the opinions of this esteemed elder. Charlotte Linlin, despite her monstrous strength, is simply a madwoman. Moreover, it seems her children have suffered greatly under her influence, willing to make such significant concessions. Well, young Master Haken, there is no harm in accepting their offer. But you must remember that you are destined to helm the beast pirates, with the advantage currently in my favor. Whether to agree ultimately rests with your decision. Raising an eyebrow slightly, Hakenbai paid little heed to Jin's sudden display of loyalty. Years of companionship had rendered Jin akin to a senior figure in his life, and based on Jin's past conduct in the original narrative, he had already earned the respect of both Kaido and Hakenbai. Sometimes, one must concede that the commanders and vice-commanders in the pirate world possess a unique charm, of course. I would not miss the opportunity to exchange a mere handful of dessert ingredients for an entire island. Such a remarkable benefit is simply too enticing to overlook. Furthermore, the Tato Land Tea Party. I am quite eager to attend. Upon hearing this, Smuggy's anxious demeanor immediately relaxed. An agreement had been reached. After all, there are plenty of islands in the New World, and this one is but a minor acquisition that could be seized from others. The crucial aspect is to quell the current conflict, which is of paramount importance. Just as Smuggy was about to utter some pleasantries to conclude this brief negotiation, Katakuri suddenly interjected, stating that the invitation to the tea party would also be extended to the beast pirates. And Hakenbai, you will be attending, correct? How did I not think of that? Indeed, the beast pirates, as a prominent force in the New World, must surely be included among the invitees to the tea party. If that is the case, then could it not lead to filled with an inexplicable sense of anticipation? Smuggy turned to Hakenbai, nervously awaiting his response. The tea party serves as a gathering of various factions. At that time, the rulers of the Dark World will undoubtedly be in attendance. Perhaps this could provide an opportunity to forge alliances. That it is worth noting that the resources amassed in the underworld are extraordinarily rich. Both the beast pirates and my own plans require a plethora of devil fruits. With this thought in mind, Hakenbai smiled and nodded. Of course, I would not miss such a grand event. Upon hearing this, Smuggy secretly clenched her fists, filled with a small thrill of excitement, her injuries feeling somewhat lighter. However, this enthusiasm could not be openly displayed, so despite her inner exhilaration, the young woman could only struggle to suppress the upward curve of her lips. Maintaining a composed facade that in contrast to Smuggy, Katakuri wore a slight smile. Today, thanks to your overwhelming numbers, I am unable to subdue you, but once we reach Whole Cake Island, you will find yourself at my mercy. Will you not? By then, I shall ensure that you pay for the grievances endured by my sister. While I do not intend to leave you severely wounded, a slight welcome for our distant guests would not be unreasonable. Considering that you are the progeny of Kaido of the Beasts, it is hardly excessive for someone to wish to gauge your strength, is it? The two siblings, each with their own thoughts, maintained their expressions as they begrudgingly gathered their crew and departed the island aboard the pirate ship they had arrived in. After skillfully resolving this minor conflict, Hakenbai returned with the young girls. This journey had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had he secured the entirety of Zou, inscribed the historical text, successfully brought back Yuari, acquired the promising bear-human panda, and temporarily taken Gallet as a pet, but he had also obtained an island from Katakuri in exchange for a devil fruit. Next, it was time to thoroughly consolidate Wano and bring it completely under his control. A week later, in Wano. I am finally back. Unable to contain herself, Yamato leapt from the ship and stretched languidly, exclaiming her delight, although the young girl had fulfilled her desire for a seafaring adventure. For the spirited Yamato, the cramped quarters of the ship had proven to be stifling. Each day, Hakenbai would observe her dashing about the deck, were it not for the intriguing weaponry aboard and Hakenbai's company to provide some semblance of calm. She would likely have been clamoring for Jean to take her back long this whereby now resides. Curiously gazing at the scenic shores, Yuari's fox ears twitched with evident joy. Yuari, let us go see the place where I will be staying shortly. That will soon become your home as well, Hakenbai said as he gently led Yuari down the gangplank, addressing the lovely maiden beside him. Sure, I will follow your lead. It seems our roles have somewhat reversed. Yuari is now entirely obedient to Hakenbai. Well, except when others intrude upon her territory. Runji, Peggy-wan, go back and plead for forgiveness from Lord Kaido. You would do well to pray that Lord Kaido deems you worthy of 2 ancient-type fruits. Otherwise, Jean said with a serious expression. T.H. Who is afraid of whom? I will go. I will make that big guy look at me with new eyes. Let us go, little Pei. Ahem, sister, could you not walk behind me? And please, do not push me. Panda, you should accompany Jean to meet our father. Perhaps he will grant you a position in the Flying Six. Watching Runji and her companion jostle each other as they departed, Hakanbai patted Panda's shoulder, conveying a sense of support. That Hakanbai, may I dare to challenge Governor Kaido. Although I know my strength is far from sufficient, I still wish to gauge how far I am from true strength. Panda scratched his head, speaking with determination to my suggestion is that you best avoid it. That guy fights without holding back. However, if you must go, be prepared to spend a few days in bed afterward. All right, I understand, Hakanbai. For Panda, this statement from Hakanbai was akin to granting permission, and he eagerly rushed off to catch up with Jean. What about me? What should I do? Galad inquired curiously. Little rabbit, you shall accompany me home. I will also introduce you to a new friend. Oh, a new friend. How delightful. By the way, when shall we seek out that legendary carrot? That can wait until you grow up a bit. Why is that? Because that carrot is too delicious. If you were to try it now, you would surely faint from sheer happiness at the floral estate of Hakanbai. Nearly half a month had passed since Hakanbai left Wano, during which time the mother and daughter, Tenjetsu and Hiyori, had gradually adapted to life here, in addition to the necessities of daily living. Maria had thoughtfully provided them with a shamisen, as well as a substantial collection of reading materials for Hiyori. She had also redecorated the mansion in a distinctly Western style, quite different from the architecture of Wano. It could be said that, aside from the inability to venture outside freely, everything was even more peaceful and tranquil than in the Kazuki residence. Maria, with her keen understanding of human emotions, recognized that after experiencing such heart-wrenching separations, a comfortable and serene life, coupled with an environment markedly different from the familiar, often facilitates a quicker recovery from the past. The reason for this is that it encourages them to adapt to their new surroundings, thereby allowing their focus to remain on the present moment. This notion can be gleaned from the increasingly radiant and vibrant demeanor of Rai and the gradually restored innocence of the young girl. However, after observing for some time, Maria has come to realize that Tanyue, this widow, appears to be unaffected by such a pattern. She often seems lost in thought, her brow furrowed, as if troubled by some concern or inner turmoil. The disparity in their statuses naturally prevents Maria from fully understanding Tianyueshire's feelings, a fact that she might never have considered. Even to this day, Tianyueshire is still troubled by the words spoken by Yakumo before his departure. The sudden upheaval has stripped this lady of everything except her daughter, and the insecurity of living under someone else's roof has heightened her sensitivity and anxiety. Naturally, she places great importance on the words of the benefactor who saved both mother and daughter. The thoughts of leaving or staying swirl in her mind like falling petals, mirroring the tumultuous emotions she currently experiences. Leaning against a corner of the courtyard, Tianyueshire holds a fresh flower. Lost in murmurs of contemplation that if she were to leave, it would betray the benefactor's kindness. After all, he risked everything to save them, and how could she shamelessly ask for anything more? Wouldn't it be better to comply with his arrangements? Yet, if she chooses not to leave, what if her presence brings him trouble? How should she navigate this dilemma? With a gentle sigh, she sets down the withered bloom in her hand, only to notice a growing pile of bare branches accumulating beside her. As if fate had long since made its choice, as Tanyueshire ponders these thoughts, a sudden warm breath brushes past her ear. Startled, she turns to see the delicate figure of Rai looking back at her with concern. Asking Mother, "Are you worried about our benefactor? It has been half a month. Surely he must be fine." Suppressing her inner turmoil, Tianyueshire tenderly embraces her daughter and reassures her, "Do not fret, Rai. Our benefactor is incredibly strong, and those favored by fate will surely return safely. We need only to wait patiently here. I believe our benefactor will come back safely." Leaning against her mother, Rai nods gently. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, Inquires mother, what shall we do afterward? Will we remain in our benefactor's home? Wouldn't that be rather inappropriate? And what about father's enemies? Her voice gradually fades as she observes her mother's expression growing increasingly troubled. Her brow tightly knit. It seems that not only she, but her mother too, is burdened by such worries. With a determined pout, Rai reaches out her small hand to caress Tanyueshi's cheek, earnestly suggesting, Mother, if our benefactor is indeed so powerful, could he not assist us in avenging father? Once he has concluded his endeavors, we could live together with him and Day, which would alleviate our troubles. The innocence of a child is indeed remarkable. In Rai's eyes, such an outcome would be the epitome of perfection, where everyone could attain happiness. Yet for Tianyueshi, does this not tread the line of greed? The fact that someone has saved her is already a tremendous stroke of fortune. How could she impose upon him the burden of vengeance, even to consider living alongside him? Tianyueshi's cheeks flush slightly at the thought, and as she contemplates how to correct her daughter's misunderstanding, she is suddenly interrupted by a delighted exclamation from a maid within the residence. Young master. The sound of wooden slippers clattering against the floor prompts Tianyueshi to grasp Rai's hand. Hurrying towards the entrance, unbeknownst to her, a fervent desire to see him overwhelms her, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. It is he. He has finally returned. The wooden sliding door is flung open, and Tianyueshi halts abruptly, her heart a whirlwind of joy, surprise, and hesitation. Upon beholding the familiar yet foreign visage of the young man, her heartbeat steadies, and time seems to momentarily suspend. For this fleeting moment, his presence fills her entire field of vision. Madam, I trust you have been well. His voice resonates, and her heart, once wavering, succumbs to a torrent of emotions. Young master. At this moment, Tianyueshi experiences a tumult of feelings. On one hand, she is relieved by his safe return, yet on the other, his arrival necessitates a decision. Should she stay or should she go? The question that has plagued her for so long is finally poised to receive an answer. She reflects that her eagerness to greet him feels oddly reminiscent of a wife awaiting her husband's return, rushing to the door upon hearing news of him, almost akin to newlyweds. What should she do? This elation and relief are difficult to suppress, her cheeks slightly flushed. With a voice tinged with concern and warmth, she asks, Young master, welcome back. Her heart flutters, and in a moment of impulse, she yearns to embrace the young man before her, only to be halted by a slender arm. What do you intend to do? The cool tone of voice snaps Tianyueshi from a reverie. Gazing back, she sees a fox-eared woman, strikingly similar in appearance to Yakumo Bai, regarding her with palpable discontent, resembling a protective creature wary of intruders. Noticing this, Yakumo Bai chuckles, pulling Yao Yi back while gently taking her delicate hand, explaining softly, Sister Yao Yi, this is Tianyueshi, the lady I rescued from the Getsu household, along with her daughter Rai. They are merely staying here until we resolve the situation with the Great Serpent. At this point, Yakumo Bai turns to Tianyueshi, whose complexion has suddenly gone pale, stating, Madam, during my recent journey, I also visited Zou, where I successfully allied with the Fur tribe. Henceforth, our beast pirates shall unite with the Fur tribe to eradicate the Great Serpent completely. Once this is accomplished, there will be nothing for you to fear should you choose to depart. This Tianyueshi's heart trembles as she contemplates a response, but before she can articulate her thoughts, Rai eagerly leans forward, her excitement bubbling over. Benefactor, are you going to confront the Great Serpent? Indeed, Rai. After this battle concludes, you shall be free to explore as you please. Are you happy? Yakumo Bai gently caresses Rai's soft, emerald hair, smiling warmly. Happy? Rai beams, her cherubic face glowing with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped like the moon. However, as her smile fades, Rai's brows knit together, her gaze dropping in disappointment. Once you defeat the Great Serpent, can we stay here? Both Mother and I truly love it here. Naturally, I wish for you to remain with me, but that ultimately depends on Madam's wishes, does it not? As he speaks, Yakumo Bai shakes his head, affectionately ruffling Rai's rosy cheeks, then deftly reveals the restless Day and Garrot behind him. Here, Rai, this little rabbit is a new friend from the Fur tribe in Zou. Upon seeing the fluffy garrot, Rai's earlier sadness vanishes, her eyes sparkling as she bounds forward. Her delight palpable. "What is your name, little rabbit?" Garrot. "And don't call me little rabbit." After a struggle to escape Rai's enthusiastic grasp, Garrot manages to utter this. "All right, little rabbit," as Tian Yueshur observes Yakumo by skillfully diverting Rai's attention. She breathes a sigh of relief. At least, not now. She must make her decision first. "Madam, lingering here is not ideal. Why not step inside?" Yakumo Bai's sudden voice pulls Tian Yueshur from her thoughts, and her face flushes in embarrassment. How thoughtless of her to block the entrance for her host in her excitement upon his return. "Ah, Tian Yueshur, you truly are a foolish woman," she muses, quickly stepping aside and apologizing. "I apologize for my oversight. Now that the young master has returned safely, allow me to prepare a welcome feast. I am quite confident in my culinary skills." "Oh, then I shall entrust it to you, as it will serve as a welcoming ceremony for Sister Yao Yi." Yakumo Bai responds with a smile. "Yes, you can count on me." A gentle smile graced the corners of her lips, and for reasons unknown, despite the triviality of the matter, Tian Yueshur felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment blossoming from within, soothing her restless heart considerably. Perhaps, if the great serpent were truly vanquished, there would be no need to depart. Serving him indefinitely might not be so bad after all. Having a stable home would surely be a boon for Rihi. Wouldn't it? To repay his kindness with the entirety of my life. Setting aside Tian Yueshur's intricate emotions while preparing the meal, the culinary skills of the other party were undeniably commendable. Not only to he, the glutton, but also to Galit, the carrot enthusiast. Even Yao Yi and herself savored the dishes with delight. Oh, by the way, it is worth mentioning that along the way, Runti and Peggy, along with Lilith and Panda, joined them as well. It appeared that the old man and Adolf had forgiven the impulsive actions of this group. Furthermore, according to Runti's account, they would now be under their direct command. They would no longer be part of the Flying Six, essentially forming their own faction. This revelation took Yakuin by surprise. It seemed the old man had discerned that she was destined to venture out into the world, laying the groundwork for her own team. Well, that suited her perfectly. After indulging in a hearty meal, Yakuin comfortably lay on her bed, contemplating as she admired the splendid scene around her. She slowly closed her eyes. After being away for so long, this familiar bed felt far more comfortable, imbued with a sense of home. Speaking of which, she had unknowingly gathered so many companions around her, from being all alone to now being the heir of the 100 Beast Pirates. The bonds she had forged had become increasingly numerous and profound. This would continue in the future as well, seizing everything and claiming all, awakening the fairy tale within her heart, and crafting her own paradise. With such beautiful aspirations, Yakuin's consciousness began to blur, as she was on the verge of slipping into a deep slumber, only to suddenly feel a warm, soft sensation behind her, as if her waist had been gently encircled. A tremulous breath brushed against her ear, and Yakuin jolted awake, carefully discerning the scent of the person behind her, and she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Why is it her?" All characters in this chapter are of legal age. Hoo-hoo, the sound of nervous breathing echoed in her ears, accompanied by fleeting fragrances. Faced with such a situation, even Yakuin found herself momentarily frozen. However, she refrained from making any hasty movements, as curiosity gripped her. What could the other party possibly want at this late hour? The moonlight gradually slanted to the west, and as the gentle sounds of breathing surrounded her, time passed quietly. Just as Yakuin was about to dismiss the notion that the other person was merely seeking a pillow to hug, Tian Yueshur, with evident anxiety, quietly trembled and spoke. "Young Master Baya, you should be asleep." "Who?" came the response, the sound of steady breathing to Ha. Having calmed her violently racing heart, Tian Yueshur felt a measure of relief. For her, tonight's banquet was a long-awaited experience. The lively atmosphere and the joyous smiles of the youth had briefly transported her back to her days at the Guanyu family's residence. Of course, that was merely a dream. Upon waking, she found only an empty heart and a state of bewilderment. Were it not for Rihi, who was there to comfort her, she might have drowned in the enormity of that void. This new home following the calamity left he deeply nostalgic. And was it not the same for Tion Yushur? Living under someone else's roof could evoke feelings of insecurity, even self-doubt regarding her existence, particularly for someone as strong-willed as Tion Yushur, which had been her reason for wanting to leave this home. Yet, tonight's banquet rekindled a rare sense of worth within her. If she could take the initiative to offer something, if she could repay in some way, if she could demonstrate her value, perhaps she could continue to stay. With such sentiments in mind, Tion Yushur sought out by Yakuin to express her feelings, wishing to devote her remaining days in service to him. However, while the thought was straightforward, the execution proved quite another matter. After the banquet, Dahi and the others had dragged by Yakuin into their raucous chatter as they returned to their rooms, making it difficult to find a moment to converse with him, especially with that seemingly difficult-to-approach sister Yao Yi around. Thus, by a twist of fate, Tion Yushur found this moment when everyone else had succumbed to slumber. How amusing it was to think that even if she voiced her innermost thoughts at this hour, it would merely be self-deception. How could young Master Baya possibly hear her? Shaking her head in self-mockery. Feeling the warmth of the body before her and the softness of a furry tail, Tion Yushur bit her lip and finally surrendered, whispering, "Young Master Baya, if I were to devote my remaining life to you, could I then stay by your side with Rihi?" Such a soliloquy, naturally, elicited no response. Whether it was a sense of relief or disappointment, Tion Yushur sighed, just as she was about to rise and leave, when suddenly her mouth was abruptly covered by a delicate hand, by Yakuin acutely sensing the rapid thrum of her heartbeat. The unexpected response left Tion Yushur in a state of shock, bordering on fright. Reacting instinctively, she could only cover by Yakuin's mouth to muffle any sound. "Why, young Master Baya? You're not asleep?" Tion Yushur stammered in a trembling voice. Swish! The rustling sound emerged as Baya Yakuin took the opportunity to turn over, locking eyes with her brilliant gaze. Her light green hair fell messily over her shoulders, while her black eyes glistened with a mist of confusion and unease. The somewhat ambiguous distance prompted Tion Yushur to instinctively lean back, attempting to create space between them. "Madam, what do you mean by this? Coming to find me in the dead of night to speak such peculiar words, and now wishing to flee upon being discovered." A mysterious smile graced by Yakuin's lips as he grasped Tion Yushur's smooth chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, teasingly remarking, "Wait, young master, is this too much stimulation?" Observing Tion Yushur's flustered demeanor, Baya Yakuin found it amusing. Shaking his head in bemusement, he pinched her nose until she was forced to close her mouth, gasping for air, before gently releasing her. "Madam, you truly are a fool. Didn't you realize you could breathe through your mouth while your nose was pinched? I am not." Tion Yushur averted her gaze, unable to meet the boy's eyes, feeling like a little lamb perpetually at his mercy. Yet, strangely enough, the feeling of being cared for and observed wasn't entirely unwelcome. Regarding your earlier question, my answer is no, madam. Upon hearing this, Tion Yushur's eyes widened in shock, her disappointment visibly accumulating at an alarming rate, threatening to spill over. Yet, she heard Baya Yakuin continue, "Haven't I made myself clear before? My rescuing you is not to send you off to your demise, nor was it meant for you to serve me for a lifetime. You, along with Rihi, have a long life ahead, with your own paths to tread at that moment." Baya Yakuin resembled a life mentor, offering gentle guidance, his gaze filled with compassion. But Tion Yushur attempted to interject, only to be interrupted by Baya Yakuin. "However, I would indeed welcome you both as new family members, not as servants to serve me, but as companions who support one another, living together as a family. What do you think, madam?" The unexpected response clearly astonished Tion Yushur, filling her with immense joy. "Really? Young Master Baya, can I truly stay by your side as family, even though I'm someone with nothing to offer, only able to rely on you? How could you possibly be without value? Think carefully, madam. You have gifted me 2 exquisite swords, and you are a user of the time fruit, a gentle and elegant woman with exceptional culinary skills. Moreover, you will undoubtedly provide me with even more assistance in the future. Besides, even if you had nothing, so what? Time is abundant. We have ample opportunity to create a new future and new memories for you. His gentle and soothing words felt like a refreshing rain in the desert, breathing new life into her weary spirit. Indeed, perhaps she had once faced the prospect of having nothing. Yet now, and in the future, she had already created and would continue to create more bonds and memories, which would eventually fill her scarred heart, allowing it to shine anew. Upon reaching this point, Tian Yushur could not help but reveal a smile of relief. Observing this, Bai Yunbai also displayed a knowing smile, for not only had he stolen heart, but he had also gained control over the uncertain power of the time fruit. All his efforts had not been in vain. Just as Bai Yunbai was about to whisper sweet nothings, he suddenly sensed a disturbance behind him in the dimly lit room. Unexpectedly, it had not drawn the attention of Tian Yushur. Having roughly deduced the identity of the intruder, Bai Yunbai could not suppress a gulp, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. This situation was truly precarious. All characters in this chapter are of age. Young Master Bai Yun, I truly feel incredibly fortunate to have encountered you during such difficult times. You know that when I first met you, I was utterly astounded. My savior turned out to be such a dashing and refined nobleman. At this moment, Tian Yushur seemed to be on the verge of pouring out all the emotions he had long suppressed. Consequently, he failed to notice that Bai Yunbai had grown considerably quieter in his embrace. To Tian Yushur, this was merely a fleeting display of shyness. Amused by the thought, Tian Yushur felt a surge of affection. After tonight's banquet, he had gained a general understanding of young Master Bai Yun's background. Since his arrival at Zhuowu, he had been regarded as an omen of misfortune, and only after enduring chaos had he been fortunate enough to be adopted by Miss Yao, if not for the serendipitous encounter with Kaido. Who knows what fate might have befallen him? Once someone takes residence in one's heart, their every action becomes a source of concern. Tian Yushur was experiencing this now, driven by affection, yearning to hold the young man tightly, to perhaps provide even a modicum of warmth, to let him feel the nurturing embrace of love. With this in mind, Tian Yushur acted accordingly. The warmth of his embrace jolted Bai Yunbai from his rigidity. Realizing that continuing in this manner would inevitably lead to complications, Bai Yunbai pushed himself away from the other's arms, simultaneously pulling the blanket that had been kicked to the corner to wrap himself and the figure behind him securely. With a somewhat nervous voice, he whispered, "Madam Sure, I understand your intentions. Rest assured, I will keep my promise. This will always be your home. Let us end today's discussion here. We shall address other matters tomorrow." "All right then. I shall retire for the night. Good night." Without waiting for Tian Yushur's response, Bai Yunbai turned over, covering himself with the blanket, clearly preparing to rest, staring blankly at the suddenly drowsy Bai Yunbai. Tian Yushur felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. It seemed young Master Bai Yun was indeed quite shy. Well, tonight's gains have been substantial. I have found my answer. I should return to accompany Rihi. She would surely be delighted to know she can remain here. Gently tucking Bai Yunbai in, Tian Yushur knelt on the ground, bowing his head in gratitude before departing with light footsteps, clearly ready to enjoy a good night's sleep. The wooden sliding door was slowly pushed open and then gently closed. Once assured that Tian Yushur had indeed left, Bai Yunbai was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he was suddenly pulled back into the snug confines of the blanket. Upon entering, he was met with a rush of warm breath. The already racing heartbeat felt as though it would burst from his chest in such a confined space. His petite nose struggled to draw in the scant air, trying to calm the tumultuous sea of emotions within. Yao Yi felt as though she might lose her mind. From the moment she had seen Bai Yunbai again, Yao Yi understood that he had grown, capable of extricating himself from Zhuowu with his own strength. Now, her mind was occupied with thoughts of Wano, the vast ocean, and other complex matters, alongside a gathering of beautiful individuals of all kinds around him. While she could accept this, knowing that Bai Yun's charm would inevitably attract admirers, she could not shake the worry that she must occupy the foremost position in his heart. This was an unalterable, non-negotiable principle, a merciless natural law, an absolute rule, destined fate, the only truth, and should anyone dare to challenge it? With her violet eyes glimmering with a faint crimson light, Yao Yi casually inquired, "Hey Bai Mei, I am?" Snapped back to reality from his daze, Bai Yunbai turned in surprise, and through the thin sliver of light filtering in from the blanket seam, he saw Yao Yi's expression was calm. Yet her words were unexpectedly terrifying. What a blunder! With Yao Yi's capabilities, how could Tian Yusher's entrance possibly go unnoticed? Not to mention he was present, making her even more vigilant. As previously mentioned, Bai Yunbai did not mind possessiveness, as it allowed him to feel alive. However, the gradually escalating possessiveness was a bit troublesome. This would not do. He needed to find a way to calm Yao Yi down. In a moment of desperation, Bai Yunbai pressed his hand against Yao Yi's back, lifting his head in an attempt to employ the Fur tribe's traditional karuchu to resolve the situation. However, to his surprise, Yao Yi seemed to misunderstand his intentions, blinking her reddened eyes before unceremoniously leaning in. Time seemed to pause at that moment, caught off guard by such an unexpected turn of events. For Yao Yi, this novel experience was undoubtedly a new form of possession, and once it began, it was relentless. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Yunbai finally weakly uttered, "Yao Yi, are you satisfied now? This was my first kiss, you know. Regardless, you will always hold the foremost position in my heart. As long as you desire it, I shall reserve any form of first for you in response to Bai Yunbai's declaration." Silence ensued. Just as he began to wonder if she had fallen asleep, he felt a hand gently stroke his head, accompanied by a voice whispering in his ear, "You know, Bai, I felt rather troubled when I first started raising you." Bai Yunbai was baffled by Yao Yi's sudden statement. What relevance did this have at this moment? Wait. The next day, the gentle warmth of the morning sun streamed through the gaps in the bamboo curtains, illuminating the bedside and abruptly awakening Yamato from a perplexing dream. With a rosy hue on his cheeks, he reluctantly opened his eyes, raising a hand to shield against the blinding light. Yamato felt languid all over, having no desire to leave the softness of the bed. Last night, he had dreamt of triumphantly overcoming all obstacles and finally marrying Xiao Bai. They had even embarked on a scandalous life together, and the Yaoyi sister that Xiao Bai had brought back from Zhuwu was their witness. Indeed, I'm the best marriage candidate for Xiao Bai. In the end, Xiao Bai chose me. Cradling his face in his hands, Yamato felt a surge of pride, completely oblivious to the fact that it was merely a dream. He believed it to be a forthcoming reality when the time came. Let them all see that childhood friends are unbeatable. Unable to resist, he rolled around in the blankets, only to suddenly encounter a damp spot. Curiosity piqued, Yamato paused, his big eyes filled with confusion and intrigue. Is someone wet the bed? That shouldn't be the case. Everyone is no longer a baby. Could it be a spill from drinking water? Driven by intense curiosity, Yamato was about to lean in for a closer inspection when he was suddenly tackled onto the bed by the exuberant Gallet. "Karuchi Yamato, you're finally awake. The sun is shining on your backside." The lively little rabbit was undoubtedly one of the first to awaken, probably, having energetically ventured out for a morning exercise before rushing back to rouse the still sleepy Yamato. But thankfully, Yamato had woken up on his own. Very good. It seemed that under Gallet's influence, everyone had become healthier and more vibrant. "Ugh, Gallet, let me go. I can't breathe," struggling with all his might to escape Gallet's embrace. Yamato grumbled, "Gallet, Xiao Bai should have mentioned not to casually perform karuchu, right? Have you forgotten? Hey, what does it matter? I promise it's only karuchu for everyone, that is fine, right?" Gallet waved his hand, speaking with a hint of confusion. "Well, do as you please, by the way. Am I the last one to wake up? Where did everyone go?" After glancing around, Day noticed that only the two of them remained in the room, prompting his curiosity to ask, "Isn't Yagumo saying that they are finally going to confront the Great Serpent? Why are they over there seemingly discussing something with Lady Tokiheim, while everyone else is eagerly gathering around? Especially that red-haired sister. She seems incredibly excited." Galot tilted her head, recounting the events. "What? Such an interesting occurrence. How can I be left out? Quickly, Galot, let's go." Upon hearing this, Day immediately snapped to attention, grabbing Galot's hand and rushing outside with a swift tap-tap-tap, accompanied by the little rabbit's exclamations. "Slow down, Day. You're heading the wrong way. It's this way." Moments later, in the tea room of the mansion, the gentle sound of flowing water could be heard. A poised and elegant woman was kneeling gracefully, skillfully manipulating a set of tea utensils. the entire process imbued with captivating charm. Opposite her, a serious-looking Hiyori was holding a shamisen and elegantly playing a tune. Despite her tender age, one could already discern the demeanor of the foremost courtesan of Wano from her performance. This scene exuded a certain elegance reminiscent of romantic poetry, blended with the carefree essence of a serene stream. Even those who typically lacked an appreciation for music, like Day and the others, found themselves sitting upright, seemingly savoring the moment, tasting the bitter tea, and occasionally uttering astonished gasps. With a soft click-clack, the sound of a puppet moving slightly interrupted the ambience that a maid, dressed akin to a ninja, mechanically approached with a platter of fruits, serving each guest before silently departing with stiff steps. This was the female ninja captured earlier, who upon triggering her memory-erasing effect, had become one of the many maids in the mansion. Naturally, everyone had grown accustomed to such puppets, well aware of Yagumo Bai's abilities, and speculated that she must have been an unfortunate individual who had provoked the young master as for the possibility of Yagumo by orchestrating this. Impossible! How could our benevolent young master engage in such acts? It must be slander. Diverting his gaze from the retreating Anin, Yagumo Bai had no particular thoughts regarding this captive for the time being. For now, it was best to let her experience the profound loneliness of being utterly forgotten. After all, isn't that how animated tales often unfold? The female ninja, having bravely infiltrated enemy territory, was now on the brink of enduring unspeakable torment. Unable to suppress a yawn, Yagumo Bai lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip. Attempting to soothe his slightly swollen and painful lips with the warm tea, he discreetly glanced at the seemingly composed Yeo. Feeling an internal grudge, this woman has truly become somewhat overbearing, relying on her favoritism. After a long night of disappointment, she had unexpectedly developed a new approach and sought to have him relieve her itch. If it were anyone else, even Day or others, he would have firmly refused. Yet it was Yeo, remembering her tightly pressed lips, occasionally biting her lower lip, and her disheveled appearance as she gazed at him with a pitiful expression. Yagumo Bai felt a pang in his heart. If only he were of the appropriate age, he would certainly show her what it means to be filled, suppressing the unnamed fire rising within him. Yagumo Bai turned to ask Tsukitsuki, Lady Tokiheim, could you elaborate on the possible assistance you mentioned today? Upon hearing this, Tsukitsuki first cast an apologetic glance at Yagumo Bai, evidently attributing his current lethargy to herself. Before slowly beginning to speak, the Getsu family has historically been served by 5 noble families. Aside from the already perished Tsukitsuki family, the remaining 4 families are crucial supporters of the Getsu clan. Excluding the Kirikawa clan, we have the Shimatsuki, Amitsuki, and Kazutsuki families. Among them, the head of the Shimatsuki family, Shimatsuki Keika, and Shimatsuki Joimaru are prominent figures, while the Kazutsuki and Amitsuki families currently jointly govern the Heim. They have also participated in the resistance against the Great Serpent, that if we can gain their support now, the process of confronting the Great Serpent should be considerably smoother. At this, Yagumo Bai narrowed his eyes. Recalling Tsukitsuki's words that reminded him that the other 3 noble families had likely already been imprisoned, in the original story, Day encountered Shimatsuki Joimaru and others around this time, along with Getsu Odin's nautical journal, which thoroughly brainwashed him, turning him into a devoted follower of Getsu Odin. The others were manageable, but Shimatsuki Joimaru, contemplating this swordsman, who was almost a carbon copy of the future 3-sword-style warrior. Yagumo Bai fell into thought. Regardless of strength for Zoro's sake, I truly wish to avoid conflict with the Shimatsuki clan. I can only hope these noble families show some flexibility and awareness of the circumstances. Otherwise, suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind, Yagumo Bai nodded slightly and then rose, stating, very well, I shall meet with these noble families and hope they come to realize that they have no choice but to cooperate. In Wano at the Rabuan prison, with a loud clatter, the heavily fortified iron doors slowly creaked open, releasing a wave of rancid, decayed odors. Young Master Yagumo, please forgive the conditions here. After all, it is a prison, and the environment is naturally far from pleasant. A man with long earlobes said with reverence. Bowing deeply, his words laced with awe, Waving his hand to fan away the pungent smell, Yagumo frowned and put on a mask similar to the one worn by Haranite. Barely managing to endure it, he casually gestured, indicating that he was unfazed. In the original story, the Great Serpent's retainers were now merely a couple of oversized cats, with only Fukuroku being of any significance. His request to visit Rabuin for monitoring was also made under the Great Serpent's instructions, possibly to guide him while keeping an eye on him. All right, since we're here, you may leave promptly. That I prefer not to be disturbed during the upcoming game. As he spoke, Yagumo took hold of Yeo and the figure cloaked in a black coat and fox mask, Tsukitsuki, and prepared to step inside. Wait, young Master Yagumo. The urgent call abruptly halted as the glinting blade of Shiroya was already poised against Fukurokuju's neck, ready to unleash a fountain of blood with just a slight pressure. What? What does the Great Serpent want me to do? Tilting his head slightly, as if nothing had happened, Yagumo glanced at Fukurokuju. His tone devoid of menace, yet chilling enough to make Fukurokuju feel as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. That he knew this enigmatic young master had a playful side. Previously, his sharp and profound words during the execution had caused many loyal samurai of the Kei-Gitsu clan to falter, making it significantly easier for the Great Serpent to clean up the aftermath. If he interrupted his mood, Fukurokuju was certain that the blade in front of him would not hesitate to strike. Swallowing nervously, Fukurokuju decided to heed his inner thoughts, forcing a chuckle as he spoke. Haha, the Great Serpent instructed me to convey to you to enjoy yourself. These noble families have been reluctant to submit. If they perish, they shall merely be your playthings. Haha. Playthings, you say? Gently patting Tsukitsuki's tightly clenched little fist. Yagumo did not linger further and turned to walk deeper into the prison. How amusing that some of the Great Serpent's subjects have become puppets in the hands of others without realizing it. A moment later, deep within the prison, in a solitary cell, with a loud clatter, the tangled chains were unlocked, and the heavy door creaked ominously as 3 unfamiliar footsteps approached, stirring Shimatsuki Maru from his slumber, which had been a respite from hunger and fatigue. How fitting! A curious youthful voice exclaimed as Shimatsuki Maru looked up in confusion, spotting a 9-tailed boy resembling a fur tribe, who was curiously observing him, accompanied by a fox woman with a single tail and a figure shrouded in a black coat. Letting out a deep breath, Shimatsuki Maru managed to sit up straight, his expression slightly pale, yet retaining an air of nonchalance. As a smile crept onto his lips, what is this? Has that Great Serpent finally run out of options? Has he sent women and children to persuade me to surrender? Just a bunch of petty, sell-out scoundrels. Upon hearing this, Hakyubi first gestured to Tenjetsure to refrain from any rash movements. He then took a few steps closer, removing a gourd toy from his waist, which in the blink of an eye transformed into a large wine gourd. The swaying liquid within caused Shuang Owan's gaze to shift. Hakyubi filled the cup with wine for his companion. He remarked, indeed, had it not been for the assistance of a Shuangyue Kong family back in the day, the heightened day would have long since perished in some forsaken corner, and we would not be here discussing the present situation as generals of Wano Dada. What a fine wine! The long-lost sensation of indulgence coursed through his body, as if the alcohol breathed new life into his withered form. Of course, Shuangyue Noan recognized this as merely an illusion conjured by his mind. Being confined here for so long, his body had already approached its limits, which was precisely why he drank deeply from the wine brought by Hakyubi, caring little for the consequences. After all, death had never been something he feared, regardless of who this young man truly was. His thoughtful gesture of bringing wine had successfully won Shuang Noan's favor. In this rare moment of elevated spirits, he remarked, I never expected you, little imp, to possess such knowledge. Speaking of which, is your superior, the General of Wano, truly in no danger? Though it is indeed a fact, Shuang Noan shook his head in self-deprecation, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. I never claimed to represent the day, Shuangyue Daimyo. Moreover, no one has the authority to impose upon me. With a look of incredulity, Shuang Noan watched as Hakyubi slowly rose, a playful smile curling at his lips. Tenjetsure, shrouded in mystery, timely removed her fox mask and lifted her black hood, revealing a delicate visage. This enchanting lady pressed her lips tightly together, casting a steady glance at Hakubai before forcing herself to regain composure, and solemnly declared, "Allow me to introduce you. Xuanyue Daimyo. This young man's name is Hakubai, the heir of the Beast Pirates, and he's also our savior alongside Hiyori." At these words, the wine cup in Xuanyue Nyoan's hand crashed to the ground, shattering into fragments, the rich aroma of the wine dispersing and momentarily masking the foul air of the prison. However, Xuanyue Nyoan was evidently too stunned to notice. His eyes widened and his body trembled slightly as he stared in disbelief at the familiar woman before him, his heart racing with shock. The Beast Pirates? The heir? A savior? What is the meaning of this? Lady Sure, did you not perish in the great fire at the Kazuki estate? Was it this boy who rescued you? Anticipating this moment, Tenjitsu Sure inhaled deeply, silently urging, "Young master, let me assist you." She then recounted the events of the past half-month to Xuanyue Nyoan, explaining, "Thus Xuanyedano, young master who saved us from that catastrophe. He is now determined to bring down Day. And for that, I seek to gather as much power as possible." As her words faded, Xuanyue Nyoan gradually regained his composure. His brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Hakubai. He inquired in a low voice, "So, you wish to leverage our name to rally the people and warriors to join the Beast Pirates in the campaign against Day? Setting aside the feasibility of such a plan, Hakubai, how can you ensure that the Beast Pirates are not colluding with Day, seeking to eliminate the resistance in one fell swoop? I trust Lady Sure, and I am grateful for your daring rescue. But how do you intend to earn my trust and secure my support for your cause?" Hakubai raised an eyebrow in response. Unlike Kazuki Oden, this Xuanyue Nyoan was indeed much more astute. At least he was not easily swayed by words, a marked improvement over that other fellow. However, Hakubai chuckled, realizing it was time to employ the verbal finesse he had honed over the years. After all, being a nine-tailed fox, one must master such basic skills. Xuanyue Daimyo, you must always remember this. Your assistance is merely a compliment. The campaign against Day is sufficiently supported by the Beast Pirates alone. I am here solely out of respect for Lady Sure. The fight against Day has never been about the Kazuki family. It is equally about the interests of the Beast Pirates, as an external force. We have never had any interest in the chaotic affairs of Wano. Previously, we allied with Day to develop and profit from Wano while providing countless benefits in return, fostering a mutually beneficial relationship without concerning ourselves with the conflicts between Day and the Kazuki family. Yet now, with the Kazuki family having fallen victim to Day's schemes, it seems that Fool's ambition has only swelled. Hakubai scoffed, seemingly addressing Tenjitsu Sure, while also directing his words at Xuanyue Nyoan. According to the information we have received, it appears that Day has begun to secretly retract the agreements made with us. He has even dispatched individuals to infiltrate the sea stone mining areas in an attempt to undermine us from within. Now that he considers himself the victor, he wishes to overturn the table. That man seems oblivious to how many cards he still holds. Pausing for a moment, observing Xuanyue Nyoan's expression darkening, Hakubai continued, "Thus, Daimyo, this is not a plea from me, but rather, you must seek my assistance that if you can participate in the campaign against Day, you might salvage some trust from the populace. However, if you cannot, then prepare for complete abandonment by the people. I hope you will contemplate seriously whether, as a daimyo, you live for the Kazuki family or for the people of Wano." As these words hung in the air, Xuanyue Nyoan's expression fell into despair, while Tenjitsu Sure gazed at him with concern, uncertain if this endeavor would indeed aid Hakubai. The atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension, leaving only the two foxes seemingly untouched by the gravity of the moment. Leisurely swaying their tails, playfully entangling, and then separating in an endless cycle, devoid of annoyance. The notion that Day sought to secretly retract their agreements was, of course, a fabrication. That man lacked the audacity for such a move. Yet this did not alter the public's rigid perception of him. Tenjitsu Sure and her companion instinctively believed there was truth in in a certain sense. It could be said that from the moment Hakubai descended, Day's authority, legitimacy, and even his very life were no longer under his control, but rather set on a predetermined path towards his demise. That moment, Xuanyue Nyoan, feeling a tumult of emotions, remained silent for a long while before he finally sighed deeply and remarked, "I had long warned Odin to act sooner. Indecision begets chaos. Day is like a parasite. If he is not swiftly eradicated, he will become a chronic affliction. Now, this affliction has not only toppled the Kazuki family, but has also stripped the trust of the people of Wano. Fear of battle and avoidance of conflict will only lead to more bloodshed and sacrifice. The warriors of Wano ought to fight to the death, yet Odin met his end in such a cowardly fashion. It is indeed laughable." In response, Hakayubai raised an eyebrow, slightly tilting his head to glance at Tengetsu Shur, only to find her brow tightly furrowed in contemplation, lacking any vigorous reaction, which surprised him somewhat. Not only was Xuanyuan far more lucid than he had anticipated, but Tengetsu Shur's unexpected calmness in response to his words suggested that she held some level of agreement with the daimyo's sentiments. Well, it was hardly surprising. The betrayal of the Akaze 9 had revealed Kazuki Odin's unfortunate judgment, stripping away the facade of glory, not to mention that Momonosuke had tragically perished before his very eyes. Perhaps Tengetsu Shur now harbored even greater discontent, if not resentment, towards Kazuki Odin. After all, as a man and a husband, he had died in vain, leaving his family to suffer such a fate, and entrusting the fate of an entire nation to an uncertain future. Now he was nearly forsaken by all, a fitting outcome for his self-inflicted plight. Gently shaking his head, he deemed the deceased unworthy of further mental exertion. What lay before him now was of far greater importance. "It appears, daimyo, you possess a clear understanding of the situation. Tell me, as a warrior, do you intend to conclude your life in this prison without a fight? To live, or to perish, to rise in battle, or to confine oneself? This is the choice you must make now." Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan raised his hand and downed the fine wine in his cup, then fixed a fervent gaze upon Hakayubai, asking in a serious tone, "If we succeed in vanquishing Day, how will the beast pirates treat Wano? I hope you can provide me with a clear answer. Otherwise, if we slay one Day only to be replaced by a more formidable dragon, Wano would be better off remaining as it is. That would, of course, mean instigating a complete transformation in Wano, establishing a new foundation for this nation." Hakayubai exclaimed with a smile, clearly taken aback by Xuanyuan's astonished expression. "Establish a new foundation? You truly entertain such thoughts?" Frost Moon Yuan spoke with an air of astonishment. "What is so strange about this? While the policy of isolation has shielded Wano from foreign invasions, it is precisely this that has led to situations like that of Kazuki Odin when confronted with external threats. Isolation does not necessarily foster progress. Rather, it inevitably leads to regression. Only by confronting the challenges posed by the sea can this nation be honed into a formidable force. This is beneficial for both the populace and our beast pirates. Is it not?" Yayunbai remarked with undeniable assurance. "The lessons of history are indeed painful, a truth deeply engraved in the hearts of every citizen of Wano. Moreover, I hold a rather personal notion regarding Wano, a complete transformation into a land of rabbits. Starting from the ground up, from the most fundamental education, we must eliminate the unpleasant elements that currently plague Wano in less than 20 years. We could reshape this nation into the embodiment of my ideals. Furthermore, history must be recorded in its entirety. Let it be known that the previous shogun was devoid of virtue or talent, neglecting his responsibilities and allowing the nation to fall into the hands of Kaido. While the wise and valiant Yayunbai intervened to avert disaster, uniting like-minded individuals to rescue the country from peril and ushering Wano from isolation into openness. This, indeed, reflects the truth perceived by the citizens of Wano. A true historical account. Upon hearing Yayunbai's words, both Tian Yushur and Frost Moon Yuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Once, Kazuki Odin had aspired to open up Wano, yet the turmoil caused by Kaido had thwarted his every effort, with the scant openings achieved solely due to the efforts of the beast pirates. Now, upon learning of Yayunbai's intention to spearhead this endeavor, they felt a surge of anticipation. The development and construction fostered by the beast pirates in Wano were evident to all. The influx of substantial trade from overseas had brought prosperity to numerous regions and their people. If such openness could spread throughout Wano, it might truly become a land of gold. Lord Frostmoon, if you genuinely care for Wano, then Yunbai's proposal is undoubtedly the best solution, but I hope you will make a choice that remains true to your heart, Tian Yushi earnestly advised. With a sigh, Frost Moon Neo one exhaled, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling within. It seemed he had reached a decision. For the sake of Lady Shi, I shall assist you. However, I must personally investigate and evaluate the matters you mentioned. Should you engage in actions harmful to Wano, I will not hesitate to thwart you, even at the cost of our mutual destruction. At these words, Tian Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was a former comrade. If it could be avoided, she did not wish for these daimyos to meet a tragic end. Fortunately, this way, she would indeed be aiding Yunbai. With hopeful eyes, she glanced at Yunbai, who returned her gaze with an expression of reassurance. Thus, an inexplicable atmosphere began to ripple through the air. Ahem, Bai. Aren't there other daimyos we need to discuss matters with? Let's be on our way. I would rather not linger in this place any longer. The previously silent Yao suddenly interjected. Outside, her role was merely to accompany Bai and eliminate any foes daring to challenge them. However, the peculiar atmosphere before them also posed a danger. She must safeguard Bai diligently. Indeed, with a casual withdrawal of his gaze, as if nothing had occurred, Yunbai requested a specific token from Frost Moon Yoan, and the group then turned to approach the other daimyos. With Tian Yushi's support and Yunbai's unparalleled eloquence, the remaining three quickly agreed to aid in the campaign against Kaido. Thus, aside from the underworld of Wano, the remnants of Kazuki Oden had gathered entirely. Now, it was merely a matter of positioning these pieces at the forefront of the battle against Kaido, ensuring that internal threats within Wano would cease to exist. Do they truly believe they can allow these remnants to fish in troubled waters and rise again? With enough finesse, it matters not how many perish. The blame shall not rest upon my shoulders. As the old saying goes, wildfires cannot be extinguished, and spring winds shall bring forth new life. You speak of Tian Yushi and her daughter? With their souls already stolen, I shall not accompany that fool prince to the grave. I truly look forward to the future of Wano. Do you not agree, Sister Yaoyi? Lady Shi? Indeed, wherever you are, there lies the future. I too shall follow. So, we are indeed to strike at Kaido, on Onigashima. After listening to Yunbai articulate his plan, Kaido nodded, casually waving a hand as he spoke. Well then, act according to your thoughts. Kazuki has fallen. Wano poses no real threat now that a mere Kaido is hardly worth mobilizing our forces. Did you not summon the Mink tribe from Zou? Along with the assembled samurai and the iron-blooded warriors, it should suffice, no? Seated upon his throne, Kaido took a hearty swig of alcohol before continuing. By the way, you truly surprised me this time. Not only did you bring back the historical text from Zou, but you also returned with a mink warrior and fortuitously secured a mythical Zoan fruit for Jin. Indeed. That is Uncle Jin's good fortune. I had not anticipated that Zou would harbor a mythical Zoan fruit. And considering Jin's racial potential, coupled with this mythical fruit, it is only a matter of time before he becomes one of the mightiest in these seas. Sitting nearby, the now-adult Yunbai, towering at 2 meters and 6 centimeters, relished the massage service provided by Maria, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he enjoyed the moment. Kaido laughed heartily before adding with satisfaction. I heard you had a run-in with Big Mom's crew upon your return. Was it Karakuri, right? I've met that lad. He's a decent fellow. I'm pleased to hear you managed to put him in his place. Big Mom has been riding on that favor for over a decade. With her arrogance, she has become rather unrestrained these years. As pirates, we must be accountable for our choices. Clinging to past grievances is rather petty. As he spoke, Kaido downed several more gulps of his drink, seemingly intent on venting his frustrations. Upon hearing Kaido mention this favor, Yunbai narrowed his eyes. Are you referring to the incident at God Valley? The Celestial Dragons prepared 6 devil fruits as prizes and organized a hunting event on a remote island in the West Blue, dubbed the Indigenous Elimination Competition, to satisfy their twisted desires for superiority and sadistic pleasure while scouting for talent for the God Knights. One could not deny the extravagance of the Celestial Dragons. Among the 6 devil fruits, 5 were of remarkable quality, including the bounciness fruit and the fish fruit. the last box which had been swapped, revealed the future Emperor Shanks. Yeyun pondered inwardly. In the original story, Rox ventured to God Valley not merely to trample upon the celestial dragon status, but also to reclaim treasures from Hive Island. The only items worthy of being called treasures at God Valley were the devil fruits. Thus, did Rox mobilize his forces for a particular devil fruit, considering the later similarities between Blackbeard and Rox. Could that fruit be the dark fruit? After that incident, God Valley vanished without a trace, and all records of it were buried, likely a measure taken by the world government to mitigate the impact of that war. Should this indeed be the case, if it were the dark fruit, it would either still be in the hands of the celestial dragons, or, following the destruction of God Valley, scattered throughout the West Blue. The worst-case scenario would be that the fruit was fed to some slave by the celestial dragons for amusement, suppressing his thoughts. If he could indeed consume multiple fruits, the dark fruit would be essential. Not to mention its ability to nullify powers, its ability to steal them is of immense value that, if memory serves, many potent fruits in the future will be thoroughly exploited. Waiting for their regeneration would be too troublesome. Directly stealing them is far simpler and more convenient. Whether for his future ventures at sea or to further expand the power of the Beast Pirates, he required it. However, to gain a detailed understanding of the events at God Valley, it would be prudent to inquire with someone directly involved. This very individual before him was a witness to that grand conflict. With this thought in mind, Yeyun turned to Kaido, inquiring about the so-called favor. TSK. Kaido grimaced at the question, clearly displeased by the mention of Big Mom's incessant references to such favor. However, it must be said that without that woman providing the fish fruit for himself, it would have been considerably more challenging for him to reach his current standing. Since you have inquired, there is no longer anything to conceal. Let me allow you, young one, to witness what it truly means to be among the pinnacle of power in the vast ocean. Kaido set down the massive wine gourd in his hand, and a rare expression of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Observing this, both Hakabai and Maria instinctively perked up their ears, keenly listening with immense curiosity about that mysterious battle. The Rox Pirates, a dominant force in this new world over a decade or two ago, had gathered numerous monstrous figures, including Linlin, Whitebeard, and Shiki, all of whom were aboard that fateful ship, after the treasure of Hakinosu Island was stolen. We happened to hear about a hunting competition organized by the Celestial Dragons on a certain island in the West Sea, where the prize was 6 powerful and rare devil fruits. Although we did not know the specifics of the treasure, it must have been of great significance to Rox. Consequently, the entire Rox Pirates nearly mobilized, setting their sights on the island known as God Valley, where a great battle erupted. Kaido exhaled a deep breath, his expression complex, vividly recalling that fierce confrontation. The God Knights, an unexpected presence, alongside the navy led by Garp, managed to thwart the entire pirate crew's assault. Though not many focused on the battle, they were all preoccupied with seizing the treasure. After a pause, Kaido continued, recounting how among the 6 fruits, there were 2 each of Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan types. The 2 Paramecia fruits were fortuitously consumed by slaves on the island, while the 2 Zoan fruits were seized by Linlin, and Whitebeard. 1 was a bird fruit in the form of a phoenix, given to one of Whitebeard's sons, while the other was a fish fruit in the form of an azure dragon, which I myself consumed. As he spoke, dragon scales began to faintly appear on Kaido's skin, exuding a fierce aura. And what of the remaining 2 Logia fruits? Were they also snatched away? With a hint of curiosity, Hakabai eagerly inquired. Logia? Kaido muttered contemplatively before uncertainly continuing. It seems one of the Logia fruits was consumed by a marine brought by that Garp fellow. Speaking of which, that kid possesses tremendous potential. Though he pales in comparison to the top-tier warriors on the battlefield and was nearly taken out by Rox in a single blow, he surprisingly awakened Conqueror's haki and, coupled with the wind fruit's enhancement, caused quite a bit of trouble for a time. As for the other fruit, it appears to be the treasure Rox had long sought. Unfortunately, before he could warm it up, he was defeated by the combined efforts of Roger and Garp. There was a tinge of nostalgia in his words, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Clearly, Kaido held a complicated view of his former captain, harboring both reverence and dissatisfaction. For life aboard the Rox Pirates was indeed brutal. The strong possessed everything, while the weak were merely cast aside. Every step forward necessitated stepping over the corpses of others, epitomizing the law of the jungle to its utmost. In retrospect, Rox was indeed a tragic figure. While his crew engaged in chaotic scramble for the devil fruits, he confronted the Navy, the God Knights, and Roger directly. In the end, after painstakingly recovering the treasure, he didn't even take a moment to glance at it before sealing his own fate in God Valley. Even more tragically, the treasure chest had been switched, containing only an illegitimate child of the Figureland family, who was desperately sought to be erased, as per the words of a certain prominent figure in the One Piece universe. And the devil fruits were nothing but their peels. After listening to Kaido's recount, Hakabai gained considerable insight, yet still lacked information on the treasure from Hakenosu Island. With this in mind, Hakabai promptly resolved to take initiative, aiming to pursue both leads. He would search the West Sea while also investigating the celestial dragons. Unlike Blackbeard, he had the entire Beast Pirates backing him, along with a significant advantage in intelligence. Relying solely on luck was no longer an option. Moreover, the Holy Land Mariehua, it wasn't impossible to infiltrate. Contemplating this, Hakabai turned to Kaido and asked, "Old man, do you recall the general location of God Valley? If possible, do you have any information regarding the celestial dragons who have been perpetually abroad?" He thought, once the turmoil in Wano was resolved, he would find tasks to undertake. Moments later, with light footsteps, Hakabai departed from Onigashima. Clutching a West Sea map marked with a seal, he felt no urgency in seeking the dark fruit. At this moment, the fruit resembled a sea-charred dinger's cat. Until he received concrete information about it, no one could ascertain its true nature. Therefore, rather than fret, it was wiser to steady himself and advance gradually. Furthermore, devil fruits possess their own wills. If the compatibility was lacking, it might yield adverse effects, much like how the world government had failed to truly control the Nika fruit over the past 8 centuries. It seemed so close, yet in the blink of an eye, it could be far away. The very ship that was supposed to transport the Nika fruit was hijacked by Shanks, serving as the perfect illustration of this predicament. Casually handing the map to Maria, Hakabai contemplated his subsequent plans. First, concerning the Holy Land. In the original narrative, Tiger was captured and enslaved for 3 years. He wouldn't rise to instigate chaos in Mariehua until approximately 5 years later. He should still be in the guise of a slave at this moment. If a significant number of devil fruits were stolen, it would undoubtedly raise the celestial dragon's suspicions that I could potentially drive the plot forward, facilitating Tiger's early escape and inciting a rebellion, allowing me to slip through the chaos unnoticed. As for how to infiltrate, that was simple enough. Based on my development of the child fruit, I could mimic the manipulation of the red scabbards and, on that foundation, transform the vocal cords of a celestial dragon into a toy, which could be easily achieved. By controlling a particular celestial dragon, I could fabricate an identity for myself and seamlessly infiltrate Mariehua. Nodding to myself, the ability to change at will and control identities offered such advantages, reducing complications while significantly enhancing efficiency. This was exemplified well by Doflamingo controlling the Riku family, or Kinmen imitating Kazuki Sugiyaki. Moreover, celestial dragons were often exceedingly weak, requiring little physical exertion to manipulate, and their bizarre behaviors and creative ideas were rarely questioned by ordinary individuals. In short, they made excellent pawns, speaking of which, there were numerous wretched souls in the Holy Land in need of rescue, such as Hancock, Tezuro, and Curiel. Currently, in this timeline, Hancock should not yet have been captured in Mariehua, which would spare her from several years of misfortune. Filled with anticipation, Hakabai was intrigued by the prospect of actions in the Holy Land while increasingly eager to resolve the troubles in Wano. Additionally, regardless of whether the dark fruit existed in the Holy Land, perhaps a stroll through the West Sea would yield fruitful discoveries, while also exploring other seas. After all, if one remained cooped up in the secluded Wano, how could they possibly appreciate the beauty of the ocean? With a spirited heart, Hakabai turned to Maria and asked, "Say, Maria, if you were to consume a devil fruit, what kind would you desire?" 3 days later, in the flower capital at the Shogun's residence, Orochi had been feeling inexplicably irritable in recent days, his eyelids twitching as though something dreadful was about to occur. Even his usual indulgence in food and drink had lost its charm. With a crash, he smashed a wine cup filled with fine liquor onto the ground, causing the dancing courtesans nearby to drop to their knees, trembling in fear, terrified that this capricious shogun would unleash his wrath upon them once more. "What is it, Lord Orochi? You seem rather unwell lately," Fukuruzu, standing by his side, inquired with a frown. "Fukuruzu, has there been any movement in Wano recently? Have the remnants of Kazuki Oden been completely eradicated? And what are those 3 missing corpses? Where have they gone?" Orochi's expression darkened, his words laced with agitation and trembling. Despite the fact that the Kazuki clan had been obliterated, reduced to ruins in the raging flames, the timid and cowardly Orochi, who had spent his life battling against the Kazuki, would not simply let this go. After sending people to meticulously inspect the charred corpses in the ruins, he was immediately struck with terror. The red scabbards, being distinct in their appearances, could still be somewhat identified by their sizes. Apart from one corpse, riddled with swords and clearly belonging to one of Kazuki Oden's children, the others were unmistakably those of the red scabbards. Yet, the numbers did not add up. 3 were missing. Just the thought of it sent chills down Orochi's spine, as if someone were watching him coldly from behind, even causing him to wake up startled in his dreams. What on earth is happening? Could it be that they successfully escaped? Who are the 3 survivors? Witnessing Orochi's flustered demeanor, Fukuruzu couldn't help but furrow his brow, although the opponent has successfully seized the position of general. Such a demeanor is truly disappointing. Lord Orochi, please remain calm. Recently, the remnants of the Kazuki clan and the daimyos for various regions have settled down considerably, and I believe it won't be long before the people completely forget the Kazuki clan and only recognize you as the general of Wano country. As for the 3 missing corpses, if I may speak frankly, Lord Orochi, perhaps they have simply been reduced to ashes due to the intensity of the flames. Impossible. However, before Fukurokuju could finish a sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Orochi's exclamation, insisting that it was absolutely impossible for there to be no trace left. There must be survivors. Perhaps they are currently conspiring with the remnants to assassinate me. Fukurokuju, I command you, investigate. I want to see the living and the dead. Upon hearing this, Fukurokuju, who had been splattered with spit, furrowed his brow. To be honest, this superior of his was quite unimpressive, exhibiting a clownish demeanor that was even more unseemly than that of some petty minions. Nonetheless, such a fool was easier to control. He need not stand in the spotlight, and as long as he satisfied Orochi's desires and somewhat perfunctorily executed his commands, he could continuously acquire the things he coveted: status, power, wealth. Taking a deep breath, Fukurokuju forcibly suppressed his dissatisfaction and replied solemnly, "Yes, Lord Orochi, I will." Bang! However, before Fukurokuju could finish, a tremendous roar erupted, followed by the deafening sounds of battle cries. What is happening? Startled by the sudden chaos, Orochi hurried to the window to look down, and upon a single glance, his eyes widened in horror. Amidst the crowd, the mink tribe and samurai charged forward, while the beast pirates lingered at a distance, with the imposing figure of Yamato greeting the enraged Orochi from above. "Hey, 8-headed serpent, it's time to wake from your sweet dreams. On behalf of the people of this nation and the beast pirates, I shall shatter the delusions of the Kurizumi clan and establish a new Wano." At this moment, with his back to the startled populace and surrounded by the desperate battle of cannon fodder, Yamato stood tall, his gaze fierce and resolute, the light of justice illuminating the earth. "Behold, thunderous 8 trigrams. Runty's great tornado. Sister, wait for me. Keep an eye on our teammates." On the battlefield, Lilith and other young warriors displayed their prowess, effortlessly dispatching Orochi's underlings, their youthful charm and spirited shouts creating a captivating scene. For a moment, they became a dazzling spectacle amidst the chaos that, of course, excluding Pejuan. "Wow, everyone is so amazing," the little Galat exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the valiant figures on the battlefield. Yamato's adorable pet, Galat was currently nestled obediently in the boy's arms, her rabbit ears occasionally brushing against his smooth chin, bringing a delightful tickling sensation. Observing the little rabbit's enthusiastic demeanor, Yamato smiled and, in a playful mood, retrieved a small toy from his waist. A mysterious glow flickered, and a portable rocket launcher materialized in his hand. Gently tugging at Galat's soft ears, Yamato cheerfully said, "Here, little rabbit, take this to play with. It is only 30 shots, so be careful not to harm our own people." Feeling the familiar sensation of being held, Galat's ears drooped, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her body trembled gently. However, she did not attempt to escape. Instead, she squinted her eyes to savor the moment before accepting the rocket launcher from Yamato, her spirits soaring as she declared, "Leave it to me. Let these guys witness Galat's power." Funny missile, a missile the size of her arm, emitted wisps of white smoke, and with a resounding boom, it crashed into the midst of the samurai under Orochi, instantly eliciting a chorus of screams. Indeed, the combination of artillery and a beast-eared little girl was simply perfect. Witnessing Galat's fierce aura, Yamato nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at the resolute Tianyue beside him, feeling even more pleased. After leaving Onigashima, he had begun to gather the remaining samurai using the tokens of the daimyos. To be honest, quite a number of them had assembled, ranging from small-time merchants to officials from martial arts schools. If he hadn't seized this opportunity to draw them out, it could have led to significant trouble in the future. Additionally, with Tianyue's assistance and support, he had seemingly become the spokesperson for the will of Wano country, symbolizing order and rightful authority. Even now, Yamato could still recall the conversation he had with Tianyue and the heads of these factions. Young Master Yamato is a true gentleman, not only rescuing me and Hiyori from Orochi's schemes, but also willing to fight against him for the future of Wano. He is determined to establish a new Wano. Now, young Master Yamato had united the Mink tribe and mobilized the forces of the Beast Pirates. He could have immediately set off for the Flower Capital. However, considering that everyone was also part of Wano, he decided to take the risk of contacting the daimyos imprisoned in the dungeons, uniting their strength for battle. In the future, after completely eliminating Orochi, with the help of the Beast Pirates, they could live a prosperous life without the risks from overseas, thus transforming Wano into a veritable land of gold. Challenges and opportunities coexist. Everyone must make their choices wisely. Lady Shifu is indeed remarkable. What more could one desire? The Prime Minister's choice is not without reason. Aside from her rich experience and mature allure, she handles matters with intelligence and grace, truly aligning with my heart. This way, many troubles are also avoided. Now that the people's hearts are united and the mandate of heaven is with me, once Orochi is dealt with, I can reshape Wano according to my desires. However, Orochi must not die just yet. At least not all 8 heads at once, until I extract the fruit from the Yamada no Orochi. With this thought, Yamato raised his gaze towards the fearsome Orochi, whose body was gradually swelling, revealing 8 grotesque heads, yet he remained unfazed. Besides my capable aid, I also have a wise external ally. A blinding slash sliced through the sky, severing the streams of venomous liquid, and continued unimpeded towards Orochi's head. One of the lighter-colored snake heads was cleaved off, only to slowly regrow. The Kurizumi Orochi, filled with dread and trepidation, glanced at Yao Yi, involuntarily retreating several steps. Even in the fearsome form of the Yamada no Orochi, the fact that he was hollow within remained unchanged. At this moment, he could only pray for a swift end to this inexplicable outbreak of battle. Roar. Damn that 9-tailed brat. What do you mean by this? What is the Beast Pirates planning? Flicking his forked tongue, the 8 heads of the serpent swirled in the air, their sinister gazes fixated on Yamato, questioning in unison, their voices carrying an unsettling malice. Isn't it obvious? I have come in response to everyone's call to vanquish the malevolent Orochi. The blade, Tenryu, has unknowingly found its way in my hands, and Yamato pointed it at Orochi with an air of disdain, declaring, "That sword, Tenryu? Odin's blade? Wait, that woman, Tianyue, did you save them?" Upon noticing the famed sword in Yamato's hand, Orochi suddenly recognized Tianyue standing beside him, exclaiming in disbelief, "What? Surprised? Did you think Lady Shifu and Hiyori perished in that inferno?" Yamato's expression turned stern, as if possessed by the spirit of a hero, demanding, "No. How could that be? Besides, I don't even know. Enough of this useless chatter. You know full well what you've done. Don't think you can confuse everyone with your words. Today, you shall pay the price for your malevolence. Let's go, Sister Yaoyi. Villains perish through excessive talking. Although Yamato considers himself a hero, he has learned from the painful lessons of his predecessors. Thus, he certainly would not grant Orochi the opportunity to argue. Seizing the moment when Orochi's eyes widened in confusion, the 8 snake heads gazing blankly at one another, Yamato advanced with his sword, its peculiar glow shimmering in his hand. The only things capable of keeping secrets in this world are the dead and the toys in my possession. You shall not escape. The crisis loomed large, and faced with the dual threat from Yamato and Tianyue, Orochi's eyes bulged with rage. Confronted with the specter of death, even the lowly would claw for survival. How could the cowardly Orochi simply sit idly by? Simultaneously, a deep-seated fury welled within him. Hadn't he already become a general? Why were there still those who dared to oppose him? Even this detestable little imp before me. Do they truly believe that they can extinguish my life with merely a woman and a child? How naive! I am a wielder of mythical beast powers. Can you truly kill me? Beneath the weight of profound resentment, the colossal serpent transformed into its 8-headed, 8-tailed form, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury, madness, anger, and an unwillingness to submit, all swirling within. The dark green scales of the serpent expanded ominously, each fine scale shimmering with a shadowy luster, while its 8 heads exhaled emerald mist, which swiftly corroded the surrounding wooden walls at the mere touch. Roar! The Yamata no Orochi bellowed to the heavens, revealing a semblance of its mythical beast essence. The Kazuki clan has wronged me, and now the beast pirates seek to oppress me as well. Then let us engage in a battle to the death. I am a general of Wano. It seems to possess some semblance of might. Observing the fearsome serpent before him, Hakenbai was genuinely surprised that this creature could still exude such power, even at the brink of death. Well, it is still a mythical beast. Although it has been poorly developed, it must retain some special abilities worth exploring. A smile graced his lips as he gestured to Yaoyi, saying, Sister Yaoyi, feel free to unleash your prowess. As long as we do not sever all 8 heads, it shall not be considered truly dead. Before this plaything is utterly destroyed, let us indulge in a game of hide and seek. All right. As if the winter snow were melting away, the chill of night dissipated, and Yaoyi revealed a gentle smile, extending her delicate hand to take Hakenbai's. The white blade of the revered sword glimmered with the cold white light, harmonizing beautifully with the ethereal, cloud-patterned Tengu feather blade. As the 2 foxes stood side by side, each possessing exquisite features, smooth tails, and a bond deeply rooted in their hearts, I could see this moment. They were poised to perform a magnificent duet. Roar! However, the Yamata no Orochi had no intention of appreciating this lethal dance for 2. Rather, the sight of the 2 individuals entwined in such intimacy only fueled its rage. In its fury, it yearned to obliterate all beauty in order to vent its pent-up resentment. A hazy emerald mist began to envelop the surroundings, and its 8 massive tails swayed with agility, striking the ground with tremendous force, creating a whirlwind of chaotic afterimages that thundered towards the 2. Hey, Bai, may I entrust my body to you? Yaoyi softly inquired, her lips parting gently. Despite feeling somewhat odd, Hakenbai nodded in compliance. Thud, a slight tremor accompanied the rising waves as the 2 drew close, one hand caressing the other's waist, while their blades sliced through the air like flowing water, stirring an inexplicable ripple. Fox danced 2 tails moon circle. As if guided by divine intuition, the pair twirled gracefully, their revered blades pressuring the air, unleashing 2 white slashes that swiftly converged in midair, spinning like a full moon, boldly confronting the serpent's assault. What appeared to be an immense and formidable tail seemed unexpectedly fragile against the combined strike of Hakenbai and Yaoyi. Unable to withstand the onslaught for even 5 seconds before the whipping tails were severed and scattered across the ground. Hiss! Following its failed strike, the remaining vestiges of the serpent's reason evaporated, as its 8 heads hissed menacingly, their vertical pupils glinting with an eerie light. In an instant, Colorful rays erupted from its mouths, shooting directly toward Hakanbai and Yao Yido. Is this the unique ability of the Yamada no Orochi? Observing the scene, Hakanbai displayed a glimmer of interest, while Yao Yi comprehended instantly, deftly pulling Hakanbai aside to evade the impending attack. Simultaneously, Hakanbai's palm shimmered with light, transforming several unfortunate warriors on the battlefield into puppet toys, accurately hurling them toward the incoming rays. Sizzle. The sound of wood being corroded echoed, as a puppet was swiftly disintegrated into a pool of black residue. This is the ability to spray venom. Hakanbai nodded in understanding. Whoosh.1 puppet, struck by a ray, exhibited a marked sluggishness in its movements. Sluggish? No, it should be weakness. The puppet's joints had become stiff. Whoosh. Another puppet was obliterated by a torrent of water. Reduced to mere fragments it can also spray water. Quite intriguing, though I wonder if it is seawater. Whoosh crack. A sharp blade of light cleaved through, instantly bisecting a puppet. It can even unleash slashes. Though feeble, it indeed possesses the prowess of swordsman. Could it be the Kusanagi sword? Raising an eyebrow in astonishment, Hakanbai followed the path of the slicing serpent head, only to behold a sharp, long sword extending from its forehead, streams of blood flowing from the gash, staining the blade and further enhancing the serpent's grotesque visage. Venom, weakness, water spray, and slashes. What other abilities might the remaining four heads possess? Though the abilities displayed thus far are rudimentary, they have left Hakanbai thoroughly impressed. It seems the Kurokatsu no Orochi is, indeed, a waste. With proper development and cultivation of haki, it could have secured a place in the new world. Yet now, it is squandered in this manner. Sister Yao Yi, let us draw closer and probe for additional abilities. All right. In response, Yao Yi giggled, nodding in agreement. This seemingly intimidating but fundamentally hollow serpent lacked any mastery of haki, rendering it an easy foe to dispatch with just a few strikes. More importantly, she wished to enjoy this game alongside Bai. With that, Yao Yi led Hakanbai into the air, effortlessly dodging the various beams of energy while simultaneously severing the serpent head that spewed venom. Hiss, you bastards, die. I shall swallow you whole. Experiencing the agonizing pain of yet another severed head, the serpent's eyes burned with crimson rage, and one head, defying reason, opened its massive maw, unleashing a powerful suction. Devouring, is it? Quite fitting for a serpent. Hakanbai nodded at the sight. However, such a meager attraction would not deter the two. Whoosh, clang. Another serpent head lunged at them, colliding with Bai's blade and producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. An extraordinary hardness? It appears to be a physical attack. As the frenzied serpent drew closer, it unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes. After Yao Yi severed several more heads, one head seized the opportunity to approach them, its crimson eyes flickering with a ghostly light. Simply gazing into those eyes for mere seconds evoked deep-seated fears within. Simultaneously, another serpent head, stretching an astonishing length, coiled and spiraled around, seemingly intent on ensnaring the two completely. These two represent fear and entanglement. Regaining clarity from a momentary daze, Hakanbai swiftly sliced through the coiling serpent body, understanding the situation. There are physical attacks, negative enhancements, sinister venom, and sharp slashes. What an extraordinary fruit indeed. One could say it truly lives up to the mythos of its homeland. Yet, I cannot fathom why it would be entrusted to a creature like this. Having gleaned the information he sought, Hakanbai resolved to cease prolonging the encounter. With Yao Ye's rosy complexion beside him, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and swiftly maneuvered out of the serpent's attack range. Thus, I have confirmed the potential of the Yamada no Orochi. It is time to bring this tedious game of hide and seek to an end. Blinding arcs of electricity began to swirl around them, the sparks of energy coalescing as their tails gently intertwined before slowly separating. It must be said, Wano is indeed a splendid place. With its rare and precious sea stone resources, a foolish prince so generous as to relinquish his kingdom. And now a mythical beast fruit tantalizingly close at hand. Kurokatsu no Orochi, I shall find a new master for you. But first, allow me to put you to rest, so you may await your final purpose. "Brother Pedro, let us charge forth together." Without need for further words, Sicilian declared, "When it comes to battle, I am more skilled than you." Amidst the battlefield, the electrifying Pedro and his companions surged forward like a blade, plunging into the heart of the Serpent's Guard. Even when deeply entrenched among the enemy ranks, there was a moment when none dared to approach, allowing the warriors of the Fur tribe to charge forth with unrestrained vigor. Among the squad dispatched by Zoe, the new generation represented by Pedro was naturally included. On one hand, their connection with Galat facilitated communication between Bayagomo and Zoe. On the other hand, there was certainly an intention to provide them with a chance for practical experience. After all, with the departure of Yao Yi, the Fur tribe needed a new stronghold to step forward, and these young individuals possessed such potential. With a cheerful laugh from the little rabbit, a thunderous sound erupted, sending vibrations that caught the attention of Pedro and his companions. That young girl, Galat, indeed held the favor of the esteemed Bayagomo. The cannon-like weapon she wielded was no trivial matter. Giovanni couldn't help but express his curiosity about the weapon in Galat's hands. "Once Zoe establishes cooperation with the Beast Pirates, we shall have such weapons as well, Giovanni. However, do not forget that true strength resides solely within oneself." Pedro cautioned that, "Of course, I am aware of that. But do you not think firearms embody a certain romanticism for men?" Giovanni retorted. Pedro chose not to comment on Giovanni's words. For him, as long as it enhanced his strength, external tools were acceptable, yet to become reliant on them would undoubtedly lead to one's downfall. The commotion from this sudden ambush was indeed considerable, rousing the citizens of the Flower City. The claws crackling with electric energy sliced through the air, dispatching the samurai who dared to obstruct their path. Sicilian turned his gaze towards the battlefield, observing the increasingly anxious crowd gathering, their eyes darting in confusion. "Thus, we must conclude this swiftly. Once the great serpent is vanquished, harmony can be restored to Wano. This will facilitate a smoother existence for Galat and our collaboration," Pedro stated solemnly. "Indeed, for the sake of our spirited little sister, we must exert our utmost effort. Onward, everyone." "Oh, what manner of beast is that?" Meanwhile, as Bayagomo engaged in his own game, the startled citizens of Wano began to gather at a distance, alarmed by the sudden turmoil. "The eight-headed serpent. That is the legendary beast of calamity," one individual recalled, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the Fur tribe and the samurai, along with the Beast Pirates' defense, they might have already fled in a panicked frenzy. That place appears to be the general's estate. And look, there are still those resisting the eight-headed serpent. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention sharpened, and they indeed witnessed two figures, one pink and one white, skillfully maneuvering beneath the massive serpent, evading its attacks effortlessly while dealing critical blows. Severing several of its heads, the unrest among the populace naturally caught the attention of Amanatsu. Under the relentless pressure from their side, the serpent's forces were beginning to falter. Even the transformed Kaido. Now the eight-headed serpent was being toyed with by Bayagomo and his companion. Victory merely a matter of time. Phew, Amanatsu exhaled deeply. Today, standing here was not only to witness the demise of the serpent, but also to lead the samurai under the daime. As the widow of Keizuki, she still possessed a degree of influence and authority. The reason these samurai fought so fiercely was not solely due to their fervent loyalty to Keizuki. Most sought to restore their own status, by aiding her in reclaiming the position of shogun. Other daime would similarly regain theirs, and what they had lost would return to them. However, whether for Yamato or for herself, she could no longer afford to be ensnared in the cruel web of politics. Compared to restoring the old order, both Wano and she had far better options. Contemplating this, Amanatsu turned towards the gathered citizens outside the battlefield. This conflict would ultimately bring about the downfall of the serpent, obliterating all it sought to achieve, while also inflicting severe losses upon the daime's power. Consequently, a brief vacuum of authority would emerge in this nation. And therein lay the opportunity, the chance to win the hearts of the people for Bayagomo. With proper maneuvering, the subsequent reforms Bayagomo wished to implement in Wano would proceed without hindrance. For Bayagomo was the embodiment of the people's will. The eight-headed serpent, a monstrous transformation of the mythological beast, had schemed to seize Wano, intending to ravage its citizens and land. It was only through the timely intervention of the esteemed Yagumo of the beast pirates that Amanatsu and her daughter were rescued from the flames. Now the aim was to consolidate internal and external forces, restoring peace and stability to this nation, ushering in unprecedented prosperity. From this day forth, Wano would embark on a new chapter. Meanwhile, on by Yagumo's side. The brief skirmish had reached its conclusion after a series of probing attacks. Following Yao Yi's full display of suppressive power, the serpent's head was cleaved in two. Now, it let out a mournful wail. The regeneration of its head slowing considerably. The remaining four heads had lost their former ferocity, filled instead with fear and agitation. The central dark green head flicked its tongue anxiously, scanning the battlefield for an escape route. Crack! The electric sparks lashed against the ground, leaving charred marks in their wake. Yagumo and Yao Yi gripped the sword, Biu, tightly, as a torrent of electricity surged through their arms and coalesced at the blade. The brilliant electric light radiating in unparalleled might. The sword's beam extended for dozens of meters, piercing the sky, the heat generated by the current causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. If only I had the power of the thunder fruit. This sword might just reach the heavens. Reflecting on the immense power now gathered in his hands, Yagumo shook his head. Even though the fur tribe could harness electric attacks, it ultimately had its limits, and could not be compared to the elemental manifestation of thunder. By the way, wouldn't it be splendid to craft a flashy warship from the gold of Sky Island after consuming the thunder fruit? Although there is still a Poseidon-class battleship beneath Wano, retrieving it would not be a simple task given the terrain, and it is not yet time for its appearance. Suppressing his swirling thoughts, Yagumo tightened his grip on the sword and addressed Yao Yi. Sister Yao Yi, listen to me. When I swing the sword, you must shout with me. Huh, what? Yao Yi tilted her head slightly, her pink ears adorably twitching in confusion. Ahem, Excalibur X. Curry stick? Yao Yi repeated slowly. Close enough. All right, Sister Yao Yi, let us bring this game to an end together. Excalibur X. Curry stick, no. In a flash of dazzling sword light, amidst the terrified and unwilling cries of the eight-headed serpent, the three heads were severed in one swift motion. With such devastating damage, the serpent could no longer maintain its eight-headed form, gradually reverting to its original state, bloodied and collapsed, unable to move an inch. The disappearance of the colossal eight-headed serpent undoubtedly signaled to those on the battlefield that the tide had turned. The next step was to completely eradicate the serpent's forces. Roar. Ignition mode. War stomp. The Bearman Panda transformed into a war machine, rampaging through the crowd, leaving a trail of scorching heat in its wake. Brother Panda is truly brimming with energy. Pedro and his companions watched in awe as Panda unleashed his full firepower. Feeling invigorated themselves. Everyone, we cannot let Brother Panda outshine us. Let the people of Wano witness the might of the fur tribe. Oh. On the other side, Amanatsu stood before the populace, declaring the purpose and truth of this battle while winning the hearts of the people for Yagumo. Tears welled up in an instant, and my heart began to race furiously. Young Master Yakumo, it seems I'm destined to be tightly bound to you for the entirety of this life. Meanwhile, as Yakumo and Yao Yi approached the corpse of the great snake, preparing for the retrieval process, their observation hockey suddenly detected a faint disturbance. Following the direction of the aura, they spotted two elderly figures hurriedly fleeing from the battlefield, appearing quite flustered. Are those the two fellows behind the black charcoal great snake? I wondered why I hadn't seen them until now. It turns out they were trying to escape. Yakumo raised an eyebrow, recalling that both of them seemed to possess commendable fruit abilities, if his memory served him right. What do you say, Bai? Should we go capture them? Yao Yi inquired sternly, her long blade poised for action. No, let us not worry about them just yet. Although the Kazuki clan has been obliterated, there is still one fish that slipped through the net. Let these two fellows scout the way for us. We can eliminate them all at once. Casually, he released a small toy bird, sending it flying towards the two figures in the distance, turning his attention to the great snake lying on the ground. He remarked, let us first reap the rewards. The prison on Onigashima is still empty. The demise of the great snake did not stir a single ripple. In fact, his disappearance from Wano country was undoubtedly beneficial. Firstly, various daimyos walked out of prison, regaining their freedom and avoiding the tragic fate of perishing behind bars that, of course, even if they narrowly escaped death and emerged from prison, they would still have to confront the near extermination of their samurai, retainers, and the territories ravaged under the Great Snake's oppression. That I believe that once the beast pirates approach them with sincerity to request cooperation, they will be quite amenable. After all, the people of Wano country are well aware of who liberated them from the Great Snake's reign, who vanquished that symbol of calamity, the Yamata no Orochi, and who brought the potential for prosperity and wealth to Wano. Undoubtedly, it is Yakumo Bai. It is the beasts. The beast pirates have established themselves as competent neutral parties. Or rather, the image that Yakumo Bai has crafted for them is that of a capable merchant. Upon arriving in Wano, faced with the two formidable forces of the Great Snake and the Kazuki clan, he decisively chose to invest more in the Great Snake rather than the obstinately weak Kazuki. Consequently, the Great Snake successfully seized control of Wano through collaboration with the beast pirates. However, as the Great Snake's tyranny began to undermine the stability of Wano, it also encroached upon the interests of the beast pirates here, prompting them to turn against the Great Snake. People remember only the outcome, indifferent to the process. Perhaps the Great Snake did indeed rely on the strength of the beast for his ascendance. Yet the ultimate result was that within a mere half-month, he was obliterated by the joint forces of the beasts, the mink tribe, and the samurai. Similarly, for the vast majority at the bottom, their focus lies predominantly on benefits. It matters not who wields power above. As long as they can bring personal gain, they are regarded as good rulers. Under such realities and ideological influences, what people see and think is precisely what Yakumo Bai wishes for them to perceive and contemplate. Moreover, the assistance from Tenjutsu during the battle further stimulated this realization that under the leadership of the beast pirates, they would reap greater rewards and enjoy a more peaceful and stable life. Once better choices are available, who would return to the monotonous days of the past? Who would grovel before daimyos or shoguns for the sake of advancement? The former Kazuki Oden was a weak and incompetent fool, and this perception has been transferred onto other daimyos by the populace. Despite being a native daimyo of Wano, he failed to assess the situation, watching helplessly as the Great Snake and the beast pirates formed a partnership, ultimately leading to his own downfall and that of the citizens. In the end, it was the Great Snake himself who hindered the beast pirates, leading to his annihilation, if relying solely on these so-called daimyos. How long would it take to return to a life of peace and stability? 10 years? Or 20? By that time, how many would even remember them? The damage has been done. How can it be easily mended? Well, all this said, there is but one simple fact. The current power vacuum in Wano is essentially at the mercy of Yakumo Bai, and should he desire it, a thorough transformation could commence at any moment without the slightest delay. Simultaneously, it must be noted that the Great Snake's downfall has completely lifted the heavy burden that Tenjutsu and her daughter had harbored deep within. Although they seldom spoke of it, how could a blood feud be easily forgotten? And once such emotions are released, the resulting changes are monumental. The debt of salvation, coupled with that of vengeance, has led Tenjutsu and Haiwa to regard Yakumo Bai as their ultimate sanctuary, their strongest pillar in this world, their closest family. This transformation will undoubtedly bloom into the most beautiful flowers in the near future. What a miraculous fruit it is to have severed 7 heads yet remain resilient. Should we call it unyielding strength or a mere act of surviving decapitation? What do you think, Maria? In the prison of Onigashima, the Great Snake, who had already collapsed in a pool of blood, lay there like a dead dog, heavily shackled by chains made of sea prism stone, the very cell crafted from the same material. After all, while Wano may lack in many resources, it is rich in deposits of sea prism stone that in such a prison, not even a weakling like the black charcoal Great Snake could hope to escape. Even without the awakened flowery cherry blossoms, it would be no easy feat for Luffy to break free from here. Young master, look at what you're saying. Not long ago, this person was still a general of Wano, a dignified user of a mythical beast-type ability. How can you say he merely survived decapitation? After all, this is fundamentally his ability, with his hands clasped behind the back of the youth's chest. Despite Yakumo by having reached over 2 meters in his adult form, he still appeared somewhat petite before Maria, that if we speak solely from the perspective of size, Maria, perhaps you should consider learning about life restoration when you have the time. Although there is much joy in this, there are many other pleasures that cannot be experienced. Feeling the heavy weight above him, Yakumo squinted his eyes in enjoyment while softly reminding her. Upon hearing this, Maria paused momentarily. She knew that the young master could freely change his form. Though he had only transformed to a height of over 2 meters, he could easily surpass her. It merely required a bit of stamina. Other pleasures? What could they not accomplish together? Could it be? As if recalling a small booklet she had chanced upon, even Maria couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment, subsequently pressing her body down further, nearly pinning all her weight on Yakumo. Young master, you are truly greedy. Am I not enough for you? Yakumo raised his head in surprise, curiously asking, greedy? What greed? Is wanting to surf with you considered greedy? Isn't such a large form ultimately somewhat inconvenient? Surfing? Is it the same surfing I'm thinking of? Just simple surfing? Is it really just surfing? Maria initially appeared perplexed, then felt a slight disappointment, and finally threw Yakumo a skeptical glance. She couldn't believe that this young man, who toyed with the entirety of Wano, would simply express a desire to surf with her. Really, what is there not to understand, Maria? Gently freeing himself from Maria's embrace, Yakumo questioned with confusion. Isn't it merely surfing, standing on the same board, riding the surging waves, moving forward amidst the wind and waves? What could be better in this oceanic world? Shaking his head helplessly, it seemed that staying in this isolated Wano had left Maria somewhat outdated. It was evident that they needed to set sail soon. Otherwise, how could they explore more ways to enjoy themselves? Secretly making a decision, Yakumo turned to Maria, saying, Maria, do you want this mythical beast? Maria, who had been feeling a sudden emptiness in her embrace, looked up at Yakumo, her eyes filled with confusion and astonishment. What else with this casual tone? Meanwhile, as the great snake was killed and Wano fell into a brief power vacuum, in a corner of Flower Capital, huff, 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 a balding old man and a disheveled woman, resembling an old witch, emerged breathlessly from a narrow alley. After glancing back at the completely reduced ruins of the general's mansion, they muttered resentfully, damn it, decades of effort, all turned to dust in a single day. That great snake, truly a worthless fool, even possessing a mythical beast yet still so easily defeated. Black Charcoal Murasame's expression was grim, full of resentment. Now, they could no longer remain in the Flower Capital. Who would have thought that the beast pirates would strike back? Though my barrier fruit can withstand most attacks, facing such a predicament, it was merely a waste of effort. The Tengetsu mink tribe and the samurai under the daimyos. The beast pirates must have been thoroughly prepared before making their move. Black Charcoal Shuru said in anger, what should we do now? What transpires beside Kaido is no secret. They will inevitably become aware of our presence. Let us imprison Kazuki Shusui. We still possess leverage, the secrets of the Kazuki lineage, passed down through generations. Only the shoguns of old are privy to the mysteries of Wano. In a concealed underground location in the Flower Capital of Wano, it is truly deserved. Kinemon, Kanjuro, this is the retribution for your treachery. Years of scheming have now been rendered futile. Prepare to await your demise. With the typical demeanor of a Kazuki, Shusui joyfully shouted at the two, it is all because of that accursed Kinemon family. The entirety of the Kazuki legacy has been obliterated. Imprisoned, his son deceased, his grandson perished. The long-held position of shogun, once esteemed, has now dissipated into nothingness. The Kazuki family, which ruled Wano for centuries, has been utterly extinguished. In ancient terms, men inherit while women do not. With Momonosuke dead, the Kazuki lineage has ended, akin to a complete extinction. And what of the beast pirates? Without their assistance, how could that mere Kinemon have possibly seized Wano? How could I have fallen to such depths? Even if they vanquished Kaido, what of it? It would merely be a dog-eat-dog scenario. The current state of affairs will remain unchanged. I remain imprisoned here. Wait, Did I hear them say that the daimyo from other regions are also mobilizing against Kaido? Then they should be free now, right? Excellent. With the loyalty of the Shimatsuki clan to Kazuki, they will surely redirect their efforts towards the beast pirates. Should I consider compromising with these two? If I escape, I can surely revive the Kazuki family. Perhaps after a few more years as shogun, I might even extend the Kazuki bloodline. No. That is far too perilous. My identity bears both advantages and disadvantages. If I go out now, I'm bound to be targeted. It is best to wait until the Shimatsuki clan succeeds in their uprising and all is settled before I make my exit. It isn't too dismal here. Kinemon and Kanjuro have not troubled me excessively. Occasionally weaving a puppet allows the day to pass swiftly. Speaking of which, why had I never realized how delightful crafting puppets could be? Perhaps next time, I shall create a beautiful girl. Engrossed in his fantasies, Kazuki Shusui failed to notice the increasingly grim expressions of Kinemon and Kanjuro at such a critical juncture. Their lives could be extinguished in an instant. Yet this fool dares to mock them? Such insolence! After all, he has indeed suffered defeat. It is only natural for a vanquished foe to be ridiculed. Yet this individual dares to display a lewd grin. Truly intolerable. Bang! A fist enveloped in a translucent barrier and fueled by fervent rage struck Kazuki Shusui squarely in the face, sending him hurtling back to crash against the rocky wall, creating a large crater. Cough, cough. As a swordsmith, Kazuki Shusui lacks significant martial prowess. His pampered life has rendered him weaker than the aged Kinemon before him. This is evident from the original tale, where he adorned himself with broad wings, donned a Tengu mask, and walked on stilts to project the image of a reclusive warrior. In the moments of Shusui's agonized struggles on the ground, Kinemon placed a foot upon his face, grinding it down with force, all the while questioning Kazuki Shusui. It seems you fail to grasp the gravity of your situation. You are our prisoner. Do you understand? A prisoner. We have preserved your life until now and even cured your ailments. Do you think we did this for what reason? It is precisely for the secrets of the Kazuki clan that have been passed down through generations. Hearing this, Kazuki Shusui struggled to lift his head. Disdain etched upon his face as he retorted, "Dream on. The secrets of the Kazuki family will never be divulged to you. You are nothing more than two insidious wretches, traitors." At this moment, Shusui comprehended that the secrets passed down through the ages were his shield of protection. If these two truly sought to acquire them, then his life would be secured. Tisk, this fellow, at such a juncture, has begun to think. Witnessing this, Kinemon was infuriated. Shusui's brazen demeanor was utterly detestable. Indeed, the treasures of the Kazuki family are far from noble. Just as Shusui surmised, Kinemon and Kanjuro were in dire need of the secrets he spoke of. Acquiring them would afford them leverage in negotiations with the beast pirates. After all, the secrets of a nation that has remained isolated throughout history must be extraordinary. How frustrating it is that they can only utilize him as a bargaining chip. Kinemon's visage, reminiscent of an old crone, tightened further. The identity of the secret holder was paramount, should they learn it. Eliminating Kazuki Shusui would allow them to act freely and maintain the initiative. However, if Shusui retained his status as the sole bearer of knowledge, they would find themselves at a disadvantage. After all, no one could predict what this feeble former shogun might do. No, we have not yet reached that point. Kinemon whispered, then lowered his gaze toward the prostrate Kazuki Shusui and ominously stated, "Former shogun, since you were once a shogun of Wano and a swordsmith, you must possess the spirit of a samurai. Yes? Surely you can endure some torment, no? Alas, we of the Kinemon clan are but petty individuals. Having never witnessed true samurai spirit, I trust, Kazuki Shusui, that you will indulge our curiosity." With these words, Kinemon nodded in realization, casting an approving glance at Kanjuro before drawing a sharp dagger with malicious intent. Inching closer to Kazuki Shusui, "What do you intend to do? You have no intention of killing me, right? So keep your distance. I must inform you. One day, I shall reclaim the governance of Wano. Release me now, and I shall hold no grudges, but The screams of Kazuki Shusui evoked no sympathy or hesitation from the two, that instead, they intensified their assault. The Kazuki clan had perished in a great conflagration, and Kazuki Oden had met his end in an oil pot. Reflecting on it brought no real sense of loss. However, the sensation of each cut inflicted upon this wretch is unprecedentedly exhilarating. To prevent him from bleeding out too quickly, they targeted less lethal areas, leaving him battered and bloodied. It was merely excruciating pain, a trivial injury that he could endure, for he was a shogun of a warrior nation. Meanwhile, outside the basement, a small mechanical bird fluttered its wings and landed upon a pail. Delicate-fingered, a flash of light enveloped it. It promptly fell lifelessly into the young boy's palm. Hearing the faint echoes of torment, Hakuyu pondered and discerned the situation within. Kazuki Shusui, the father of Kazuki Oden, must be acknowledged. Indeed, the Kazuki lineage is filled with peculiarities. Compared to his son, he is no less eccentric. While the original tale states he has perished, he is in fact imprisoned by Kinemon and Kanjuro. After the death of Kazuki Oden, and following the time travel of Momonosuke and others, the daimyo of Wano swiftly gathered considerable military strength to combat Kaido and the Beast Pirates. Had this individual emerged to assert his identity, while the people of Wano still held faith in their former shogun, perhaps Wano would not have fallen so swiftly. Yet this fool has shrunk away, ignoring national grievances and indulging in puppet making, a perverse obsession with collecting beautiful girl puppets. Over the next 20 years, he crafted a total of 44 puppets, proclaiming that his efforts had not been in vain when Luffy and his crew arrived in Wano. What gives him such confidence? Puppets, to take down Kaido with puppets. Even Kanjuro chose to infiltrate Kaido's ranks. And this father of Kazuki Oden has taken to raising the children of the Kinemon clan. There are many other points of contention, such as when the Pirate Alliance engaged the Beast Pirates in war. This shogun remained utterly inactive, only to emerge after the dust had settled, declaring himself Oden's father. It can be said that Kaido's triumph, aside from his own treachery and the support of the Beast Pirates, significantly relied on the series of blunders committed by the Kazuki family. Otherwise, even victory would not have come easily. Speaking of which, Hiyori won't inherit the Kazuki family's convoluted thinking. Will she? That simply cannot happen. Upon returning, I must ensure she diligently studies the textbook I have just crafted. Whether it be songs, dances, physical posture, or moral education, we must instill these values from a young age. It is not too late. Resolute in his decision, Hakuyu intended to incorporate the assessment of Hiyori's textbook into his agenda upon returning. Just as he prepared to step deeper into the matter, he suddenly felt an uncomfortable restraint, a sensation of having his tail grasped. Ugh, Maria, why are you tugging on my tail? Yunbai, blushing, turned her head to inquire. Hee, I was merely curious as your tail suddenly perked up just now. What troubles you, young master? Is there something that disturbs your peace? You can confide in me at any time. Maria gently leaned closer, whispering softly, Oh, it's nothing much. It's just that the cries of Kei Getsu Seichiaki are rather unpleasant, and I can't help but wish for him to fall silent. It's merely a trivial matter. Maria, let us depart. Maria, Panda, we shall escort the Kei Getsu family on their final journey. The crimson blood pooled upon the ground, while Kei Getsu Seichiaki lay battered and bruised, resembling a lifeless dog sprawled on the earth. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his breath, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. Who would have thought? Truly astonishing. Indeed, as expected of a general from Wano country, his resilience is remarkable. Even after enduring such torment, he remains resolutely silent. Just like Kei Getsu Yasuki, he is a true warrior who disregards his own life. Casually discarding the bloodied blade, Kirika Mitsuki lamented, if one disregards her beaming smile, one might genuinely believe she is yet another victim subdued by the Kei Getsu. Upon hearing this, Kei Getsu Seichiaki, who had been feigning death, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. These two ruffians had begun their antics as a means of vengeance after he had been rendered speechless by pain. They relentlessly interrogated him about the secrets of the Kei Getsu family. How utterly shameless. It seems he has no intention of speaking to Seichimaru. Let us take him form a deal with the Beast Pirates, trading the secrets of Wano for our survival. Kirikawa Mitsuki feigned disappointment, preparing to turn away. Yet, just as Kei Getsu Seichiaki breathed a sigh of relief, His heart sank once more. Did T.O. use himself as a bargaining chip with the beast pirates? Would he truly survive in the hands of those ruthless brigands? In a panic, Keigetsu Isayaki struggled to rise, his voice trembling as he cried out, "Wait! If you wish to know, I can divulge. But you must first take me to meet the Daime S. That is my condition." At these words, Kirikawa Mitsuki revealed a triumphant smile and eagerly turned to ask, "Of course. This is our transaction. Speak. Reveal the secrets of Wano to exchange for your life." His lips trembled as he hesitated, but ultimately, Keigetsu Isayaki resolved to make a decision that betrayed his ancestors. "That I apologize, Father, and to the ancestors of the Keigetsu. The Keigetsu name has fallen, and that secret will sooner or later be exposed. Therefore, I shall use this as bait, and once I escape, I will unite the Daime S to rise again. Then, I will eliminate all who know the secret." With a fleeting glance, Keigetsu Isayaki decided to reveal a portion of the information to stabilize Kirikawa and his companion. Under the eager, curious gazes of Kirikawa and his companion, Keigetsu Isayaki slowly began. "Listen to me. There's always been a hidden ancient weapon beneath Wano. The Pluto." "What?" However, before Keigetsu Isayaki could complete his sentence, a melodious voice rang from outside. In the midst of the three's astonished stares, Yayunbai strolled in, accompanied by Maria and Panda. With a playful smile, Yayunbai addressed the astonished trio. "Good morning, everyone. It seems you are having quite the fun. Mind if I join? You are the nine-tailed brat who defeated Orochi. How did you find this place?" Facing the unexpected arrival of Yayunbai, Kirikawa Maru exclaimed in terror. It's quite simple. I just had a little toy follow you quietly, playing with the shrunken Ama, no Murakumo." Yayunbai then turned to Keigetsu Isayaki behind Kirikawa, expressing, "I must thank you, for you have led me to a great catch. I imagine Keigetsu Yasuki and Keigetsu Momonosuke are quite eager to see him again, right? To be a good person, shall I facilitate a reunion for the three of them?" At these words, Keigetsu Isayaki trembled in fear, the still unhealed wounds seeping blood. Yet the sharp pain was eclipsed by the astonishment that surged from within. That he stammered, pointing a trembling finger. How do you know about Pluto?" Upon hearing Keigetsu Isayaki's bewildered inquiry, Kirikawa and his companion widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be true? Did an ancient weapon exist in Wano? How could that be? Of course, I am merely deceiving you. After all, it is a secret guarded by the Keigetsu for generations. How could I possibly know? Throwing up his hands in feigned defeat, Yayunbai furrowed his brow, appearing genuinely troubled. "'Tis it? How infuriating! Where could he have obtained such concealed information? This could completely overturn the original plan." Suppressing his shock, Kirikawa Maru naturally did not trust Yayunbai's words. The reaction of Keigetsu Isayaki alone indicated the truth in his claims. However, putting aside how the information was acquired, what was more pressing was how to extricate themselves. Since young Master Yayun is here for Keigetsu Isayaki. How about this? We have fulfilled our duty to guide him. So we shall take our leave. As for this fellow, do as you wish. After all, his death has already been announced outside. With an awkward smile, Kirikawa Mitsuki and his companion prepared to slip away quietly. However, a towering figure obstructed their path. "Boss isn't he agreed yet? You can't leave?" Panda grumbled, an aura of frigid cold and searing heat emanating from him, exuding unmatched power. With their escape route blocked, Kirikawa and his companion quickly abandoned their hopes and turned to Yayunbai, speaking in hushed tones. "Young Master Yayun, do you truly wish for a fish to die and the net to break? There is still room for negotiation, even cooperation. A fish dying and the net breaking? What a joke! You two putrid fish are hardly worth my time." Chuckling, Yayunbai lost interest in further conversation. He then nodded at Panda and Maria. "Let us do this. Hurry up, there's a celebration banquet tonight." "Understood." Not a chance. Facing the aggressive advance of Panda and Maria, Kirikawa Maru quickly formed a crossed fingers gesture, a transparent barrier shielding them several meters away. My barrier can withstand even Keigetsu Yasuki's attacks. You think you can kill us? What a dream! The power of the barrier fruit granted Kirikawa Maru a newfound confidence, dispelling his previous gloom. revealing a sense of exhilaration. However, knowing that the opponent wielded the barrier fruit, Yunbai was certainly not without a strategy. Put it plainly, while the barrier possessed remarkable defensive capabilities, it primarily repelled tangible attacks, such as explosions, shock waves, slashes, and energy assaults, fire, sound waves, etc. It also had its shortcomings. For instance, the flower fruit could disrupt the opponent's gestures, causing the barrier to collapse. The barrier's range was limited, and if one were swift enough, they could bypass it entirely and strike the opponent directly. Or the door fruit could completely ignore the barrier, opening a door right in front of the opponent's face, or even an attack that at first glance does not appear to be offensive. Absolute zero hell. Panda roared, an icy chill enveloping him, as the heavy frost rapidly expanded from beneath his feet, visibly coating the ground in ice, while the water vapor in the air crystallized into a thick mist. Clinging to Kurikawa and his companion, enveloping them in frost in the blink of an eye. As expected, while the barrier fruit can withstand most attacks, ultimately, we inhabit the same space. Thus, a normal temperature change is one of its weaknesses. Yunbai chuckled, nodding in approval. Under the influence of the low temperature, Kurikawa Maru could no longer maintain the gestures required to wield his power, and the barrier quickly dissipated, seizing the opportunity. Maria swiftly lunged forward with a long sword, striking down, leaving 2 long trails of crimson in her wake. The battle, which had only just begun, had already come to a swift conclusion, though Sister Maria remains as passionate about boxing as ever. She possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship. Once she acquires the Kusanagi, she will surely ascend to new heights. Yunbai mused to himself about Maria's future. He then approached the unconscious Getsu Iseichiaki, who had succumbed to the cold and blood loss, a golden handgun now quietly gripped in his hand. The Getsu family would be utterly severed today. Afterward, they must express their gratitude to me. The ability to reunite with your own son and grandson is indeed a profound blessing. With a series of gunshots, the once proud figure of Kazuki Oden was reduced to a grotesque sight. His body a mere shell, drenched in blood and unrecognizable. Truly, executing an opponent with a firearm brings a certain exhilarating satisfaction. Brother Don was not deceiving me. Exhaling deeply, Hakanai felt no remorse for the death of Kazuki Oden, viewing him merely as a fool destined to become nothing but bones. Now then, Maria, arrange for the complete obliteration of this place. The Kazuki clan has become mere history. Understood, he chuckled softly. From this day forth, Wano shall be my paradise. All characters in this chapter are of legal age. That evening, in Hakanai's residence in the flower capital, Runty, that grilled meat was specially prepared for me by Shiro. Give it back, Yamato exclaimed, brandishing her chopsticks, her cheeks flushed, pouting in discontent. It's not fair. Whoever gets it first claims it. The melt-in-your-mouth grilled meat, imbued with Hakanai's heartfelt intentions, was swallowed by Runty, who squinted her eyes in delight. Esporting a triunfo ismaio.eu. Yamato's eyes widened in disbelief, her face turning a vivid shade of crimson, steam wafting from her small horns. Shiro, could you grill me another piece, please? Observing this, Hakanai chuckled and shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Well, if that's the case, I won't be able to manage that. Ugh. Upon hearing this, Yamato released her grip, laughing sheepishly. Shiro, you go ahead. I promise not to interfere. Honestly, I can't tell if you're so eager for the grilled meat or simply because I made it. He quipped, lifting the tongs to flip the meat on the grill. Despite his words, Hakanai truly enjoyed the atmosphere. With everything finally settling down, it was nice to have a rare moment of relaxation. Just as he fed Yamato another piece of grilled meat, he suddenly felt warmth drawing near. Looking down, he saw Hiyori holding a piece of grilled meat, her small hand delicately extending it towards him. Oni-chan, you must be exhausted from grilling for the sisters. This is specially prepared for you. Do try it. Although the tone felt somewhat peculiar, Hakanai decided to indulge her sincerity and took a bite of the grilled meat. To his surprise, Hiyori's grilling skills were unexpectedly impressive. Had she learned from her mother? Glancing at the serene Tsukino, who was playing the shamisen with her eyes closed, Hakanai couldn't help but ponder. Speaking of which, Tsukino indeed embodied the qualities of a refined lady and an exemplary wife. Not only was her culinary prowess outstanding, but she also excelled in various arts, including music, chess, literature, and painting. The piece she was currently playing, Tsukiheim, was her specialty. Moreover, the name of the piece harmonized beautifully with the full moon shining through the window, serving as a picturesque backdrop. In this enchanting scene, surrounded by beauty and joy, Hakanai felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. By the way, she used to play this piece for Kazuki Yasui, didn't she? Now she plays it to entertain me, Hakanai thought with a sense of pride, while gently ruffling Hiyori's hair, who squinted her eyes like a lazy kitten in bliss. He then picked up a small piece of grilled meat and offered it to her, deciding it was only fair to reciprocate after she had fed him. Thank you. Oni-chan, Hiyori said, her cheeks puffed up as she spoke indistinctly. Just as Hakanai was enjoying the sight of Hiyori chewing like a little hamster, he suddenly felt a soft presence leaning against him. Judging by the scent of her perfume, it must be Lilith. Young Master Hakanai, could you feed me a piece as well? I'm a bit hungry too. Her small fangs peeked out playfully as she spoke, with her fox ears twitching gently, avoiding the warmth of Lilith's breath. Hakanai was about to offer her a piece of grilled meat when Yeo deftly intervened. What do you intend to do? Yeo inquired with a calm demeanor. Having spent time together, she had accepted the close interactions between Yamato, the other girls, and Hakanai. After all, it was merely a desolate plain. However, when it came to ambitious individuals like Lilith and Maria, Yeo could not afford to be complacent. They were potential threats to her status. Turning her gaze towards Yeo, who wore an unfriendly expression, Lilith realized that Yeo was not Hakanai's biological sister, rendering her previous attempts at friendship futile. She found it hard to believe that any woman could resist Hakanai's charm without a blood connection. Nevertheless, considering Yeo's relationship with Hakanai, she knew she must not provoke her too much that, if necessary, she might even need to draw closer to her. With this thought in mind, Lilith's eyes sparkled mischievously. All right, Yeo, let us enjoy tonight's dinner together. Young Master Hakanai, Shiro, Hakanai. Upon witnessing this scene, Yamato and Runny, already flushed with embarrassment, suddenly came to their senses and hurried toward Hakanai alongside Tsukino, who had dropped her shamisen. However, unbeknownst to them, some mischievous soul had carelessly left several carrots rolling on the ground. In an unexpected turn of events, the trio stumbled and fell, inadvertently interrupting Lilith and Yeo's moment, causing the entire banquet to erupt into chaos. Oh dear, what a disastrous scene. Don't you think so, Gallet? Maria remarked with a gentle smile as she pulled the curtains and sliding doors shut. Crackle, what? I don't understand. Gallet replied, his focus solely on the carrots. In response, Maria chuckled softly as she patted Gallet's fluffy ears, feeling a sense of nostalgia that I truly hope gatherings like this happen often. All characters in this chapter are of legal age. Time passed quietly, and before long, another year had come to an end. Hakanai had now turned 19, and a year may not seem long, yet it was sufficient to bring about significant changes. Firstly, the power dynamics in Wano had shifted. After the battle against the Great Serpent, the Shimatsuki, Kazuki, and Amatsuki clans had regained some trust from the populace, albeit limited. Over the years, despite the development and prosperity brought by the Beast Pirates, many regions in Wano continued to suffer under the Great Serpent's oppression, leading to a loss of faith in the local leaders, primarily the Kazuki clan. Currently, the foundation of the daimyos had been entirely dismantled. The three Shimatsuki families no longer served as Wano's daimyos, and the former daimyos had voluntarily faded into obscurity. In this leaderless chaos, Wano required a new figure to guide them. Therefore, Hakanai took the initiative to announce that Wano would select a new shogun. Naturally, in a smooth and expected turn of events, with the endorsement of the Shimatsuki families, the former shogun's wife Tsukino, and the people's support, Hakanai ascended to the position of shogun of Wano. However, Hakanai had no desire to be constrained by this title. Instead, he utilized the power of the shogun to establish a new system of governance, known as the Three Administrators. This new institution would be managed by selected officials while he retained a nominal title, preserving the ultimate decision-making authority while enjoying the freedom of a hands-off leader. Secondly, regarding the Beast Pirates. The Beast Pirates were a military force directly led by the Three Calamities, the assault unit led by the Flame Calamity. Jin, comprised of the elite warriors of the Beast Pirates and some formidable local samurai. The scientific defense unit led by the Plague Calamity. Queen consisted of mid-level pirate members equipped with advanced weaponry and biochemical gear. As for the yet-to-be-seen Third Calamity, the Drought Calamity, Izo commanded the main force, recruiting elite members from the pirate crew to serve as primary managers while incorporating a vast majority of samurai from Wano as combatants. Responsible for frontline engagements. Speaking of Izo, he was likely the Drought Calamity that Jack had previously been. When Hawk and I first encountered him, he was taken aback to discover that he was a member of the giant race. Moreover, he had consumed the dragon fruit, ancient type, in its Allosaurus form. According to Kaido, this giant race has long been coveted by Big Mom, who has been relentlessly scheming to lure them to Tato Land. Hoping to remedy the current deficiency of giants in her domain, to this end, she even presented an ancient fruit as a gift. However, remaining true to the giant race's characteristic honesty and loyalty. Isun was fiercely devoted to Kaido, who had rescued him from the clutches of the Navy. Consequently, he resolutely declined Big Mom's overtures for how he came to consume this ancient fruit. It is quite an intriguing tale. It was the astute Quinn who devised a cunning plan to feign compliance with Big Mom's demands, obtain the fruit, and then seize the opportunity to turn against her, thereby acquiring a powerful ancient fruit user without any cost. It is rumored that Big Mom engaged in a fierce battle with Kaido over this matter, even going so far as to obliterate a small island, ultimately concluding with Kaido politely compensating her with a considerable sum of berries. Indeed, when compared to the loss of berries, securing a giant from the ancient lineage is undoubtedly a profitable venture. Lastly, the reforms championed by Yun have significantly transformed various aspects of life. From fundamental education to attire, architecture, culture, hairstyles, and etiquette. This reform has only been in effect for a year, and while its impact is not yet profound, those around Yun have already witnessed considerable changes. It is evident that they no longer need to sit on the floor in prayer, exclaiming, "Finally, today's training has concluded. Ah, Xiao Bai, you truly show no mercy." Casually tossing aside his spike club, Yamato collapsed onto a lounge chair. His long blue and white hair, tied up in a high ponytail, clad in a simple yet comfortable white training outfit. His long, fair thighs exposed to the air radiated a youthful vitality, glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Indeed, this version of Yamato possesses a unique charm. Galat, upon returning, rushed straight to the bathroom. Her fluffy exterior made it easier for her to perspire, and she could hardly bear the sensation of her fur becoming damp. Well, young Master Yamato, are you truly up for this? I still wish to train alongside young Master Yun, exclaimed Lilith, her vibrant red hair cascading over her shoulders as she approached Yun and playfully winked at him. If only you could channel a fraction of the effort you invest in training into your drawing, you might have been fabulously wealthy by now, Yun teased, playfully pinching the tip of her nose. Ah, painting is far too simplistic. I find the thrill of battle far more appealing. Or perhaps, Xiao Bai, you could be bought with money. If that were the case, I might just take an interest, Lilith inquired curiously. Haha, let us leave that for now. Perhaps in a few years, I will be financially independent. Yun chuckled at the thought of a certain tragic figure he might soon encounter. Then in that case, Xiao Bai, you must sustain me. I promise to make you thoroughly satisfied, Lilith replied, her expression betraying her excitement at the possibility. Hey Lilith, can you be a bit more mindful of your impact? A haughty voice interjected as Rummy frowned, forcibly pulling Lilith down from Yun's side and naturally wrapping her arm around the young man. TSK, can't you pay attention to your actions while speaking? Your demeanor lacks any semblance of persuasiveness. Lilith retorted, hands on her hips, gazing down at Runmi with a mocking expression. This is merely to protect for being harassed by someone like you. Runmi countered, reluctantly releasing her grip. Are you going to stop the one behind young Master Bai as well? Runmi, upon hearing this, turned in confusion to see Sister silently standing behind them, her figure enveloped in a form-fitting black training outfit that accentuated her alluring curves. There was not a trace of sweat on her smooth forehead, and her pink hair remained as silky as ever, though her violet eyes glinted with a dangerous light. Throughout the year, alongside Bai Yunyun, Yaya had also joined as a swordsmanship instructor for Yamato and the others. Unfazed by the beautiful flowers constantly surrounding Bai Yunyun, Yaya had little regard for the concept of cherishing the delicate. Every one of them was thoroughly educated to adhere to his wishes, often yielding on matters concerning him, barring a few principled exceptions. Sister Yaya, you've come, Bai Yunyun said cheerfully, pulling the somewhat stiff Runmi behind him. Yes, I came to see how you all were faring after today's sword training. Yaya replied as she gently pressed her forehead against Bai Yunyun. Following closely behind Yaya were the panting Hiyori and Maria, who clearly rushed over the moment training concluded. So, how did it go? Did you have a fruitful day? Bai Yunyun leaned over to inquire of Maria and Hiyori. Yes, it was quite rewarding. Thanks to Sister Yaya. Hiyori exclaimed, struggling to catch her breath. If only Miss Yaya could be a tad gentler. Maria added, rubbing her chest with a somewhat forlorn gaze directed at Bai Yunyun. Everyone is back, exclaimed Amatsuki, who had just changed out of her training attire and stepped out of her room, her face lighting up with surprise at the sight of them. Over the past year, Amatsuki had taken on the responsibility of preparing most of the meals, though a multitude of maids served the group. She clearly preferred to engage in the cooking herself, as it imbued her efforts with a sense of home. Regarding Amatsuki's time fruit, Bai Yunyun had no intentions of making any alterations. Such a deeply nuanced ability, much like the Nika fruit, possessed its own will and could choose its master. Considering this aspect, Bai Yunyun had provided Amatsuki with some guidance after thoroughly understanding her powers. After all, given that it involved time, with proper development, it could yield immense benefits. As for the specifics, that would depend on how Amatsuki responded to his expectations in the future. Please prepare today's dinner. If all goes as planned, it should be our last night in Wano. Tomorrow, we will set sail for the West Sea, Bai Yunyun said with a gentle smile, eliciting surprised gazes from the others. To hunt down a certain unfortunate celestial dragon. All characters in this chapter are of legal age. According to intelligence reports, one called Saint Roswald among the celestial dragons currently resides in the West Sea. On Onigashima, Kaido handed the information he held over to Bai Yunyun, speaking in a somber tone. Kid, this news came at a great cost from that fool Morgans. Are you sure your plan is feasible? Kaido's tone was somewhat subdued, considering the need to infiltrate such a sacred place. It was only Bai Yunyun who could inspire confidence. Otherwise, Kaido would consider it a far-fetched notion for any other junior. Rest assured, old man, I've already had someone test it out. Even slightly stronger warriors have been reduced to my puppets. Dealing with a few feeble celestial dragons will be a piece of cake, Bai Yunyun said, tucking the intel away and responding with a grin. Furthermore, under the world government's centuries-long propaganda and violent oppression, people generally dared not resist the celestial dragons, let alone have the audacity to attack them. In fact, Bai Yunyun continued with a playful smile, it might even turn into a scenario where we enslave the celestial dragons. It is conceivable that, under normal circumstances, the most formidable force surrounding the celestial dragons would be that of a vice-admiral. As for these weaklings, it seemed they only had the strength of a rear admiral as their guards. Looking over the surprisingly detailed information in his hands, Bai Yunyun could not help but acknowledge Morgan's capabilities. He skillfully manipulated public opinion and, to an extent, acted as the mouthpiece for the world government while maintaining a degree of autonomy, that be why collecting information from around the world and navigating both the legal and underground realms. He had become the most influential figure in world journalism and the king of news in the underworld. If possible, it would be prudent to draw Morgans into the game in the future. With that thought, Bai Yunyun continued, with Sister Yaya and Uncle Quinn joining this venture, we are sufficiently prepared for most situations, so you can rest easy, old man. TSK. I'm not worried about you. I just fear that if you get caught, you'll embarrass me. Kaido took a hearty swig of alcohol and nonchalantly remarked, that old fellow, having been captured so many times, now feels embarrassed. Perhaps it's because he always manages to escape unscathed, in response to Kaido's haughty demeanor. Hakanai merely smiled, choosing not to expose the truth. After all, he was the captain of the formidable beast pirates and the covert ruler of Wano. It was wise to grant him some semblance of respect. All right then, I shall take my leave. Father, with the intelligence in hand, it is time to set our plans into motion. Suppressing the thrill bubbling within, Hakanai turned with a smile and prepared to depart. "Make sure you return in one piece, you brat," a deep voice echoed. Hakanai paused, his smile fleeting before he confidently waved his hand and decisively exited through the door. "Is Lord Kaido truly all right?" Jean inquired, stepping forward with evident concern. At his age, I had already slain countless foes on the battlefield, and later even joined Rock's crew. One cannot become an absolute powerhouse without undergoing trials and tribulations. Kaido shrugged dismissively, as if the previous conversation had never occurred. Moreover, this young lad's talents and intellect far surpassed ordinary folk. He needed such experiences and was certainly trustworthy. As for the so-called Nika you mentioned, Jean, it remains an elusive fantasy until it manifests. What is paramount is seizing the present moment. As Kaido's words trailed off, the intoxication surged, lulling him into a slumber. Meanwhile, Jean wore a complex expression, and after a long sigh, he spoke almost to himself. "Lord Kaido, you are correct. Such ancient beliefs at this juncture are merely superfluous. The Lunaria clan has dwindled to just me, and continuing to cling to this is futile. Instead, I yearn for you to reign as king." 2 weeks later, in a certain maritime area of the West Sea, a wooden sailing ship glided steadily across the ocean. Its black flag bore a gilded emblem of a nine-tailed fox intertwined. Encircled by a resplendent floral wreath, with an outer ring of dark crimson circular spikes, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. Aboard the vessel were Hakanai and his companions, who had journeyed from Wano to the West Sea. Encountering numerous pirate disturbances and even being mistaken for pirates by the Navy, they had even crossed paths with a slave ship intending to sell Hakanai, this singular nine-tailed fox, for a handsome sum. However, these encounters served as valuable experiences for Yamato and the others, and with the support of Yoya and Quinn, their journey remained relatively smooth. Notably, Maria and Garrett accompanied them, while Nika and Hiyori did not. Maria's imposing figure made concealment challenging, as she would frequently appear as Hakanai's aide in the future, potentially causing trouble if recognized. Furthermore, Garrett and Hiyori's abilities were insufficient, so for safety, they remained in Wano under Maria's care. As for Quinn, according to his own words, since they were to traverse the four seas, it was prudent to bring along a former colleague. For the sake of future plans, enlisting additional scientists seemed the safer route. So he had disguised himself and joined them. Additionally, Caesar Clown, once part of the illicit research group MADS, was currently at Punk Hazard, where Vegapunk also resided. Though the research facility was secretive, its defenses were formidable, and capturing him would likely take years. Regarding Vegapunk, Hakanai was acutely aware of his research capabilities, which surpassed those of the first three. Yet, considering the substantial funding required in Vegapunk's sense of justice, it was unlikely he would willingly serve a band of pirates. Hakanai understood well that Vegapunk's collaboration with the government stemmed not only from financial support and life threats, but also from some lingering hope in the government. After all, it had been the legitimate ruler of the world for 8 centuries. Hakanai had devised a plan to tackle these issues, beginning with the financial aspect. Apart from the abundant resources of sea stone, his impending actions in the Holy Land were crucial. If Tizolo's life trajectory had not been disrupted, this endeavor could yield a continuously replenishing treasury. But how to earn the trust of the beast pirates and secure technological support? By showcasing the reformative achievements in Wano that far exceeded the world government's capabilities and presenting a new, thriving nation, he could likely assuage many concerns that, if all else failed, he could wait until the awakening of the Toy fruit. Transforming it into his puppet, with his thoughts swirling, Hakanai resolved firmly. Plans were mere plans, and executing them relied on his actions. As he contemplated this, he lifted his gaze toward a beautiful island, adorned with vibrant coral. Growing ever closer, the intangible threads of ambition entwining in his hands. "Hey, everyone, are you ready? The hunt is about to commence." In the West Sea on Great Coral Island, a renowned resort, a scene of utter devastation unfolded. A series of gunshots rang out, and several naked men and women, terrified and frantic, fell amidst a pool of blood. Accompanying this chaos was a boisterous laughter. "This is so amusing," Father, sister, look! These civilians are fleeing like wild beasts, only to meet their demise at my hands. Ha ha! A corpulent boy with thick lips, his face dripping with snot and clad in attire resembling a diving suit, cackled maniacally, casually pointing his smoking gun at the kneeling, panic-stricken masses, inciting gasps of horror. You fool, St. Charlos, you've turned this place into a bloodbath. How can we enjoy our vacation now? And don't call me sister, protested another girl, who was relatively fair in appearance. Dressed similarly in a diving suit, her half-hidden face obscured by a scarf. With frustration, she lashed out at the slaves cowering beneath her, venting her dissatisfaction. Enough, Charlos, Ruliagong. Stop wasting time with these slaves. Quickly eliminate this bunch of civilians. This is a rare opportunity for a vacation, exclaimed Rosward Saint, scolding them. He would not tolerate anyone impeding his pleasure, even if it were his own children. With that, Rosward Saint turned and rode away on the unfortunate captain he had recently captured at the Sabati archipelago. Hey, father, wait for me. Can I ride this slave too? Upon seeing this, Ruliagong disregarded the foolish boy and hurried to her father's side, unabashedly expressing her desires. Humph! Ruliagong, this is my newly acquired slave. How could I lend him to you? You must wait until I tire of him. How can you be like this? Their voices faded into the distance, as St. Charlos paid no mind to their banter, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he surveyed the group of slaves before him, aimlessly gesturing with his pistol, pondering which one to choose. Which one? Which one? To die at the hands of the great St. Charlos is an unparalleled honor. Hey, you lot, be sensible. Offer your lives to me. Aiming for my gun, perhaps I'll spare you a few less holes in your corpses. Please, spare me, great celestial dragon. I am willing to become your slave. Please grant me my life. Such absurd requests were naturally met with refusal. Yet, surrounded by the world government's agents and guards, escape was impossible. They could only crawl on the ground in utter humility, pleading not to be the chosen one. Humph. A bunch of despicable wretches, since you refuse to offer your lives. Then perish. With that, St. Charlos raised his gun, intent on ruthlessly slaughtering the pitiful civilians before him. However, a tremendous roar erupted suddenly, startling St. Charlos and causing him to drop his pistol in fear. What's happening? St. Charlos and his guards quickly glanced toward the commotion, witnessing the warship that had been on lookout and driving off approaching vessels engulfed in thick smoke, slowly sinking beneath the waves. Meanwhile, a black-sailed ship surged through the tumultuous waters, rapidly approaching their location. A volley of cannon fire erupted, striking the islands near shore and sending towering waves crashing. What? Enemy attack. We are under siege. Upon witnessing the scene, the guards were seized by an overwhelming fear, for they were acutely aware that the celestial dragons were present should any misfortune befall them. Not only would their own family suffer, but anyone who had merely come close to them would inevitably find themselves reduced to the fate of slavery. With no time to ponder who dared to assault the celestial dragons, the guards sprang into action, seizing whatever weapons they could find: swords, guns, cannons, anything that could withstand the enemy's advance. They vowed resolutely that the intruders must not be permitted to land on the island. Swiftly, they sought to contact the Holy Land. They needed to alert the Navy headquarters. This was an unprecedented crisis. The rear admiral in charge of the escort mission shouted in panic, his mind racing as he silently cursed the higher-ups at headquarters for sending him to safeguard this mob of imbeciles. How could he have encountered an attack that was supposed to be impossible? If anything were to happen to those celestial dragons, not only would he perish, but his entire lineage would be doomed as well. Yes, Admiral, the communications sailor, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dialed the Navy headquarters with unprecedented speed. After a few anxious seconds, accompanied by a melodious voice, the transponder finally activated, projecting the image of a middle-aged man with a faint golden mustache. Moshi, this is Steel Bone Kong. A barely perceptible sound of slicing air interrupted what should have been words of salvation, yet the sailor found himself unable to respond. Not just him. All sailors on the coast and the civilians prostrating on the ground abruptly ceased their movements. Silenced by an unseen force, the cannon fire had inexplicably ceased, and St. Charlos stood frozen in shock, his snot nearly dripping to the ground. The waves lapped at the shore as Hakanai had quietly leaped onto the island. Amidst the terrified and bewildered gazes of those on the beach, he slowly approached the dazed St. Charlos. TSK. With no attempt to conceal his disdain, Hakanai's fingers twitched, causing St. Charlos to uncontrollably stride towards the transponder. The unfamiliar sensation jolted St. Charlos from his stupor. He was about to vociferously chastise the peculiarly odd nine-tailed youth when he was horrified to discover that he seemed unable to control his own voice. Hello. Hello. This is Steelbone Kong. You must be the troops under Rear Admiral Curie, responsible for the protection of the celestial dragons, right? What has transpired there? Answer me. As silence lingered on the line, Steelbone Kong's voice grew increasingly anxious. Though incredulous, he could not dismiss the possibility that something had happened to the celestial dragons. Just as he was about to notify the nearby Coral Island Navy to investigate, a response finally came through. Navy, what on earth are you doing? Did we not agree to vacation on this island? Why are there still those wretched commoners here? Overwhelmed by fear, St. Charlos was reduced to tears. Yet he found himself uncontrollably uttering words he had no intention of saying. Even more alarming was the fact that the Navy Rear Admiral slowly rose to his feet, equally flustered, exclaiming, I apologize, St. Charlos. The civilians have been completely evacuated. You may enjoy your time at will. Absolutely no one will disturb you. In the midst of Hakanai's amused gaze, the two exchanged a subtle understanding of the situation on the island, which was essentially the celestial dragon's dissatisfaction with the presence of any commoners who might offend their eyes, thus seeking accountability from the Navy. Alas, Steelbone Kong sighed heavily, having gained a rough understanding of the circumstances and knew all too well what the so-called evacuation entailed if nothing had gone awry. Those civilians had surely met their demise beneath the waves, celestial dragons. He murmured the name with a weighty tone, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Such circumstances had become all too familiar since he ascended to higher ranks. He had long been aware of the irredeemable nature of the celestial dragons, yet he never anticipated that they could wreak such havoc upon the world. However, despite his myriad feelings of helplessness and anger, as a Navy admiral, he could not defy the world government. To maintain the existence of the Navy was to uphold the fragile order of the seas. In comparison, the actions of the celestial dragons could only be feigned ignorance. Very well, I understand, St. Charlos. Such a situation shall not occur again. I assure you, Steelbone Kong silently vowed to ensure that the populace would be evacuated. Truly evacuated. It better be so, before the Navy Admiral. Even as a mere offspring of the celestial dragons, St. Charlos remained exceedingly overbearing, which, in a sense, was a rather fitting portrayal. Gagia. The transponder was abruptly disconnected, and silence once more engulfed the beach, observing the nonchalant manipulation of humanity by the nine-tailed youth. Both civilians and sailors alike, as well as St. Charlos, were gripped by profound trepidation. In that moment, they resembled fish on a chopping block, anxiously awaiting the judgment of their fate, akin to being at the mercy of a deity. Haha, most of the guards on the island must be here, right? Yaya and the others should be wrapping things up over there. This has turned out to be unexpectedly easy. Watching the puppets before him, Hakanai could not help but wear a slight grin. Why be so serious? Everyone, amidst pressure, should wear a smile. Just moments before, St. Rosward had never imagined that his life would be threatened. After all, he was a descendant of the Creator, the supreme celestial dragon. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Mere moments ago, he and his daughter had been indulging in a splendid vacation. Fine wine, breathtaking views, delectable cuisine, and robust slaves. Living carefree as always. However, moments earlier, those women had suddenly appeared on this island, isolated from outsiders. Initially, this posed no concern. He had thought to capture them as new slaves, having deemed them quite attractive. Yet to St. Rosward's astonishment, they dared to resist the great celestial dragons? In the blink of an eye, a hail of bullets had reduced his guards to mere sieves, followed by a girl wielding a spiked club who swiftly approached and knocked Lady Lilia to the ground without a hint of hesitation, just as he would execute a commoner with ruthless efficiency. You, who are you to dare assault the celestial dragons? Just wait. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Both you and your family shall forever be condemned to the status of wretched slaves. Panic-stricken and crumpling to the ground, Saint Rosward, having never encountered such a situation, flailed his limbs in a frantic attempt to distance himself from these dangerously insane individuals. TSK, is this what the celestial dragons have become? Is this their true nature? Lilith casually brushed aside her disheveled crimson locks, stowing away the newly acquired firearm, the beast modification AK-47. With a look of disdain, she had long heard her despicable father speak of these decayed swine, and it appeared he was not mistaken. Casting a glance at the bloodied slave kneeling on the ground, Yamato furrowed her brow. Though she maintained a facade of carefree innocence, influenced by Hakanai, she had come to understand that the world was not merely black and white, but a murky gray filled with countless nuances of helplessness. Yet, despite this understanding, Yamato gritted her teeth at the sight before her. Had it not been for her concern for Hakanai's plan, she would have undoubtedly smashed these individuals to pieces. Well, let us hasten to bring these two back. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications. The sooner we act, the better. With a dispassionate glance at the guards lying in pools of blood, Yaya urged, this operation carries inherent risks. The quicker we allow Hakanai to execute his plan, the safer he will be in the Holy Land. How do we explain the dead guards? Considering the celestial dragon's capricious behavior, is it strange for them to kill a few people when in a foul mood? Is it odd for them to continue shooting in a fit of rage after someone has perished? After all, they are merely tools. Taking the blame is hardly a burden. Moreover, this is precisely the sort of behavior they are likely to exhibit. On the sandy shores at the edge of the island, after Hakanai had taken control of everyone, the civilians, though filled with anxiety, believed they had momentarily escaped the clutches of the celestial dragons and sighed with relief. Ultimately, however, they could not evade their predetermined fate: despair, numbness, indignation, and reluctance. How could marionettes ever hope to seize control of their own destinies? Only the deceased or inanimate objects can keep secrets in order to ensure the plan's absolute success. These pitiable souls can only watch helplessly as their bodies slowly drift towards the abyss of the ocean. The icy waters creep over their feet, rising to their knees, then to their waists, chests, and finally engulfing their mouths, noses, eyes, and foreheads, until they vanish completely in the profound depths of the sea, a sea that nurtures humanity, yet ultimately becomes the grave for all. How fortunate those wretches are! Their bodies do not need to be riddled with gaping wounds, nor tainted with foul blood. They are quietly submerged, returning to the embrace of the ocean. Am I correct in my assertion, Major Curie? Unbeknownst to him, a pair of sunglasses perched upon his nose, the seemingly innocent youth, Yakumo Bai, playfully tapped the unfortunate Major's cheek with the revolver in his hand, remarking with amusement. Upon hearing this, Major Curie was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. Was this harmless-looking boy a demon? Compared to a swift execution, drowning slowly in the ocean was a true, tormenting despair, was it not? Moreover, to watch oneself willingly plunge into the sea was a scene too bizarre to fathom, sending chills of terror through the Major as he feared following the same fate as those before him. Casting a glance around at his companions, who seemed to have committed a trivial act, Curie's voice trembled as he stammered, how dare you? They're celestial dragons. A mere hint of danger could invoke the massacre decree. Looking at the bound and writhing Saint Rosward beside him, along with the two unconscious celestial dragon offspring, Curie's scalp prickled in dread that if the massacre decree were to be enacted, this island would cease to exist, just like O'Hara did years ago. Our audacity stems from confidence. Major, this Saint Rosward has provoked the Figureland family in Mariewa, and thus must pay the price. Once this matter is concluded, I can depart with a clear conscience. But what of you? What of your navy? After the incident, you will surely bear the brunt of responsibility, will you not? Having finally achieved the rank of major, being delayed, and even having your future ruined by these individuals must be quite infuriating. Yet you must grit your teeth and accept your fate? Yakumo Bai's devilish musings ensnared Major Curie, and the mention of the Figureland family made his pupils constrict in fear. The confusion in his heart was suddenly clarified. Yes, it all made sense now. The Figureland family, a name he had never heard of, Yet one bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons could only belong to the celestial dragons themselves. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for their reckless behavior, nor for the formidable, enigmatic abilities possessed by these young individuals. They too were celestial dragons. This was an internal conflict among the celestial dragons. The civilians on this island, along with the Navy, were merely unfortunate collateral damage. Filled with helplessness, powerlessness, and indignation, Kiri realized that even as a Navy major, he was utterly powerless in the face of such matters. However, judging by Yakumo Bai's tone, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. After all, with the arrogance of the celestial dragons, there would be no need for conversation. If they wished, not a single Navy officer would escape. At this thought, Kiri eagerly turned his gaze to Yakumo Bai, desperation shining in his eyes. "You, sir, is there anything I can do to serve you?" Raising an eyebrow, Yakumo Bai smiled lightly and replied, "Excellent. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. It appears that not all civilians at sea are mindless fools." In response, Kiri forced a smile, knowing that he was already embroiled in this conflict among the celestial dragons. Attempting to distance himself would only lead to a grim fate. Thus, he understood that aligning himself with a stronger party was his only chance for survival. "Listen well, Navy. Due to the prohibition of internal conflict within the Holy Land, I must seize this opportunity to teach them a lesson. However, I do not wish for anyone else to learn of this matter. Do you understand?" Yakumo Bai's gaze bore into Kiri, as if scrutinizing his attitude earnestly. "Of course. Sir, we have seen nothing here today," Kiri began, yet before he could finish, Yakumo Bai pressed the barrel of his revolver against Kiri's chin and pulled the trigger. With a soft click, the cylinder rotated, but no bullet was discharged. Kiri's heart raced, cold sweat pouring down as he stood rigid, his gaze fixated on the gun, paralyzed by fear. "Your resolve is commendable, but it is not the response I desire." Yakumo Bai shook his head, disengaging the safety. "From this moment, I will turn these three into my puppets and return to the Holy Land. You, however, must embellish this incident and report to headquarters and the government. State that the celestial dragons, in a fit of fury, evacuated the civilians from the island, yet a single fish escaped into the warship, and seeking vengeance, sank the entire vessel. Consequently, the celestial dragons, in a fit of rage over poor execution, executed numerous guards that as for me, I was merely an unfortunate nobleman passing through the island, forcibly conscripted, with my subordinates slaughtered and myself abducted. A celestial dragon, leaving Marioa, would undoubtedly be documented. Although Yakumo Bai claimed to be a celestial dragon before this Navy major, entering the Holy Land could not proceed in such a manner. Therefore, he devised a narrative that a classic tale, fitting the nature of the celestial dragons, centered around self-interest, a farmer and a snake. Though the persona was somewhat humble, such a sacrifice was acceptable for the sake of infiltrating Marioa. Moreover, it was merely a disguise, as for whether this Navy man would suspect anything. Those who dare to presume upon the thoughts of celestial dragons often meet a grim fate, for they cannot fathom the twisted minds of these individuals. Furthermore, with his life and the fate of his family hanging in the balance, if Kiri had any sense, he would not dare to take foolish risks. "Very well, I understand, sir. I shall absolutely follow your orders," Kiri declared with unwavering conviction. "Excellent. A wise choice, Major Kiri." Yakumo Bai patted him on the shoulder, his expression darkening as he added, "Just to be safe, you wouldn't mind if I added an extra layer of insurance, would you?" At this point, all characters are of legal age. Off the coast of Coral Island, on the deck of a black-sailed ship, Major Kiri and the Navy officers stood together, their firearms confiscated. At Yakumo Bai's insistence, in order to conceal their status as captives to a certain extent, the Navy officers stood resolutely at the ship's edge, as if guarding a person of great importance. Indeed, this was the case, for in the center of the deck, beneath a few sun umbrellas, Yakumo Bai and his companions lounged comfortably on deck chairs, a table laden with an array of fruits, fine wines, and beverages before them. What a marvelous experience this was, a tale I could boast about for a lifetime. Yamato sipped her fruit juice, the icy, tangy flavor causing her eyes to crescent like a moon. Observing her delicate, fair legs gently swaying, it was evident that she was in high spirits. Meanwhile, Lilith savored a sip of rich red wine, a contented smile gracing her lips. One must admit, the celestial dragons truly know how to indulge. Treasures and delicacies from across the seas are continuously delivered to the Holy Land. The bottle Lilith was enjoying was merely of a slightly lower grade. Watching Lilith and Yamato relish this rare experience, Yaoi displayed an expression of youthful navet before rising to join Yakumo in his deck chair. With a creaking sound, when Yakumo regained his senses, he discovered that the soft contours of a body had replaced his seat. A faint floral fragrance wafting to his nose, as pink strands of hair occasionally brushed against his sensitive ears, eliciting an involuntary shiver. Such a scene was truly one of shyness for the boy and envy for the girl. Yakumo was astonished by how naturally Yaoi had made such a move. Yet, Yaoi paid no mind to this, for in her eyes, there was only a young man about to embark on a perilous journey. The worries and affection in her heart were overwhelming. Say, do you really think these Navy officers are no longer a concern? Even with precautionary measures in place, the penetrating gaze that could not be obscured by the desperate attempts of Yamato and a few others was unavoidable. Gently, Yaoi peeled a grape for the young boy, and after a tender feeding, she caressed his chest and softly inquired, "Is everything all right?" "There's no need to worry. Yaoi, sister, I have transformed their hearts into mere toys. No matter how far apart we are, I can control their lives and deaths at any moment. Moreover, trust me, these fellows would never risk their lives to defend the celestial dragons." Bai Yun's words were devoid of pretense. Although his voice was not loud, the majority of the naval officers could hear him. Thus, upon hearing Bai Yun's declaration, aside from slightly unnatural expressions, they showed little reaction to, in truth, what Bai Yun articulated was precisely what resided in their hearts. As members of the Navy, aside from those who relentlessly pursued fame and position, most harbored a poor opinion of the celestial dragons. Beyond the absurdity and baseness of these individuals, it was indeed frustrating for a violent institution. Wielding the power to suppress the seas, to bow low before the likes of the celestial dragons that, of course, they were blissfully unaware of the might of the Knights of God, the Zoan-type 5 elders, the ancient weapon Pluton, and the world King Emu, among other forces. Once this incident concludes, we shall quietly make them vanish into the sea. However, it must be done discreetly. Otherwise, a sudden cardiac arrest among so many might raise suspicions. Shifting his gaze from the Navy, Bai Yun lifted his head and locked eyes with Yao Yi, whose violet gaze was as pure and luminous as the moon. "Sister Yao Yi, when we reach the next island, you all should disembark and rest at it could be as long as half a month or as short as a week, but I promise I will return." Upon hearing this, Yao Yi, Yamato, Lilith, and Runny all tightened their expressions. Regardless of how calm and carefree they appeared on the surface these days, it was impossible to not feel concerned about Bai Yun's operation. They were well aware that the Holy Land, Marioa, loomed over the red line. Should any unforeseen events occur, no matter how swiftly they rushed to assist, it would be too late. Noticing the sudden tension in the atmosphere, Bai Yun understood and, feeling a pang of emotion, feigned nonchalance as he waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to worry about me. This ability of mine is my greatest assurance of safety. Besides, even in the Holy Land, I am not without allies. All those who have been enslaved will become my strength." A week later, after discreetly placing Yao Yi and the others in the West Sea Kingdom of Illyria, the vessel carrying Bai Yun and a host of puppets finally arrived at the Sabeti archipelago. On Island 66 at the naval base before the ascending platform, with the arrival of the 3 celestial dragons from the Roswell family, the naval officers who had gathered outside the base stood at attention, saluting with utmost respect. However, in the presence of the unpredictable celestial dragons, the Navy's display was destined to earn them little more than the ire of the furious Roswell. Upon hearing this, the naval officers momentarily hesitated. But soon before Roswell, they swiftly parted, creating a wide space. TSK, what an imposing presence! One cannot help but admire the celestial dragons, truly more dashing than the emperors of Blue Star, draped in a pristine white coat, sporting a sun hat that concealed his fox-like ears, and wearing sunglasses reminiscent of Doflamingos. Bai Yun quietly trailed behind Roswell, sandwiched between Charlos and Shirahoshi-dara. It seems progress is proceeding smoothly. Next, I await the report from Rear Admiral Curry. Once everything is set, I will be able to move somewhat freely within Mariewa, though I must remain cautious. While the narrative suggests that Tague and Lafayette entered the Holy Land as if strolling through their own backyard, the surface guards certainly appear to be relatively lax. However, should any significant disturbances arise, one cannot be certain whether the Knights of God would intervene. The few individuals in Panga City need not be considered, unless Nika resurrects. They shall not step outside their office. Lost in thought, Bai Yun found himself aboard the ascending platform alongside the celestial dragons, with the next destination being the Holy Land, Mariewa. Foolish chaff, are you prepared for your harvest? As he gazed at the rapidly passing red line, Bai Yun's expression burned with excitement. The nine-tailed fox from the Beast Pirates was about to unveil a new chapter for the world. The Holy Land, Mariewa, stood majestically upon the red line, with the central Panga City at its heart, surrounded by towering, opulent Gothic architecture. Among these structures, vast open-air coliseums, auction houses, casinos, and slave trading posts were scattered throughout. This was the nexus of the world's wealth and treasures, the center of power, a haven of secrets, and equally, the breeding ground for original sins, a lawless land. Historically, only the noble celestial dragons, the contemptible slaves, the Navy, and the CP organizations existed here. Yet today, it would welcome an uninvited guest. Following Roswell back to his family's domain, Bai Yun's eyes were open wide as he observed the peculiarities of Mariewa, the private realm of the celestial dragons, which was rife with bizarre sights and astonishing tales. There were those who brazenly gunned down slaves in the streets, and others who whipped and screamed like lunatics. Among the crowd were imbeciles akin to Charlos, and slightly more reasonable, yet still haughty, individuals. The overall aesthetic of the Holy Land leaned toward a church-like warmth, adorned in soft whites. However, with the presence of these seemingly less-than-human beings, it resembled a chaotic dance of demons, an array of grotesque displays. Even the most squalid corners of the sea paled in comparison to the filth found here. Suppressing his discomfort, Bai Yun finally arrived at the residence of the Roswell family, breathing a sigh of relief. The inbreeding, the chaotic upbringing resembling that of wild beasts, and the boundless indulgence, save for a few elites, rendered the celestial dragons akin to a pack of brutes. Not even the most base of animals could be compared to them. That it was unfathomable how our Lord Emu, who has sat upon the throne of the heavens for 8 centuries, would allow such degradation to occur. The world government was not established in such a manner. Reflecting on this, Bai Yun soon cast the thought aside. The reality was as it was most, it would result in the extinction of a group of aberrant beings. Contemplating this was futile. There were far more pressing matters at hand. After dismissing all servants and slaves, Bai Yun began his path of taming within a well-sealed room. He effortlessly released Roswell from his control. And as a look of bewilderment crossed Roswell's face, Bai Yun spoke. "All right, esteemed celestial dragon, kindly engage that meager intellect of yours and consider the situation. It is quite evident, is it not? Cooperate, and it shall be advantageous for both of us." Upon hearing this, Roswell, who had been under control for an extended period, initially displayed a fury that seemed to explode forth. He intended to chastise this audacious little fiend for his brazen actions. However, the tremor in Bai Yun's fingers caused him to cease his words, paralyzed by fear. "May the ancestors protect me. I never wish to return to that nightmare of being unable to control myself. As if I were truly dead. That is a fear that penetrates to the very marrow. Cough, cough. What do you intend to do?" Roswell trembled, his eyes filled with terror. "My intentions are quite simple. I wish to reside here for a time. During my stay, you will dutifully serve as my shield, providing me with information regarding the devil fruits and slaves. Once my objectives are achieved, I shall take my leave," Bai Yun stated with a fa of sincerity. Upon hearing this, Roswell's eyes widened in disbelief. Devil fruits? Slaves? Aren't these things as plentiful as fruits on the roadside? You orchestrated my control all the way from the West Sea to the Holy Land over such trivial matters? And threaten my life for this? It merely highlights the stark contrast in perception between the celestial dragons and ordinary folk that to them. The devil fruits, considered treasures of the sea, are viewed as commonplace, readily available at a whim. After all, one could simply request them from the world government or procure them with money. Whether at the auction in the Sabati archipelago or within the Holy Land, the celestial dragons are renowned for their generosity, should their mood permit. They might even purchase them, but should they be in ill spirits, they would snatch them away without hesitation. Realizing by Yun's intentions, Roswald's stiff mind finally began to operate, since the other party seeks the devil fruit. Wouldn't it be clever to deliberately lead them to the stronghold of the knights? This exquisite scheme elicited a sinister smile from Roswald's saint, who, as a celestial dragon, never concealed his innermost desires and had never learned the art of masking his emotions. Consequently, this grotesque smile was almost unreservedly captured by Haku's keen eyes. He chuckled nonchalantly before commanding Charo's saint and Shilluli to viciously bite down on Roswald's saint from either side. The excruciating pain compelled the pampered celestial dragon to scream out, but in the next moment he could utter no further sounds, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, blood vessels suffusing his irises. With two resounding crunches, 2 pieces of flesh were brutally bitten off by Charo's saint and his companion. Crimson blood filled their mouths, their faces resembling demons, yet tears streamed uncontrollably from their eyes. Overwhelmed by the horror of their own actions, do not entertain any wicked thoughts, Roswald saint, lest I cannot guarantee that these 2 darlings of yours will cease their actions. After all, they're deeply fond of you. Their father, with a benign smile gracing his face, Hakuyu lounged comfortably on the soft sofa, fully aware that to utterly subjugate these arrogant, self-important beings, one must employ methods devoid of boundaries and far more brutal than their own, shattering them from their lofty pedestals and exposing them to the depths of hell. Only then would the notion of rebellion be extinguished, compelling them to obediently become docile hounds, just as Hakuyu had anticipated. Such extravagant and absurd behavior was something Roswald's saint had never encountered before. The terror of being devoured nearly sent him into a faint, as he regarded Hakuyu with the visage of a fearsome demon. His gaze towards Charo's saint and his companion tinged with both dread and disgust. All right, I will heed your words. I will seek the devil fruits for you. There are many here who possess them and will part with them for a price. I will use all my wealth to procure them, whatever quantity you desire. Just please keep them away from me. Away from me, please. Tears and mucus mingled as Roswald's saint teetered on the brink of collapse. Humbling himself to the ground, mimicking the subservience of his former slaves, repeatedly bowing his head. Observing this, Hakuyu nodded in satisfaction. Even though he could manipulate their actions and fates through transformation, he could not remain in the Holy Land indefinitely. For the other party to continue regarding his words as gospel after his departure, mere threats to their lives were insufficient. Complete submission was required. If only the fruit had awakened, there would be no need for such trouble. Perhaps, before leaving, a little trinket could be fashioned. Setting aside future plans for the moment, Hakuyu inquired, Now, Roswald saint, look at your current state. Where is the semblance of a celestial dragon? Although celestial dragons have little dignity left, it would be unbecoming for you to be seen in such a condition. Those unaware might presume that the esteemed celestial dragon has suffered some inhumane treatment. How about this? Allow me to witness what your slaves are like. Perhaps in front of a multitude of slaves, I could also mend your wounded spirit. Hakuyu crouched down, gazing at Roswald's saint, who lay like a dead dog. While he uttered thoughtful words, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he commanded Charo's saint and his companion to drag Roswald's saint towards the restroom, leaving a trail of yellow stains in their wake. Ugh, how very typical of a celestial dragon, with a face twisted in disgust. He hastily distanced himself from the scene. It was not until reaching the 2nd floor of the mansion that Hakuyu finally exhaled in relief, gazing through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the serene, flourishing Holy Land, his anticipation growing. What surprises await me next? Do not disappoint me, you swine. Meanwhile, a slave-catching crew ascended to Marioa via an elevator, escorting their captives to the slave trading post, the lead trafficker. Jimmy could barely contain his excitement. He knew he had captured something valuable this time. To ensure a better sale price, he had strictly prohibited anyone on the ship from touching the cargo. One audacious fool who merely touched a cage had been dispatched overboard as fish bait. For this transaction, He even provided top-notch food, and today he had sent maids to groom the three sisters, and as he thought of this, Jimmy turned to glance at the iron cage, where the sisters' eyes were filled with resentment and despair. Especially the girl in the center, with her long black hair and forcibly donned black princess dress, quickened his pace involuntarily. Beautiful girls were not rare, but the rarity of the three sisters as promising specimens, particularly those hailing from the Amazon lily tribe, would surely delight the celestial dragons. Jimmy's eyes gradually reddened as he envisioned piles of berries beckoning to him. The opportunity for wealth was right before him. The term pirate first emerged 900 years ago when a man known as Joy Boy became the first pirate in history. However, if one were to consider a pirate as a ruthless brigand engaged in arson, murder, and pillaging, it is unlikely that he would have gathered so many allies. Thus, this thief bears a certain connotation. No one would willingly label themselves as a thief, but rather, it is an identity imposed upon them. Considering Joy Boy's adversaries, it can only be the former 20 Kingdoms alliance. Erasing a segment of history is a common practice for newly established powers, as it serves to solidify their reign. However, the history of war can also establish authority, as iron-fisted might compels the majority to submit. If it were merely a matter of conflicting interests, there would be no reason to strictly prohibit discussions of history for 8 centuries. Only opposing ideologies could incite such caution among the ruling class. If the current world government and celestial dragons represent oppression and enslavement, then the ancient kingdoms and the D.Clan represent liberation and freedom. In contrast, the latter naturally captivates the wills of the majority. Thus, the 20 kingdoms that seized global authority labeled rebels like Joy Boy as pirates. However, as time passed, rising sea levels and expanding oceans led more individuals to venture out for plunder, and the title pirate gradually took on the nature of a thief. Today, this group has surged dramatically due to the era of piracy initiated by Gold Roger. Roger's original intentions may have been noble, aimed at shaking the foundations of an oppressive age. Yet, the weight of an era's dust upon an individual is immensely burdensome, let alone the monumental upheaval of a great revolution. True pirates roam the seas, and nations that do not join them perish, leaving countless individuals displaced, thus causing the slave trade to flourish unprecedentedly. Observing the exceptionally prosperous human trafficking market before him, Hancock gradually reined in his wandering thoughts. The times are what they are. There is no need for me to lament or feel useless pity. Regardless of ideology, this world ultimately speaks the language of power. The notion that heroic figures shape history may be somewhat exaggerated. Yet the undeniable impact of supreme combat prowess upon the world is immense. If something does not align with one's desires, then one must change it with absolute strength. The innocence of childhood is pure, and that original intention has never wavered, to bring fairy tales to life and become the protagonist of the story. Henceforth, my words and actions shall embody justice, and all my thoughts shall align with the heavenly way. The bustling human trafficking market momentarily stilled, only to swiftly resume its motion. Beneath the white cloak, Hancock took a deep breath, shook the chains he held, and followed behind Rosward Saint, delving deeper into the heart of the matter. The slave trade established in the Holy Land undoubtedly encompassed the entirety of the seas. Men and women, long-armed tribes, long-legged tribes, pirate captains, fallen nobles. Aside from some elusive rare races, the commodities here were a veritable cornucopia, openly displaying their sole worth to the celestial dragons. Excuse me, are there any fishmen available as slaves in the Holy Land? Hidden beneath his cloak, Hancock scanned the cages for his desired individual while softly inquiring of Rosward Saint. Ah, my lord, while there are few fishmen slaves in the Holy Land, they do exist, though they are exceedingly rare. Thus, they often transfer hands among various owners. Which type of fishman are you looking for? The strictly controlled vocal cords could only emit faint sounds, as Lord Rosward recalled the tones of those who had once bowed and scraped before him. At this juncture, Lord Rosward had come to recognize the reality of his predicament. Facing this seemingly innocuous yet devilishly cunning youth, he feared he could no longer escape the grasp of the other. Thus, it would be wiser to acquiesce. After all, what the youth sought were merely some fruits and slaves. For the vast Mary Geos, such matters were trivial. If he could swiftly dispatch this calamity, he might find a moment's reprieve. Though his life remained in the other's hands, at least he could continue to play the role of a celestial dragon. The lavish life he had once taken for granted suddenly appeared exceedingly precious to Lord Rosward, and he felt profound regret over his plans to vacation in the West Sea, with so many celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Why was he the one to suffer such misfortune? Celestial dragons were generally not known for their magnanimity. Hence, Lord Rosward's compromise might also lead others to lose something of their own. It should be a tiger fish, some say it's a snapper. Merman, he pondered momentarily, before Yakomo by slowly replied that a tiger fish merman. That most sought-after individual? Lord Rosward expressed surprise, for he knew that when the tiger fish merman had first arrived in the Holy Land, he was particularly unruly. It took a considerable amount of time to train him into submission. Owing to his robust physique and the rarity of his merman heritage, that individual was indeed highly coveted among the celestial dragons. Even Lord Rosward could only borrow him for a day on rare occasions. Contemplating this, Lord Rosward relayed all he knew about the tiger fish merman to Yakomo by "I see." Yakomo nodded thoughtfully, then stated, "I don't care what methods you employ, but when I deem it appropriate, you must acquire that merman for me. Otherwise, you can return to thoroughly experience the sensation of being treated as food." Upon hearing this, Lord Rosward's complexion turned ashen. The mere thought of that nightmarish scene caused his legs to tremble. Faced with such torture, even a celestial dragon, known for their fear of death, would only wish to comprehend their own existence to escape suffering. "Rest assured, my lord, at all costs, I will—" "Rosward," a sudden sharp voice interrupted, and upon raising his gaze, he saw a woman, strikingly reminiscent of Shillelagh, striding forward with an air of arrogance. As she approached, a heavy scent of perfume engulfed him. "Megan, since when do I have to take orders from you?" Recognizing the identity of the newcomer, Lord Rosward spoke with a tone that suggested this conversation had transpired many times before. "Humph, my foolish brother. I am merely safeguarding our family's dignity as a scion of noble creators. How can you bow down to a mere slave? Slaves should kneel on the ground and look up to us." With that, Megan stepped closer, attempting to unveil Yakomo Bai's true identity. "Let me see what manner of slave is so mysterious that you would deign to lower yourself." Megan, startled by her sudden intent to meddle with Yakomo Bai. Lord Rosward gasped, for he knew the truth was the complete opposite. The slave was he, while this youth was a veritable demon. Why shout so loudly? He's merely a slave. Megan glared at Lord Rosward, reprimanding him before turning back to continue her actions. However, upon turning, she was utterly transfixed. Unbeknownst to her, Yakomo Bai had raised his head, his lips crimson and teeth pearly white. His visage was more handsome than any slave she had ever encountered. His mysterious heterochromatic eyes resembled deep black holes, seemingly capable of drawing in one's very soul. After a brief exchange of glances, Megan felt her blood rush, her legs weakening. Yet, oblivious to her own predicament, she fervently grasped Lord Rosward's shoulders, her trembling voice barely a whisper. "Rosward, give him to me. At any cost. Just let me have him." Witnessing Megan's frenzied demeanor, Lord Rosward was taken aback, pondering if this wicked youth possessed some form of magic. Otherwise, how could he evoke such a disgraceful reaction? Confounded, he glanced toward Yakomo Bai, who subtly gestured toward the slave that Megan had brought, nodding as if to propose himself as a bargaining chip in exchange for that woman. Despite his bewilderment, the pressure and shadow cast by Yakomo Bai compelled Lord Rosward to acquiesce. An exchange is possible, but you must use that woman as a trade. Additionally, add 10 billion berries as well. And a devil fruit. Noticing the dangerous glint in Yakomo Bai's eyes, Lord Rosward quickly added, "And oh problem." Without a moment's hesitation, Megan, seemingly devoid of reason, eagerly agreed. "Heaven be praised, such a charming and handsome youth has come my way, and he's conveniently in the hands of someone I know, rather than with those wretched individuals." Having grown up in a privileged environment, the celestial dragons were entirely devoted to their desires. Megan cast the chain she held toward Lord Rosward, impatiently taking Yakomo Bai's hand, and in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, asked, "Little brother, will you come home with me tonight? I promise to show you a life akin to paradise, a delicate plaything warranted meticulous attention. For this unparalleled beauty, Megan resolved to invest even more effort to gradually possess him, until she could pin him down and indulge in her whims. Slightly furrowing his brow, Yakumo noticed that the woman's actions had inadvertently attracted quite a few gazes. He had clearly misjudged his allure, given that Yamato and the others had always been by his side, and considering the high attractiveness within this small circle, he had developed some immunity. However, to these mundane women, his power might have been too overwhelming. It was indeed a miscalculation. He had not anticipated such a minor hiccup here. Nevertheless, one could argue that every loss was balanced by a gain, for he had already secured half of the key to the treasury. Glancing at the golden-haired woman, who knelt on the ground, expression blank and battered, Yakumo's brow relaxed slightly. Well, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, exercising his abilities to control her still bore certain risks. However, she was merely a slave. This was a perfect opportunity to drive a stake into the heart of the Holy Land. Though this time, it seemed she was merely a sycophant, suppressing his thoughts. Yakumo feigned the demeanor of a successfully trained slave, gently nodding and obediently following the excited Megan as she departed. Before leaving, he cast a deep, meaningful glance at Lord Rosward, which was unmistakably clear: behave, or face dire consequences. Megan is merely a supporting character here, with no other connections apart from being the protagonist's slave. Angels symbolize purity, sanctity, and are deemed inviolable and irreverent in the eyes of the public. Yet for certain individuals, dragging angels into the mundane and tainting them, stripping away their sanctity, seem to evoke extraordinary sensations. In reality, many are drawn to such pursuits. Megan was precisely this sort of person, harboring such thoughts and intentions. However, far beyond her expectations, beneath the angelic facade lay a demon that toys with the human heart. The hierarchy was instantly inverted, akin to the number 1 following 0. The slave tore away the false exterior, transforming the hollow master into a puppet, intent on making them pay dearly for their sacrilegious actions. Yet, the current situation appeared somewhat bizarre. To her astonishment, not only Yakumo, but this woman named Megan also seemed to wear a mask. Once Yakumo exerted his powers to control her and delivered a harsh lesson. It was as if he had activated some extraordinary switch. Now, she lay prostrate on the ground, prompting an exasperated expression to cross Yakumo's face. Damn, what a misfortune! Celestial dragons truly are a peculiar bunch, typically gentle and courteous, resembling a paragon of virtue. Yakumo could not help but utter a curse. Suppressing the impulse to annihilate her, he splashed a basin of cold water onto the fervently heated woman, pulling her back from her dazed state. This is indeed a private chamber. It must be said, the celestial dragons live up to their reputation, claiming to take things gradually, yet they cannot wait to draw me into their lair. Inside, a soft bed awaits, along with various items of unknown purpose. There's even a unicorn that looks as if it has endured many hardships. This place is nothing short of a cradle of original sin. An evil haven, cough, cough, cough. The icy cold water sent a shiver coursing through Megan Palace, and as she hazily lifted her head, she was astonished to find the boy who had bestowed upon her an unprecedented sensation glaring ferociously at her. His fierce, adorable little eyes, the smooth and delicate contours of his face, his rosy lips, his well-proportioned and strong waist, his mischievous fox ears, and his fluffy tail. Ears, tail. Megan Palace jolted awake, instinctively delivering a sharp slap to her own face, the fiery pain declaring that she was indeed not in a dream. Instantly, her eyes sparkled as she lunged towards Hakayunbai. Darling, I'm so excited, seeing the woman charge at him like a wolf ready to pounce. Hakayunbai broke into a cold sweat. After dodging her leap, he was about to continue reprimanding her when he suddenly realized that such actions would only serve to further excite her. Utterly frustrated, he withdrew, re-establishing the invisible strings he had momentarily forgotten, binding Megan Palace in place, rendering her utterly immobile. Bastard! Restrain yourself! Bound and unable to move, Megan Palace appeared exceedingly agitated. However, this predicament provided Hakayunbai with a new perspective. For such a person, Only by acting contrarily could one hope to succeed, for that which is sought after becomes all the more cherished when unattainable. Tisk, cursing silently once more, he steeled himself to continue with his plan. Where are the slaves that haven't yet been purchased in the Holy Land? Answer me carefully. At his words, Megan Palace furrowed her brows in discomfort. His forceful tone intensified her feelings. Yet, constrained and unable to express her frustration, she begrudgingly replied, "You want me to talk? I shall talk. I'm a noble celestial dragon. Do not think that your good looks grant you the liberty to act as you please. You are but a lowly commoner." Despite her words, however, Megan Palace secretly assessed Kayun by S demeanor, hoping this provocation might yield some results. "Hey, commoner, are you listening? Those who know their place are the wise." Kayun by massaged his tightly knitted brows and slowly responded. "Do you understand the concept of equivalent exchange?" Emotionally numb, he maintained a stoic expression, continuously convincing himself that this was merely a necessity for the plan. Megan Palace's eyes widened in anger, utterly perplexed yet helpless. She reluctantly stated, "There in the underground market, the unsold slaves, the newcomers are all locked there. Typically, after spending a certain amount, one can privately select slaves." "What? Is that what you mean?" Before she could finish, Hakiyun by controlled her mouth, deciding that, while this woman was peculiar, her intellect surpassed that of the Roswald family, aligning with a more reasonable standard. Thus, he did not intend to allow her to know too much before thoroughly reducing her to a slave. Nonetheless, necessary precautions could not be overlooked. After transforming Megan Palace's heart into a mere plaything, Hakuyun pondered for a moment, then ingeniously locked her, ensuring she could no longer act recklessly. An unprecedented emptiness surged within her, leaving Megan Palace pale as she gazed at Hakuyun, struggling to comprehend how he could be so cruel. "Obey my commands, and I will release you." Involuntarily, Hakuyun found himself praising his own cleverness. Finally releasing a sigh of relief, that he then waved his hand, saying, "Lead the way, esteemed celestial dragon lady. Let us see which pitiful slaves require rescue." Meanwhile, within the underground prison of the human trafficking market, a room, contrasting starkly with the dark surroundings and bearing a touch of elegance, housed 3 Amazonian girls abducted to the Holy Land, their expressions steeped in gloom. They were filled with dread and sorrow over their impending fate. "What should we do? Are we really going to end up as slaves?" A girl with grass-green hair blinked away tears, her delicate features, adorned only with a hint of makeup, betraying her panic. Leading the trio was Sandersonia. Clad in a magnificent black princess dress, her still-developing form exuding youthful vigor, her exquisite face rivaling that of her 2 sisters, even without adornment. However, contrary to her enchanting exterior, anxiety gnawed at the girls' hearts as they were brought to Marioa, soon to be auctioned off as slaves. And no matter how strong and independent the girls were, fear and unease were inevitable. Hancock, having learned from her grandmother about the brutal nature of the celestial dragons, understood that the hellish torment awaiting them was likely. Yet, as their elder sister, she knew she had to be strong. At the very least, she vowed to protect her sisters with all her might before her own demise. With this thought, Hancock forced a smile, ready to offer words of comfort when the door to the room suddenly swung open, a cacophony of noise flooding and a frantic scream pierced the air, echoing like a lament of despair, followed by the arrival of 3 fierce Amazonian warriors, beautiful, powerful, and fiercely independent. They were perfect choices for both gladiatorial combat and as personal maids, ideal for the noble celestial dragons. The starting bid, 5 million berries. In hindsight, aside from pilfering some devil fruits, investigating the whereabouts of the dark fruits, and inciting a little chaos, perhaps the primary objective of this mission was to acquire the future world's most beautiful woman, Boa Hancock. In the auction room, Hakiyun focused intently on the girl displayed on the platform, realizing just how fortuitous it was that his first visit to an auction coincided with Hancock as pivotal moment. In a way, this was not only their stroke of luck, but also his OWNTO showcased this item's maximum value. The girl on the platform wore a black princess dress, her snow-white skin shimmering under the lights. Her long black hair cascading down her waist, loosely draped behind her, her youthful features hinting at her future allure. Yet, At that moment, the girl was clearly preoccupied with the overwhelming malice and greed that permeated the air, making her feel as though she were under constant scrutiny. In this den of iniquity, Hancock felt akin to a driftwood-laden sailboat, perilously close to being swallowed by the surging waves of fate, destined for a tragic end beneath the sea. All the mental preparation she had diligently constructed dissipated in an instant, her body trembling involuntarily. The three girls clung tightly to one another, seeking solace in their shared presence, striving to alleviate each other's anxiety, even though they were acutely aware of the futility in their actions. Exhale, taking a deep breath, Hancock could not help but reminisce about the fairy tales of his past. In nearly every story, the element of the snake held significant weight, often portrayed in a negative light, associated with treachery, cowardice, malice, and greed. Consequently, public perception of snakes was far from favorable, often tinged with disgust and fear. Yet in Hakkyunbai's view, fairy tales should not be confined to labels. People are inherently what they are, not defined by others' perspectives, but rather by their own standards. What I see is the truth, and what I think is the immutable law of the universe. Just as he perceived the girl locked in the cage at the center of the auction, she appeared as a pitiful black swan. Yet one day, she would surely cast off her disguise. Revealing the petrifying gaze of Medusa, she would obliterate the prying eyes that judged her and reclaim her dignity 100-fold. To achieve this future, all that was required was a tiny bit of assistance from him. I want those three sisters, no matter the cost. Bring them safely before me. Perhaps then I might indulge in some of your requests. Turning his gaze towards Megan Palace, who stared intently at him, yet remained unable to approach due to his power. Hakkyunbai spoke with unwavering authority. Upon hearing this, Megan Palace first cast a glance at the sisters on the platform, her eyes either envious or filled with jealousy, before responding with a hint of resentment. Cough, cough. You, Lord QB, wish to use my funds to purchase other slaves? How ruthless of you! Perhaps due to the satisfaction derived from Hakkyunbai's punishment or reward. This woman seemed far less intimidated by the boy than the wrathful saint. Instead, she found herself relishing the cold and stern words directed at her. Though she verbally dismissed it, she sincerely raised the auction paddle, and amidst a flurry of gasps, she boldly announced an astonishing figure. 600 million berries. 600 million. A female merfolk is only worth around 70 million berries in terms of unit price. This far exceeds 70 million. Is this truly necessary? Although the Amazonian warriors are indeed rare, they pale in comparison to the merfolk. Furthermore, it appears to be Megan Palace. Isn't she fond of young boys? Why would she wish to acquire 3 girls? Could it be that she intends to participate in the gladiatorial games? No. Look, it seems there is a child beside her, and, judging by the silhouette, it appears to be a boy. Perhaps Megan Palace simply wishes to indulge in a game of house. The auction house buzzed with speculation regarding the exorbitant price offered by Megan Palace. Yet, given her resolute stance and high bid, the celestial dragons ultimately withdrew. The rampant slave trade in the Holy Land has naturally endowed these individuals with considerable experience. Girls with combat abilities, particularly those from Amazonia, are notoriously difficult to tame. A single misstep could lead to them turning against their masters, and there are numerous instances in the Holy Land of such wild individuals being dealt with due to their rebellious nature. Nevertheless, a slave is ultimately a slave. If one is lost, another can easily be acquired. What the celestial dragons cannot tolerate is the humiliation of a purchased slave failing to uphold their dignity, which would indeed be a source of mockery. Moreover, it would be seen as a disgrace to the celestial dragons. Thus, rather than risking embarrassment by bidding on them, it would be more prudent to acquiesce and offer them to Megan Palace, who has already expended such a significant sum for them, thereby relegating future auctions to mere spectatorship. Amidst the excited cries of the auctioneer, the Hancock sisters were ultimately secured by Megan Palace for the staggering sum of 600 million berries. Hakkyunbai, the uninterested Bai quickly departed with her newfound trophies. Holding her sister's hand on either side, Hancock followed closely behind Bai and Megan Palace, feeling a sense of trepidation as the clamor of the auction faded into the distance. Yet she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although she was unaware of the celestial dragon's true intentions in acquiring her and her sisters, this could be regarded as a favorable outcome. Couldn't it? No, no. Shaking her head in denial, Hancock resolutely cast aside her naive thoughts. After all, they're celestial dragons. Could she really expect a benevolent outcome from them? With celestial dragons, scum and dregs do not differ based on gender or any other factor. Their malevolence is universal. This holds true regardless of whether one is male or female, old or young. Clenching her grip on her sister's hand, Hancock made a firm resolve to protect her sister. Though her expression darkened as she sighed inwardly, the wavering tension in her mind required a moment of respite, perhaps with a hint of self-reassurance. Being purchased by a female, celestial dragon did offer Hancock some comfort. After all, the majority of those lecherous, malicious, and vile gazes in the auction hall came from male celestial dragons. Merely contemplating the inhumane treatment they would endure if bought by them made Hancock feel dizzy and chilled to the bone. With a tumultuous heart and a dazed spirit, she returned to Megan Palace's residence. Upon entering, she was momentarily dazzled by the chandelier, reflecting the moonlight in a multitude of colors. She regained her clarity and glanced around. Her eyes widened in disbelief, questioning whether she was trapped in a dream. Before her, the celestial dragon who had lavishly spent 600 million berries on her and her sisters was now humbly kneeling on the ground, crawling toward the cloaked figure like a loyal hound. With a rustle, as the cloak slipped away, both Megan Palace and the Hancock sisters were momentarily taken aback, their gazes fixed upon the 9 tails blooming like white peonies, and the boy with fox ears lazily stretching beneath the petals. Under the gentle moonlight, this scene was so breathtakingly beautiful that those present nearly forgot to breathe, reluctant to disturb such a splendid sight. How does it feel to regain your freedom? Yagumo Bai inquired with a light laugh, glancing at the astonished Hancock sisters. If, upon arriving in Mariewa, the Hancock sisters had witnessed the deepest darkness of humanity and the most corrupt place in the world, experiencing the unmasked malice of mankind, then at this moment, heaven and hell seemed to have reversed. The overwhelming sense of unreality was so profound, the dissonance of reality so palpable. Otherwise, how could such beauty and dreamlike phenomena exist in this grim holy land? The lofty celestial dragon was prostrate on the ground, with their status as the progeny of the creator reduced to that of a mere stepping stone, and the opulent decor had lost its luster. At this moment, the boy before them seemed to shine brilliantly, like a pure white angel descending upon the mortal realm. However, unlike the sanctity of an angel, his fluffy and furry tail, along with his exquisitely adorable fox ears, added a touch of warmth and charm to him. The corners of his lips curled into a playful smile, enticing hearts, while his pair of elongated and mysterious red-blue heterochromatic eyes radiated a sense of forbidden allure. Such enchantment, both ethereal and bewitching, evoked within Hancock a profound longing and obsession, as well as a desire to leave her mark upon this pure and beautiful being. Cough, cough, elder sister, my lady, in a moment of daze and uncertainty. The unexpected beauty nearly made Hancock forget her own predicament. It was only when Sandersonia, standing beside her, discreetly poked her soft waist that she snapped back to reality. Her elegant face gradually flushed with embarrassment as she silently reproached herself for her earlier behavior. It must be said that beautiful things always uplift the spirit, allowing one to relax, and this charming fox-eared boy had indeed calmed Hancock's restless heart considerably. However, Hancock's expression soon tightened again, since arriving in Mariewa. The malevolence that lingered in the air made it difficult for her to let down her guard. Moreover, she was not alone. She had 2 younger sisters to protect. How could she afford to be so entranced by beauty? What was the identity of the boy before her? Why could he bring such humility to a celestial dragon? Was he the rumored fur tribe? Yet the characteristics did not seem quite right. Did the celestial dragons obey him? Was he the one intending to purchase her and her sisters? What could his purpose be? One question after another surged in her mind, and the sense of security she had just found was quickly replaced by anxiety. Even the most beautiful of things can harbor a dark side. The opulent Holy Land concealed filth in every corner. So did this seemingly perfect boy also possess a hidden side, with a hint of tension. Hancock instinctively positioned her sisters behind her, her expression taut yet flushed, vigilantly fixating on Yagumo Bai, resembling a fierce little wildcat, exuding a touch of cuteness amidst her ferocity. Ah, it seems I have been misunderstood. Chuckling softly, Yagumo Bai evaded the eager Megan Palace, who was seeking rewards, and took a step closer to Hancock. In the midst of her flustered gaze, he naturally reached out to stroke the girl's small head, his tone gentle as he reassured her, "Fear not. I am not the scum of the celestial dragons. As you can see, I am merely a harmless, innocent little fox, if you do not believe me. Why not give it a touch?" With that, Yagumo Bai extended his fluffy tail, delicately brushing against her, intentionally playfully tousling Hancock's meticulously arranged hair, causing a few soft strands to cascade down, blocking her eyes that were uncontrollably fixated on his tail. It also concealed her increasingly flushed face. Unable to resist, Hancock instinctively wrapped her small hands around the mischievous tail, caressing its soft, warm texture, enveloped in a sensation akin to being in the clouds. Surrounded by a comforting warmth, an unprecedented sense of security flooded her heart. The weary spirit felt as though it had been healed in that moment. The furry sensation brought her immense comfort. Ah, how I wished to always possess this warmth. The heavy burden in her heart seemed to have lifted, and Hancock blissfully buried her face in the fluffy tail, a faint fragrance lingering at her nose. At this moment, she finally realized that there was indeed some beauty to be found within the Holy Land. Wait, the Holy Land! Suddenly jolted back to reality, Hancock hurriedly released the tail she had been embracing, pulling her equally entranced sisters back to her side. Turning to the tail's owner, she encountered Yagumo Bai's gaze, which held a playful inquiry. "What's this? Why the sudden withdrawal? Are you uncomfortable? I diligently take care of things. You know, for Yamato and the others, this is the finest pillow one could wish for." Gently smoothing the disheveled hair that the girls have unraveled, Yagumo Bai remarked with a tinge of sadness. Ignoring the identity of Yamato mentioned by the other party and the ambiguous she among them, Hancock felt a persistent blush creeping upon her cheeks, her small fists clenched in frustration as she pondered her grandmother's words. Indeed, the world outside was perilous. It was not solely the detestable celestial dragons, but also the charming little foxes that could lead one astray, with their unnerving abilities that quicken the heartbeat. Taking several deep breaths to calm her wildly beating heart, Hancock understood that the celestial dragons would never refer to themselves as scum. Thus, could this boy truly be an ordinary person, a slave like herself? Casting a glance at Megan, who appeared lost in her own world, Hancock shook her head. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Given the strange circumstances surrounding the celestial dragon, it seemed more plausible that this boy was the master. Who, then, could act so brazenly in the Holy Land, even going so far as to keep a celestial dragon as a slave, although it seemed that fellow was willing. After realizing through their earlier interaction that the other harbored no overt hostility, Hancock felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, enabling her to think more clearly. After all, had the other truly harbored ulterior motives, they would have acted long ago, without the need for this drawn-out exchange. Thus, for the time being, at least she and her sisters were safe. However, no matter what intentions this excessively handsome individual might possess, she could not remain in a position of weakness, although, to a certain extent, he had rescued her and her sister from the auction, sparing them from humiliation and disaster. If he indeed had ulterior motives, she must be prepared. It remained true that her own well-being was of little consequence. But as an elder sister, she had a responsibility to uphold. With this in mind, Hancock resolved to project a more assertive demeanor, intending to probe for information about the other party. "I still do not know your name," she began, only to be taken aback by her own words. Noticing the astonished gaze directed at her, alongside her sister's bewildered expressions, Hancock hastily covered her mouth, organizing her thoughts before querying, "Who exactly are you? What are your intentions?" Shouldn't one introduce themselves before inquiring about another's name? "Beautiful miss?" The playful banter intrigued Yagumo Bai, who wished to coax the proud girl into shedding her fade and revealing her truest self. "Oh, how true," Hancock replied, somewhat dazed, then earnestly declared, "I am Boa Hancock. This is my sister, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold, we hail from Amazon Lily, a nation that reveres strength. I have a pet named Salome, with blood type S. Born on September 2 ND, and I aspire to become the Empress of Amazon Lily. Under the silent scrutiny of Sandersonia and Marigold, Hancock divulged her information, finishing with an exuberant proclamation of her future ambitions. The air in the room momentarily stilled, and upon realizing that Yakumo Bai had offered no response to her introduction, Hancock curiously raised her gaze, only to find him in a daze. A sudden wave of dissatisfaction washed over her. She pointed her delicate finger at Yakumo Bai and declared, "Hey, now it's your turn. Tell me everything about yourself." Was it astonishment or amusement to think that Hancock, who had never lived the life of a slave, could be so endearingly naive? A tide of affection surged within Yakumo Bai as he stepped closer to Hancock, extending his finger to touch hers. "Bai, Yakumo Bai, that's my name, but I came to the Holy Land merely for my own interests. As for everything about me," he chuckled, "it will never end. If I were to elaborate, it might take a while. Can you ensure you'll listen the whole time?" Boa Hancock. Silence enveloped the room for a few heartbeats after Yakumo Bai's words. With only the sound of their breathing audible, an ethereal atmosphere lingered in the air, as if pairs of butterflies danced about. The moon quietly withdrew its light, and the crystal chandelier above dimmed slightly, casting shadows over the two in the center of the room. Yakumo Bai's entrance was nothing short of perfect. Not only had he rescued the sisters from the auction, but his dashing appearance and fluffy tail had also garnered him considerable favor. Thus, despite being in the celestial dragon's abode, Sandersonia and Marigold felt remarkably at ease. However, amidst this inexplicable ambience, Marigold sensed something amiss, setting aside the question of why her elder sister had been so rigidly still for so long. Why did she suddenly feel out of place? "Hey, Sandersonia, what is sister doing? It looks as though she's making some kind of agreement with that fellow. This some sort of ritual?" Marigold inquired softly. "Perplexed, you startled me." Merrily, Sandersonia, whose personality was somewhat exuberant and whose curiosity burned brightly, had been lost in thoughts of a promising future for the two when her sister abruptly pulled her back to reality. Frowning, she whispered, "Lower your voice. Don't disturb sister's good fortune." Unlike the Marigold of 20 years hence, the current Marigold was not only slender, but also the tallest and most curvaceous among the three sisters. Though she found it somewhat challenging to grasp the atmosphere at present. Recognizing her sister's confusion, Sandersonia patiently explained, "In any case, we should be safe for now. How fortunate that there are such good people in the Holy Land. One could say that sister is truly remarkable, having captured the attention of such a handsome individual right from their first meeting, or perhaps it is the other way around." Setting aside Sandersonia's burgeoning curiosity, Yakumo Bai found the situation quite peculiar. There exists a term, 10 fingers connected to the heart, which he had always believed expressed the inseparable bond between kin. Yet at this moment, he found a new, physical understanding of it. Their delicate fingertips were pressed together, and through the thin flesh, the pulsations of life surged between them, a powerful resonance of existence. Yakumo Bai mused, then looked up to see Hancock's almost frozen, rosy face. She had maintained that expression since their sudden touch. It appeared she had yet to recover from the unexpected contact. It seemed that no matter her experiences in matters of the heart, Hancock remained wonderfully innocent and naive. In the original narrative, she had been portrayed as a strong, domineering empress willing to engage in actions bordering on the inhumane, perhaps as a means to mask her insecurities. Yet, it was also to project the formidable image of Amazon Lily, for only through strength could she prevent tragedies similar to her own from occurring again. Cool on the outside, yet warm within, she bore a profound sense of responsibility, perhaps a touch of youthful immaturity and caprice, but these traits were precisely what defined Boa Hancock. Thankfully, from this point onward, she could afford to be a little more relaxed. Hancock could embrace her role as the aloof, domineering empress, while also revealing her youthful essence, for she alone would dictate her path forward. For the Beast Pirates and the Banner of the Nine Tails would shield the young girl and her nation as they stepped into a bright new future. With compassion and recognition in his heart, Yakumo Bai slowly withdrew his finger. After their playful exchange, it seemed Hancock and her sisters had lightened up considerably, establishing an initial connection that it was time to elucidate his plans to the trio. In comparison to Tiger, he possessed a safer and more convenient way to retreat. Although he could not take many with him, it would suffice to include those he wished: Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold. However, events would soon unfold in an unforeseen direction. Before Yakumo could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by Hancock's bashful yet vehement exclamation, "Why, you rude scoundrel!" In the astonished gazes of Sandersonia and Marigold, and with Yakumo looking utterly bewildered, Hancock seized the wrist of Yakumo, which had yet to fully retract, and with a forceful tug, spun her body, nestling herself beneath him, while her other hand pressed down firmly, attempting to execute an over-the-shoulder throw on him. The sudden sensation of weightlessness jolted Yakumo back to reality. Unbeknownst to him, his body had already ascended into the air, and in that critical moment, the muscle memory cultivated through years of training with Yamato took over, enabling him to regain control. With a swift motion, Yunji seized Hancock's wrist with one hand, while the other pressed firmly against the girl's back, utilizing the force of their backward flight to propel Hancock outward as well. However, it was evident that Yunji had underestimated her own strength, as well as the disparity in power between Hancock and Yamato. With a startled cry from Hancock, the girl was suddenly spun around in midair. Her hands interlocked with Yunji's, resembling a peacock fanning its tail, completing a full 360 degrees of rotation. With a dull thud, Yunji's small posterior was fortuitously spared from disaster, cushioned by her tail. Yet, at the very moment she attempted to rise and catch the flying Hancock, the world plunged into darkness. The black princess gown arrived fashionably late, its voluminous hem cascading onto the ground like a blooming black rose. Exuding a unique allure, like a noble and graceful black swan, Hancock sat gracefully upon the floor, her curvaceous form accentuated by the fitted gown, swaying elegantly. In this instant, the blossoming rose and the regal swan showcased endless charm and splendor within the opulent confines of the Megangong mansion. It would be no exaggeration to declare that this scene, from any angle, could be a masterpiece worthy of global acclaim. Each angle could easily become a classic in history, an apex of aesthetic beauty. Well, unless one were to consider the girl's crimson, almost dripping cheeks, from start to finish. The two observers, Sandersonia and her companion, had watched this farce with flushed faces. For reasons unknown, they tacitly chose to remain bystanders. Witnessing their esteemed elder sister reveal an unprecedented shyness, they couldn't help but admit that it was quite thrilling, indeed, truly a divine selection, watching Mary Gala dash over in a flurry to assess the situation. Sandersonia involuntarily straightened her legs and murmured softly, "All characters in this chapter are of legal age. One cannot deny the opulence of the celestial dragon's residence. Even a simple bathroom spans over 100 square meters, adorned with intricately carved flooring and walls, gilded showers and bathtubs, and an array of luxurious perfumes and bathing products, all showcasing the wealth and status of the celestial dragons." Even Yunji indulged in a moment of comfort before emerging with a contented expression, while Sandersonia and her companion hurriedly pulled the blushing Hancock inside. Indeed, it seemed they had crossed the line a bit. Silently shaking her head, recalling the earlier embarrassment, even Yunji found it difficult to maintain her composure. Who would have imagined that a scenario typically reserved for anime would manifest in reality? If she hadn't reacted promptly, she might have been compelled to succumb to muscle memory. No. Shaking her head vigorously, Yunji pulled herself back from certain memories, silently reciting the Ice Heart Sutra. After several deep breaths to steady her nerves, she reclined on the velvet sofa, clad in a silk robe, addressing the Roswald Saint, whom Megangong had summoned before entering the bathroom, inquiring about the arrangements for the previous woman. "Yes, my lord." Despite being a celestial dragon, Roswald Saint increasingly resembled a slave. He first bowed respectfully before maintaining a kneeling posture, stating, "Her injuries have been treated. My lord." Yunji, anticipating further details, found herself speechless upon witnessing him kneel again. It was evident that she had overestimated the situation. The nature of the celestial dragons could not be altered. Even if they facilitated the healing of Stella's wounds out of respect for her authority, expecting them to regard the mental state of slave was utterly unrealistic. Well, at least she was no longer in danger. Waving her hand to summon Megangong, who was standing nearby with an intense gaze fixed upon her, Bai Yunji continued, "From now on, I require both of you to employ every means necessary to gather information concerning the devil fruits and all related news. It matters not if you cannot procure them immediately. Simply inform me of who possesses them and where they are located." A glimmer of intrigue shone in her eyes as Bai Yunji pondered what expressions the celestial dragons would display upon discovering that a significant number of their coveted devil fruits had been borrowed. Furthermore, prioritize inquiries about a lavender-hued devil fruit with a snail-like spiral. Should you obtain any information, relay it to me at once. If possible, secure it by any means necessary. This is a direct order. To the celestial dragons, the devil fruits were merely tools for amusement, while rarer varieties might be cherished even more. However, with sufficient incentive, they could be acquired. Of course, the magnitude of the price would be a concern for Roswald Saint and his companion, while Bai Yunji focused on those prized devil fruits that were not easily obtainable. Based on the configurations of the 5 elders and the 3 admirals, the more precious the devil fruit, the greater the potential to cultivate top-tier combat abilities. Most celestial dragons indulge in the paramecia or standard zone types, and the higher echelons would not permit such excesses to be squandered. Their unparalleled privilege allowed them to amass devil fruits to the greatest extent possible, and from the hunting in God's Valley and the Divine Knights, the formidable devil fruits were utilized by various celestial dragon families to enhance their own powers. Therefore, since the hunting competition in God's Valley had ceased, it was plausible that these devil fruits were now treasures within each celestial dragon family, serving as a foundation for cultivating strength. For instance, natural types, top-tier paramecia, ancient types, and even mythical zoan types. If handled adeptly, the gains from this operation could far exceed her expectations, bolstering her own faction's development. As for why she possessed abilities derived from the devil fruits held by certain celestial dragons, would this expose the 2 pieces she had left in Mary Joa? A shocking revolt in the Holy Land would surely conceal everything. Amid such chaos, would it be so strange for slaves to seize a few devil fruits? And would it be odd for her to intercept a ship laden with slaves? Good deeds are rewarded, as the valiant youth who saved Zoe and Wayno, risking everything to rescue a damsel in distress in the Holy Land. Receiving the ocean's bounty during his travels was an entirely normal occurrence. Moreover, she had other means to create diversions, sufficient to keep these 2 pieces hidden from scrutiny. After all, this was a vital channel for her to continuously acquire materials. Silently patting herself on the back, she listened to the faint sound of water flowing from the bathroom, and suddenly recalled something. She called out to Megangong, who was preparing to act, Little May, who was the person that bid second at the previous auction. Where do they reside? What about their guards? Without delving into Bai Yunji's peculiar nickname, moments later, she found herself standing in an exquisitely adorned courtyard under the cover of Megangong. What secrets lay within the unique twin devil fruit? The sweet fruit that even Blackbeard sought to plunder. Filled with immense curiosity, Bai Yunji pondered. Indeed, considering the compatibility between Hancock and the sweet fruit, and in an effort to unearth any potential secrets surrounding this fruit, she decided to teach a lesson to the individual who had aimed to bid on Hancock and her sisters. It was high time to secure this fruit, thereby compensating for the accident that had transpired not long ago. Leaving behind a legend of the Holy Land specter prior to the revolt would not be excessive, would it? This time, it would be the genuine Ninetales turmoil. For St. Digris, today was undeniably terrible. Setting aside the earlier embarrassment of being overshadowed at the auction by that wretched Megangong, and the slave he had desired being snatched away, though he had merely acted on a whim, the most intolerable offense was that just moments ago, the slave he had trained for so long dared to defy him. With a sharp crack, the long whip struck the ground, and St. Digris seethed with fury if his kin looked down upon him. He could bear it. If his wife cavorted with others, that was inconsequential, being merely a matter of familial alliances. However, how dare a lowly slave, a being of utter insignificance, defy the great St. Digris? Scoundrel, repeat that again. Saint Digris trembled with rage, his eyes bulging as he glared at the former female pirate before him. TSK, I have never heard such a strange demand. You wretched celestial dragon, listen well. I have had enough of your perverse violence. No means no. No matter how you torture me, it won't change this fact. Before the celestial dragon stood a battered woman, her features slightly refined, yet her demeanor exuded an unmistakable boldness. Certainly, this is precisely the reason why Saint Digris has acquired her. Indeed, as the female pirate astutely observed, this product of incestuous breeding among the celestial dragons is devoid of physiological function. Such a being serves merely to expel waste and is, beyond that, nearly non-existent. Physical defects often lead to psychological deformities, not to mention the inherent lack of education among the celestial dragons. For a long time, Saint Digris has been unable to hold his head high in the Holy Land, gradually cultivating the habit of satiating his vanity and sense of superiority through the brutalization of slaves. Particularly when it comes to wild women, he finds a way to reclaim the confidence he has long lost. An involuntary, sinister grin crept across Saint Digris's face as he harshly declared, "A mere slave dares to resist, then perish." As Saint Digris raised his hand to point his gun at her, the female pirate exhibited no trace of fear, only a profound sense of regret and unwillingness. Before arriving at Mariewa, she had been completely incapacitated by the navy that captured her, her strength reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. She had initially intended to endure temporarily, hoping for a chance to escape. Yet now, it seemed fate had shown her no mercy. Contemplating this, she prepared to bite her tongue and end her life. After all, she felt she should have done so long ago, having previously held on to the faint hope of escape. Now, however, she realized she had underestimated her own heart. Rather than continue to endure such humiliation, it would be far better to embrace death and be done with it. However, just as the woman resignedly closed her eyes, ready to step into the embrace of death, a sudden, piercing scream shattered her thoughts. Opening her eyes in confusion, Safizi was met with an unforgettable sight. 9 flamboyant tails danced before her, followed by striking red and blue eyes and an exquisitely beautiful face never before seen. Meanwhile, the arrogant, imposing celestial dragon lay at the feet of the newcomer, reduced to a comatose state like a dead dog. The extraordinary scene almost led Safizi to believe she was dreaming. Yet, the searing pain throughout her body served as a stark reminder that this was reality. Half curious and half astonished, the bold Safizi could not help but wish to inquire about the identity of this individual. However, before she could utter a word, the young boy grumbled in dissatisfaction. Still a physically impaired waste. TSK. Such refuse still exists in this world. It's simply pollution to the air. With a swift kick, he sent Saint Digris sprawling aside, then turned to the bewildered woman and asked, "Do you know where this fellow's treasures are hidden?" Safizi could not help but doubt her hearing. Treasure? This person intruded upon the domain of the celestial dragons to seek treasure. Had he even knocked out a celestial dragon? Was there a robber within the Holy Land? Had he truly lost his mind? Observing the dazed woman and noticing the horrific wounds covering her body, the boy, Yagumo, fell silent. It was evident that she was yet another unfortunate soul. Shaking his head, he averted his gaze, intending to thoroughly scour the estate. Wait, please hold on. Coming back to her senses, Safizi gritted her teeth and struggled to stand, calling out to Yagumo. The woman understood that the celestial dragon had been attacked, and the slaves would undoubtedly face retribution. She too would meet her demise. However, having just faced death moments ago, and now encountering this mysterious youth who dared to rob a celestial dragon, the flickering hope within Safizi reignited. Who would choose death when life was an option? Perhaps the hope of survival lay right before her. If you are indeed seeking this fellow's treasure, I know where it is. Breathing heavily, Safizi locked her gaze onto Gumo's unique eyes and spoke with difficulty. "Oh, it seems you still possess some wits." Yagumo raised an eyebrow. Pleased at the prospect of saving effort, he approached her, his palm glowing with an enigmatic light as he placed it against Safizi's chest, declaring, "Now, lead the way. Do not entertain thoughts of trickery. Whether your heart continues to beat, lies entirely within my whims. Biting her lip, Safizi felt a weighty apprehension. She was unsure if her overture would yield any fruit and dared not make any rash requests. For now, her life was entirely in his hands, and she possessed no bargaining chips. Leading Yagumo to the entrance of a tightly sealed room, Safizi respectfully stated, "This is where the celestial dragon stores his treasures, although I do not know what you seek." To enter such a chamber, before Safizi could finish her sentence, Yagumo had already rendered the door a mere plaything. With the sound of gears turning, he pushed the door open moments later. "Ugh, let us pretend I said nothing." Safizi sighed with a bitter smile, realizing this was likely related to his strange ability to control her heart. She wondered what kind of power this young man possessed as she hurriedly followed him inside. Within the treasure chamber, a dazzling array of gemstones and ornaments filled her vision, any single piece capable of causing a stir at an auction outside. Yet, Yagumo did not even spare a glance. He plunged directly into the depths, rummaging through the contents. What is he searching for? Wasn't he here for treasure? Safizi was utterly astonished. Typically, people would be more easily captivated by such riches, yet he seemed driven by a specific purpose. Searching for something extraordinary. Her burgeoning curiosity was soon satisfied. Having navigated through display cases and examined most of the boxes, Yagumo finally uncovered what he sought, a box containing 4 uniquely shaped fruits, among which one was a cherry-shaped double fruit, the sweet fruit. The remaining 3 were banana-shaped, presumably the snake fruit in python and cobra forms from the original tale. As for the last, a black-red fruit resembling a persimmon. It was an entirely new entity. Filled with excitement, Yagumo prepared to take the 4 fruits when a startled exclamation from behind interrupted him. "Ah, a devil fruit!" Turning around, he saw Safizi staring blankly at the box containing the devil fruits, her eyes brimming with delight. Furrowing his brow slightly, Yagumo pondered if this woman shamelessly intended to claim a share. Yet he was curious to see her next reaction. "My lord, so you seek the devil fruits?" Reluctantly tearing her gaze away, especially lingering on the black-red fruit for a few moments, Safizi turned to Yagumo and said, "Indeed, that is the case. What? Do you have any insights?" Yagumo replied with a smirk, regarding the slave before him. Sensing the underlying sharpness in his words, Safizi took a deep breath. Realizing this might be her only chance, survival or obliteration, it was now a matter of fate. With that thought, she pointed to the black-red devil fruit and solemnly stated, "My lord, I was present when that celestial dragon purchased that fruit. It is a rare ancient type. The frog fruit, in its baryonyx form." "Oh, an ancient type?" "Yes, my lord. The ancient baryonyx, according to records, possesses terrifying regenerative abilities. Nearly capable of regrowing severed limbs, in addition, it boasts potent toxins and exaggerated strength. It is an exceptionally powerful fruit." Safizi suppressed her excitement, her gaze filled with longing as she looked at the fruit. "Then this journey has not been in vain. An ancient type, if utilized properly, can forge a formidable warrior." Seemingly oblivious to the longing in her eyes, Yagumo collected the fruit and prepared to leave. "Ugh." Observing this, Safizi gritted her teeth. Gain something. One must inevitably lose. This was a universal truth. If she wished to harness the fruit's power to heal her wounds, restore her strength, and regain control of her fate, she had to be prepared to offer herself as a bargaining chip. "My lord, I beseech you, please grant me a chance." Her wounds split open anew, crimson blood flowing and leaving a stark trail on the polished floor as Safizi knelt before Yagumo. Bowing her head deeply, "A chance? Why should I grant you one?" "Because of your pitiable circumstances. There are countless wretched souls in this world. My compassion does not extend so far," Yagumo sharply retorted, not directly answering her plea. "Indeed, of course, I understand that valuable things deserve to be kept, while the worthless must perish, like mere rats." Safizi appeared somewhat agitated, yet his words exuded a semblance of calm. "Nevertheless, I am acutely aware of what the rarest treasure in this world truly is: loyalty. You require a faithful servant to shield you from the incessant nuisances of rats and flies, to undertake the menial and arduous tasks, and to navigate the treacherous plots and assassinations without sullying your own hands. At your beck and call, ready to depart at a moment's notice, I am willing to dedicate everything I possess to you. With that, Cephas prostrated himself on the ground, crawling to the feet of Union, seemingly eager to demonstrate his unwavering allegiance to AS for the inner turmoil of arrogance and resentment. Ha! Unlike that worthless tigress, who is able to infiltrate the sacred grounds with impunity, it is evident that his counterpart possesses strength far surpassing his own. The weak bow before the strong. This is the immutable law of the vast ocean. Moreover, kneeling before a beautiful youth akin to an angel is undoubtedly preferable to submitting to the likes of pirates and nobles. Perhaps, in certain circumstances, I might even find an opportunity to reverse our roles. In any case, this endeavor does not seem to bear any loss. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Cephas lowered his head in deep submission, anxiously awaiting the response of the other. First and foremost, Union spoke softly, I have many who pledge their loyalty to me. Your presence adds neither value nor diminishes my ranks. Your loyalty appears to hold little worth. Furthermore, your life is already in my hands. In other words, you have become my possession, and thus, you seem to have no right to expect an opportunity from me. The serene words struck Cephas's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving a bitter taste within, his countenance visibly dimmed at an alarming rate. However, as even the lowliest of ants strive to survive, you too may exert every effort to seize an opportunity, accomplish a task for me. And should you succeed, I might just reconsider. In response to Cephas's gleeful gaze, Union revealed a cryptic smile, then casually transformed several trinkets within the treasure room into petite fox toys. Toy specifications. Fox doll. Designated secondary user. What is your name? Cephas, my lord. Secondary user designation. Cephas. Ability configuration. Clever doll. Behavioral settings. Rapid movement. Attack those adorned with bubble helmets. Concealment. Ambush. Destruction. Configuration complete, that a series of mechanical sounds echoed as several fox toys, bearing the characteristics of the trinkets, tumbled to the ground. Amid Cephas's bewildered gaze, Union chuckled, I shall grant you 3 days to manipulate these toys and incite chaos within the sacred grounds. Should you evade detection, take them to the mansion of Megan.by then. All that transpires here today will be attributed to that woman, and you shall become the spoils acquired from the hands of that foolish pig. But fear not, should you be captured, I will ensure you meet a painless death, sparing you the wretched fate of a slave. Upon hearing this, Cephas's eyes widened in disbelief, setting aside the question of how the other could command a celestial dragon's obedience. How could he possibly remain undetected while inciting chaos in 3 days? Could he truly accomplish such a feat? What? Are you afraid? If you are hesitant, then so be it. No, I can. Please entrust this task to me. Recovering from the shock, Cephas exclaimed, understanding that a promise might just pave a potential path to survival, whereas refusal would lead only to a resigned acceptance of death, an obvious choice for anyone of sound mind. Splendid. Then I look forward to our reunion in 3 days. Good luck, Miss Cephas, Union said with a smile, patting his shoulder before collecting his spoils and leaving Cephas to sit dazed in place. After a considerable time, once he felt his wounds had somewhat healed, Cephas slowly rose to his feet, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty. Would it lead to prosperity or abyss? What awaits him on the horizon? After a prolonged contemplation, Cephas let out a resigned sigh. Regardless, he must tend to his injuries. These next 3 days would undoubtedly prove arduous. That damned celestial dragon shall experience the taste of the whip as well. And I will rid myself of any excess burdens. After all, they are merely decorative. Meanwhile, at the mansion of Megan, after a rather fruitful venture, Union returned just as Hancock and her companions were emerging from the bathroom. Their damp hair cascaded over their shoulders, and their bright, sparkling eyes flitted about like lively butterflies, while their cherry-red lips appeared almost dewy and ripe. The phrase like a lotus emerging from the water scarcely does justice to the sight. Union mused, on the other hand. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Hancock had managed to suppress a certain indescribable feeling, and a gentle smile unconsciously graced her lips, despite having recently endured an exceedingly embarrassing predicament. She and her sister had not tragically succumbed to the fate of wretched slaves. Instead, they moved about the celestial dragon's mansion with the ease of a mistress. That princess gown seemed to acquire a genuine significance, accentuating the nobility and elegance of its wearer rather than serving merely as a decorative wrapper for merchandise. Such a scene had never even crossed her mind before, and all of it was thanks to that young man. As these thoughts flitted through Hancock's mind, her cheeks flushed with warmth. However, the prior unique experience lingered long in her memory, that peculiar sensation of being on cloud nine, the strange thrill of conquest. She had to admit that her ability to relax so swiftly was, in part, due to that interaction. But what exactly did Grandma mean when she spoke of this? Lost in contemplation with a furrowed brow, Hancock was suddenly roused by Sandisonia's soft voice by her ear. "Sister, he has returned." Upon hearing this, Hancock jolted from her reverie, her face turning crimson as she instinctively lowered her head and dashed away in an unknown direction, clearly wishing to avoid the one who had embarrassed her so. However, in her flustered state, she failed to notice that she was running directly toward Bai Yunyun, to the astonishment of Sandisonia and Mary. She soon found herself tumbling into Bai Yunyun's embrace. "Oh, sister, you are indeed quite proactive." It seemed that in this instance the tables had turned, and the sister had become the prey, Sandisonia remarked, stifling a laugh, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "If sister manages to seize the opportunity, I might just get a share of the spoils." "Hancock, what is this?" Compared to Yamato, Hancock appeared considerably more delicate. Thus, Bai Yunyun effortlessly caught the young girl, albeit with a puzzled expression as he gazed down at the blushing girl nestled against his chest. This is not what I," realizing she had fallen into a warm embrace, her familiar scent sweeping over her, Hancock suddenly comprehended her predicament. Heavens, what is this scene? Am I truly relying on him so completely? Rushing home and eagerly diving into his arms? At the very least, we should spend more time together, perhaps go on a date or share some whispered secrets. The overwhelming embarrassment nearly caused Hancock's mind to short-circuit. Fluffy white clouds of shyness seemed to emanate from her head, her eyes swirling in a daze, as soft, plaintive sounds escaped her lips, resembling a small animal's affectionate cooing. Exceedingly endearing, it seemed she was yet to recover from the earlier incident. Feeling the soft, fragrant body before him, Bai Yunyun's face turned slightly red. Much like Yamato, but with a distinct charm, struggling to suppress his own thoughts, he approached the situation with an air of apology, retrieving a sweet fruit and inquiring, "Hancock, do you desire power?" Gazing at the red and purple fruit adorned with heart patterns before her, Hancock struggled to emerge from her bashful stupor, her astonishment palpable. "Is this a devil fruit?" Coming from Amazon Lily, Hancock was well aware of what the devil fruit entailed. It was a treasure of the sea that could bestow unimaginable abilities upon its user, a shortcut to augmenting one's strength. Yet also a shackle. For consuming it would invite the sea's disdain. It seemed that the implication was that this was meant for her. Noticing Hancock's astonished and questioning gaze, Bai Yunyun smiled as he explained. "Strength is the cornerstone of this vast ocean, is it not? If you possess sufficient power, you would not have been captured and brought to the sacred grounds, would you? If you trust me and yearn for strength, then consume it. After all, you would not want your sisters to face danger again, would you?" Gentle words, akin to the balmy breeze of spring, sent a shiver through Hancock's heart upon reaching her ears. Had she not contemplated such thoughts herself? It is essential to recognize that Nine-Snake Island, a realm entirely inhabited by women, despite possessing a natural barrier of the doldrums, relentlessly pursues violence and strength. For it is only through such means that this unparalleled matriarchal nation can safeguard itself. If she were but a touch stronger, she could utterly annihilate those detestable human traffickers. Even this sacred land would not be spared. However, her training had only just begun. She could not hope to contend with the ocean's most formidable forces. Even the most ordinary of navies, pirates, or slave catchers proved insurmountable. That a powerful devil fruit would indeed be the optimal choice for enhancing her strength. Yet Hancock found herself troubled, her delicate brows knitting together as she lowered her gaze and asked in a muted voice, "Yagami Haku, that is indeed your name, is it not? May I pose a question to you?" "Oh, of course you may. Interestingly, I find myself quite familiar with you. While you only know my name," Yagami Haku teased, his tone suggestive. This. Hancock's cheeks flushed, fully aware of the implication behind his words. She shot him a playful glare. Attempting to regain her composure before softly inquiring, "I wish to understand why someone as powerful as you, capable of infiltrating the Holy Land to enslave celestial dragons, would desire to purchase us. Is it truly just to grant me a devil fruit? Is it perhaps for my beauty?" As she spoke, Hancock bashfully lowered her head, aware that the young girl she was now was far from the self-absorbed figure she would become 2 decades hence. Thus, she could not articulate that Yagami Haku's intentions were merely for the sake of her and her sister's allure. It seemed too conceited. However, to her surprise, Yagami Haku appeared unexpectedly sincere, stating, "In truth, I am merely learning from an elder sister. Beautiful things deserve to be cherished, much like a renowned painting preserved within its frame or books housed within a library. The lovely girl should revel in her life, showcasing her beauty to herself and those she holds dear, rather than being obscured in this filthy holy land." Yagami Haku's words, though quite proper, could be distilled to a mere 5 characters, of course. Yet, the naive Hancock could not grasp this meaning, though she did sense that he was complimenting her. Despite having blushed countless times before him, she could not help but cradle her flushed cheeks, as if her cool hands could temper the heat radiating from her face. Nevertheless, Yagami Haku would not allow her to play the ostrich. Noticing her apparent confusion, he firmly grasped her wrist and declared, "Regardless, Hancock, I wish for you to understand that beautiful flowers require careful nurturing. Yet, they must also possess the ability to protect themselves, and why desire to purchase you stems from selfish motives. True, but I also hope you can protect what you hold dear while becoming my ally. In doing so, we can both find peace, cannot we?" As Yagami Haku's words resonated, a tempest swelled within Hancock's heart. In that moment, she felt immensely fortunate. Fortunate to have been purchased by him, escaping the fate of slavery. Fortunate to be treated kindly, purely for the sake of protection. Fortunate to have met him, to understand him, and to become his strength in return. If, upon arriving here with Yagami Haku, Hancock had harbored suspicion and wariness, after a series of exchanges and this conversation, she had begun to trust him quietly, viewing him as a source of support. After all, Hancock was but a young girl. In an environment where she had been isolated and nearly reduced to slavery, such reliable warmth had won her considerable affection. Not to mention, the two were currently embracing. "Understand now. I shall do as you say," she said, taking the sweet fruit from Yagami Haku's hand. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head shyly. "Certainly." Yagami Haku slightly turned his gaze away, recalling that the sweet fruit was known to have a peculiar immunity to those like Luffy and powerful users of haki. While he could momentarily transform into a doll, he could not guarantee his own heart would remain unaffected. Thus, it was prudent to avert his gaze for the time being. Hancock, cradling the sweet fruit, stole a glance at Yagami Haku before solemnly bringing the fruit to her lips, nervously pursing them. She understood that in her hands lay her future, the power to control her destiny and walk alongside him. Resolutely, Hancock shut her eyes tightly. With a gentle opening of her mouth, she bit into the cherry. "Ugh, it's not pleasant," she grimaced as she struggled to swallow, unable to suppress a few coughs. Once the discomfort subsided, she gathered her focus to explore her newfound abilities. However, before she could settle her thoughts, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. "Sonda!" Marigorod, her face etched with concern, gazed at the increasingly petrified Sonda Sonia. Before she could finish her thought, she too became frozen in place under Hancock's enchanting power. "Sonda! Mary!" Before Hancock could comprehend the situation, Yagami Haku called out to her. "Oh no, I forgot they were here. Hancock, find a place to hide and familiarize yourself with your abilities. They are fine for now. It's merely the effect of your power. They can revert back." Hearing this, Hancock let out a sigh of relief and prepared to follow Yagami Haku's instructions. But unexpectedly, due to her earlier vigorous movements, an unforeseen incident occurred at A shrill scream, laced with embarrassment, rang in her ears, drawing Yagamahaku's attention as he turned to check on Sanda. Sonia, no. Don't look back. Another statue arose, only to revert moments later, Hancock's entire body flushed with color as she hastily grabbed a towel and stumbled towards a room, leaving Yagamahaku frozen in place, bewildered. What? How did Hancock become petrified? I'm fine instead. Could it have rebounded? After a long pause, Yagamahaku rubbed his nose, murmuring somewhat awkwardly. Events have a striking tendency to repeat. It wasn't long before Hancock faced a similarly embarrassing outcome. Her face crimson, considering that two of her sisters required her to undo her powers, and feeling a tinge of worry for Yagamahaku's state, Hancock soon reemerged, having dressed with care, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of blush. After carefully releasing Sanda and Mary from their petrification, she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness. They can easily revert back to be. By the way, are you really all right? Gently patting her slightly elevated chest, Hancock murmured with lowered eyes. Perhaps I'm fine, but it feels like something got into my eye, Yagamahaku replied, rubbing his eyes, appearing quite troubled. Hey, what is wrong? No, wait, the sweet fruit's power should only petrify others. Why would it affect your eyes? Hancock asked anxiously, leaning closer to Yagamahaku's face, examining his mismatched eyes. She could only perceive that his pupils reflected her image like a deep, mysterious black hole, alluring and captivating, drawing her in until she felt herself submerged in the depths of his gaze. Wait, reflection? Suddenly struck by a thought, Hancock shot her gaze up, meeting Yagamahaku's contented smile. From the depths of his eyes, filled with her reflection, was it not indeed something that had entered? You sly fellow! Embarrassed yet indignant, Hancock playfully punched Yagamahaku before turning away, cradling her face, her head seemingly burrowing into her little mound. You can't blame Lord Waida's sister. Do you realize how captivating you are right now? Sanda Sonia gazed at her sister eagerly. Although Hancock had always been beautiful, she had never evoked such curious feelings in her before. Could it be that her sister's allure had transcended the boundaries of gender? Have I not always been this way? There's no need to make a fuss, Sanda. I am well aware of my own allure. Upon hearing this, Hancock, unlike her demeanor when facing Yakumo Bai, confidently arched her slender waist and tossed her waist-length hair, radiating the youthful charm of a maiden, both enticing and innocent. With a bemused glance at the love-struck Sanda, Yakumo Bai silently placed a hand on Hancock's shoulder from behind, playfully exhaling warm breath into her ear. In response to Hancock's gradually stiffening demeanor, he softly remarked, Who was it just now that turned to stone? Shouldn't it have been me petrified on the spot? Logically speaking, your ability should only affect those who harbor feelings for you. Right? That situation seems rather illogical. Hancock pouted, her voice trembling slightly with tension, yet she mustered her courage to retort, Well, it's not my fault you look too captivating. You're clearly a boy, yet you're as beautiful as I am. I am not quite able to achieve that level yet. But mark my words, one day you too shall be at my feet. Ha! I shall eagerly await that day, Yakumo Bai replied, pleased that he was immune to Hancock's powers. It would be rather embarrassing to be petrified at a crucial moment in the future. After all, giving up midway is not in his nature. Pondering this, Yakumo Bai stepped away from the girl's ear and moved in front of Hancock. Curious to inquire, Hancock, I sent the sweet fruit a pair of symbiotic ones. Surely, there must be other abilities aside from petrification. Upon hearing this, Hancock's expression faltered slightly. It seemed that, as Yakumo Bai suspected, the girl possessed other hidden abilities. Perhaps difficult to articulate. By the way, is this fruit truly called the sweet fruit? How did it end up looking like that? Hancock murmured softly. What do you mean by that? Yakumo Bai and Sanda chorused, their curiosity unabashedly evident as they turned their gazes towards Hancock. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Hancock's small face flushed crimson, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her clothing. After a prolonged hesitation, she resignedly declared, If that is the case, then I shall show you. But first, you must promise not to disdain me. Otherwise, prepare to become a statue. With a dramatic flourish, Hancock slowly closed her eyes as her powers activated. Her straight, fair legs gradually drew together, replaced by a long, elegant purple serpentine tail. Intricate and mysterious patterns coiled around it, hinting at hidden dangers. Simultaneously, the sound of hissing filled the air as Hancock's formerly smooth black hair transformed into shades of purple. Splitting into delicate, charming little snakes, their curious big eyes surveying their surroundings. They particularly focused on Yakumo Bai, with some daringly licking his cheek with their slender tongues, leaving behind wet marks, seemingly making a statement. Suddenly, Hancock's tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing golden slit pupils, exuding an inscrutable authority and a hint of madness. That a purple haze emerged, and merely meeting her gaze felt as though one's blood might freeze. A response born both from fear and the mesmerizing strangeness of her ability. I in awe. Yakumo Bai gazed at the dramatically transformed Hancock, realizing this form was no longer merely human, but rather a mythical beast. A Medusa from myth, known for turning all to stone. Look at the serpentine tail coiling around him, a sight he had never before encountered, a breathtakingly beautiful manifestation, observing her flawless curves, smooth abdomen, alluring waist. In the charming little creatures, Yakumo Bai felt for the first time how enchanting his monster girl plan truly was. It was like a beautiful fairy tale, with a magical lamp granting wishes. Talking animals and even inanimate objects like pumpkins, carpets, chandeliers, and quills possessing their own thoughts. Why shouldn't these beautiful monster girls join this enchanted world? In the future, his realm would need them to add splendor and vibrancy. While Yakumo Bai marveled at Hancock's new form, he failed to notice that her elongated serpentine tail had silently coiled around him. Hancock, taking advantage of her elevated position, gazed down at him. Little snakes slithered forth, winding their way up his arms, neck, and waist, wrapping tightly around him, ultimately hovering in the air, fixating on Yakumo Bai. How do I look? Surely, this appearance is rather unappealing. ISNT it. Hancock's lips parted, her tone deceptively gentle. Yet her actions were decidedly assertive, and Yakumo Bai could feel the constricting embrace of her serpentine form tightening around him. No, quite the contrary. In fact, I find this form to be most appealing. He quickly explained, noting the peculiar glint in Hancock's eyes. That's so. It appears you prefer this version of me. Hancock seemed pleased, her serpentine tail tightening around him even more. That what I meant. Realizing Hancock had perhaps misinterpreted his words, Yakumo Bai was about to clarify when something slick suddenly covered his mouth. When he focused his gaze, he discovered it was the tip of Hancock's tail. Ah, since you adore me so much, would you mind helping me tidy my tail a bit? No response? Then I shall take that as your consent. The events that transpired after that day remain a mystery, save for the fact that Hancock fervently apologized to Yakumo Bai, willingly assuming the role of his personal maid for a time. Thanks to that incident, Yakumo Bai came to understand why Hancock had never utilized that form in the original narrative. In a juxtaposition of red and purple, one fruit represented pure, selfless love, while the other embodied an obsessive and possessive affection. One captured hearts through human form, while the other ensnared them with a serpentine allure. Their petrifying abilities were common, yet the red fruit significantly amplified the charm of its wielder, while the purple fruit drained vitality to enhance its own powers. As a serpent, it naturally bore some venom. However, the red fruit bestowed a toxin known as love, turning every captured soul into a servant, while the purple fruit delivered a lethal poison, punishing those who betrayed or were callous. Thus, the essence of the sweet fruit, or rather, the snake fruit, in its mythical beast form as Medusa, was truly the fruit of love. 3 days later, the rhythmic sound of fingers tapping lightly on a beautifully carved table echoed through the room. Reclining comfortably on a soft rug was Yakumo Bai, casually lying on his side upon a grand throne, while Hancock, dressed in a maid outfit, leaned against him. She was earnestly placing a grape into Yakumo Bai's mouth, their occasional touches causing her cheeks to flush in an effort to atone for her previous reckless actions. Hancock had volunteered to serve as Yakumo Bai's temporary maid. Her service skills were far from proficient, often leading to humorous incidents, yet she brought joy and amusement. Observing her flustered yet determined demeanor, Yakumo Bai found immense pleasure in her service, stealing a glance at Hancock's smooth, exposed back and her enticing legs adorned in white stockings. He couldn't help but admire her beauty, truly a treasure coveted by the celestial dragons, radiating decadence. With great effort, he shifted his gaze away from Hancock and focused on the matter at hand. The good news was that there were updates regarding the dark fruit. The bad news was that it had been designated as a prize for the champion of the gladiatorial arena. According to accounts from the Megan Palace, such arenas had always existed within the Holy Land. However, the practice of offering devil fruits as prizes only commenced 9 years prior, if you were to hazard a guess. This arena likely served as a replacement for the hunting competition that had taken place in God Valley. After all, following the catastrophic event that led to the deaths of numerous celestial dragons, these cautious individuals would certainly refrain from so brazenly hosting a killing contest to replenish the Holy Land strength. After nearly a decade of hiatus, the various celestial dragon families decided to revive the arena to select new members for the Divine Knights through combat. The only difference lay in the format. The wretched slaves remained, and the fruits would still fall into the hands of the celestial dragons. Originally intended to be held every 4 years, this year should not have hosted another event. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the last competition, wherein the victor was also a devil fruit user. Moreover, the dark fruit's inability to elementalize made it particularly daunting. Consequently, this fruit remained until now, re-emerging for consideration. Of course, only a single devil fruit was available this time, so it was not a very formal affair. The knight squad reserved for various families were too embarrassed to fight over what was perceived as the unwanted waste from the previous competition. However, just because these individuals were disinterested didn't imply that others shared the same sentiment. Many celestial dragons had already prepared robust slaves to compete for the title of champion, and devil fruit users were not absent from the fray. After all, for the vain and ostentatious celestial dragons, this is an opportunity to make a name for themselves, a chance to flaunt their status and power. Securing the dark fruit in such a competition is no simple feat. Gently stroking the girl's silk-like hair, Hancock contemplated deeply. Firstly, he realized that he must not act recklessly, whether by participating directly or by attempting to seize it outright. Both would be too rash and fraught with peril. As for utilizing his fruit's abilities to secretly manipulate a celestial dragon into winning the competition, that was certainly feasible. However, with only 2 pieces already in play in the Holy Land, adding another might stir unexpected complications. Connections between individuals are intricate. The more pieces in play, the greater the potential for exposure. Thus, it must remain a last resort. Moreover, Hancock and her companions could not intervene, setting aside their youth and the slim chances of victory. Even with Hancock possessing the sweet fruit, her lack of combat experience rendered it ineffective. What Hancock required was someone with battle experience, sufficient strength, and someone completely under his control. At this thought, Hancock couldn't help but feel a sense of fortune. Was it fate? The piece he had casually set down 3 days prior could now prove invaluable. The woman he had commanded to create chaos had been performing remarkably well these past few days. The current state of the Holy Land, with his occasional nighttime excursions to visit the treasures of the celestial dragons, combined with the chaos spread by the fox dolls dispatched by Sisyphus, had left the populace in a state of alarm. Even a vice admiral from the Navy had been sent, none other than the future slacker admiral, Kaido. Truly, he epitomized the archetype of a diligent worker, dispatched to handle such matters, likely desiring to brush it all under the rug. After all, while the fox dolls were indeed a real concern, he had managed to control their speed to the point where they were barely discernible during the events in the Holy Land. It was merely a somewhat enigmatic case. Unfortunately, if it were solely Sisyphus at play, there might have been a genuine chance of survival. However, with Hancock's interference and Kizuru's arrival, it seemed that the situation would not endure for long. He needed to devise a means of providing assistance. Indeed, as per Hancock's plan, he aimed to utilize Sisyphus to secure the dark fruit for himself, whether in combat experience or the dependency of the other on him. Sisyphus was more than capable of shouldering this task. As for strength, the ancient type would suffice. An ancient Zoan user would still hold considerable power before a multitude of slaves, even when faced with some of the pitiful souls from the New World. Her extraordinary regenerative abilities would allow her to endure. It is important to note that the celestial dragons do not treat their slaves well. How much strength remains in those so-called strong individuals who have endured a life of servitude. Siphus could afford to make numerous mistakes. Even if she were to suffer broken arms or legs, it would be inconsequential, yet her adversary could only afford a single error, as long as Siphus adeptly harnessed the power of her fruit. Winning the championship should not prove difficult. Survival was paramount. In life-or-death situations, one can unleash astonishing potential. One can only hope this individual does not squander my goodwill, for while I can bestow power upon you, I can just as easily reclaim it. Meanwhile, within the Digris holy mansion, no one would have anticipated that the architect behind the brief turmoil in the Holy Land was hiding within the very abode of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, Digris himself would never suspect that the one who rendered him half-paralyzed, forever unable to be a man, was right under his nose. Siphus was not found in any other location but the treasure chamber of Digris. After that fateful day, seizing the opportunity while all within the mansion were rendered unconscious by Hancock, Siphus managed to locate the key to the treasure room. Over the past 3 days, taking advantage of the secrecy and concealment of this place, Siphus had been active at night, stealthily venturing out to distribute dolls while hiding by day to recuperate. All in all, it had been a harrowing yet relatively safe endeavor. However, Siphus was acutely aware that her time was running short, not only due to her increasingly frail condition, but also because the defenses of the Holy Land were tightening, leaving her with no avenue to act. Not to mention, it seemed the celestial dragons had dispatched a significant figure to address these sudden disturbances. She had contemplated remaining in this sanctuary to heal. Yet with that boy's abilities, he would undoubtedly keep a close watch on the situation in the Holy Land. If she did not achieve results, even if she survived the 3-day deadline, she could not escape the fate of being abandoned by him. With only one final night remaining, if all went well, a breakthrough was within reach. Exhaling deeply, Siphus struggled to rise, preparing to embark on today's mission, only to be taken aback as the fox doll in her arms unexpectedly broke free, leaping to the ground and, to her astonishment, waving its tiny paws as if signaling her to follow. Could it be that the esteemed individual had granted her an opportunity? Siphus whispered in delight. Separating line, controlling the doll from a distance, proved to be a rather taxing endeavor. Hancock opened his tightly shut eyes and, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, remarked, "Ah, has something happened?" Observing the fatigued expression on Hancock's face, Hancock, while dutifully grooming his tail, inquired curiously, "No, nothing of great consequence." Hancock nonchalantly shook his head while reaching out to stroke her small head, reflecting, "If all goes smoothly, we may soon be able to depart from Mary Geos." Speaking of which, the Doflamingo often spoke of annihilating the world of the celestial dragons. He mimicked many of their practices in various ways, for instance, concealing the truth through certain means, establishing absolute dominion, enticing talents through gladiatorial contests, and maintaining the prestige of the celestial dragon's lofty status. How could one easily forget? The arrogance ingrained in Doflamingo's very being was unchangeable. However, it was precisely due to the arrogance of such individuals that he could navigate the murky waters and seize unexpected opportunities. Within the clamor of the Colosseum, Hancock concealed his figure beside Megan Palace, observing Siphus, who was wreaking havoc in the center of the arena, and silently nodded in approval. Even for the celestial dragons, ancient types were a rarity, let alone an ancient-type slave. Thus, Siphus consuming the frog fruit and taking on the form of a giant salamander caught everyone off guard. Her extraordinary regenerative abilities endowed her with endurance far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, while her exaggerated strength enhancement and lethal toxins allowed her to measure up to, if not surpass, most slaves. Presently, as long as everything proceeded smoothly, the championship was practically assured. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that Siphus had successfully transitioned from Digris' grasp to that of Megan Palace. While the losses incurred from Digris' treasure chamber were also attributed to Megan Palace, who claimed to have accidentally discovered the key to the vault and, driven by a desire for revenge, conducted a thorough search, thereby acquiring the devil fruit. As for the reason behind this vendetta, Megan Palace cited the exorbitant bids for the previous auction that had cost her a significant amount of berries, rendering her unable to participate in subsequent auctions, hence the need to exact her vengeance. How very celestial dragon-like. In summary, due to this incident, it could be said that the two celestial dragons had become irreconcilable enemies. However, in a certain sense, this could be considered a fortuitous turn of events. After all, only by widening the rift between Megan Palace and the celestial dragons could she become more loyal to him. And the battles within this Colosseum would only intensify that division. You mentioned earlier that the Mayer family possesses a mythical zone? Hancock inquired, glancing sideways at Megan Palace beneath his white cloak. Indeed, my lord, and this is hardly a secret. After all, a mythical zone can significantly enhance the family's reputation. Megan Palace replied in a hushed tone. Upon receiving confirmation from her, Hancock smiled with delight. Indeed, Mary Geos was a treasure trove. He had not been idle during this time, as he had frequently visited various celestial dragon households, yielding numerous rewards. 2 ordinary animal-type fruits, the bug fruit in the form of a black fat-tailed scorpion, and the bug fruit in the form of a black widow. 1 ancient-type fruit, the snake fruit in the form of a titanoboa. 1 paramecia-type fruit that could evoke the deepest fears within a person, the fear fruit, and 1 logia-type fruit capable of generating various clouds, the cloud fruit. If he were to acquire the mythical zone from the Mayer family, this excursion could be deemed exceedingly fruitful. Once I secure this mythical zone, I can afford to lay low for a few days. After all, if the situation in the Holy Land becomes overly tense, it would not bode well for our subsequent exfiltration. As the saying goes, momentum builds, then declines, and eventually exhausts. After 1 or 2, or perhaps 3 or 4 operations, they can focus intently on their defenses. But what of the period of relaxation that follows? Could they truly respond in a timely manner and mount a counterattack? Perhaps not, I fear. Once they realize that the threat has been momentarily alleviated, can those celestial dragons truly endure the days of living in constant fear and restricted actions? Such is the nature of the human heart. These simple-minded celestial dragons are particularly easy to understand. There is no need for extraneous actions. They will willingly place themselves on the chessboard, that moment. Their movements will be entirely free, or rather, they will roam as they please, rendering the spectacle rather dull. If they were to possess an ancient fruit yet fail to seize the championship, it would merely indicate that this individual is rather mediocre. After issuing a command to Megan Palace, Hancock promptly turned away, leaving the vibrant atmosphere of the arena, shielded by his companion. It is worth noting that 3 eager maidens await his return. Furthermore, whether it be checking on Stella or planning tonight's actions, it will require considerable effort. The opportunity has been presented. Whether or not it is seized rests solely on her. In any case, the worst-case scenario has already been contemplated. Meanwhile, at the center of the arena stage, the sensation of flesh and blood was far from pleasant. A sharp pain radiated from his wounds, permeating throughout his body. Seppis furrowed his brow tightly, awaiting the healing of his injuries. From 3 days ago until now, he had lost count of how many battles he had fought, and had personally slain numerous fellow slaves, each as unfortunate as he. His initially unsettled heart had gradually grown numb. Now, all Seppis could think of was claiming the championship, to liberate himself entirely from this hell. Contemplating this, Seppis involuntarily lifted his gaze towards a corner of the audience, where he occasionally caught sight of the man who instilled hope within him. But today, a wave of disappointment washed over him as he lowered his head and sighed deeply. Logically, he was merely a pawn in someone else's game, yet he found himself yearning to draw the man's gaze more frequently. Was it because he had given him hope? Perhaps so. Was it due to his angelic visage, or his enigmatic methods and powers? A timely act of assistance is far superior to mere embellishment. Nearly every woman has once dreamed of a Prince Charming. Seppis had to concede. Perhaps since the moment she submitted to him, her body and soul no longer belonged to her, and she would devote her life to him. Time swiftly flowed by, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Hancock first lured the celestial dragons of the Maymai family away through Megan Palace, then secretly infiltrated their ranks to swap the mythical beast fruits they held with a realistic toy resembling a devil fruit. Surely, when they came to use it, they would be quite surprised to find that what they ingested was not superpowers, but rather a bomb. Additionally, regarding Stella, Hakuyenbai had no intention of allowing her to meet Taizolo, at least not until he acquired the golden fruit. Only when he embraced hatred and pressure anew would the future Golden Emperor truly be born. Otherwise, he would merely remain a slave who escaped from the Holy Land. Finally, after instructing Lord Rosward to procure the highly sought-after hero Tiger, the time had come for the championship battle in the arena. It was also a historic day, marking the first uprising in the annals of Mary Geos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand arena of Mary Geos. Today, here, the ultimate champion of this grand competition shall be determined. Who is the most exceptional slave? Which celestial dragon shall emerge victorious? Let us await the spectacle. As the host concluded his speech, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. For these celestial dragons, who held dominion over the world, only such brutal battles could awaken their long-dormant excitement, and only through this could they showcase their superiority before their peers. Who among them possesses the most outstanding slave? What a grotesque scene this is. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Fisher Tiger? Shifting his gaze away from the surrounding celestial dragons, whose faces glowed red and whose eyes sparkled with a feral glint, Hakuyenbai turned to the merman bound by toy chains beside him and inquired. They are all parasites upon this world. Wretched humans. Tiger lowered his head, obscuring his features, yet the few words that escaped his lips revealed the fury coursing through him. Oh, one mustn't speak so definitively. Mr. Tiger, you merely encountered the most vile group of individuals in existence, but you cannot dismiss everyone so readily. Do you really believe that just because I saved you, all fur tribes are virtuous? Do not be so naive. At these words, Tiger furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed. If memory serves, isn't there a hefty bounty on fur tribes outside? Are you truly advocating for humanity? With that, Tiger lowered his voice once more, emphasizing that he was indeed a rare nine-tailed fox. And what of it? Your disdain and fear of people stem merely from your own lack of strength. Once you possess the power to crush everything, such concerns will be of no consequence, for if you wish, you can fulfill your will at any moment. Is that not so? Moreover, I am far luckier than you. The individuals I've encountered, when compared to these celestial dragons, are truly rare gems of goodness. Hakuyenbai spoke with a light-hearted tone, utterly unconcerned about his identity as a fur tribe member. After all, it was merely a label. What mattered most was being oneself. Regarding Hakuyenbai's words, Tiger chose not to comment. He understood that among humanity, there were undoubtedly many kind-hearted individuals. However, when oppression and enslavement dominate the pinnacle of power, that kindness pales in comparison, for the harm they inflict far outweighs the warmth of their goodwill. This was a lesson Tiger had learned deeply during his years of enslavement. Let us not dwell on this, Mr. Tiger. What say you? Do you feel confident? Most of the celestial dragons and Mary Geos have been drawn to this bout. If you were to act, it would be quite convenient, Hakuyenbai remarked with a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Tiger's expression darkened, and his gaze towards Hakuyenbai became exceedingly complex. Initially, when he had been delivered to Megan Palace, he had anticipated enduring yet another torment, only to discover that the mastermind behind it all was this seemingly harmless man before him. The audacity to infiltrate the Holy Land and enslave the celestial dragons. Reflecting on Hakuyenbai's plan, Tiger still found it hard to believe that he would take advantage of the celestial dragons gathered at the arena to free the slaves and incite chaos, ultimately reclaiming his freedom. To be honest, Tiger had considered escaping, but he had never imagined such a direct and brutally simple method. The potential success of this scheme would undoubtedly be monumental. It would be akin to delivering a resounding slap to the faces of the world government and the celestial dragons, and all in front of the entire world. Yet it must be said that while this plan was both reckless and bold, it was incredibly enticing to Tiger. The fury of enslavement and the sympathy for fellow slaves drove him to take decisive and forceful action. To shatter this prison once and for all. If your plan is indeed credible and feasible, then I shall act, Tiger spoke in a subdued tone. Excellent. In that case, you should follow Lord Rosward back for now. Let us commence from there. You will not mind, will you, Lord Rosward? Of course not. It is merely a house. To be honest, I have long grown tired of its decor. What a perfect opportunity to change it up. Lord Rosward hastily waved his hand, speaking softly that Lord Rosward had just borrowed a slave to conspire to incite a riot and led a group of slaves to sweep away the wealth of the celestial dragons. Numerous devil fruits had vanished without a trace, lost to the sea. Thus, the collection of devil fruits gathered by Megan Palace and Lord Rosward during this time, such as ordinary types like sheep, swan, and peacock, or superhuman types like sniff, sniff, and slippery, totaling 10 fruits, now had a plausible explanation. After all, they had been seized by the slaves. Whatever happened to them thereafter would have nothing to do with me. A person who recognizes the situation is a wise individual. I have high hopes for you, Lord Rosward. As he watched the two of them gradually depart, Hakuyenbai closed his eyes, once again attuning himself to the various puppets concealed within the arena, ensuring that everything was in order before finally exhaling in relief. While it was certainly feasible for Tiger alone to instigate a riot and lead the slaves to escape, Hakuyenbai wished for this farce to be even more lively. To liberate all the slaves forced to partake in one brutal battle after another, the pent-up hatred would burst forth like a flood, exacting a bloody toll from those conceited celestial dragons. Moreover, chaos has only ensued here, allowing Seiphase to seize the opportunity to stealthily abscond with the dark fruit, liberating herself entirely from the shackles of slavery, thereby making her future appearances far more justifiable. Very well. Let us now patiently await the conclusion of the contest. When the atmosphere in the arena reaches its zenith, that will mark the moment the uprising commences. Meanwhile, within the arena, Seiphase finds herself pitted against a formidable adversary wielding the powers of the cat fruit in its leopard form. The opponent's astonishing speed and razor-sharp claws have already inflicted considerable damage upon Seiphase. However, after enduring days of combat, such injuries are merely a trifling inconvenience for her. The essence of fruit development lies in gradually extracting one's latent potential through battle. At present, Seiphase has evidently enhanced her strength, toxin control, and self-healing speed compared to her initial state. Although the speedster presents a significant challenge, under absolute supremacy, it merely serves to delay the inevitable as she contemplates. Seiphase gradually transitions from her beast form into a hybrid of human and beast. Her skin transforms to a pristine white akin to jade, and a sleek, elongated tail extends from her back. While her limbs resemble those of an axolotl, short yet robust, silver eyeliner subtly emerges, and upon opening her eyes, one finds glimmering, pitch-black slit pupils there. Her senses sharpened, Seiphase instantly perceives a cheetah hurtling towards her. Its claws poised to strike directly at her heart. With a swift motion, the seemingly diminutive paw possesses astounding strength. Though the cheetah's speed is impressive in a straight line, its ability to change direction leaves much to be desired. Thus, caught off guard by Seiphase's counterattack, it is sent flying, closely followed by a precise stream of toxic venom. The lethal toxin renders the adversary nearly immobile in an instant. Initially, the celestial dragon who had bestowed this leopard fruit upon him had intended to guard against Seiphase's poisons. Yet it pales in comparison to the might of the overlord salamander. 3, 2, 1. Amidst the arena's almost stagnant atmosphere, the referee begins the final countdown. Yet despite several desperate attempts to escape, the adversary ultimately collapses in despair. Did you see that? The champion of today has emerged. It is the exquisite Lady Megan and her enslaved warrior, Seiphase. Let us shower our applause upon Lady Megan. Ooh, ooh, ooh. While some rejoice, others are engulfed in despair. In stark contrast to Lady Megan's triumph, the expression of Saint Digris resembles that of charred coal. After all, that woman was once his slave. That fruit was his as well. The suffocating feeling of having no one to serve as a dowry nearly drives Saint Digris to madness. Damn it! Just you wait. I will ensure you pay for this. Grumbling fiercely, Saint Digris prepares to rise from this mortifying place. But before he can take more than a few steps, a panicked shout pierces the air. Not good! Not good! The slaves in the arena have escaped. The messenger servant is abruptly knocked unconscious, and one by one, bloodied slaves surge forth from the underground prison of the arena, their eyes ablaze with fury. These individuals are determined to exact a bloody toll upon the celestial dragons present. Kill! Charge out! Let us turn Mary Geos upside down. I want to go home. For freedom. The chorus of enraged roars rises, echoing in the terrified gaze of the celestial dragons, for the once subjugated slaves are poised to rise against them, shifting the balance of power in this moment. On that fateful day, the lofty celestial dragons once again found themselves. No, they should say they were once more dominated by long-lost fear. How long had it been since Mary Geos had witnessed such chaos? The last occasion was during the ancient robot invasion 2 centuries prior. Though this uprising is merely instigated by slaves, it incites even greater terror among the celestial dragons, for the ancient robot, despite creating significant unrest, had not resulted in numerous casualties. However, for these oppressed and enslaved souls, the hatred they harbor is deeply ingrained. Thus, like hunters pursuing wild beasts, the liberated slaves charge forth from their cages, heedless of guards attempting to thwart them. Yet, unfortunate souls are seized, mercilessly beaten, clawed, and bitten, as if seeking to unleash their long-buried rage. In no time, the arena is engulfed in pandemonium. Meanwhile, as Megan retreats under the protection of her guards, Hakuyu observes the scene with keen insight. These slaves truly dare to slay celestial dragons? Perhaps not. The long-standing authority of the celestial dragons, coupled with years of enslavement, has instilled a profound fear and trepidation within the slaves. This chaotic state of affairs is merely a fleeting outburst following their escape from captivity. Once they regain their composure, they will realize that breaking free from iron bars is merely the beginning. The true challenge lies in escaping this sacred land, built upon the corpses of slaves. As for exacting revenge upon the celestial dragons for their suffering, such thoughts can only be entertained by those who survive. Just as Hakuyu anticipated, moments later, the freed slaves abandon their assault on the battered celestial dragons and redirect their focus entirely on escape. The defenses of the arena are laughable in comparison. However, Mary Geos is not merely comprised of these guards. It is also home to the Station Navy, the Discreet Army, the CP Organization, and even the Knights of God. One must wonder, will such a disturbance attract the attention of the Knights of God? In the original narrative, they seem to remain passive, whether it be Tiger or Gayfit. At the very least, they should have intercepted intruders in the sacred land. Yet there was no action taken. If it were not for the low level of this incident, it is possible the creators of the manga simply had not conceived of such a scenario. Nevertheless, one must remain vigilant. Silently, Hakuyu threads invisible strings around the panicked celestial dragons, fleeing in disarray. Should the Knights of God not appear, it would be fortuitous. However, should they show up, these slaves alone will not suffice for their escape. One must lend them a covert hand. Perhaps allowing a few foolish celestial dragons to be captured would be a prudent strategy. As these thoughts swirl through his mind, Hakuyu is suddenly startled by a tremendous crash behind him. He turns to see Sei-Phase, now transformed into her overlord salamander beast form, barreling towards him, leaving a trail of crushed, unfortunate slaves and guards in her wake. Here she comes, suppressing his slightly heightened excitement. Hakuyu deliberately slows his pace, positioning himself perfectly in the path of her charge. "Get out of my way!" A voice laced with exhilaration and fury rings out as Sei-Phase propels herself into the arena, creating a massive crater, the debris raining down upon countless celestial dragons and slaves alike. Yet, amid this tumultuous chaos, no one seems to notice a dark purple fruit that has accidentally fallen to the ground, only to be swiftly picked up by a passerby clad in a white cloak, who then departs in haste. Now, the stage is fully set, and the pieces have all entered the fray. The extent of their potential and the heights they can reach rests solely upon their own capabilities. After all, this journey to the sacred land has reached a satisfying conclusion. All that remains is to seek an opportune moment to depart. Meanwhile, upon breaking free from the arena, Sei-Phase quickly reverts to her original form. Snatching a coat from the side of an unfortunate soul and wrapping it around herself before stealthily slipping into a narrow alleyway. Following the directives of her master, she has successfully opened a breach for the other slaves, while also delivering the items her master requires. Now, the task at hand is to devise a means of escaping Mary Geos, ultimately journeying to the new world to dedicate her remaining life to her master. With a deep breath, she resolves to blend with the crowd and seize the opportunity to flee, for the Navy and world government remain uncertain about what forces they may deploy next. Thus, conserving energy is paramount.